Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter joined the Interdimensional Goblet of Fire? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore had a problem. The boy who lived was missing. Settling into the massive chair behind the desk in his office, he glanced over at the myriad of artifacts that should have been a source of comfort but rather had become an object lesson in hubris. Those artifacts were all geared towards the status of one Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy who should have shown up for wizarding lessons at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 3 years ago. Hands steepled on the desk, Dumbledore considered those past 3 years. First, the boy who went missing receiving his Hogwarts letter. The headmaster realized he should have checked up on the boy rather than rely on the magical monitoring, nor on a Squib's reports. Mrs. Fig reported that nothing untowards had happened to the boy and that the Dursleys were living a fine life. There were no reports of Death Eater activity, so it had appeared that the defensive measures he had put up were indeed keeping the boy safe. Yet the boy was missing. After Harry failed to show up on the first day of school, Dumbledore had sent people to check on the Dursleys. Those horrible muggles had gleefully stated that they hadn't seen the boy in years, almost immediately after he'd been dropped off. They did say thank you for all the money they'd been sent over the years for Harry's upkeep. They hoped that those payments would continue. With that, they'd shut the door on the wizard checking up on Harry and refused to answer any other requests. While Dumbledore had been tempted to do a more thorough investigation of the Dursleys, he'd been more concerned about the location of the boy who lived, especially considering the efforts he had gone through to set things up for the boy to learn and experience at Hogwarts. His time had to be split between looking for the boy and keeping an eye on the stone. Fortunately, the confrontation with the Wraith had been handled by young Mr. Longbottom and some of his associates. While that one issue had been resolved, the issue of the boy who went missing proved to confound the headmaster. While no other major issues occurred at the school, there were wider concerns in the wizarding world. Those Death Eaters who had been reformed at the end of the war were pooling their collective political power to elbow out Dumbledore. They were slowly reducing the influence and power that Dumbledore had to wield among the movers and shapers of the Wizengamot. Led by Lucius Malfoy, they were leveraging their considerable wealth. Countering that influence cost Dumbledore a lot of time that he wasn't able to devote to finding the who failed to show up. Now they were getting ready to enter into what should have been Harry's 4th year at Hogwarts. Fortunately, things had been set into place years ago that should help finding the lost Potter heir. The Tri-Wizard tournament hadn't been held in far too many years. Organizing its return had been one of the moves Dumbledore had used to regain some of this political capital. The potential money that could be poured into the coffers of the Wizengamot ring like music in the ears of those whose influence Dumbledore most needed right now. More importantly, it allowed Dumbledore access to the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire was an enigmatic artifact of magic that few living wizards had had the opportunity to study, let alone understand. Among the resources available to Dumbledore were some books on magical theory based around the goblet. Taking of those theories and combining them with the ritual for picking the school champions should allow Dumbledore to effectively summon the boy who lived. Regardless of where the boy was squirreled away, the magic of the goblet should bring him back to the light, where he could fulfill his destiny under the guidance of the headmaster. Perhaps Dumbledore didn't have as much of a problem as he thought. The Goblet of Fire was going to be the answer. Bartemus Crouch Jr. had a problem. The boy who lived was missing. While this wouldn't normally be an issue, as the boy who lived was considered the symbol of all that was good and light in the wizarding world, that meant his absence was a good sign for those who shared Barty's proclivities. Not to mention that the boy was the one who supposedly had vanquished the Dark Lord all those years ago, ultimately resulting in Barty's incarceration in that dark hole that was Azkaban prison. Or it would have been without his dear old mum. Those years, lost in a stupor, had done one thing for Barty. It had given him the resolve and determination to redress the wrongs that had been done upon his world. First and foremost being the return of the Dark Lord. To do that, though, He needed the boy who lived. Only with the blood of the one who had slain the Dark Lord would the spell of resurrection provide full power. Otherwise the Dark Lord might not reach his full strength and be vulnerable to those who couldn't fathom the glories that were to be grasped. Fortunately, Barty had managed to get a hold of some information that his father had been holding onto. The renewal of the Tri-Wizard tournament. Now, while the tourney itself was of little concern, the artifact used to choose the trio of competing wizards was of definite interest. Some of the books that the Dark Lord had collected mentioned some of the theories behind the goblet, as well as some possible uses the artifact could have been put to, had it not been locked away by the goblins. With the goblet being let out for the tournament, that would give Barty the access he needed. Even more appropriate, that fool Dumbledore had provided a way for Barty to gain access. With the right disguise, added by the use of Polyjuice, along with a collection of spells, the boy who lived would be found again. The Goblet of Fire was going to be the answer. The Goblet of Fire had a problem. Not quite a sentient artifact by any means, there was more than a bit of automated cunning wrapped into the myriad of spells that had gone into creating the goblet. Not to mention all the magic that had been stripped from wizards for losing or forfeiting in the tournament. Nor the amount of ambient magic that had been absorbed over the centuries. Instead of intelligence, the goblet tried to fulfill its purpose. Whether that be of choosing a champion from those presented to the goblet, or in this case, or answering the call for a champion that hadn't truly been submitted, but was being called for nonetheless by the duo of spells placed upon it by a pair of wizards. Those spells called for the goblet to choose one Harry Potter wizard, who wasn't even one of the students at the schools participating. Even worse, the spells were trying to get the goblet to summon the wizard to its location. This was complicated by the fact that the wizard in question wasn't available. He just wasn't somewhere that the goblet could normally summon him from. Fortunately, a solution seemed to being offered. Due to the way the spells were layered, it was possible for the goblet to access the ley line beneath it to power its summons. That would let it seek further afield for the missing wizard. After all, if one couldn't find the Harry Potter, perhaps any Harry Potter would do. The gathered companies of 3 separate, prestigious schools of wizardry watched as the Goblet of Fire made its selections for the Tri-Wizard tournament. The champions for the 3 schools were cheered as they were led to the waiting area. While the headmaster of Hogwarts congratulated the champions, he was interrupted by the goblet igniting in blue flames again, spitting out another piece of paper. This one dodged, scissored before it darted to land on the stone floor of the Great Hall. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing Horror's note. Welcome to the Interdimensional Goblet of Fire, where we will be visited by a variety of different incarnations of the boy who lived. These will all be ones who were born into the usual woe. RLD and then summoned, somehow ended up in another and was raised by those around him there. We'll get to see what type of chaos a very different Harry Potter can cause on the Tri-Wizard tournament. These stories will deal with how our different dimensional Potters handle the tournament. While I have some ideas in mind for versions of Harry, I invite you all to make suggestions in the reviews. For places and people you'd like to see have raised Harry. Some of the ones I'm going to be using are FFVII, Fate, Stay Night, WoW, and Marvel. Also, if anyone would like to see an expansion of the world of a summoned Harry Potter, please let me know, or take it and run with it. Either would be awesome. Also, I don't own Harry Potter or any of the other series that I plan on putting Harry into, or taking him out of as the case may be. Anyway, thank you for reading and it's good to be back. The Soldier. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing. It was a young man, standing just over 6 feet, with a wild mane of nearly uncontrolled black hair, sticking up in unruly feathery spikes. There were some leather pads and what looked like a waistcoat over some type of light sweater shirt, while he wore boots over leather pants. None of those details drew as much attention compared to the truly enormous sword that was strapped to the youth's back. Just the weight alone of that much metal should have had him staggering, being nearly as tall as he was and far wider than any blade had a right to be. Dumbledore stared at the young man for a moment, confusion and curiosity warring within him. Finally a spark of recognition ignited, as little details started to win through. The first was easily a nod to James's unruly mop, grown longer and on a slightly wider frame, though the young man still appeared to possess the wiry Potter looks. Other little things could be seen if one looked close enough, a subtle blending of the originals manifested on an individual who would tower over those around him were it not for the presence of Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Finally, there was a faint but still noticeable scar just beneath the hairline in the shape of a lightning bolt. Perhaps the most concerning thing about Harry's new appearance was his apparent age. The young man was definitely not in his mid-teens, seeming to be almost a decade older than that. Those brilliant green eyes almost glowed with an intensity and experience that the headmaster found disconcerting in the would-be savior of the wizarding world. The young man in question looked around the great hall, remarkably nonplussed for someone who had just appeared in a column of fire. Those unsettling green eyes settled on the headmaster Fly before continuing on to scan the rest of the faculty, narrowing slightly at the appearance of the two partial giants but otherwise seemed calm. Curious as to what might have caused so many changes in the boy. Not to mention the rather inexplicable difference in ages, Dumbledore offered his widest smile, his eyes twinkling. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry. We've been expecting you for quite some time now." Returning his attention to the headmaster, the young man frowned. "The name's not Harry, it's Zack Fair, and this is definitely not Midgar." Folding his arms across his chest, the self-named Zack continued to frown. "Definitely a new one with the column of flame. Never heard of a materia that could do something like that." Dumbledore resisted the urge to frown at the boy. Something had definitely gone wrong over the past many years. Not only was he far too old, but he didn't even know his own name. Where had he been? "I assure you, my boy, that you are definitely Harry Potter. I would recognize your eyes anywhere. Not to mention having the most famous scar in the wizarding world." Still smiling, he added, "Your eyes are the same emerald as that of your dearly beloved mother. As for where you are, you're at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the finest magical institution in all the world. We've been expecting you for many years. You were supposed to attend this school at the age of 11. Just like your parents would have wanted you to." There were growing murmurs from the gathered students watching the interaction between the headmaster and the newly summoned boy who returned. Dumbledore motioned towards the table. "Why don't we moor this somewhere a little less public than the front of the Great Hall? You can join myself and the other faculty at our table." Harry shook his head and turned away. "Sorry, old man, but I don't think I'll be staying around. I've got work waiting back for me at Shinra, and Eris would be upset if I were late picking her up for our date. So I'm afraid I'm going to make my own way out of here." The boy gave a sort of two-fingered salute with one hand before turning to head between the tables towards the doors at the end of the Great Hall. Dumbledore could only stare at the boy's back, watching him walk away. Never in his recollection had anyone so easily dismissed him. Not other wizards. Definitely not some young man who hadn't even been properly raised, from what it seemed. Yet, while the headmaster was silently stewing and wondering how things had gotten out of hand, another member of the faculty was more willing to be proactive. "It seems that you've inherited your father's penchant for disrespect, Potter." Professor Snape stood up at the head table, having pulled his wand and aimed it at the boy. He snapped off a spell with a sneer. Both wizards were surprised though as the boy who returned spun aside, narrowly dodging the spell. His eyes seemed to glow brighter for a moment, though it was more likely a trick of the candle light. What wasn't a trick was the way the young man reached over his shoulder to grasp the hilt of the oversized cleaver, drawing the absurd blade and brandishing it towards the professor. "Not sure what things are like here, but where I'm from, attacking when someone's back is turned is a sure sign of unwelcome. I tried to let things go with your crazy summons and dragging me from my home. But firing some kind of magic at me is not something I can ignore." Harry brandished the sword in both hands, blade up, facing towards the professor. Snape's sneer broadened. "A blade, Potter? How droll." With a twist of his wand, he sent the disarming hex flashing towards the sword. Both wizards were surprised to see the spell blocked by the wide blade, the weapon barely shivering in the boy's hands, rather than flying off into the distance. There did appear to be some reaction though, as one of the gems that appeared to be embedded in the blade glowed a brighter green than before. Harry spun the blade back onto his back before holding his hands forward, palms out and fingers slightly curled inwards. So you want to play with magic, huh? Since you just gave me a boost in MP, let me return the favor. Thunder. Only a hastily conjured shield by the headmaster saved the potions professor from the sudden appearance of what looked to be an honest-to-goodness bolt of GHTNING appearing from the ceiling to crash down upon the protected professor. Most people in the Great Hall were blinded by the flash. In the brief moment it took for everyone to get their eyesight back, the boy who returned had vanished. Only the sound of the doors to the Great Hall closing gave any indication of where he had gone. The crash of thunder drew the attention of the Tri-Wizard Champi. Ons who rejoined the group in the Great Hall, looking around in confusion. The champion from Bobaton Academy finally asked, was there something we were supposed to be waited to hurry through the stone building? Idly marveling at the construction and the feeling of magic running throughout. Never had he felt anything that could compare with how rich the magic was in the air. Definitely a far cry from the way Midgar felt. Almost stifled and dry in a way. Still, there was no time to let himself be distracted exploring. He needed to figure out a way back home, wherever that happened to be. Pulling his phone out, he frowned at the lack of signal. The thing should have worked anywhere on the planet. The fuzzed-out screen wasn't helping either. Flipping the phone back closed, he turned his attention back to his surroundings. Perhaps running off like that hadn't been the best option. Those folks back in the huge room were probably the only source of answers, unless he happened to run into a convenient kiosk or tablet somewhere. Pausing to look back at the closed doors down the hall from him, Zack frowned. Sure, there were possible answers there, but that one guy had tried to shoot some type of spell at him. And the older one had shielding materia. They were both quick off the mark as well, and who knew what other types of magic they had about them. While he didn't see any obvious equipment among their robes, they had to be hiding them somewhere. Maybe a belt. The doors cracking open caused him to reach up to his sword, the leather of his gloves creaking against his grip. He relaxed slightly when a single teenage female in some sort of pale blue ensemble exited the doors, looking around before spotting him. Leaving the doors open behind her, she slowly made her way towards him, hands open and at her side. Excuse me, but are you really Harry Potter? The girl glanced at his scar before returning her attention to his eyes. She had some kind of accent that he couldn't place. Her blonde hair was tucked beneath a hat in yet another style he didn't recognize. Not that he'd ever been up to date on fashion. If it wasn't something Eris was wearing or part of the Shinra uniforms, he'd never cared. Shaking his head, Zack replied, nope, name's Zack. Never heard of this hairy person the old man called me. And now you, I guess. Keeping his eye on the girl, but releasing the hilt of his sword. He settled into a relaxed pose, feet shoulder-length apart, arms folded across his chest. You're definitely less confrontational than the others. I'm guessing they sent you to talk. Mind telling me what's going on and where I can get a chopper back to Midgar? A slight frown crossed the girl's lips before she shook her head. I'm afraid I've never heard of any place called Midgar. Though I have heard of a place called Midgard, so perhaps they're the same place. We can look into that. She paused to brush something away on her clothing before continuing. The headmasters have all asked me to see if I can get you to come back into the Great Hall for a discussion. Things appear to have gotten off to a poor start from what they've said, though I didn't witness anything myself. They have also asked that I assure you that no more attacks will be forthcoming. Zack allowed a slight smile to answer her frown. Well, you're definitely nicer than the reception I was getting in there. Do you have a name though? There was something about this girl. Something that tugged at his senses, but he couldn't quite make out the feeling. There was a faint blush to the girl's cheeks as she ducked a quick curtsy. My apologies. My name is Fleur Delacour, champion for Bobaton Academy. Smiling slightly wider, Zack offered the girl a bow, bending from the waist with his arms at his side. He'd almost gone with a salute, but he'd never really been all that formal with his own superiors. I'm Zack Fair, soldier first class. Straightening, he motioned for the girl to lead them on. I'll trust you that this isn't another attempt on my life and follow you back to your leaders. There are some things that I think we all need to get straightened out. With that said, Zack followed along behind the girl, his thoughts wandering from her to the strange place he'd found himself in, to what he was going to say to Eris if he was late. Those thoughts carried him through the doors and back in the area where he'd been summoned. The frown returned to his face on seeing the room still completely occupied, mostly by kids. Not exactly the most conducive environment for a conversation. Perhaps the locals had different views on what kids could be involved with. Just how far away had he been summoned? The training with Shinra hadn't mentioned any places that could be linked to this one. Glancing at the table at the front of the room, he noticed that the old man was now ensconced in a truly massive chair, looking for all the world like someone's eccentrically dressed great uncle. The other man who'd attacked him had settled back into his chair and was sneering almost as hard as he'd been during the attack. Wonder what the deal was there. The man seemed quick to jump on the Harry Potter bandwagon when the old man had mentioned the name. Must be some connection there. The old man leaned forward, looking at Zack from above half-moon glasses, something Zack hadn't seen before. Must be some kind of custom work. Ah, welcome back, Harry my boy. I'm sorry for the way things got out of hand earlier, but one can expect that sort of thing when things don't go according to expectations. Zack held up one hand, palm outwards. 1 second, old man. I've told you before, the name is Zack Fair. I'd appreciate it if you'd use it. Not too sure who this Harry Potter guy is you think I am. But I've been Zack my entire life. That's what my parents called me, that's what Shinra calls me, and more importantly, that's what Eris calls me. That appeared to take the old man back. Must not be used to people talking back to him. He seemed to have this whole benevolent grandfather thing going for him. I'm sorry Zack. There is a lot to process and even more for all of us to try to understand. However, there are more pressing matters for us to attend to at the moment. Chief among them the circumstances of your arrival. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zack nodded. Yeah, definitely need to talk about that one. How did I get here? Also, where is here? I've never even heard of a city called Hogwarts. They haven't used construction techniques like these in decades. The place must be pretty old. Mostly you'd have to travel deep into Wadai to find something like this. The old man looked to be mouthing the word Wadai to himself, as were several of the other people at the table. There was that giant of a man, some kind of crossbreed or magical experiment no doubt. Same for the half-pint next to him. The rest seemed fairly normal. As for where you are, let me once again welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm sure you've heard of us. The man seemed to ignore Zack shaking his head as he continued. As for the circumstances of your arrival, it would appear that it was the result of a number of spells placed on the Goblet of Fire here, an artifact of vast magical power and potential. Zack turned his attention to the aforementioned artifact of vast magical power and potential. Looked just like an old stone cup to him, but what did he know about magic and materia? Only what they'd told him in the soldier program and then only enough to do his job. There were other, much brighter people, who dealt with those types of things. Really his strength was hitting things with the Buster Blade. Still, it paid to pay attention, especially those artifacts could snatch up a man and set him down in a strange place with far too many kids. Okay, I follow that this thing brought me here. Definitely wasn't anything I'd done, nor any power I'm aware of. Still, this is a wide and wonderful world, full of things I've never even imagined. That's what Eris says anyway. So I'll take your word for it. More importantly, how does it get me back home? Do you have a phone I can use? Mine doesn't seem to be working here. He pulled out the flip phone to show it off. Mr. Sneerador Muggle technology won't work here, Potter. Zack shrugged. Yeah, I'm guessing it's all that stone construction. I think I remember the Shinra guy mentioning that. I think something like this happened one time when we were working through a cave system to clear it of monsters. Anyway, if you've got a phone so I can call for a chopper, that would be great. Then we can get this whole accidental summoning thing taken care of and I'll be on my way home. Oh, it was no accident, my boy. Your summoning was purposeful. You see, you were chosen as a champion for the Tri-Wizard tournament. As such you are magically contracted to compete by the Goblet. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not only do my bosses not want me taking part in any tournaments, but I don't have the time. Between training, spending time with Eris, and helping out Spiky, my dance card is full. That twinkling gaze somehow intensified. Oh, but you see, a magical contract cannot be ignored. Especially from an artifact such as the Goblet of Fire. Should you fail to compete, your very magic would be forfeit. Zack ignored the outraged cries coming from elsewhere in the room to focus on the old man. Forfeiting my magic sounds like something hazardous to my health. I get enough of that on the job. He turned to consider the goblet for a moment, then shrugged. Well, guess I'll have to take care of it before that can happen. With that he reached up and grabbed his sword, taking a massive overhand swing at the thing, grateful for the room's high ceiling. There was a massive backlash of magic as the goblet shattered apart, pieces flying across the room like an explosion. Zack was hurled back, managing to flip in midair to land skidding on his feet. Others were not as lucky. Mr. Sneer had stood up to supposedly throw another spell and been bowled over. So had a number of the other people seated at the massive table, although the two tall hybrids seemed to have been large enough to weather the explosion. The children closest to the goblet had been rocked back into their fellows, including the girl who had brought Zack back, the young Ms. Delacour. What have you done? The old man had lost his twinkle and was looking with apparent dismay at the pedestal that had previously held one magical artifact. He stood from his throne-like chair to point at the pedestal. Zack straightened from his crouch, throwing a smirk at the old man. You said that artifact would take away my magic, right? Well, doesn't look like it can do much of anything now. Since we have that taken care of, I think it's beyond time for you to send me home. Dumbledore shifted his attention from the former goblet, focusing on Zack. Do you have any idea what you've done? The Goblet of Fire was hundreds of years old, crafted by artificers the likes of which have not walked the earth since. It was a priceless artifact and a piece of storied history. The old man seemed to quiver for a moment, his waist-length beard dancing across his chest. There is no telling the consequences to yourself. You may have already broken the contract just like you've broken the goblet. Shaking his head, Zack twirled his sword for a moment before securing it on his back again. Yeah, I don't think so, old man. I still seem to have my magic, so I guess luck is with me there. Luck was not to be with him. A smaller pillar of flame appeared on the pedestal, accompanied by a staccato series of fire pops that echoed around the room as the pieces of the goblet were consumed in flames. When the pillar vanished, it revealed an intact goblet of fire. Zack stared at the object for a moment before sighing. Of course it can reconstitute itself. That seemed to settle the old man, as he at least sat back in his chair. Indeed, it would appear to be so. That said, it seems you are still bound by magical contract formed by the goblet and must compete in the games. If you'll follow the other champions, led by Ms. Delacour, we'll adjourn to another room to explain what that will entail. Not seeming much option, given the result of his own efforts, Zack nodded and made to follow the young lady once again. This time he was introduced to two other teens, one Cedric Diggory and a Victor Crumb. The two seemed courteous enough, though the one named Victor was a bit standoffish. They also seemed as confused by Zack's inclusion as he was himself. Fortunately, they did not need to wait long for the old man to make his appearance. Accompanied by a myriad of others, including that tall hybrid woman and another sketchy-looking man with fascinating facial hair. Also Mr. Sneer. Thank you all for being patient. I know that things have not gone according to plan. All that said with a twinkle in the old man's eye. How he said that all with a straight face Zack wasn't sure. It would seem that our Tri-Wizard tournament has become a Quad-Wizard tournament with the return of Mr. Potter. Zack glared at the old man, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm not going to say it again, old man. The name is Zack. I don't know who this Harry Potter person are, nor why you keep saying I'm him, but if you don't start showing me the courtesy of using my name, we're going to see how fast and how many times you can cast that shield spell before you run out of mana. He unfolded his arms to point a finger at Mr. Sneer. Don't you start either, man. I don't know you and I don't know who you think I am either. But I've done nothing for which you should be directing your attitude at me for. You all summoned me here, so my being here is not my fault, nor is this mistaken identity you seem to be under the illusions of. Either be professional or get the same deal the old man is. The old man simply smiled. I'm sure that's something we can discuss more in depth once you've had a chance to settle in. 4. Now, let us explain the duties of the champion. He then went on to explain about the nature of the tournament, how it was meant to foster cooperation between the three schools, as well as allow them to showcase their skills to one another. There were to be 3 major tasks for the champions to compete in, spread across the school year. Zack nearly interrupted at the idea that the tournament would take that long, but barely held back. He would still have time to learn more and maybe he could find his own way out of this town. Surely someone back at Shinra would be looking for him before too long. If he wasn't able to check in, especially with Sephiroth, well, never mind that. The explanation continued, moving on to the mention of a dance and ball during the winter. Zack did roll his eyes at that one. No way was he taking some kid to the dance. Not only were they far too young for him, but more importantly none of them was heiress, nor could they even compare to her, though Ms. Delacour was quite pretty. And of course, you'll be living with the students from House Gryffindor, Mr. Fair. That damn twinkle was bright again with those words. Yeah, I'm not staying with a bunch of kids. But where else shall you stay? Additionally, the students of Gryffindor House can help you acclimatize to the school and the tournament. I did consider placing you with House Hufflepuff. But as one of their students is a champion, Mr. Diggory, I'm afraid that would create a conflict of interest. In spite of said Hufflepuff protesting that there wouldn't be any conflict, the old man continued. Really, I must insist that you stay with one of the houses. Zack glared at the old man. Insist away. I'm still not staying with a bunch of kids. He looked at the various adults then motioned at them with his chin. What about this lot? Where are all of the adults staying? Do you have faculty housing or guest housing? Why not let me stay there until we get things sorted out? That seemed to catch the old man out. Well, I suppose, if one of the professors were to let you share their accommodations, that could be a viable option. It is most irregular for a student to stay with a teacher though. That's the thing though, I'm not a student. Of course, my boy. Of course, my apologies. I'm ith non-students at the school and even with your apparent age, I continued to think of you as such. We'll work out the details for your housing with the other professors. For now though, I'll leave you to get to know the other champions. Come and see me in my office and we'll discuss more in private. Especially your lineage, which I think you'll find most intriguing, whatever you may think of your life before now. Yeah, we'll do that. Along with a number of other things, Zack let Hat trail off as he watched the other adults walk out of the room. He was still unsatisfied with the way things had been going, but really he was out of options at this point, save for trying to make it out on his own. Without knowing where exactly he was, he couldn't even start walking home. If he could get back to Midgar, he would have more options for dealing with this goblet situation, if there really was one. Even if he then had to compete in the tournament due to some crazy spell, at least he could commute there on a chopper. Surely one of the Turks would loan him one. Putting all of those concerns for now, he took the time to get to know the other 3 teams. They seemed just as baffled by events as he was. Ms. Delacour seemed resolved to make the most of it, while Mr. Diggory was friendly and outgoing. Mr. Crumb seemed stoic and reserved. Each of them had their own theories on what was going on, as well as seemingly interested in the whole Harry Potter connection, which Zack was more than happy enough to say he had no idea about. Eventually the 4 decided to go their separate ways, though Diggory did take the time to lead Zack to the office of the old man, who was apparently named Dumbledore. Dumbledore considered the young man that walked into his office from over the top of his glasses. While the resemblance to his parents was apparent, there were still a remarkable number of differences. Most notably was the height. James Potter had only been of middling height, while this young man was just over 2 meters. Not to mention seemingly more physically robust than most other wizards. That sword was just ridiculous as well. Then there was the strange magic use. No wand, no recognizable incantation. If it was silent wandless magic that spoke wonders of the boy's talents. More likely it was some type of magic that the headmaster just wasn't familiar with, in spite of his extensive studies and breadth of knowledge. Perhaps it was a secret to Harry's whereabouts these many years. Ignoring the strange attire and that sword, the age difference was also disconcerting. Harry should have been 14. The young man before him was clearly a decade or so older, meaning that something stranger than just a displaced heir was going on. What exactly happened to the boy? No matter. It was time to bring him back into the fold. With how easily he'd handled Professor Snape's initial attack, Harry would be a perfect foil against the Dark Lord until the final showdown, where Dumbledore himself would be able to step in and once again save the wizarding world. Ah, Mr. Fair, thank you for joining me. Please, have a seat. Once the boy was seated, he continued. What I'm about to tell you may seem strange, but I assure you it is the truth. Your name, your true name, is Harry Potter. Some 12 years ago or more you disappeared from your foster home with your aunt's family and have apparently been lost ever since. Given what you've already said, I'd wager that you were found and adopted in your new home. Though how you managed to gain an additional 10 years of age is a story I would very much like to hear. The young man leaned back in his chair, having set his sword against it. His arms folded over his chest. That's your story, old man. I'm not seeing any proof though. Dumbledore slowly withdrew his wand, holding it to the side while allowing the boy to see it. If I may, I would like to perform a bit of magic. I assure you, none shall be directed at your person. I merely wish to show you your parents and let you make some decisions for yourself. While there did seem to be a twitch towards the sword from the boy, he nonetheless nodded assent. The headmaster slowly brought to life an image of the Potter adults, James and Lily seeming to hang in the air, slightly translucent. With the parents and child side by side, it was even more readily apparent that there was a familial resemblance between the three. These are James and Lily Potter, your parents. You see, they were killed by a dark wizard by the name of Voldemort when you were just a toddler. However, your mother was able to cast a spell on you that allowed you to slay the Dark Lord in return. As such, you were considered by most to be the savior of the wizarding world. Watching the boy lean in, Dumbledore could see the intrigue and curiosity swelling within those green eyes, as well as a dawning realization of the possibility that this could all be true. I don't know what took you away from the home of your family. Now that you're back though, we can see about reuniting you with them. That light of interest smoldered and faded away as the boy returned his attention to the headmaster. I've got a home, old man. One I'm extremely eager to return to. I have friends and loved ones waiting for me. I can understand and I sympathize. However, it would appear that you will need to complete the tournament before the Goblet will let you leave. Now, I realize we've gotten off on the wrong foot before. But as a dear friend to your dearly departed parents, it would be remiss of me to not help you get established while you're here. Please, allow me to help you. To guide you. While you may have been a friend to my parents, I don't know you and I don't know them. I'll be much more comfortable waiting things out back in Midgar. I'll make sure to catch a chopper to be back here for all the times you'll need me. The competitions, even your ball, though I'll be bringing my own partner, just so you know. Those green eyes seemed intense, almost unyielding, though there might have been a faint undercurrent of curiosity struggling to make itself known. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's true enough, my boy. With a wave of his wand he dispelled the image of the Potters, Atching as a tiny sense of loss finally showed in Harry. Though I'm not sure as how a chopper will help you. Muggle technology does not work on the grounds of Hogwarts. Still, as we've discussed, all is not lost. I'll see you escorted to your new accommodations and we can discuss more once we know about the first task of the tournament. Have a good night, Zach. The next few days were a mixture of fascination and frustration for Zach. The fact of Muggle, or non-magical technology not working on the school grounds was confirmed. There was no place he could use his phone, nor did anyone in the area possess anything similar. What's worse was that they confirmed that he was in a different world than the one he called home. There was no way for him to call home even if his phone had been able to work. Not to mention no way to travel. He was truly stuck there until he finished the tournament. Hopefully Eris would be okay without him. Maybe the Turks would keep an eye out on her for him while he was away. Learning magic was the fascinating part of things. They didn't use materia here. Rather they leveraged internal mana in a different manner, utilizing incantations and magical aids, such as a wand. While it would never replace the convenience of materia in combat, the sheer variety and scope of this new type of magic was impressive. There was even the possibility of using some of those spells through his sword or even without a wand. Many of the older students, once they'd gotten over the manner of his arrival, had spent the effort to get to know him. A surprising maneuver, Ivan, that he'd originally dismissed them all from his mind as being kids. Many of them were in their late teens and experienced magic users in their own right. That was especially true of the three champions. It wasn't until he'd been stuck at the school for a couple OFUE breakthrough. While wandering one of the upper halls looking for a place to train, he found doors appearing in one of the walls. Going through revealed a massive training hall, similar to the one back at Shinra headquarters. The hall even summoned creatures for him to fight. It was even better than the simulators and the sheer variety of monsters this world had. Not to mention how different they were from the ones back home, managed to keep him entertained for days. More time passed, in which Zack tried to study all he could of this new magic, especially as it pertained to the Goblet of Fire. He hoped to find a way to get the goblet to either send him back and summon him later if he were truly trapped in the magical contract, or find a way to break that contract. Unfortunately, his knowledge of magic was severely limited. If it didn't pertain to the sort, he just wasn't as capable. One day though, his new friend Hagrid, the giant hybrid, showed him something truly marvelous. Those are dragons. Honest, fire-breathing dragons. Zack watched as the beasts thrashed around in their cages, releasing blasts of flame into the air in their apparent frustration. Green eyes gleaming, he turned to Hagrid. Those for the tournament. I can't imagine you having your average student dealing with something so obviously dangerous. His hands ached to be on the hilt of his sword. He hadn't had a decent fight outside of the training hall in seeming months. For his part, Hagrid just scratched his head. No, I don't suppose they would make the regular students deal with dragons. Though I think they're just misunderstood, don't you know? No sir, they're here for the tournament. The big man seemed to cut himself off once. He noticed the expression on Zack's face. Now don't you worry, nothing is going to happen to these dragons before you get your chance at 'em. Though I do hope you won't go too hard on the things. Hey, have a hard enough time of it as it is. Zack readily agreed with his friend. While he was eager to test his strength against the great beasts, there was no point in killing it if it wasn't threatening anyone. Not like the ones that wandered the mountains of Nibelheim. Those ones were dangerous to everyone who wandered the mountains and needed to be regularly cleared out. That was one of the jobs of a soldier after all. Once Zack was back at the school, he made for each of the other champions, taking them aside and asking them what they knew about dragons in the first task. Diggory appear. To have had no idea the challenge was going to be dragons, while the other two seemed to be less surprised. Either way, they all shared their knowledge, though he was disappointed by the fact that her champions thought they wouldn't actually be fighting the dragons, that they would instead be having to bypass the dragons in order to retrieve another object, a type of magical golden egg. That didn't sound nearly as much fun as what he had in mind. When it came time for the first task, each of the champions pretended to be surprised when the announcement about the dragons was made. Everyone except for Zack, who instead of looking surprised looked excited, nearly bouncing on his toes. The dragon miniatures were chosen, leaving him with the one he wanted the most, the Hungarian horntail. Hardest part was waiting in the tent while the other champions confronted their dragons. He didn't even get to watch the fights, only listening to the announcer or the audience. While he did get to see some of the aftermath when the champions returned, including a slightly singed Delacour, that didn't tell him anything about the fights themselves or how the dragons behaved. Finally it was his turn and he shook off any remaining concerns to concentrate on the action. Shrugging his shoulders and feeling the familiar comforting weight of the buster blade on his back, he strode through the flaps of the tent and towards the battleground. They'd actually tried to take his sword away, saying that he was only allowed to bring a wand. Another demonstration of his ability to cast spells, albeit raw materia, through the sword allowed him to use the sword as a wand. The dragon was standing over a nest of eggs, its spiked frill extended in an intimidation display. Hidden among those eggs was a golden one that Zack needed to retrieve. Most likely the idea was the sneak or somehow get past the dragon without truly confronting it. He had a much different idea. Drawing the buster blade, LD it in front of him as he rushed the dragon. There was a hiss, followed by the sound of inhaled breath. Dodging aside, he narrowly avoided the fire breath, feeling the heat of it even without being touched. He quickly sent a blizzard at the dragon, having replaced the lightning materia in his sword with one of ice. The homing shards of ice slammed into the side of the beast, embedding there, though they failed to topple the dragon. Moments later the ice shattered, earning a hiss of pain from the dragon and a renewed flame assault. Zack continued to dodge around the arena, ducking around and behind rocky outcroppings. Occasionally he would dart forwards to land a hard sword strike to the dragon's snout. More than once this preempted a fire blast, the dragon rearing back in pain and confusion. No doubt from a person actually daring to attack it. The pauses between breaths grew with each attack until finally the dragon seemed to run out of steam. Or flame rather. With a grin, Zack turned. Ed from dodging to heading straight in on the dragon, taking huge swings that slammed into the armed scales of the dragon, some of them rocking the dragon in place. He was careful not to injure the creature too much, as he didn't want to upset his friend Hagrid. Keeping in close, he was able to dodge wing blows and claws as well as the snapping jaws. One particularly hard swing caught the dragon on the side of the head, knocking it dazed to the ground. Resisting the urge to finish with a beheading, he instead went to the nest, no longer guarded, and retrieved the golden egg. Holding it overhead in one hand, spun the buster blade in the other before latching it onto his back. There was a moment of silence from the audience, who had alternated between gasps of surprise and panic throughout the fight. Finally, they erupted in cheers as the judges announced Zack the winner of the task. Zack looked at the golden egg in his hands, settled down in the water of his bath. He'd been ensconced in one of the unused teacher suites. Apparently the school had more rooms than they had teachers. Glaring at the artifact, he hoped that this attempt at opening it went better than previous ones. He screeching that had echoed from the object had set his teeth on edge, and he'd heard some crazy sounds in his career as a soldier. The closest he could imagine had been harpies. Shaking his head and silently thanking Diggory for the explanation about the egg, he ducked his head underwater, listening to the message. Surfacing with a frown, he thought over what had been said. What did they mean by, "We've taken what you'll sorely miss"? There wasn't much that he would miss in this world. There were some friends, but they were casual at best. He'd avoided any entanglements of that type, for a number of reasons. Chief among them being his desire and need to return home to his world as soon as he could. The realization that this was the world of his birth had thrown him for a loop for a bit. His parents had never mentioned him being adopted and had never treated him any differently. No matter how he looked at things, Midgar and Gongaga were his true homes. Nothing truly tied him to this woe. RLD other than the legacy of his parents, and even that wasn't that significant given he'd learned nothing about them. While Headmaster Dumbledore had made some effort to educate Zack on the history of his birth world, nothing much had intrigued him. There was some talk about an inheritance, but he didn't feel entitled to it. He wasn't hurting for funds back home. Most of what he needed was paid for by Shinra, while the only person he what little she would take. There was a reason they'd had to fix up a broken down cart for her to sell her flowers from, after all. Finishing his bath, he returned to his sitting area, thinking about the other task in the tournament. The Yule Ball was approaching and he was supposedly required to bring a partner. While he hadn't really drawn close to any of the students, given the age difference, nor the staff for much the same reason, he had given some thought to who he would escort. There had been some effort from the students to capture his attention. No doubt due to his status as the boy who lived, and wasn't that a strange thing to be known for. Shaking his head while he performed maintenance on the Buster Blade, Zack finally made his decision. A slight smirk graced his lips as he pictured the reactions from those of this world. Dumbledore watched as the doors to the Great Hall opened, revealing the champions and their escorts. He was jeer to see which one of the many students he had subtly directed towards Harry had managed to capture his attention. There had been a lot of effort expended to keep the boy who lived interested in his duties. All to ensure that he would remain in their world should he by some miracle find a way to circumvent the goblet. The other champions all entered first, with predictable choices in partners. Mr. Diggory had gone with his girlfriend, Ms. Cho, while Ms. Delacour was accompanied by one of the many young men from Durmstrang. The Quidditch star, Mr. Crumb, brought someone from outside the school, which, while not against the rules, was rather startling, as the headmaster hadn't heard about it ahead of time. Finally it was the moment for Harry to enter. A collective gasp rose from the crowd and Dumbledore nearly rose from his seat as the plump form of Professor Sprout entered on the arm of the eldest champion. The teacher had foregone her normal earthy appearance for a cleaner robe, yet there was no denying who that was. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and wondered just what this meant for the future. Zack stood on the docks, his sword leaning on a pillar beside him. There was little reason to bring the blade into the waters and little chance that anyone would take it. Few there were among those in the tournament who could even lift it, and of those, none would do so without his permission. Furthermore, it made him less hydrodynamic. The more important question, however, was what was he supposed to be looking for down there? The merfolk had said they would take something he would surely miss. Since they hadn't taken the Buster Blade, he couldn't think of anything else. Especially as it seemed that the other champions had each had someone they cared about taken. A frown crossed his lips at that thought. Hostages used in a tournament like this, one that was supposed to be inspiring cooperation between the school, was way over the top. The Delacour girl was especially troubled, as it had been her sister that was taken. With that thought firmly in mind, Zack made his decision. Once the cannon signaled the start of the event, he jumped into the water and followed Ms. Delacour. With pantomime, he indicated his willingness to help her find her sister, and together they were able to fight off the creatures that swarmed the girl. It also seemed that her magic was dampened somewhat while underwater. Eventually they found the hostages with one surprising addition. Professor Sprout. He guessed she was supposed to be what he would miss most, even though he'd only talk her to the ball because her love of plants reminded him of Eris, and he was able to talk to her about magical versus muggle flower care so he could bring that information back to Eris. After freeing younger Delacour's sister and the professor, he made to free the other hostages, only to be confronted by the merfolk, who told him he was only allowed to take his own hostage. For a moment he considered forcing the issue, however. It was rendered moot by the arrival of a partially transfigured Durmstrang champion, followed quickly by Diggory. With all the hostages rescued, Zack made his way back towards the surface. The timing was good, as well as he'd been getting close to the limit of how long he could hold his breath. Once he was back on the docks, he headed towards the headmaster and the other tournament organizers. They were going to have a conversation on the use of hostages in what was meant to be a friendly tournament. Barty Crouch Jr. sat in his office, rubbing at his legs as he contemplated the tournament and the plan. From the beginning things had not been going as they should. The boy who lived being summoned was the only portion of the plan that had gone according to plan. From there things had only gone downhill. Not only was the boy not a boy, but he was in fact a hardened warrior. One that would be difficult if not impossible to subdue without the tricks planned for the final task. Fortunately those plans had already been in the works from the beginning. No, the real problem was that Potter wasn't taking guidance. In the guise of Professor Moody, Barty had been trying to gain the trust of the boy to help him work towards the final task. Not only was the boy standoffish, but he didn't seem to need any of the guidance. What should have been an unprepared child in a tournament of his elders was instead a seasoned veteran making a mockery of the competitions. One need only look at the non-magical way he had partaken of the second challenge to understand that. Perhaps it was time to focus on preparing for the Dark Lord's return, rather than the methods of that return. Things were already in place for the final task. The Champions Cup would just need a few more tweaks to handle Potter's revealed abilities. Then it would only be a matter of ensuring that the other champions wouldn't interfere with the boy. Not that they had much chance of that. After months of being away from his world, the end was near. Zack looked around at the stands, the gathered witches and wizards, the various dignitaries and other audience members. To them this was just sport, but to him it was the gateway of hope. The final task of the tournament would signal the end of his obligations to the Goblet of Fire, and hopefully the artifact would send him home automatically. If not, he had been researching several bits of magic in the so-called restricted section of the library and had some ideas on the type of magic he would need. Fortunately for his limited understanding of this world's magic, There had been an ample supply of students eager to help him learn in exchange for stories of his home and time as a soldier. Once again a cannon was the signal to begin the challenge, and Zack was off like a shot, dashing into the hedge maze with one hand on his sword and the other preparing some of the wandless cantrips he'd learned over the past months. While racing rough, he encountered a few of the monsters that Hagrid had introduced him to and tried his best to incapacitate rather than destroy, as he'd come to know how much the beasts meant to the half-giant. The giant spider, though he put down, no one needed to deal with those, and as much as he might respect the man, those spiders were a danger to everyone. While the monsters were expected, what wasn't seeing the other champions attacking each other. Most of them had followed Zack as he blazed a trail through the maze. Only Ms. Delacour had sought her own path, and he'd lost track of her. Crumb Atta. See, King Diggory was strange and out of character, as was the manner in which the boy fought. There was a distant quality to his eyes that spoke to control magic, though the only magic in this world Kappa Ble of doing so was one of the ones described as unforgivable. What that said about the people around the tournament boded ill. Dashing into the middle of the fight, he intercepted a spell on the bust. Blade before sending a fast jab at the side of Crumb's head, knocking the boy out. Frowning down at the Durmstrang champion, Zack shook his head before turning to Diggory. There's something strange going on. I'm getting a feeling that I don't like. I suggest we go together and see this thing through to the end. Winning the tournament isn't what matters to me as much as getting home does. Diggo. Rye nodded, and together they made their way through the maze, easily besting the rest of the challenges. They even hooked up with Ms. Delacour, and together the trio found the center of the maze. Waiting as expected was the Champions' Cup. A quick conversation with the other two champions had them all deciding to win together. At the count of 3 they each reached for the cup at the same time. The was a strange feeling, like being squeezed and dragged through a tube. Sights and sounds were jumbled, and there seemed to be some type of draining effect as well. With a thump he landed in a jumble, crashing against some type of stone block. From the sounds of the groans, the other two champions had arrived in much the same state of things. A hissing voice spoke from the darkness. Quickly, kill the spares. Forcing himself to his feet, Zack dragged his sword around towards the voice, spotting a fat wizard he didn't recognize brandishing a wand towards the two groggy teens. Just as the shout of Avada Kedavra rang into the air, the soldier managed to interpose his weapon between the attack and the kids, the wide blade easily handling the spell. The sword managed to stop the killing curse. Kicking forwards, Zack cleaved the wizard in half from shoulder to crotch, the two mangled halves sloughing away for only a brief moment before being engulfed in flame from Zack's materia. That same hissing voice cried out, "No, what have you done, you stupid boy?" Looking around, Zack finally spotted a bundle of some sort set next to what appeared to be a bubbling cauldron. By that point the TWO teams had managed to settle themselves down and made their way over. Searching the bundle revealed what almost looked like a deformed baby, one with what could only be described as an evil face. The scar on Zack's forehead, one of just many he'd accrued over the years, started to throb in agony as he looked down at the monstrosity. The thing then spake some more. "You see what I've become, Potter. This is all the fault of your mudblood mother." That hissing voice seemed to quiver with tiny rage. "From what I've already seen from you, whatever she did wasn't nearly enough. And it isn't Potter anymore. It's Fair. Zack Fair. I'm guessing you're the terrible Voldemort everyone seems so scared about." The two teens recoiled away from the malevolent baby with their own hisses. Ms. Delacour's features growing somewhat bird-like as a ball of flame started to manifest in her hand. Diggory had his wand out and pointed at the creature, though his hand was shaking. As evil baby Voldemort started to spout threats of vengeance and tales of woe, Zack pondered a few points. In the end, he was a rather simple man though. Shifting his grip on the buster blade until it was pointed straight down, he drove the blade through the head of the monster. It was the only correct way to deal with monsters after all. With a grin, he pulled the blade free, swiping it once to free the blood, then twirling it and resheathing it on his back. "Looks like I've finished what my mother started all those years ago." A column of flame suddenly engulfed Zack and he saw no more. Author's note. This chapter was heavier in terms of detail than I was actually expecting. I was planning on making these chapters more of a series of scenes on what each version of Harry would do once summoned, but it seemed to run away from me. I really enjoyed writing it though, and I hope that you enjoy reading it. Let me know what you think and what you would like to see in the future. Don't expect all the stories to have this much detail though. I am hoping to keep the length similar though. I do have the next chapter idea in my head, but would welcome reading suggestions. Also, if you enjoyed this story, consider supporting me and becoming a patron. Just look for me on that page that lets you support people. Thank you again for reading. The Arcane Mage. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. NLY lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a young man with messy black hair, dressed in some sort of leather outfit over blue robes. There was a staff in one hand while the other clutched a large tome. Eyes of otherworldly green gazed out from beneath dark brows, and just beneath the hairline was a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt. The young man seemed to blink for a moment before returning to look around the great hall. Leaning on the staff, he set the book to float next to him in a casual display of wandless, silent magic. Well, this certainly isn't one of the halls back in Stormwind. I wonder where the old man sent me. Now, Dumbledore cleared his throat to get the young man's attention. Excuse me, are you Harry Potter? It had to be him. The scar, the spell, the hair, all screamed the name of the son of James and Lily. The young man in question turned away from his contemplation of the students to regard the headmaster. Haven't been called that in years. You, Sually, they just call me Harry of the Kirin Tor. I suppose then that yes, I'm Harry Potter. And who would you be, sir? I can tell you're mages, but I don't recognize this place or the type of magic that seems to permeate the area. Albus offered the boy a gentle smile. So it was Lily's son after all. Excellent. Harry, it is so good to see you again. I am Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Quote, Harry cocked his head to the side, then shrugged. Never heard of the place. Must be one of the smaller schools on Kalimdor maybe. Well, it's nice to meet you, sir. Any idea why my father sent me here? Albus had to fight back the urge to gape at the young man. Never before had he been so summarily dismissed. Nor had Hogwarts ever been referred to as one of the smaller schools. It was one of the premier wizarding academies in all the world, after all. Also, what did Harry mean by father? Young man, perhaps if we could retire to another room, we could discuss these things in private. He gathered himself back together, leaning forward in his chair with a twinkle in his eye as he sent gentle mental probes towards Harry's mind. Just skimming the our face brought far more questions than it answered. Creatures he couldn't recognize, magic that was unfamiliar and seemed mostly destructive, and places that were utterly foreign. Alas, quiet and private were not to be. Some of the nearer students had apparently overheard the name of Harry Potter, and the chatter suddenly rose in the Great Hall. Many of those students were shooting looks at the boy who lived, while others were nudging their friends. The door to the champion's room even cracked open to reveal the confused gaze of Mr. Diggory, who looked at the professor. Is there something wrong? Were we supposed to keep waiting or come back at some point? The headmaster looked between the students of the Great Hall, Cedric, and Harry, and then stood and brought his hands together overhead in a thunderclap that caught everyone's attention. It would appear that we have a fourth champion. Harry Potter has been chosen by the Goblet of Fire to participate in the Tri-Wizard Tournament, which is supposed shall have to be renamed. Alas. Now though, if you will kindly hold all of your questions until such time that we have had the chance to speak with the champions, we shall return soon. With that said, Albus waved Harry towards the room with the other champions. Mr. Potter, if you would be so kind to join us, perhaps we can all figure out what's going on together, as your ignorance seems to be a mirror of our own. Harry looked around, still leaning on his staff, then shook his head. I think I'm going to have to decline. I'm not sure what this Tri-Wizard Tournament is that you've got me signed up for. But I never partake in something I haven't agreed to first. Now if you'll excuse me, the boy set aside the staff, which seemed to be just as inclined the tome, then began circling his hands around one another. With a sharp thrust of one first upwards, he vanished in a rush of sound. A moment later another pillar of blue flames erupted into life, fading away to once again reveal the boy who tried to disappear. Oh, come on now. Harry looked around the room, leaning on his staff. He'd let the old mage lead him into the room with the others, if only just to get away from the stairs. Usually it was his father who was getting the attention and Harry was free to wander and learn. This being the main focus was every bit as unpleasant as father had mentioned it would be. His thoughts went back to his efforts to teleport back home. The spell worked perfectly each time, sending him back to the tower in Stormwind. However, he would immediately be resummoned by whatever power was dragging him back to this Hogwarts. He'd never heard of a spell that could do that, or any artifacts that could do that either. Whatever was trapping him here was both powerful and relatively unknown. Not that he had the extent of knowledge of his foster father. In the years since Khadgar had adopted him after finding him in a basket outside Karazhan, Harry had been witness to countless examples of magic, all of which seemed to be the object of study for his father. The library at the tower was extensive, but never seemed to be enough for father either. Banishing those thoughts for later, Harry focused on the explanation from the man who had introduced himself as the headmaster to this academy, Hogwarts. And so, Harry must compete in the tournament. With having been chosen by the Goblet of Fire, he is bound by a magical contract, one which would cause the forfeiture of his very magic were he to abandon it. Harry blinked in surprise at that one. That sounded like blood elf magic. What was a horde artifact doing in a human academy and why was it being used in some sort of competition to bind the participants? He ignored the commotion from the other champions as he started going through his tome, checking several references before summoning more pages to begin taking notes. The details of the tournament he was able to glean from the conversations going on around him. Once his involvement was needed in those conversations he would pay attention, but until that time, he really needed to understand what it was that was trapping him here. Not that it was a bad place to be, but he wasn't even able to communicate with his friends, let alone father. That type of magical interference needed to be studied, duplicated, then eliminated. Wait, what was that about challenges? And why was he being housed with other students instead of getting his own place? He'd never had to live in dorms before and there was no way he was going to put up with that now. Why was he sharing a room with a bunch of other boys? Oh yeah, because he couldn't teleport or portal away. Any time he tried to magically leave Hogwarts, the stupid goblet would summon him back. He'd even tried hitting it with an arcane blast. That hadn't gone so well, the magical backlash flinging him down the Great Hall. At least his pride and dignity had only been injured in front of hundreds of people, rather than anything truly important. These boys on the other hand, that was the real tragedy. Most of them couldn't seem to get over the fact that he was Harry Potter. Sure, that might mean something but back home he was just the son of a famous mage. Yeah, he was learning magic for himself, taught by his father, and sure he was ahead of the curve when it came to dimensional and other arcane magics. But that wasn't what people here seemed to be talking about. For them, it was all about having survived an attack when he was baby. How was any of that his doing? If people were going to be impressed by something, he'd rather it be something he did, rather than a result from his dead birth parents. Ignoring yet another invite to play wizard's chess, and hadn't that been a disappointment? Harry made his way out of the dorm and onto the grounds. As long as he tried to move around in a mundane manner, it seemed that the goblet didn't care where he went. Making his way to the local village, he thought on the lessons he'd learned while stuck here. Wand magic was a fascinating subject. Potions would have been more interesting had the instructor been less combative, though the parallels to alchemy were something he was hoping to delve deeper into should he be able to find a different instructor. Their defense against the dark arts was also a rather fascinating course, as it seemed more theoretical than the types of magic he was used to. No magic missiles, no arcane blast, and even their shields worked on a completely different property. The instructor too was something of a unique experience, having apparently worked as a type of bounty hunter for their dark wizards. A few hours later, walking back in the early evening, Harry caught sight of the half-giant, Hagrid, heading into the area known as the Forbidden Forest. Curious, he followed behind the big man, only for his eyes to go wide as they arrived in a clearing in the forest. Dragons. They've got dragons in the forest. The other three champions looked at each other before returning their attention to Harry. The young man with the short hair folded his arms across his chest before saying, "Dragons. My headmaster has already told me about this. Though I thank you for the information." With that he stalked off. Harry watched him go for a moment before turning to the other two. He noticed the guilty expression on the young woman's face. "My headmistress has already told me as well." "I'm sorry, Harry," Cedric. "She told me not to tell anyone, but since you now know, I can at least share what I know with you." Harry sighed to himself. Of course those two already knew. Who expected these games to be fair, especially with something like the goblet in charge? It also figured that it was made by goblins, rather than the blood elves he originally imagined. He was more surprised the thing hadn't tried to blow up yet. "Okay, Harry, you can do this. It'll just be like talking to Auntie Chromie back home. Nothing to it. Just because the dragon looks nastier than any other you've encountered and that everyone else seems to be scared of the thing is nothing to worry about. You've got this." Harry trailed off as High's turn was announced and he left the tent to enter the arena. The stone arena was filled with rubble, boulders that would make it hard to blink around, though it did provide plenty of protection line of sight. At the very least he should be able to keep himself protected while he tried to negotiate. The black dragonflight had never been the most balanced of the dragons. He was really wishing they'd let him keep his staff for this encounter. Or even his tome, any of his artifacts really. Having only a wand, what he'd learned in a couple of months of a new magic system, and his own spells versus a quite possibly irate dragon was not on his list of things conducive to his health. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out to where the dragon to see him. She was much more intimidating in person. Definitely nothing like Auntie. "Hi there. Don't know if you know but I'm Harry of the Kirin Tor. I would like to open negotiations with you and was wondering if you wouldn't mind polymorphing into your humanoid form." As he dodged the blast of fire he came to the conclusion that negotiations might have broken down. "Your merfolk and my merfolk are two vastly different merfolk." Harry sat in the chair of the prefect's waiting room, looking across at Cedric Diggory. The two were comparing notes after listening to their eggs. Cedric had given Harry the clue to deciphering the screeching noise emanating from the egg. "There is only one type of merfolk, Harry. At least in Scotland. Those merfolk live in the Black Lake. I can understand that. However, you have to remember that this isn't my world. At least, not anymore. And where I come from, we have a number of races that live in the waters and none of them sound like that. They can alarestud, more or less, outside of the water." The revelation that this was his birth world and that the one he had grown up in was in a complete other dimension had come as a shock. It had also taken quite a bit of research on Harry's part, dissecting the spell that was continually resummoning him. Every few days he would try teleporting back home again, only for the goblet to bring him back to the great hall in a pillar of blue flame. After enough times he was able to get a better read on the magic and reached his conclusion about the two worlds. Cedric shook his head. "While all of that is fascinating, it doesn't change the reality of things. From what I'm guessing, the merfolk are going to take something we'll miss and drag it to the bottom of the lake. That means we'll need some way of navigating the water and staying warm. I was planning on using the bubblehead charm. But that's not something they teach to fourth years and I don't think there is enough time for me to teach it to you either." "Sorry, Harry. Don't worry about it, Cedric. I've got something from my world that will handle it. I just wish I had a clue on what they'll be taking from me. My staff and tome and the only things I've got and those are soulbound to me." Cedric shrugged. "I guess we'll find out when we get to the lake. Good luck." The water-breathing spell was one of the first Harry had learned when he was studying with the Draenei shamans who had joined the Alliance. Their magic had a lot of similarities to what he had been studying as a mage, with a few differences. Fortunately, it turned out that he was able to learn some cross-discipline spells. Unlike the majority of his peers who never even bothered to try anything that wasn't tried and true. Navigating the dark waters of the Black Lake would have proved more difficult if not for the Lumos spell that he'd learned here at Hogwarts. It was that type of utility that had him studying all the time when Father hadn't given him something specific to work on. Making his way deeper into the lake, Harry kept his eyes out for the merfolk and other denizens of the deep. At least there weren't any elementals, that he knew of. Having quizzed the other students extensively, He had learned that this world was much less martial than his own. That meant that his first plan of blasting away at the merfolk had to be mitigated to something less fatal. His first encounter with the Grindylows was easily handled with some simple arcane explosions. He made sure to lower the power of the blast as to not kill the creatures. More importantly, he had to make sure to exclude the poor Bobadan champion as she was tied up with the things. Once sure she was fine, he had her accompany him towards the city at the bottom of the lake, where they found the girl's sister, as well as some random student that Harry had spent time studying with. Shaking his head, he quickly freed both hostages and the foursome made their way back to the surface. The sooner he could get out of this tournament the better. WHO knew how things were going back home with the war. A maze. That was to be their final challenge. After facing a dragon and underwater creatures, Harry felt let down almost. At least the creatures and the maze were ones he felt no conflict about killing. Acromantulas and the blast-ended Scroot were much more comfortable opponents, though they were seriously lacking in loot. He still stuffed the corpses away for later examination. Maybe when he got home Father would know what to do with the bodies. After a strange encounter with Crumb, as well as watching Fleur get dragged away by vines, Harry finally reached the center of the maze and the Champion's Cup. For a few moments he just stared at the cup, pondering if he should even win the event. He didn't care about the prizes, as he would be aving and there wouldn't be an easy way to exchange currencies. The potential fame meant nothing for much the same reason. When Cedric showed up another moment later, Harry made a decision. He let Diggory have the cup. The Hogwarts champion took the cup and disappeared in a clap of light. Harry watched the hedge maze slowly start to wither away, an admittedly impressive piece of magic. Making his way through the receding maze, he was intercepted by a panicked-looking Professor Moody. "Where's the cup, Potter?" "Cedric's got it. Didn't you see him on the podium? That's where we were told it would take us." Several curses escaped the professor before he abruptly pulled his wand and launched several magical curses at Harry, who managed to blink aside while casting a shielding spell of his own. "Damn it, Potter. You've ruined everything. Everything. You have no idea what I had to go through to set everything up and you just let it slip through your fingers." Harry continued to doge, throwing out an occasional arcane blast that Moody intercepted with his own staff. A desperate frost nova delayed the stumping man long enough for Harry to blink away towards the stands, where he yelled out that he was under attack. Moments later there was a furious duel between the headmaster and the professor for the defense against the dark arts. He watched in surprise as Dumbledore managed to slowly and deliberately take his opponent apart until Moody was bound and gagged on the ground. It took some investigating, but it eventually turned out that Moody was an imposter, the real Alistair having been locked into a trunk the entire time. Cedric was never recovered. While Harry thought all of that was tragic, it wasn't his fight. He already had one war on his hand. With the tournament over, he tried once again to teleport home. The wizarding world never saw him again. Author's note. What would happen if Harry had been sent to Azeroth and found by Khadgar and raised to be an arcane mage member of the Alliance? What do you think? Any other ideas on what type of background you'd like to see for an interdimensional Harry Potter? The normal one. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a young man with short, wavy brown hair, blue eyes, and a scruffy beard. He looked around in apparent bewilderment. "Oh, this can't be good." Dumbledore looked at the young man in confusion. He was far too old to be Harry, but just maybe. "Excuse me, young man, but would your name be Harry, by chance?" The young man's eyes widened. "Bloody hell. No, I'm Daniel. I shouldn't be here. I can't be here. This isn't real." The headmaster watched as the young man grew progressively more distraught with each moment. He tried a cheering charm to help the boy relax. It did not work out the way he expected. "Bugger me. Magic's real, and I'm in the Harry Potter universe. I'm bloody Harry Potter again." "Excuse me, Daniel, but what do you mean by you're Harry Potter again?" "You see, I'm an actor. I played Harry Potter in the movies. Magic isn't real." Poor Daniel. The goblet couldn't find the Harry Potter it was looking for, so it decided that someone who had once been Harry would have to suffice. Things did not improve for Daniel, as everything about the wizarding world seemed designed to offend his sensibilities. When H.E. demanded time to sit down with the professors to talk to them about the world of his birth and the books into which he'd been drawn, his feelings of doom only increased. You mean you really plan on making me fight a dragon? Every test you've conducted has shown you that I'm a muggle. You can't expect me to compete. I'm afraid that the goblet forms a magical contract, one that would take away your magic should you fail to participate. Well, that's settled. I've got no magic to lose. I'm out. I'll find my own way home. The headmaster and professors watched Daniel get up and walk out the room. Okay, perhaps they wouldn't have actually allowed him to leave the room, let alone the tournament. It seems the goblet was able to use its magical tie to the young man to cause him intense pain should he try to leave the grounds or refuse to participate. The more Daniel resisted, the greater the pain rose. Unconscious at one point, he had no choice but to participate in the tournament. In that case, he would be forced to fight a dragon. Without magic, without a broom, with not even the ability or chance to access the muggle world for things he would recognize that might help him. Needless to say, this did not end well for Daniel. The audience fell silent as they watched the not Harry scamper behind a rock, trying to hide from the dragon. The young man peeked around the rock long end, out to catch a blast of flames to the face. There wasn't much left to save at that point. Or maybe Daniel makes the right decision and stays behind the rock, doesn't move and just times out the event, content to take a score of 0 for the event. At least he participated, so he wouldn't have any more negative encouragement from the goblet. Time spent learning magic proved useless. He couldn't wield a wand, couldn't use any of the other artifacts of magic. He did prove a smooth hand at potions, much to the irritation of Professor Snape. He couldn't find anything in the boy to dislike. There was no resemblance to James, and as a muggle, he was really beneath the professor's notice. The only reason the young man was allowed to attend the classes was because the headmaster insisted, as a thought of building a connection to the young man. More time passes. Daniel slowly settles into a routine, attending those classes that he could actually understand, such as the aforementioned potions, or astronomy, even ancient runes. He flicked from class to class until he found those that used less magic and more science. He also spent time with the contingents from the other schools. When it came time for the Yule Ball, he decided to escort one of the various professors he'd grown close to, having a delightful time, though he wasn't a fan of the music. That might have been more due to context than the actual musical ability of the various performers. Still, he had fun that night as he danced with many of the people he'd made friends with, most notably among the elder students and the various faculty. When it came time for the challenge in the lake, Daniel wasn't sure which one of his friends had been taken, but he knew there was no way for him to get to the bottom of the lake. Elle couldn't do magic, and they wouldn't let him order things from the muggle world to let him scuba down there. Instead, he kept his clothes on, jumped into the lake for a moment, floundered around, then struggled back onto the docks. Once again getting 0 points. Or maybe they let poor Daniel order from the muggle world. Because he was only limited in what magical aids he can use, he's allowed to use all the muggle things he can order. He gets a full wetsuit and scuba gear, a spear gun, and some powerful lighting to take down into the lake with him. Fortunately, he'd been able to spend some time getting used to the water in the weeks leading up to the challenge. The Black Lake deserved its name, as Daniel had a hard time navigating the further down he went. Not to mention he hadn't expected to need to go so far down. At least according to his partial recollection of the books and movies. Fortunately, the Grindylows decided to leave him alone. Oops, talked too soon. Thought too soon. Anyway, the little buggers decided that Daniel looked tasty and he wasn't able to dissuade them with his speargun once he'd shot his load. The creatures dragged the young man into the depths and he was never heard of again. Or maybe they really do leave Daniel alone and he makes it down to the captives and finds Professor Sinestra tied up. There was one other captive left, but he knew better than to help her. He manages to cut her free and brings her back to the surface. With the Bobadan champion having been unable to complete the challenge, Daniel manages to actually get points for that round. Not that he wants them. He still has no plans of fully participating. Especially given that he knows, or at least thinks he knows, what's going to happen after the final challenge. Several days after the completion of the second challenge, Daniel decides to confide in Sinestra, telling her about what he remembers from his world's stories of Harry Potter. While still confused about the supposedly fictional nature of their world, the astronomy professor is fascinated with the implications, one of the things that had originally brought them into greater contact than just that of professor and student. Over the course of weeks the two go over things, eventually bringing in the original two heads of house, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Between the four, they hatch a plan that would allow them to hopefully catch not only the masquerading Barty Crouch Jr., but also a possible Wormtail. It was decided that they would allow Barty to hatch his plan as originally designed. At least according to what Daniel remembered. There would be extra precautions for Daniel as he went into the maze, especially in regards to the soon-to-be Imperious Durmstrand champion. The day of the final challenge arrives. Harry enters second, stopping almost immediately inside the maze and stepping aside to wait for his escort. They arrive quickly, moving through the maze together to confront Victor Krum. Then emerge to find Barty already knocked out and trussed up, with several wands on him. The group sent to the graveyard never do find Wormtail though, leaving a worried Daniel and a frustrated Dumbledore. Or perhaps things don't go quite as planned for Daniel in the maze. Barty had figured things out ahead of time, especially with the performance at Black Lake. Instead of relying upon trickery and the Imperious, the Polyjuiced Death Eater grabs Daniel near the entrance of the maze, dragging the young man to the center, through all the defenses, and finally to the cup, the modified Portkey taking them to the graveyard. Daniel finds himself tied to the tombstone and the ritual undertaken by Wormtail, all under the watchful eye of Barty. Things don't go quite as planned. What emerges from the cauldron is a weakened body, too frail to even support itself. Worse than useless, it soon dies on its own, to the dismay of the watching Death Eaters and the silent delight of Daniel. The screaming soul fragment that emerged from the corpse went flying through Daniel, who could only shudder at the contact. He really shouldn't have chuckled in relief. Then he wouldn't have drawn the attent, ion and ire of a frustrated Barty Crouch Jr., who had just witnessed his entire plan go up in spectral smoke. Avada Kedavra, or maybe Daniel takes things in hand right from the beginning. Bloody hell, no, I'm Daniel, and if this is Hogwarts. Daniel whirls and points at Professor Moody. That man is a Polyjuiced Death Eater. Barty was a fast dueler, but he wasn't faster than both Dumbledore and Flitwick. He managed to block one stunner, but not the other. The headmaster looked from the collapsed man to his potions master, who immediately left to fetch the Veritaserum. While not the outcome he had anticipated, perhaps Dumbledore could make use of this, Harry. And just a quick what if. Poor Daniel, getting dragged to Hogwarts. Expect the next chapter to be a bit longer. I just wanted get this set of adventures out of my head. What did you think? Any other things you think Daniel Radcliffe would have done had he been summoned by the Goblet? This is a post-movie Daniel, by the way. One in his later 20s or early 30s. The Frost Mage, a pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a tall young Ma-En dressed in what looked like a blue trench coat of some sort, with a tricorn hat in the same blue. Beneath the coat was a heavy white shirt and black trousers tucked into equally black boots. The entire outfit had gold highlights in various places. He held a tall staff of some golden material, topped with a blue crystal. Green eyes gazed from beneath the brim of the hat. This isn't Delaran. The young man waved a hand and a shimmering image appeared in the air for ape that Dumbledore didn't recognize. The image popped apart a moment later, eliciting a frown from the young man. Can't reach Mom either. Just where did Calix send me? Professor Dumbledore coughed softly, drawing the young man's attention to where he'd been standing nearby. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, young man. I am the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. I confess to some confusion on how you managed to be here as well. Hogwarts, never heard of you. Must be a new school. Have you sent a representative to the Kirin Tor? The young man turned his gaze from the professor to sweep over the Great Hall, those green eyes intent. You look to be prospering fairly well though, so I commend you on your school. Dumbledore blinked at the statement. New school, I assure you, young man. Hogwarts is the finest magical education establishment in the world. The young man stood up straight, before swinging his staff onto his back, where it seemed to attach itself. Folding his arms across his chest, he said, "Then it would seem I've been sent further afield than usual, for I've been NEA/RLY everywhere in the world and I've never heard of your school. At least, not on my world." Another blink for the headmaster. "I beg your pardon. What do you mean by that? Do you not have otherworldly travel here? Teleportation? Portals?" The young man seemed to pause at the looks he was getting, not only from the headmaster but from many of the students who were nearest to the conversation. Reaching up, the young man removed his hat before running his fingers through his unruly black hair. Dumbledore stared for a moment at a scar that was momentarily revealed. The current topic, while fascinating, would need to be revisited. "Excuse me, but by any chance would your name be Harry?" That seemed to actually catch the young man by surprise. "Yes, Harry Potter actually. How did you know?" Dumbledore smiled widely, his eyes twinkling. "Oh Harry, my boy. It is so good to see you again after all these years. I'd feared you lost forever." More confusion from young Harry. "Not sure how you knew my name, headmaster. But perhaps we can move this conversation to somewhere a little less public." The headmaster nodded slightly. "Of course, if you would follow me." Before they had even started walking towards the doors of the great hall, the room was filled with speculation and murmurs, as well as several of the professors making to follow them. A confused Cedric poked his head out of the champion's room. "Were we supposed to keep waiting? That is a most extraordinary story, Harry." The two were in the headmaster's office, along with a smattering of other professors, most notably Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. Others had wanted to join the group, but Albus had decided that it would be better if it were slightly more private, at least to begin with. Leaning back in his chair, he considered the young man before him from over the tops of his glasses. There was definitely a resemblance to a young James Potter, once one looked for it. The clothing was robust and would have been more suited to something from the Durmstrand contingent. The staff leaning against the chair in which young Harry sat was also fascinating, and Dumbledore felt himself aching to study it, a feeling he felt echoed in Flitwick. Harry leaned back in his own chair, hands resting on the hat in his lap. "It's the one I grew up with. I never imagined that I would end up back in my birthworld anytime soon. We had only just begun researching new portal techniques for locating this world." He frowned slightly before shaking his head. "That a single artifact was able to track and bring me across the barrier between worlds. I would love some time to study the artifact. You called it the Goblet of Fire, correct?" Dumbledore smiled gently at Harry. "You are indeed correct, Harry. However, there are more pressing matters to consider." He ignored the incredulous looks from his professors, especially the particularly venomous one from Severus. "The goblet has brought you here for a reason. To participate in the Tri-Wizard Tournament, a contest between magical schools, whose participants are bound by a magical contract to ensure their cooperation." Harry's frown deepened. That frown grew deeper still when the explanation of a magically binding contract was given. "That seems pretty heavy for something I was entered into involuntarily. If what you say is true, I expect you'll have no objections to my studying the goblet to see how it ties to my magic." Typical Potter arrogance. "You think you have the magical knowledge to understand an artifact crafted by some of the most skilled goblin artisans." Harry turned his frown at Severus. "I'm sorry, who are you? And what would I know about Potter arrogance? I was raised by a Proudmoore in another world." Dumbledore managed to cut off Severus before more could be said to derail the conversation. "Perhaps the goblet can wait until you've had time to study the magic of this world, Harry. I'm sure the professors would be happy to work with you, as would many of the students." He inclined his head towards the other two heads of house. "Though I am at a loss to explain the age difference. You say you're in your late teens." Harry shrugged. "Not sure on that one. I can only tell you that I've seen nearly 16 turnings of the seasons while living with Mom. We figure I was a little over a year old when I was found." The headmaster ignored the scoff from his potions master, instead focusing on getting more details of Harry's life in another world, with additional questions and commentary from the other professors. Eventually, the conversation seemed to drift back to the circumstances that had brought Harry home. Dumbledore took the time to guide the questions towards Harry's disposition at the school, suggesting he take on of the long unused guest rooms for the night. They could continue things in the morning. So the dragons here aren't sentient. They're more beasts or monsters. The half-giant seemed taken aback. Oh, I wouldn't call them monsters. They're just misunderstood, is all. Harry considered the man before him for a moment before nodding. Of course, I wasn't implying that they weren't majestic beasts. I just meant that I wouldn't be able to negotiate with them like I would the ones on my world. Hagrid looked to think it over a moment before nodding. Well, I can't say as I know anything about that. But you might try talking to the dragon handlers. They might know something. The twice-displaced wizard offered the man a smile. That does seem like a good idea. Thank you, Hagrid. Happy to help. Harry walked through the flaps of the tent and into the arena, his eyes immediately tracking across the rock-strewn floor to the dragon standing protectively over a clutch of eggs. One was the obvious target, glowing golden, while the others appeared to be actual dragon eggs. A frown crossed his lips at the thought of endangering the precious eggs for the sake of a contest, his conversation with the dragon handlers coming to mind in regards to just how rare the dragons were in this world. Focusing on the dragon, he reached behind his back for his staff. The wizards had wanted to take it away from him, and it had only been his demonstration of channeling magic through the staff that convinced them it was his equivalent of a wand. Not that he needed the staff for his casting, but it definitely helped increase the potency of the spells. Channeling that magic across the dimensional divide, he called forth a water elemental. Sending it forward, it used it to grab the dragon's attention for long enough to start channeling a much longer spell. The temperature in the arena dropped suddenly and a small cloud grew over the dragon. Just before a burst of flame breath could finish off the elemental, it unleashed a frost nova, trapping the dragon's feet in ice. Fortunately, the dragon had been hovering protectively over the eggs, so while they might have been hit by the frost nova as well, they weren't affected as a blizzard to the dragon from the overhead cloud. Ice encrusted the dragon's wings, its back, its tail. As more ice grew over the dragon, its actions grew more distressed. Unleashed bursts of fire upwards to try and ward off the ice. It was to no avail. Before too long, the dragon was almost entirely covered. Harry walked calmly over and retrieved the golden egg, careful not to disturb the other frosted eggs. The ice wouldn't kill the dragon, but it would definitely be lethargic for a number of days as it recovered from the cold. Holding the egg aloft, he mawed his way back to the tent amid the roars of the crowd, both cheers and jeers. This world's merfolk are definitely not like the denizens of the waters of my world. Besides the obvious physical differences, that language is just painful to listen to on the surface. Harry looked from the egg to the notes he was taking from the tome in the library of Hogwarts. One thing he did have to give the school: they had an extensive collection of tomes. Most of his time was spent here. He wasn't the only one, though. Victor Crumb, the Drumstrand champion, seemed to spend a great amount of time in the library. Along with one of the Hogwarts students, Hermione, if he remembered correctly. She seemed to spend more time here than he did, as she was almost always there when he was. Closing the tome, he set it on the table, tapping the cover in thought. Perhaps it was time to actually get to know some of the students here. At the very least they would be able to help him better navigate the library and maybe they could help him with his studies of this world's magic. The sooner he could learn artificing, the sooner he could examine the goblet. Pardon me, Professor Flitwick, but could you please repeat that? The half-goblin, no relation to the ones of Azeroth, thankfully offered a wry smile. As one of the champions, you are required to bring a date to the Yule Ball, where you and the other champion couples will be the main guests. You'll lead many of the dances. Harry reached up, removing his hat to run his fingers through his hair with a sigh. I suppose that makes sense. Replacing his hat, he resisted the urge to sigh again. I don't suppose there is somewhere I can go to learn about the dances here. I imagine the ones my mother taught me wouldn't apply here. There was a light of curiosity in the professor's eyes, alongside a glint of amusement. No, I don't suppose they will. I have heard though that Professor McGonagall will be teaching her Gryffindors. Perhaps you can join them. After a slight pause, he continued, do you, by chance, have someone in mind to escort to the ball? Harry thought about it for a moment before slowly nodding. There is really only one student who I've interacted with. The rest seem to be suffering from a combination of fascination and trepidation when dealing with me. Those who do actually approach me always ask me about the scar I received as a toddler. As if I could remember what happened at that age. He gave a shake of his head. Sorry, didn't mean to go on a tangent there. Yes, I have someone in mind. I hope she's available. He trailed off as he contemplated just how much time the girl spent with the other champion. Then again, perhaps not. Sorry, Harry, Victor's already asked me. Don't suppose you have someone else you could recommend? Well, there's one of the Ravenclaws. She's a bit odd. Oh, Harry was surprised by how much he enjoyed the Yule Ball. It wasn't that different from some of the functions his mother had taken him to. Certainly the music was vastly different from what he was used to. However, the company more than made up for it. Really, Harry, you don't have to spend the whole time with me. I know there are others who would like to dance with you. Smiling down at his dance partner, he shook his head. There is no one here more important than you, Luna. Not only did you accept my invitation to the ball, but not once have you tried to ask me about my time as a baby. The young lady in his arms cocked her head to the side. But you're not a baby. Why would that matter? Exactly. They have no interest in me as a person, only as a symbol. You, however, have been an utter delight. You talk to me, you tell me things I didn't know. And you listen. So thank you, Luna, for Mackin. Gee, this one of the best nights of my time here at Hogwarts. You're welcome, Harry. Harry glared at the Black Lake, fear and anger warring for dominance as he listened to the rules of the second task. When Luna hadn't showed up to visit before the task, he had been disappointed. His first real friend in his land, and she'd already been called away. When he heard that something important had been taken and hidden in the waters. That disappointment had switched to fear for his new friend. Then anger that they would possibly endanger his friend for the sake of a contest. Ignoring the sound of the cannon, he instead focused on the spell. It was one he'd seen his mother use but hadn't had the chance for himself. Hopefully he didn't kill himself casting. At the end of the docks, a fog rolled in. The glowing blue outline of a ship emerged from the fog, slowly solidifying into wood and steel, that faint glow lingering in places. Harry collapsed to the docks, panting, his arms quivering as they struggled to support him. After a moment he was able to make it to his feet, lumbering towards the ramp of the ship that lowered to let him aboard. Within a moment of his boarding, the ship sank beneath the surface of the lake. Gripping his staff, eyes gleaming with power, letting him see through the water, though most of the water was kept away by the ship forming a protective bubble over the deck. A water elemental formed at his side as he streamed through the water, his focus on the depths and finding his friend. Merfolk and other denizens of the depths were ignored, though most made way automatically for his ship. The elemental was sent after a group of Grindylows that tried to attack the ship, a quick frost nova leaving them well behind as he continued towards the center of the lake. Soon enough he arrived to find a group of children bound to a stone at the center of the Merfolk village. Luna and Hermione he recognized immediately, the other two not as much, though the youngest reminded him of someone. Ah yes, the Beauxbaton Academy champion, must be a family member. No matter, he would help them all. Diving through the water barrier, he grabbed the nearest sharp rock he could find and cut free Luna. After shoving her towards the ship, he moved to help Hermione, only to be interrupted by a partially transfigured Victor, who came chomping by to retrieve the girl. Blinking in surprise for just a moment, Harry shook his head before working to free the other two. A quick ice lance sent any dissenting merfolk scattering. With the three young women on his ship, he quickly made way back to the docks. It was time for another long talk with Headmaster Dumbledore. The more he learned about this world, the more he wanted back home. It had taken some doing, but he'd final. Why convinced Luna to tell him what had been going on in her time at Hogwarts? Normally she only talked about the magical creatures that she was studying. Or her general studies in magic. However, he'd begun to hear things from the other students when they thought he couldn't hear, then eventually approached Hermione about it. Once she confirmed some of what he'd heard, he'd gone straight to find Luna. Now that he knew though, what was he to do about it? Confronting the bullies seemed like the obvious choice, but would it really help her? What would happen after he returned home? Most likely the bullies would return to their own ways without him around to threaten them. Frowning, he considered teaching her how to summon an elemental, curious as to what type of affinity she might be drawn to. Perhaps air. This bore more thinking on. Scowling down at the closed book in front of him, Harry finally set it aside. There was no way he would be able to learn enough about this world's artificing in the Interdimensional task. That made studying the goblet to get home early difficult enough as to seem impossible. Leaning back in his chair, he thought about what he'd accomplished over the months he'd been at Hogwarts. There were very few people he'd bothered to get to know, mostly just Hermione and Luna, with a couple more casual acquaintances, mostly among the other schools rather than the students of Hogwarts. People who hadn't been interested in him just for his scar. Studying a different type of magic had been fun, he admitted to himself. Wand magic was different enough from back home, Acco. MP lishing things he would have never imagined. The way they handled potions, for instance. He had a few books stored to go over in more depth with the alchemists in Stormwind and Dalaran. Several other types of magic had intrigued him as well, especially things like transfiguration, a style of magic for which he'd had no real equivalent. Pushing back from the table, he decided to leave the library. Maybe he should spend some more time with those friends before the final task. Especially Luna. Her view of the world and its various lesser-known magical flora and fauna was an absolute delight. A hedge maze. That was the final task. Sure, it was supposed to be populated with dangerous creatures and challenges, but would this really be that much of a challenge? Also, what's the point of having an audience when there was nothing to see but the outside of the maze? It wasn't like watching a battle in an arena. Everyone there would be bored out of their minds. This was like the second task all over again. Harry shook away those thoughts. They weren't really his concern and were out of his hands, really. All he had to do was participate in the task, and his requirements to the Goblet of Fire's contract would be completed. He didn't even have to win. At least there was no one else at stake this time around. Glancing from the entrance to the maze and to the defense of the Against the Dark Arts teacher giving him meaningful looks, Harry continued to hide his frowns. The man had tried getting close to him throughout his time in Hogwarts. While he was definitely well versed in this world's magic, his style of combat wasn't close enough to what Harry had been trained in, making it hard to adopt those tactics. He did keep practicing some of the spells though. Wielding a wand may be inconvenient compared to how he normally would cast spells, but the sheer variety and difference of those spells should make for a surprise next time he was facing down the horde. The cannon firing interrupted his thoughts and Harry headed into the maze. The acromantula gave a final chitter before slumping where it was impaled by icy shards. Harry panted as he leaned against the hedges. That had ally been more difficult than he'd originally thought. It also hadn't been the first monster he'd encountered along the way. He'd recognized Hagrid's little creations, the blast-ended Scroot. Those had been equally horrifying, though they would have fit in perfectly back home. Same with the acromantula. Oversized creatures were pretty standard in a lot of places. Finally regaining his breath and stamina, Harry worked his way deeper into the maze. He hadn't planned on traveling so far, having only wanted to stay on the outskirts as a way to participate. However, something always seemed to drive him deeper. Whether that be some creature, or a random attack by Victor, who Harry thought he had been on cordial, if not friendly, terms. Eventually, he arrived at the center of the maze, where the championship cup stood on a pedestal. Waiting to be taken, Harry stared at the cup for several minutes, waiting, hoping that one of the other two champions would arrive. This was their world, after all. They deserved to win. Finally, he decided to just end things, making his way through the clearing and taking hold of the cup. He really should have expected it when the thing whisked him away in a gut-wrenching whirl of colors. The moment the world stopped spinning, Harry cast a frost nova and then blinked in a random direction. He wasn't expecting to crash into a tombstone, of all things. Looking around, he found himself in what appeared to be a cemetery, with a lot of the other tombstones now carrying a lining of ice. There was also a wretched-looking man encased in frost, with wand outstretched. Definitely not a friendly welcome. Drawing his own wand, he first banished the strange man's wand, then bound him with a quick incarcerus. Switching from wand to staff, he slowly approached the man, eyes scanning the surroundings. There was a cauldron, some supplies, and some sort of cloth bundle, all frosted. A soft voice drew Harry's attention from the man to the cloth bundle. Even now, you defy me, Potter. Reaching out with the end of his staff, he slowly pulled open the bundle to reveal some sort of wizened creature, vaguely humanoid. You see what I've been reduced to. All because of you and that night. Harry watched the creature for a moment before realization had his eyes widening. This was the Dark Lord Voldemort that had everyone so terrified they couldn't even say his name. How is it you're alive? They told me you were defeated all those years ago, even giving me credit for it. Was that all a lie? It is only a partial truth, Potter. I live on, if you can call this living. The thing, Voldemort, trailed off, as Harry jammed its sternum with his staff. Then let's see if I can finish the job this time. Harry landed with a crash on the champion's platform outside the maze. Clutching the cup and a bundle of cloth, a musical fanfare greeted him as he struggled to his feet. There was all kinds of hubbub concerning him winning, which he ignored to instead walk over to Dumbledore. Dropping the bundle at his feet. Here's your Dark Lord. Don't let him get away again. Harry was cut off as he was engulfed by a pillar of fire. When the fire disappeared, so did Harry. Alternate ended suggested by Death MPV via review. Harry walked over from the champion's platform, a struggling sheep in his arms. Here's your Dark Lord. He'll stay like that for a few more minutes. Make sure you use that time wisely. And Harry Potter the Frost Mage, from the world of Warcraft, as raised by Jaina Proudmoore. Sword Magus. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a young man with messy dark hair in a Japanese high school uniform. He took one look around the room, green eyes scanning over the inhabitants. Before Dumbledore could greet him, the young man spun away from where he'd been standing. Some type of wooden practice sword spun into his hands. Dumbledore hadn't even seen the young man wearing it. The young man put his back to the wall, his gaze sweeping from the students to the teachers, pausing for a moment on Hagrid, before finally locking on Dumbledore, who had just stood from his chair. A stream of words, that the headmaster identified as Japanese, left the young man. Responding in kind, the headmaster watched as the young man's green eyes locked onto his. Raising his hands in a calming gesture, he asked if he spoke English. He nodded with a smile. Ah, excellent. Perhaps we can clear some things up together. It would appear that the Goblet of Fire has summoned you here for reasons currently unknown, though perhaps. Albus hesitated for a moment before asking, are you, perchance, Harry Potter? Those green eyes widened for a moment before narrowing. How do you know that name? Dumbledore offered a gentle smile. Oh my boy, we've been looking for you for years. Welcome home to Hogwarts. I am Professor Dumbledore and I was a close friend of your parents. Was. They're really dead then. We always suspected but. Harry trailed off with a shake of his head. Doesn't matter. The name is Emia now, by the way. Harry Emia, and I'm going to need to know a bit more about this goblet that summoned me. He paused again as he looked around. And is this the best place to be having this conversation? He motioned to the student. Dumbledore blinked before turning his gaze towards the tables of the Great Hall, filled with students who only barely managed to keep their excited chatter and speculation to a dull roar. How had he missed that? Quite. Perhaps we should step aside, and would please put up your sword. We don't allow weapons in the school. No offense, Professor Dumbledore, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline that last request. I'm in an unknown location, summoned by unknown means, facing unknown peoples, one of which appears to be pointing some type of wand at me. Turning slightly, Dumbledore looked at the head table then sighed. Please, Severus, this is hardly the time. Professor Snape sneered. It would appear the Potter arrogance knows no bounds, Headmaster. He refuses to disarm even after being asked. Only a fool would disarm in these circumstances. Harry glared back at the professor. I'll take care of it myself then. Severus whipped his wand forward and snapped off an Expelliarmus. A pierce of stone tore free from the floor, rushing to intercept the spell. Another piece shifted into the shape of a sword before rushing towards the professor. Only a quickly cast Protega kept the potion's master from being impaled. Dumbledore moved himself between the two, offering a quick nod of thanks towards Flitwick, who had already put away his wand. That will be quite enough, the two of you. Severus, Harry will be allowed tea. Oh, keep his sword, though I would hope we can make him comfortable enough to feel that he doesn't need it. His feelings on the matter are understandable. Harry's eyes narrowed again before nodding. Fine, let's move this somewhere else. Dumbledore, looks like we both need answers. The chatter in the room had grown even louder at the display of wandless magic and followed the two out of the room. Dumbledore sat back on his chair, contemplating the young man before him. While it was clear from their conversation that this was Harry Potter, he wasn't the Harry Potter of this world. They confirm several differences between the two worlds, from the rise of Voldemort to Harry's having been placed with his aunt and uncle. However, that's where things seemed to have diverged. The Dursleys had been on a trip to Japan when they were caught in a fire. Only Harry had survived, having been found along with another child and then adopted and raised by one Kuritsugu Emiya. Harry and Shuru had been taught a different form of magic that was unknown at Hogwarts, or, to the best of Albus's knowledge, in their world. After several demonstrations of the magic circuits from Harry and an examination by several of the professors except for Severus, who had been asked to leave after the man could keep his acidic comments to himself, it was definitely a unique form of magic. That it blended with transfiguration was fascinating, and the researcher in him tried to compel Dumbledore to continue exploring the implications. However, he valiantly put those urges aside to concentrate on the current situation. He proceeded to explain about the Goblet of Fire and the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry's gaze took on a dark undertone. I'm already involved in one magical tournament I didn't want to be a part of. This one doesn't seem to have any less of a dangerous consequence to non-participation. Albus blinked at the statement. Beg your pardon. Harry waved away the question. So what exactly do you expect me to do with this tournament, Headmaster? I'm not familiar with your form of magic, nor am I a member of any formal school to represent. This isn't even my world. That gave Dumbledore pause. Who would Harry represent? Perhaps one of the schools from the Orient. They could contact several and see how they felt. Of course, that presented its own challenges. That is a question for another time. Perhaps until we can figure that out, you would be willing to study with the students here at Hogwarts. We have 4 houses that I'm sure would be happy to house you with their students. The assorted heads of house all chimed in with their willingness to host Harry, with the exception of the missing Slytherin head. Harry nodded slowly, then spent several minutes asking questions about the houses and their accommodations. He eventually settled on Ravenclaw, citing access to their library as the deciding factor, while Flitwick left to contact some of his students to help get Harry settled in. The rest of the group spent some time familiarizing Harry with the types of magic they taught. They covered everything from magical plants and animals to the transfiguration that Harry seemed already familiar with. There was even mention of potions, though Harry seemed to dislike the topic once he learned that Severus was the potions master. By the time Flitwick returned with several students in tow, Harry looked ready to get some sleep. After offering his thanks to the headmaster, Harry followed the group from the room. Leaning back in his chair, Albus contemplated just how changes in Harry would affect his ability to stop Tom. Would he still be the savior of the wizarding world? Harry looked around the room. By a quirk of numbers, he was able to get what was normally a room for 4 all to himself. That was fortunate, because he had some things that he didn't want anyone else knowing. His voice was barely a whisper as he called, "Castor." Shadows coalesced in a corner of the room before forming into a cloaked figure. Pale hands reached up to lower the hood, looking around with those piercing brown eyes. It would appear that this is indeed the Hogwarts of which I am familiar. Taking a seat on the bed, Harry sighed. I know you mentioned it when I got summoned, but it's still strange that I would be dragged somewhere like this. Especially with you as my servant. Castor shrugged, before offering a rare half-smile. Perhaps there is more to the tie between us than we originally suspected. After all, only you could have called me from the Grail. He tapped a spot on his forehead, one that corresponded to Harry's scar. Harry grimaced. I still find it strange that the person who tried to kill me as a babe is the one who ended up as my servant. A soft chuckle escaped Castor. Life is strange. I for one still find it strange that a babe was the one who killed me, though I get the feeling that our story together is about to become even more complicated. At least the immortality that I sought has been obtained, in a way, through my contract as a servant. My magic is greater here than I could have ever imagined, and I have you to thank for it." Shaking his head, Harry said, "I didn't do anything other than survive, and we both know it was more my mother who made that happen than anything I could have possibly done. Anyway, we're getting far afield. I don't think this world is ready for the return of their boogeyman, even the way you are." Castor grimaced. "Perhaps not. Not that they need to know. I have no intention of contacting my former servants. Nor do I intend to make any sort of name for myself here. For one, the Grail War still takes precedence. The power the Grail offers us far surpasses anything I might obtain for myself here. Not to mention we aren't sure what your summoning truly means here. The Goblet of Fire was a rare and most importantly, unstudied, artifact in my time. I feel that there are too many unknowns regarding our circumstances here. We must proceed with caution." Castor paused before adding, "Just imagine what were to happen should any of the other Grail War participants find a way to join us here." Both servant and master shuddered at the thought of Ilyusville von Einsborn being unleashed upon this world. Harry worked with the Ravenclaws to bring himself up to speed on the local equivalent of magic. Wand magic seemed to be the most prevalent style, though herbology and potions, the subject, not necessarily the class itself, were a delight, and he could already see parallels that he hoped to study once he returned to his world. What truly fascinated him was the magic he was already somewhat familiar with. Transfiguration. Being able substance to another was what allowed him to create different swords for his combat style. Yet that was only scratching the surface of what the magic was capable of. Changing shape was trivial compared to changing the very foundation of what something was. Teacup to rat and back. Match to needle. What were the limitations of the craft? Learning that most magical objects and people were resistant to transfiguration was a comfort. He'd originally had Night Aries about being changed into various inanimate objects or some other helpless creature. At least he didn't have to worry about that from the majority of wizards. It was the ones that were truly powerful that he would need to keep an eye on, such as the headmaster or perhaps the defense professor. The stories he was being told by the students about the former Auror, some kind of magical cop, were truly frightening. Would he be able to copy Shuru's ability to replicate swords? At least some of the properties. Maybe if he studied some of the swords to the point that he could truly understand he would be able to transfigure his other elemental swords into something similar. His ability to analyze the structural integrity of an object wasn't anything close to his adopted brother's, but he at least understood the basics. It allowed him to strengthen the swords he formed from stone, wood, and metal. When he had the chance, Harry would spend time with Professor McGonagall discussing transfiguration, the history and culture behind the magic, as well as the limits that have already been explored by previous generations. The teacher seemed delighted to have someone take so much of an interest in her subject, not to mention having stories about his parents and their time at Hogwarts. It was interesting to learn that his father had been somewhat of a transfiguration prodigy as well. Many of the Ravenclaws joined him during his extra study sessions, more with each passing day. They were an interesting mix of studious and curious. He even found himself bonding with many of the younger ones, at least to start. His understanding of wand magic and wizarding magic in general was nearer to their level, though even as he advanced he made sure to keep those connections. He thoroughly enjoyed working with all of them. Back home he only had Shuru to talk to about magic, and considering that they both only had a basic understanding due to their father's poor teaching, that wasn't all that good. The only good thing out of the Grail War thus far had been Castor and interacting with Tasaka as a magus rather than just fellow students. Speaking of Castor, no, I'm not going to transfigure Draco into a ferret. I don't care how annoying he is, he's only a child and not any type of threat to me. I think you're missing an opportunity here, Harry. It lets you practice human transfiguration on targets that aren't trying to kill you, without having to worry about as much of the consequences as you would back on our world. Harry frowned before slowly nodding. He hated to admit it, but the servant had a point. Dragons. Were to face dragons for the first task. Harry looked at Ludo Bagman, one of the tournament organizers as well as one of the judges. The grin on the man's face seemed a bit out of place for such an announcement. Yes, exactly. You'll each reach into this bag here and draw forth a miniature of the dragon you are to face. There are 4 dragons in total, 1 for each of you." The man smiled again, his gaze switching between the gathered champions, though Harry felt that gaze lingered just a smidge too long on himself. As the other champions went first to draw their dragons, Harry thought over what he knew about this world's dragons, which amounted to absolutely nothing. It hadn't come up during any of the Ravenclaw study sessions and wasn't a subject that had been covered in any of his classes. In fact, this was the first time he'd even heard that there were dragons in this world. Watching the other champions, he noticed that the ones from Durst, Rang and Bobaden appeared more at ease than Cedric Diggory, the champion from Hogwarts. Were they more familiar with dragons? Or did they perhaps already know what this challenge might have entailed? Harry's attention was drawn to the miniatures being held by the other 3 champions. The tiny dragons were animated in some manner, fully ambulatory, and he wondered just how faithful they were as a representation. What could he do with one of them? When it was his time to draw a dragon, there was only one left. The Norwegian Ridgeback. Ludo's excited chatter washed over Harry as he focused on the tiny dragon. There were possibilities here. Refocusing on the announcements, he asked, "So we just need to acquire the golden egg. Are there any limitations on what we're allowed to do with the dragon?" Bagman appeared confused by the question. "Other than only being allowed your wand in the arena, there are no other rules." Harry glanced at the French champion for a moment, before turning an innocent look at Ludo. "I think most of us would look pretty silly going out there with nothing but a wand. Except for her, who I think would look amazing with just a wand." For a moment the tent was silent, until a guffaw escaped from Crumb. Everyone else seemed to be staring at Harry. A slightly red Ludo Bagman stammered a correction to his statement that they could only be armed with a wand. They were of course expected to be properly attired. Shaking his head, Harry ignored the rest of the explanation. He had been chosen to face the dragon last as well as having picked last. That gave him time to solidify his plans. Stepping into the arena, Harry glanced around the rock-strewn floor, eyes drawn to the dragon standing protectively over a clutch of eggs. The golden egg gleamed among the others and his eyes narrowed. They wouldn't really endanger actual dragon eggs just for a tournament, would they? From the brief history he'd been able to learn about the creatures, they were already rare. Something like that would be a treasured resource in his world. Harry frowned. His original plan of skewering the creature with transfigured swords wasn't going to be viable. Oh, it would definitely work. But he didn't want to risk killing the dragon. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the miniature version of the hornback. Drawing his wand, he casually tossed the model into the air. Then cast a quick Engorgio and banishment on it. The enlarged dragon model grew to just slightly smaller than the original, and it landed a small distance away, hissing at the dragon, just out of fire-breathing range. Mother Dragon did not appear to appreciate another dragon being so close to her eggs and struggled against the chain keeping her in place in her desire to force the other dragon from her territory. Harry transfigured some of the arena stone into a sword, then switched it to metal and fired it off at the chain. It cut just enough that the dragon was able to snap a link, freeing it to charge after the challenger. Keeping a careful watch on the melee, Harry snuck closer to the nest before charging and snatching the golden egg free. His victory was short-lived as Dragon seemed to sense his intrusion and snapped her head in his direction. He let out a yelp as it turned towards him, ignoring the dragon model that snapped ineffectively at her. Fortunately, likely due to his proximity to the nest, she didn't immediately bathe him in fire. Unfortunately, she decided that a tail swipe was more appropriate. Harry was sent flying, only a quickly created sword protecting him from being lacerated. He'd definitely have bruises to contend with. Tumbling across the arena, he was barely able to find his feet at the end, trying to orient himself back towards the tent. Wasn't the contest technically over? Someone should mention that to the dragon. Maybe freeing her hadn't been the best idea. Skewering was beginning to look like a good idea again as he ran. Quickly dodged between rock outcroppings and the occasional giant form rock sword he dragged from the ground, tosping for breath behind one such sword. Harry debated calling for Castor. The voice in his head told him to call for Castor. However, he was reluctant to reveal the presence of his servant, for a number of reasons. Instead, he decided to go for a modified version of his original plan. Blue, NTED stone and metal swords tore and transfigured themselves from the surrounding stone before launching themselves to slam into the dragon. Other than hisses of annoyance, they weren't hurting the dragon. But at least she wasn't trying to barbecue him anymore. Peeking around the edge of the sword he was hiding behind, he watched the dragon for a moment, getting a sense for her movements. His swords switched their timing slightly, getting the dragon into a rhythm. Once he was sure of his plan, he transfigured the largest sword in his life, the blunted tip ripping from the floor to slam into the underside of the dragon's jaw. There was sort of a squeak and a grunt and what Harry would have sworn was a look of surprise in the dragon's eyes, right before they rolled into the back of her head and the dragon swooned to the ground. For a moment the arena was silent. The announcer shouting out that Harry had knocked out the dragon drew a roaring cheer from the crowd. Harry just collapsed panting. "Your compassion makes you weak, Harry." Harry frowned at Castor before turning to continue his practice. They were in the Room of Requirement, a secret chamber within Hogwarts that responded to the wishes of the person needing the room. Currently it was configured to resemble the dojo back home where he would practice sword techniques with Shuru. "It is part of what keeps me human in a world of magic and servants." He paused, resting his sword on the ground for a moment. "And it helps keep me connected with Dad." His thoughts wandered to the man who had raised him and Shuru after the fire that had killed his relatives and left him twice orphaned. Castor stood off to the side, arms crossed over his chest. "That does not change the facts, Harry. Had you allowed yourself to strike for blood at the beginning of the fight, you would not have had as much trouble. You would not have risked injury. You would not have risked death." Dark brown eyes narrowed. "You would not have risked my returning to the Grail with my wish unfulfilled. Ah, now we reach the true meaning of your concern. Thank you for reminding me, Castor." Castor rolled his eyes. "My concern can be for us both, Harry. While I understand your desires here, I do not have to enjoy your methods. Showing weakness of any kind, even that of kindness, can get you hurt in the wizarding world, from those who shared my beliefs in the superiority of wizards." Harry nodded, then let his sword fade back into the magic the room had used to create it. This really was the best piece of magic he had ever seen or even heard of. Far superior to any mystical code. "I don't necessarily disagree with you, Castor. I'm just willing to suffer the consequences of my choices." Castor sighed. "Oh Harry, it is not your suffering that has me worried. But we'll put that aside for now. Until then, we must think of what to do about your golden egg. The mermaid said that they would take something you would sorely miss, but that does not give us a clue as to what it could be. You don't have many possessions in this world and I doubt they have the magic to reach into our world to take one of your precious people from there. It stands to reason that they would therefore take someone you associate with here. That would limit it to the student body that you interact with, mostly among the Ravenclaws in the study groups, as you don't seem to have grown close to any of the other houses. I'm only close to a few in Ravenclaw. We'll have to see what we can do to keep them safe. Maybe some bounded fields around the dorm. Is the something we can do for them individually that? A Yule Ball. Interesting. And because I'm a champion I am to bring a date. Thank you for telling me, Professor. I'll get on that right away. Professor. Esser Flitwick smiled and patted Harry on the hip before walking away, happily humming. Harry watched the professor for a moment before shaking his head. Not what he had imagined, but at least it gave him a better idea of who would be used for the second task. No doubt they would use his choice of date as evidence of the person being who he would sorely miss. Turning back towards his room, he read the possibilities while mentally talking over some options with Castor. Perhaps they should warn whoever they asked to be their partner of what could happen with the next task. A bounded field to make them trackable. Harry ignored the announcements for the task, focusing on the tracker he had on Padma. He had her general direction and what he supposed was depth. From what he could tell she will be about the center of the deepest part of the lake. Fortunately, Castor was able to teach him both the warming charm and the bubblehead charm. Once the cannon fired, Harry cast both charms and dove into the water. Drawing a pair of large metal chunks from his pockets, he transfigured them into swords that flowed through the water beside him as he made his way towards his tracker. It took only a minutes to navigate the depths and reach what he assumed to be the mermaid village. What few pieces of lake life that tried to interfere were easily discouraged by sending his swords slashing in. Only one particularly persistent Grindylow ended up with more than just a scratch, though that one would end up feeding other parts of lake life. Spotting Padma tied to a rock, he quickly made his way over, using a sword to cut her free. Then kicking to the surface with her in tow. As his head breached the surface and he heard Padma take a breath beside him, he had to wonder if that was supposed to be more difficult than it was. "Think you're pretty slick, don't you, Potter?" Harry paused on his way through the courtyard, turning to confront one of the few students at the school who had proved just as antagonistic as the potions professor, whose class he had stopped attending as he wasn't actually a student in the school. "What is this about now, Malfoy?" Draco Malfoy, flanked by his two bodyguards, and followed by a gaggle of other students, mostly from Slytherin House, strode across the courtyard. "You just had to go and show up the true Hogwarts champion and show just how superior you think you are. Well, I've just about had enough of your antics, Potter." Harry ignored the urge to skewer the young man. This wasn't a combat situation. He wasn't involved in a war for his life. Instead, it was a one-sided rivalry from a boy who seemed bound and determined to use Harry's position as some type of savior of the wizarding world to advance his own standing. "What antics would those be, Malfoy? After I completed the task, I haven't brought it up once. How have I tried to show I'm superior to anyone?" Malfoy sneered. "You keep to yourself and don't associate with anyone. You sneer at those who are your betters. You should know that there are some houses that are superior to others and you've failed to acknowledge that." Harry sighed. "Not once have I snubbed anyone who has approached me and asked me anything other than about my scar or what happened the night my parents were murdered. I actually spend almost every evening working with the students in Ravenclaw for study sessions, and the sessions are open to any who want to join." That seemed to give Malfoy pause, though he rallied annoyingly fast. "Then why haven't you invited any Slytherins? It's an open invitation. Everyone's invited." There was some chatter behind Malfoy that quickly cut off when he turned his glare on the group. Harry had a feeling there might be more people in the study group going forward. Mentally shrugging, he turned to continue across the courtyard. "Don't turn your back on me, Scarhead. I'll teach you to try and curse someone in the back." Harry glanced back to see a bouncing Ed being controlled by the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Giving a nod and headed inside. That was definitely something he would need to try the next time he was training in the Room of Requirement. "I'm sorry, Castor, but could you repeat that? It would appear that your Professor Moody is in fact one of my Death Eaters, Bartemius Crouch Jr., using Polyjuice. The real Alistair is locked in the chest in the office." Harry blinked at Castor for a moment before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. "You've been spying on the professors while in astral form. I should have expected that, since you did the same at school. And had I not, you two would never have learned about Shinji. You may not like my methods, Harry, but we are in this together. Be thankful I agree to your methods for most things." Harry sighed before nodding. "Sorry, Castor, you're right. You've helped a lot and I haven't been taking full use of your capabilities while we've been here. Because this wasn't TR World and the tournament didn't seem to be as urgent as the Grail War, I haven't been giving it the same consideration." Leaning back in his chair, he looked up at the ceiling for a moment before turning gaze back to Castor. "So what do you think we should do? I can think of a few ideas, but I'd like to hear what you've thought of." Castor smiled. "I believe it may be time to deal with my local self." Castor knew some truly nasty spells, even just the ones he allowed Harry to study and learn. Still, the results spoke to themselves. 1 Death Eater captured, 1 slain, and 1 homunculus destroyed. While that wouldn't fully stop the Voldemort of this world, it would significantly delay him. Harry and Castor had debated on whether to search out the various Horcrux but ultimately decided that the risks weren't worth it. Especially as they wouldn't be remaining in this world come the end of the tournament. They would leave some notes though. Wouldn't do to leave the people completely defenseless. Besides, he had made some friends. A crooked smile adorned his lips for a moment. Some very good friends indeed. The final task proved extremely boring, both to the participants and the audience. Harry rather enjoyed it. As the audience cheered Cedric, who had retrieved the cup, Harry watched with a smile, an astral caster at his back. There was a tug of magic and fire began to swirl at Harry's feet. Just as he was beginning to disappear, he heard the voice in his head. "Oh, by the way, I killed Snape and framed Dumbledore for it." Author's note. There were so many ways I could have gone with this. And this will most likely be a world I revisit. The possible combinations of servants and masters, not to mention what could happen should other members of the Grail War manage to join Harry at Hogwarts. I would love to hear your thoughts on possible servants for Harry and who you would like to see show up in the future to help Harry in the tournament. Some possibilities I had for Harry's servant were his mother, Lily Potter, any of the Hogwarts founders, Morgana. That's just for the caster possibilities. Who knows what could have happened if we went with one of the other servants. The Slytherin. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a young man in Hogwarts student robes, trimmed in green, which served to bring out the natural light in his emerald eyes. His long hair was slicked back and secured with a silver clasp. Faintly see below that slick hairline was a lightning bolt scar. The young man looked around for a moment, appeared to notice the goblet of fire, blinked, then nodded. It would appear that I've been summoned to another version of Hogwarts, only this time before the Tri-Wizard Tournament has begun. Interesting. The headmaster blinked in surprise himself before offering the young man a grandfatherly smile. Ah, it would seem a welcome back to Hogwarts is in order. Are you by chance, Harry Potter? Turning his attention from the goblet to the headmaster, the young man inclined his head. That I am, headmaster. Would it be that I have a counterpart in this school, or is there some other chapter to my story in your world beyond that of the boy who lived? The room filled with chatter at the news. Momentarily taken aback, Dumbledore hid his surprise behind his smile. You appear quite comfortable with the situation, Harry. Though no, your counterpart has been missing these many years. I had hoped, upon seeing you, that you might have been him, but from your words, you appear to feel this is a world other than your own. Harry once again inclined his head. Parallel world theory is one of the elective courses in my world. However, I do not believe that this is the most opportune time to discuss such things. Perhaps we could move this conversation to your office. I would greatly appreciate it if Professor Snape could accompany us. Professor Snape looked conflicted as he drawled. And why would I do that, Potter? Because you're my head of house. Harry waved an imperial hand towards the green trim on his robes. The chatter in the room grew in intensity, especially from the newly identified house of the boy who lived. The students from the other two schools looked confused and their own chatter grew as they tried to process what was going on. The potions master regarded the boy in front of him. There was only a hint of the boy's parents in the Slytherin before him. If anything, the young man more resembled a young Lucius Malfoy. Was there a chance that this spawn of his hated rival was actually a student of worth? Slowly, he nodded. Very well. Standing from the head table, he turned with a swirl of his robes and went to stand by the boy. He turned his attention to the headmaster, waiting. Dumbledore blinked at the two before standing and making his way to their side. A brief glance around the great hall was all he allowed. Ed himself before leading the small group from the room. He could feel the eyes of the other professors at his back, especially that of Minerva. The animagus was no doubt quivering with the repressed desire to interrogate him. He'd managed to placate her over the years about the missing Potter heir by expressing how much he was doing to find the lost boy. However, with a version of the boy here WHO had already admitted to being not of this world, he would no longer be able to stave her off. Suppressing a sigh, he made his way to his office. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, peering at Harry from above his glasses. I see. So you were raised by Regulus Black in your world, one who had survived the war, though your parents and Sirius were killed. Fascinating. And Regulus still encouraged you to join Slytherin House, even given your status as the boy who lived. Harry offered the headmaster a slight smile. It is because of my status that he recommended Slytherin. Not only am I the head of the House of Potter, but I'm secondary heir to the House of Black, after Regulus's son. Additionally, many of the students of my generation were the children of Death Eaters who either perished in the war or managed to escape justice. After much discussion, it was decided that I could be an influence for change among my peers. There was a look that passed between the potions master and the headmaster. One that Harry was all too familiar with from his own world. The Slytherin head had never truly accepted him, holding his parentage against him. While he had accepted that over the years, it didn't mean that he enjoyed the situation. He had hoped that the supposedly reformed Death Eater would be more of an advocate for change among the House of Snakes. Instead, the professor retreated further into his own projects and left the running of the house to Harry and Draco. Which suited the two just fine. Harry would have to contact this world's Malfoy heir and see how things stood with their generation. From just this brief interaction, he was not hopeful. "So you're the boy who lived. I don't see what's so special about you." Harry nodded his head to his Slytherin compatriot. "Something I agree with you. Both in this world and the boy who lived was one that served the wizarding world for a time but no longer holds any true meaning. Especially as we recovered from the devastations of the world. Our generation, as the ones born during that world, have had to pick up the pieces. You and I have been leading that effort through our house, Malfoy. I had hoped to find something similar here, though from my brief conversation with the headmaster and our head of house, I do not find myself hopeful." Draco blinked in surprise. This was definitely not the encounter he had been expecting. The stories that had been circulated about the savior of the wizarding world all had him as some kind of goody two-shoes, especially the ones spread after he failed to arrive at Hogwarts. Supposedly the boy had been out continuing to save the world, not to mention those ridiculous books that had been released about the boy's exploits. However, when he looked at the Potter heir, he could see someone who more resembled himself. One who took pride and care in his appearance. The robes were of a quality silk, the hair immaculate, and his bearing that of one who knew he stood at the precipice of society. While I do not wish to disparage our esteemed head of house, I'm afraid I must agree. He has a hands-off approach to running the house, leaving it mostly to the prefects. While I have influence among those of our year, the older students are content to manage themselves. Draco kept his face carefully schooled while admitting that he didn't like the fact that he'd failed to influence the older students, but at least they kept their machinations to themselves and let the younger years to themselves. Mostly. Harry nodded once again. "Then I hope you will not take it remiss I to offer my insights from having managed our house with my world's Draco. The houses of Potter, Black, and Malfoy represent the backbone of Slytherin there, and I hope that I may be of service here." Draco wasn't quite sure what to make of that, though he slowly nodded. Perhaps there was something to be gained here after all. How could you do it? How could you join Slytherin? Harry sighed as he turned to confront the student. "And why should it matter which house I am in? More specifically, why would you have something against Slytherin?" The red-headed student scowled. "Because they're all a bunch of slimy snakes and can't be trusted." Harry raised the eyebrow beneath his scar. "Oh, you believe every student in Slytherin to be a snake animagus? That's quite the bold statement. Also, I assure you that snakes are not slimy. They're actually quite smooth and dry, even those that dwell in wet environments." The student seemed taken aback. His face scrunched up for a moment before he apparently rallied his meager mental efforts. "But you're the boy who lived. You're supposed to be a beacon for all that is good. That's what my mum always told me." His cheeks stained red for a moment as he continued. "She even asked me to befriend you if I ever saw you." Suppressing a sigh, Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure what stories your mother has shared with you, Mr. Weasley, but I assure you that the truth of things is far from the fantasy that may have been shared with you. I've had this discussion numerous times with your counterpart in my world." Ron blushed even brighter. "You know who I am." This time Harry couldn't suppress the sigh. "Of course I do, Mr. Weasley. I know all the students at Hogwarts, considering that I've been attending the school for nearly 6 years. Ron's eyes crossed before he nodded. "Oh, that's right. They told us you're from another version of our world. Still not sure how that works. While explaining parallel world theory would be entertaining, I am not a professor. And I do have other demands on my time. Was there something else I could help you with, Mr. Weasley? Or did you just want to tell me how much you detest the house I chose to join and continue to be a member of?" That seemed to get the attention of the redhead, as it always did. How could you choose to join Slytherin? Hadn't he dealt with this enough in his own world? Fortunately, Harry had had plenty of experience butting heads with the stubborn Gryffindor. He settled in for yet another round of why all houses mattered. Maybe he would manage to get through this time. Not that it had happened in his world, but perhaps this one was different enough to matter. Dragons. You're sure? Harry nodded at Cedric. I wanted to wait until I could confirm that things were the same here before I talked to you. The dragons have just arrived in the Forbidden Forest. I plan on letting the other champions know, if their headmasters have not already done so. Cedric nodded before frowning. Why would you tell me? Not that I'm not thankful. Harry merely inclined his head. We're all in this together, Mr. Diggory. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is not something that should be taken lightly. Additionally, no one should have to go against a dragon unprepared. Besides, your counterpart did me a good turn once. I can only return the favor. I've agreed to this meeting because you stated how important it was. Do not disappoint me, Mr. Potter. I wouldn't dream of it, Professor. While your counterpart and I may have had our differences over the year due to his experiences at the hand of my father, we have managed to put those differences aside. For the good of the house. Harry maintained a neutral expression as he sat in the potions master's office. Indeed. Then by all means, do explain. Harry nodded. What do you know of Bartemus Crouch Jr.? Okay, Potter, you can do this. You've done this before. You're an accomplished wizard. You're not 14 this time. Harry looked at the flaps of the tent where he awaited his turn for the first task of the tournament. Things had occurred much like in his world, with the announcement, the selection, and him ending with the Hungarian horntail. When the announcement for his turn came, he still found himself startled. Shaking his head, he stood, smoothed his robes and his hair, then set out to give the audience a show. They should see how the House of Slytherin compared to Hufflepuff. Never let it be said that Harry Potter was one to shy away from friendly house competitiveness. Harry staggered back into the tent, his robes smoking slightly. He was eternally thankful for the fireproof charms. Not that it would have worked against direct dragon's fire, but the few close calls he'd had while skirting around the dragon were bad enough. At least his hair had made it through things. It took enough work just to control the mess. One of the reasons he'd grown it out. Shaking away the distraction, he looked at the golden egg in his hands. Most likely it contained the same message as before. He would check in the baths tonight to be sure. Meanwhile, he had a few other things to attend to. Like a victory party in the dungeons. Ms. Greengrass, a moment of your time, if you would. The young woman in question turned from her friend to look at the young man who had been making so many waves of late. Ink that the boy who lived had been sorted into the House of Cunning in another world. To think that there were other worlds, parallel ones that mirrored their own. Mr. Potter, a moment you may have. Harry smiled and nodded his thanks. There will be an announcement soon regarding a Yule Ball that will be held as part of the tournament proceedings. I would be honored if you would accompany me as my date. Your counterpart and I have a warm relationship, and while I do not intend nor expect anything of a similar nature while in your world, I do hope that my experience with her would allow me to be a more appropriate date with you. It took a moment for Daphne to process all the information the Potter heir had given her. Gazing into those blazing green eyes, she saw nothing but sincerity, a rarity among their house members. Perhaps there was something to the things Harry had been sharing with the other students of their house. Daphne slowly nodded. An interesting proposal. However, I do not know if you escort. Let us instead get together for a series of outings to get to know one another. We'll start with a trip to Hogsmeade, where you'll buy me lunch. Harry nodded with a smile. Karkaroff, a word, if you would. The Durmstrang headmaster turned to glare at the Hogwarts potions professor. Snape, what do you want? It would appear that we have a situation developing. One that I know you've been feeling. Snape tapped his robe-covered forearm. Karkaroff scowled before clutching his own forearm. I only just started feeling a change in the mark. I'm guessing you did too, then. Obviously. While I know how terrified that makes you, it does present us with an opportunity. One that takes advantage of knowledge brought by our most recent guest. Karkaroff's scowl deepened. And what would that boy know of anything? It would appear, a great deal. Remember the plan, Malfoy. Tonight is about networking. Yes, Potter, I remember the plan. I helped make the plan. True. And you look lovely, Astoria. Thank you, Harry. You'd better make sure Daphne doesn't feel ignored while you're networking. Considering that she'll be networking herself, I don't think she will. HMPH. We'll see. Harry felt his breath catch in his throat as Daphne made her way into the room. While he objectively knew that she wasn't the one he had known for much of his life, he still felt himself captivated by her. However, this wasn't his world. He would most likely be leaving her behind when the tournament ended and the goblet returned him to his world, or so he hoped. Miss Greengrass, you are absolutely captivating. He came to her side, offering his elbow, which she slid her hand onto. You are acceptable, Potter. I beg your pardon, but I'm not sure what you're asking, Harry. Harry sighed and shook his head. Please remember, Headmaster, that I come from another world in which the Tri-Wizard tournament has already happened. I know what is involved in the second task, and I'm telling you to not take anyone hostage. You would have known of this request further in advance had you actually been willing to talk to me before now. If he hadn't been as familiar with the professor as he was. Harry was sure he would have missed the minute flinch. Even after these many months together, his status as a Slytherin still seemed to throw the old man off. Even though he'd tried his best to convince the man that his intentions were for the best for his generation. Then again, his own headmaster had proven particularly stubborn in regards to some of the changes Harry had wanted to implement over the years. Perhaps he should have expected the same from another version of the headmaster. The headmaster sighed and seemed to watch Harry over the top of his glasses. I'm afraid things are out of my hands. My boy, I do not have any say in the structure of the tasks. That is the prerogative of the heads of the various departments running the tournament. You would have had to speak with them, and by now I am afraid it is far too late. Leaning back in the chair, the headmaster rested his folded hands on his chest. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to meet with you like you've wished, Harry. But I cannot be seen to have favorites in this tournament. That grandfatherly smile was a lie and Harry knew it. Internally he sighed while outwardly returning the smile with a slight nod. Very well, Headmaster. I shall not take any more of your time. Getting up from his chair, he turned to leave only to pause. By the way, you never did tell me what happened to the House of Black in this world. Indeed, you've always seemed to avoid the subject. There was a darkness in the headmaster's eyes this time, one that Harry didn't like. I'm afraid that there are no members of the House of Black who are able to handle the running of the house. Ah, thank you again for your time, Headmaster. Harry exited the headmaster's office, deep in thought. Who exactly were the remaining members of the House of Black who weren't able to handle running of the house? And more importantly, why? The Black Lake was every bit as cold as he remembered. Even with practicing in the waters to prepare for the task, he was still unable to become fully accustomed to the cold. Not even his warming charm could cut the chill that threatened to invade his bones. After this event he was going to find the warmest blanket he could find and sit himself in front of a fire, reputation be damned. Reorienting himself on the tracking charm on the bracelet he'd given to Daphne earlier, he hurried through the waters. He might even be able to save Delacour and finally make inroads with the Beauxbatons champion. More allies would be valuable in combating the influence of Voldemort in this world. Not to mention he needed more people to continue the work when he left. Not that he'd know what happened after he left. That would be up to Draco and Daphne. Now he just had to rescue Daphne and hoped she didn't ask for too much as recompense for this whole situation. Especially since it wasn't his fault. I trust that Draco has not done something to cause this meeting to be. Indeed, I trust you remember Karkaroff. The Malfoy head nodded, his look disinterested in one who he once shared a common cause. Karkaroff. The Durmstrang headmaster sneered. Malfoy. Before you get started, gentlemen, perhaps we could get to the reason I called for this meeting. Malfoy leaned heavily on his cane for a moment before nodding. Karkaroff scowled before nodding as well. Snape took a moment to look between the two before nodding to himself and focusing on Malfoy. The Dark Lord is returning. Potter confirmed the same happened in his world. Ignoring the sharp intake of breath from Malfoy, he continued. However, we have an opportunity. Potter has brought a rather interesting proposal to me. Let me share the details of what we've planned thus far. You said it was urgent, Professor Snape. This had better be. I've got things that need doing. Indeed, Professor Moody, please sit. This will not take long. The defense professor narrowed his good eye at the potions master for a moment before scowling. He pulled out his flask, looked at it for a moment, grimaced, then returned it to his pocket, then took a seat, easing his peg leg in front of him. This had better be good, Snape. I do believe we have something important to discuss. Such as the disposition of our master. The magical eye that had been whirling around zoomed back to focus on Snape as Moody appeared to go still for just a moment. It was a brief moment, but Snape had been looking for it. Last I heard, your master had been killed by that boy Potter in your house. He's been avoiding me, doesn't even attend classes with the other Slytherins. Moody's tongue darted out to lick his lips, before he scowled. I've actually been meaning to talk to you about it. Ah yes, our resident celebrity. Summoned by the Goblet. A truly wondrous event, Snape drawled, careful not to roll his eyes too noticeably. However, in spite of his appearance, or perhaps because of his appearance, it would appear that there are some things that need to be discussed. Barty. Had Snape not already had his wand in hand the entire time, it was quite possible that Barty, disguised as Moody, would have been able to get off the stunner before being disarmed. As it was, Snape had 2 wands and 1 very skittish Death Eater. Calm yourself, Barty. We have much to discuss. Such as how we can assist our master together, and how we can bring others into the fold. I've already begun by talking to Lucius, who will be gathering the old guard together so we can properly welcome our master. Back. Snape leaned forward, wand still pointed at the fake Auror. Now, are you ready to talk, or do you need more encouragement? Barty's tongue darted out again before he slowly nodded. Harry vowed that he would one day invent a portkey. That didn't cause him intense nausea as he picked himself off the ground in the all-too-familiar graveyard. A moment later he rolled away as a stunner was sent his way. Dodging Behinoned. That had not been part of the plan. Oh Harry, it's so good to see you. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this meeting. Wormtail. I'm afraid that I can't say that I approve of your venue, or your greeting. Surely a friend of the family could have sent a proper invitation. Stop playing with the boy and bring him to me. Harry allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. There was the confirmation he was looking for. Tilting his wand up, he cast a flare. Within moments there was the sound of apparition and stunning spells before he heard a voice call out. Mr. Potter, if you would be so kind as to come out. Harry kept his wand at the ready as he peeked out from behind the tombstone. Lucius Malfoy, Igor Karkaroff, Severus Snape, the Minister of Magic, as well as several Aurors and other notables, surrounded the trussed-up form of Wormtail, as well as the bundle containing the Voldemort homunculus. The minister was alternating between gobsmacked and stammering. Fortunately, Malfoy seemed to have things in hand. As you can see, Minister, the House of Malfoy takes its role as a pillar of wizarding society seriously. We learned of the plot to resurrect the Dark Lord and took steps to stop it. Right. The minister swallowed before continuing. We'll just see about policy changes worked out so that you can continue to serve the wizarding world. He reached up to cover his mouth with a handkerchief before turning away and hurrying into the apparent safety of his army of Aurors. Lucius made his way over to Harry. Congratulations are in order, Mr. Potter. I never have expected you to take advantage of the Dark Lord's return to help cement the position of one such as myself. Harry inclined his head in greeting. I owe a great deal to the Lucius of my world. It would be remiss if I didn't try to pass on some of that gratitude to you here. Your son is a friend of mine and I hope that the things we've talked about for the future come to pass here, after I return home. And you'll see to the release of Sirius Black. Lucius inclined his head in his own acknowledgement. The House of Malfoy will remember. Good luck to you, Mr. Potter. I hope that your world appreciates what you're trying to do. Quote. Harry opened his mouth to reply only to be enveloped in a pillar of fire and vanish from the world. Author's note. Harry raised by Regulus Black to be a Slytherin of a different heart. Basically Regulus managed to survive stealing the locket and hid at home until after Voldemort's death. Upon learning that Sirius had been killed trying to protect the Potters, he took it upon himself to carry out the Godfather duties and raise Harry. He also wanted to work with him to change some of the things he had seen in himself and others that had eventually led to his betraying Voldemort in the first place. He was still a Lord and Slytherin though. No goody-goody two-shoes. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think and what other worlds or versions of Harry we could throw into the tournament. Fire Mage. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a tall person with long, flowing blonde hair, and long ears that tapered to a point far behind his head. Eyes of glowing green seemed to radiate a magical energy that Dumbledore could feel from his place beside the goblet. Young person was dressed in a red and gold robe that appeared to be made of silk or some similar material. Bands of gold filigree wrapped around his wrists and a large amulet adorned his neck. Before Dumbledore could say something to the young person, the person tsked. HMPH. Humans. How quaint. Who would have thought they could come up with something that could summon me directly from Quel'Thalas? Still, he paused a moment, that glowing gaze sweeping over the suddenly quiet great hall. It would seem as if either the people here weren't prepared for my summoning, or perhaps, he trailed off before sighing. Reaching up, the young person framed his face with his hands before sweeping them backwards. As his hands trailed over him, his appearance wavered and changed. Blonde hair darkened to black, though it was still every bit as long as before. The ears shrank to a more human standard. While the eyes remained as green, their glow faded, though without completely diminishing. Ever more startling to the headmaster, a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt faded into existence above one of those glowing eyes. Dumbledore blinked before offering a grandfatherly smile. Harry. The young man turned to regard the headmaster before inclining his head. It has been many years since anyone called me Harry. Now I go by the name of Harry Theron. My father officially adopted me roughly 5 years ago. The headmaster suppressed the urge to frown at the strange-sounding name, along with the news of an adoption, one he hadn't heard of. There were too many things that didn't add up about the boy. Perhaps we can move this conversation to my office. Harry nodded his head and motioned for the headmaster to precede him. Dumbledore kept the smile adorning his face as he gathered up several of his professors with a glance, while motioning to others to settle down, the students who were starting to stir, given the ones who had overheard him and Harry speaking and sharing that information with their fellow students. That is quite the fanciful tale, Harry. Harry frowned. I would prefer if you could call me by the name I have grown used to. Harritor. The name Harry is from a time I would rather not remember. Typical Potter arrogance. Just like his father. Turning that frown onto the human who had spoken, Harry replied, I don't believe you know my father, human. He is Lorthamar Theron, Regent Lord of Quel'Thalas, and you will speak of him with respect. The human in question scoffed and turned towards the man who had introduced himself as Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster, we don't need to sit here and listen to this drivel. Let me retrieve my Veritaserum and I'll get the truth of how the boy got his name into the goblet. From the gasp from one of the females in the room. This Veritaserum was either proscribed or in some way not a normally used substance. With the way the man who had been scowling and glaring the entire meeting, it was clear that there was some sort of issue with the man, though Harry was at a loss as to what it could be, having never met the man before. Headmaster Dumbledore shook his head. Now Severus, I'm sure the boy means well. It will take some time but I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of things. I too would love to get to the bottom of things. I was in the middle of several experiments when you summoned me here, some of which were very delicate. I need to get back to them quickly. The one named Severus sneered when he turned back to Harry. Show some respect, boy. Your betters are speaking. Harry's eyes narrowed, their green depths burning brighter as he felt some of his control slipping for a moment. I have no betters, human. Especially not one who would return courtesy with discourtesy. If you cannot even maintain decorum to such a small degree, I would ask that you excuse yourself from these discussions. Dumbledore tried to intercede. Now, my boy, Severus here has my complete trust. At the same time, Severus stood from his chair, sweeping his robes behind him as he reached into his pocket for what appeared to be a wand. It would appear that you need some lessons in discipline, Potter. With the man having drawn a weapon, it would appear that the time for diplomacy had ended. While it only appeared that one of the humans was hostile, he made sure to keep an eye on each of them, mentally peppering a blast wave as he cast Fire Blast at his attacker. The fire blast knocked the human off his feet before he could get off an attack, and Harry started casting a fireball to follow up when the human regained his feet. He almost launched that fireball at the headmaster when he heard a quick chanting behind him. The chant ended far too quick. Wall of force blinked into existence between Harry and Severus. That is enough. The headmaster's smile was gone as he gazed at Harry from over the top of his glasses, wand held pointed between the two combatants. Harry kept his attention on Dumbledore's eyes, though he kept the wand in mind as well. Harry, I'm ashamed of you, attacking a professor like that. And I can't believe that you were just going to let one of your professors attack me. Oh, not blame me for being faster than him. Harry scowled at the headmaster. Back home his life would have been forfeit had he succeeded in his attack, nor am I one to allow myself to be attacked for no reason. I'm sure Severus had no intention of actually harming you. When one points a weapon at you, you do not wait to see their intentions. They have already shown themselves to be hostile. Harry, my boy, you cannot just attack a professor like that, no matter what the provocation. Harry blinked at the headmaster. Are you telling me I should have just allowed that human to attack me? Dumbledore shook his head, then reached up to stroke his beard. I'm sure that Severus never intended you any harm, Harry. Harry scowled. Once again, headmaster, I ask that you use my name, Heritor. And as for your assurances regarding Severus, I take no chances with anyone who would point a weapon at me, especially after saying that I need lessons in discipline. I told you, headmaster. Arrogant. Just like his father. Harry's gaze snapped from the headmaster to the human who had picked himself up and brushed himself off. His robes appeared to have not been damaged at all, though perhaps some of his hair had been singed. Must have some type of fireproof enchantment on the robes. I will only give you this last warning, human. Disparage my father again and you will face me in battle. Severus scoffed before pocketing his wand, then folding his arms across his chest. Headmaster, do we really have to put up with this child dictating terms to us? The headmaster sighed before turning back to Harry. Severus does have a point, Heritor. Your behavior has been quite unreasonable. Harry's own arms crossed his chest. Up until I was interrupted and insulted by Severus, I have been nothing but courteous in our proceedings. The other professors here can attest to that. He uncrossed his arms for a moment to sweep a hand towards the three other humans occupying the room. However, I do believe that with the discussion having broken down at this point, that we would all be best served to resume tomorrow. If you will have someone show me to the exit and pointed in the direction of the nearest inn. I shall procure lodgings. I assume you take gold here. Dumbledore settled into his chest, his wand having disappeared. Folding his arms over his belly, he looked at Harry over top his glasses. I'm afraid that things aren't quite so simple, my boy. You see, your summoning was part of a choosing of champions for a competition. A competition that you are now magically contracted to partake in. Lest you lose your magic. I beg your pardon. The artifact that summoned you, the Goblet of Fire, forms a contract with each champion, ensuring that they compete, at the cost of their magic should they fail to do so. Quote, Harry scowled. You mean to tell me that a magical artifact that I have never before seen or heard of can somehow force a magical contract upon me, one that binds to my very magic? I'm afraid so. Quote, I see. However, my words of earlier still stand. We would be best served to continue this on the morrow, especially in light of this new news. We will be speaking more of it. However, in the meantime, Harry stood and ran his hands over his features, once again returning to the appearance he had when he had been summoned, with his blonde hair, impossible ears and eyes, and lack of a scar. This is the appearance I have grown used to and I shall be using it from now on. Now, let's figure out my lodgings. Harry finished securing the entrance to his lodgings. While he may not have understood the magic of this world, his own should be sufficient to protect his privacy. Once satisfied with his preparations, he retreated to the desk, drawing forth a sphere of crystal from his inventory. The sphere ignited to life, floating above his hand for a moment before disappearing within the image of a blood elf with white hair and a scar going over one white eye. The elf locked his eye on Harry before nodding. Heritor, it seems you survived whatever it is that engulfed you in flames. Yes, father, it was a summoning of sorts, one that apparently dragged me back to the world of my birth. The humans of this world appear to not be aligned with the Alliance in any manner that I've been able to see, though I reserve judgment until I have seen more of this world. However, there appear to be more complications than just my summoning. Harry took a moment to explain about the goblet and what he'd learned in his brief discussion with the headmaster, as well as the plan to go over more details in the morning. Lorthamar nodded slowly during the explanation. It seems you have been drawn into a plot of these humans. You know that humans cannot be trusted. Harry tsked. As if you need to remind me of that, considering all the times our dealings with them have fallen apart. Lorthamar once again nodded. Indeed, my son. He closed his eyes for a moment before sighing. I'm working with our best mages here, but we aren't having any luck piercing through whatever magic was used to summon you. While we feel like we've isolated the world you've been taken to. Especially with the link to the sphere guiding us, the spell forms are telling us you would just be summoned again. I imagine it is this goblet you mentioned that is the link keeping or bringing you to that world. That was my thinking as well. I considered just turning the thing to slag, but I am unsure what that would do to my magic. If the thing has truly latched some kind of contract or curse onto me, there would be consequences. I'm not prepared to risk that, at this time. I'll know more tomorrow and will contact you again. The magic in Lorthamar's good eye intensified. Be safe, my son. I would not have you perish to these humans when our humans have failed to do so on so many occasions. Harry smirked. Do not worry, father. If need be, I'll bring the entire building down in flames. You look ridiculous. Harry turned away from examining the goblet to consider the human with the long, blonde hair and two overgrown humans at his back. Drawing himself to his full height, he looked down on the human. And what would you know of it, human? The human frowned then scowled. I know what looks ridiculous, and it's you. Those ears are silly and so are your eyebrows. You look like some type of tall elf. Quote, raising an eyebrow, Harry replied, I didn't think you had elves in this world. The elves here know their place, pathetic creatures that they are. The human pointed at a spot on the ground. I need a Hogwarts elf here. The creature that appeared looked more like an imp than anything. Harry recoiled at the sight of the pathetic creature. This is what passed for elves in this world. No wonder the human was so dismissive and judgmental. You was calling for a Hogwarts elf. Before the human could say anything, Harry pointed an imperial finger at the creature. Tell me, creature, what are you? The creature appeared bewildered, its ears wilting, wringing its hands together. I is a house elf, wizard sir. What else would as be? Ignoring the humans, Harry focused his entire attention on the so-called elf. A house elf, you say? How is it that you came to be as you are? I can feel great magic within you. The house elf continued to wring its hands. House elves have always been as we are, great wizard. Harry scoffed and pointed, magic gathering around his hand and forming a series of rings around the house elf. There was a feeling of something locked within the creature. Something bound, something that struggled for freedom. Latching onto that Somethto the light. A faint aura of flames engulfed him as he struggled against whatever magic it was that he was feeling. Finally, what appeared to be a black mass pulled free of the house elf. Eyes blazing green fire, Harry clenched his fist and fire engulfed the blackness. There was a screaming that pierced the air and the elf staggered before collapsing. Harry wasn't far behind, clutching at the pedestal holding the goblet to keep himself erect. The sound of gasps from the humans dragged Harry's attention back to them. He saw them standing with slack jaws, their eyes locked on the floor. Following their gazes, he found the house elf, or at least what he assumed was the former house elf. The creature had grown, though it was still far short of true elven height, at perhaps 4 feet tall, though it was hard to judge properly with it hunched over on the floor like that. Its features had smoothed out, the ears firming, and hair long, lustrous, and as blonde as Harry's own. Now that is a more proper elf. Harry nodded in satisfaction to himself. Suddenly, he felt more magical. Ignature's focus on the room before more of the stunted elves appeared. Oi, Potter, what have you done? Harry scowled. Ah yes, the humans. Turning back to them, he replied, I've broken the curse that was placed upon this poor elf. Whatever it was had bound it to that form, as well as locked away much of its magic. I can feel that same curse upon these others and I shall break them all free. No, LF shall remain bound to another in such a manner. Oi, oi, you can't do that. They're just slaves. Harry's eyes narrowed, their glow brighter and practically dripping flames. Slaves, you say? All the more reason to free them. Turning his back on the humans, he focused on each elf in turn, with each curse breaking growing easier as he grew more familiar with the spell he had created and with the curse he was destroying. Those elves who had been freed from their prison earlier were slowly coming to, their faces a mixture of awe and confusion as they gathered around Harry and talked among themselves. Their speech also seemed to have improved from whatever strained language structure had originally been forced upon them by the curse. Potter, I'm talking to you. Stop ignoring me. Harry could feel the human gathering himself for an attack, but he was in the middle of crushing another curse. Mentally cursing, he prepared to take the spell to the back, hoping the protections on his robes proved sufficient. He really should have gotten better at parallel casting. You will not hurt him. A small voice spoke up a moment before there was the sound of splintering wood. Harry finished his spell and turned to see the human sprawled in the remains of a table, while several of the rescued elves stood protectively between the human and Harry. The short elf had its hand upraised as if it had just snapped its fingers. Harry felt the hints of a smile tug at his lips. So these elves had some fire within them as well. I thank you for your protection, my friends. I believe we would be better off moving these proceedings to my quarters, rather than here in the Grand Hall. Come, let us be off. And if there are any others of your kind who need my help breaking this curse, summon them to us as well. There is much to do. Walking through the doors, he passed the headmaster rushing into the room. Just before the doors closed, he heard, "Oh Harry, what have you done?" Well, I don't know much about other giant races. But the giants here are just a bit misunderstood. Why, my brother Grop wouldn't hurt a soul. Gentle he is. Harry nodded slowly before taking a sip of the tea from the mug that Hagrid had provided him. He ignored the so-called biscuit as best he could while continuing to interview the half-giant. It surprised him to discover the existence of the giant races. He had hoped that he might find more counterparts to the members of the Horde after discovering the cursed elves. Unfortunately, there were no others that he could learn of. While Hagrid had been a gold mine of information about the various non-human races that inhabited this world, only the centaurs seemed to be close to the ones of his world, though vastly different in temperament. Why, giants are saint as easy to handle as dragons if you know the trick. The ones in the forest have been a delight to have. I'm glad they brought them for the tournament. Harry barely kept himself from dropping the mug. They brought dragons for the tournament. Hagrid looked down at his own mug, more like a bowl in Harry's opinion. I shouldn't have said that. Harry stood across the arena from the dragon, maintaining his distance. The green light of his eyes blazed brightly as first one, then two, then a third fireball ignited to surround him. They slowly circled him as he waved his hands in an elaborate pattern. You are indeed majestic, dragon, and rightly to be feared by the people of this world. Fire began to coalesce between Harry's hands, forming a sphere that slowly grew in size, all while dripping what appeared to be molten flame. However, I have fought dragons before. I have stood across from the dragons of my world and seen their majesty and their terrible fury. They are among the most powerful beings in my world. Pushing his hands forward, Harry unleashed his spell. The massive fireball slowly, ponderously headed towards the dragon, who hissed and spat its own fire at the approaching spell. Harry's fireball seemed to absorb the incoming firebreath and only grew larger. You, however, my fine beast, are not their equal. The pyroblast smashed into the dragon, engulfing it in flames. For a brief moment before the arena became obscured with smoke, screams could be heard from the hidden dragon, as well as Harry's voice somehow piercing through noise. Those dragons died before my magic, and so shall you. Harry, my boy, there was no need to slay the poor creature. All you had to do was retrieve the egg. Harry glared at the headmaster. I'll not leave a foe at my back before I loot. And while I'm not sure of my capacity to incapacitate a dragon, I am confident in my ability to kill one. If you hadn't wanted it slain, you should have made that part of the conditions for victory. The glare changed to a scowl. And I've asked you, repeatedly, to call me Heritor. Dumbledore sighed and nodded slowly. Quite right, my boy, quite right. Do forgive an old man his mistakes, Heritor. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at Harry from above his glasses. I suppose it was never imagined that a single student would be able to seriously injure a dragon, so there was no need to ban killing one. Harry scoffed. Did one of the other champions not disfigure their dragon with a cutting curse across the eyes? Shaking his head slightly, Dumbledore sighed again. Alas, that poor dragon. Who knew that Durmstrang would teach such a dangerous version of the cutting curse? Weaving his hands together over his belly, he continued, the dragon handlers are asking to be compensated for their lost dragon. Harrider shook his head. I wish them luck in that. It should have been considered when they allowed their dragons to be used in a competition that has had casualties in the past. Folding his arms across his chest, he returned to glaring at the headmaster. Was there anything else you needed from me, Professor? Dumbledore sighed again. No, Harrider, you're free to go. Though perhaps you might give thought to the next event. Harrider stood. Next event? Don't you mean task? There was a sudden twinkle in the old man's eyes. I do mean event, my boy. We will be hosting a Yule Ball. And as one of the champions, you will be required to bring an escort. Making his way towards the office door, Harry merely nodded. Very well, I shall take that into consideration. Thank you for telling me. And you're sure the spell will work in this world? Harrider smirked at the communication sphere. Of course, Father. I've already summoned her twice to ensure that it would work. I'm thankful to the warlocks for having taught me the spell, hated it being used in such a manner. The image of Lorthamar shook its head. It will definitely be something to tell them about when you return home. Mr. Theron, where is your partner? Harrider nodded his head to the Transfiguration Mistress. I just need to summon her, Professor. One moment. Minerva mouthed the word summoned to herself as she watched the young man disguised as what he called a blood elf, speaking in a language she wasn't familiar with. It certainly wasn't any spell she knew of. Some sort of circle of light appeared on the floor next to Harrider. She stepped back, reaching into her robes to clutch her wand as some sort of creature slowly rose up through the circle. She had horns, wings, and a tail, and was dressed in the most outlandish outfit. McGonagall's lips pursed into a scowl at the sound of a whip crack from the creature, though it made no other aggressive move. She'd heard O.F. monsters summoned over the years, but never would she imagine one in Hogwarts, let alone summoned by a student. This is Annavare. She is a succubus, a being from another dimension, who has agreed to accompany me this night. Harrider offered the creature the crook of his arm. She took it with a coquettish laugh, her hooves clicking on the stone floors. Very well. I trust you to keep her in line. Or I shall. Of course, Professor. The cannon signaling the start of the second task blasted out and 3 of the champions made their way into the Black Lake, their various charms in place. Iter took another look at the surface of the lake before shaking his head. These people were truly idiots. Mr. Potter, are you not getting into the water? What of your hostage? Harrider turned a scowl on the human, the one called Ludo. This is the 3rd time I have had to remind you of my name, Mr. Bagman. It is Harrider Theron. I will not remind you again. Yes, of course, of course. About your hostage. With a sigh, Harrider turned to face the human. What hostage would that be, Mr. Bagman? There is no one in this world who I care for. Even a Maver is a mere summons, who you peep. La would not have been able to contact regardless. You lack the spells and the knowledge of her identity in the other dimensions. Lugo wrung his hands together. It wasn't your, companion, from the Yule Ball. It's one of the Hogwarts elves. Dumbledore assured us that you held some type of affection for the creature. Harrider's eyes narrowed at the same time their green light flared. Have you not caused them enough suffering? Scowl deepening, he turned from the human back to the lake, searching for something, he knew not what. Tisking, he called out, would a Hogwarts elf please join me? With a sharp crack, a lithe figure in a suit with pointed ears and flowing blonde hair. Had they not been a mere 4 feet tall, they could have been mistaken for a cousin to Harrider. You called, Master, Harrider. Harrider's scowl softened into a gentle smile as he shook his head. I've told you before, there is no need to call me Master. Your people are free of the curse. Anyway, it would appear that one of your fellows was taken as a hostage and placed at the bottom of the lake. As I do not possess the necessary magic nor access to my normal potions that allow me to deal with underwater environs. I was hoping that you would rescue whoever it is that was placed at the bottom of the lake. The short elf frowned before nodding. Of course, Master Heriter. I shall return. With a sharp crack the elf disappeared, only to return moments later with not one hostage, but all four. 3 human children, only 2 of which Heriter vaguely recognized, with the other clearly too young to be a Hogwarts student. The final hostage was one of the elves, the first one he had freed from the curse. At this point the various judges for the task had hurried over. Dumbledore appeared to sigh, while the man from Durmstrang looked positively livid. Oh Heriter, my boy. What have you done? The world had devolved into fire. Hedges burned all around him as Heriter stalked his prey. From the moment he had stepped into the maze for the final task of the tournament, something or someone had seemed to drive him ever deeper. At first he had been content to just wait within the first row of hedges for one of the other contestants to win, knowing that his participation was all that was required by the goblet to satisfy the requirements. Once the task was over, he would be returned home. The hedges had begun to close behind and around him. He had originally just ignored the hedges, until they grew thorns and tore at his robes. Moving away was simple, as the hedges didn't grow quickly, just steadily. Then he encountered various monsters that tried to herd him in certain directions. Most of those monsters were smoldering corpses now. One of the contestants, the Durmstrang boy, attempted to curse Heriter, corralling him towards the depths of the maze. That boy was unconscious, burnt but alive. He had been tempted to kill the boy, but the human had appeared to be under some type of mind control. He'd recognized the effects from his dealings with shadow priests and the like over the years. After the monsters had failed to properly motivate Heriter, the hedges moved in again, this time quicker and thornier. At that point he had refused to move, instead blasting away at the hedges. That's when Professor Moody had shown up, shouting that Heriter needed to get the cup or that all his work would have been for nothing. Suddenly it all clicked together. The constant nudges sent his way, the suggestions. Moody was the one who had caused the goblet to summon him. Moody was the reason he had been torn from his family. Moody was the reason he had been stuck dealing with humans for months. Dealt with their questions, their stares, their incessant need to touch his ears. Heriter responded to Moody's rants with a fireblast, followed by fireball after fireball, interspersed with every single offensive spell he could think of. Had he not spent years fighting a war of survival, either against the members of the Alliance or against the various monsters of the world, he would have been hard-pressed to match the intensity with which the professor fought. However, they seemed equal in both their casting speed and the variety of spells they threw at each other. Fortunately, a Maver was able to be summoned during a lull in the fighting and things had turned Heriter's way. Now, together, they were stalking the professor who had fled further into the maze. Finally, he reached a clearing, where Moody stood across from the Champion's Cup. They exchanged spells once again, with a Maver adding her whip. Moody seemed more than ready for her attacks this time, even managing to damage her enough to force her to retreat to her realm to heal. Some sort of concussive blast had Heriter on his knees, struggling to breath. You've caused me enough trouble, Potter. Time for you to meet the Dark Lord. Heriter looked up just in time to catch the Champion's Cup that had been banished towards him. There was a sensation like a tug at his navel and the world around him appeared to scramble and squeeze together. Then the world vanished altogether. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. Heriter tried to keep silent as he fought for consciousness, a pain in his head and his hand. Feeling himself bound in some manner, he opened his eyes a slit. He could just make out a human he didn't recognize dripping blood from a dagger into a cauldron. Given the blood he could feel dripping down his palm, he figured the blood on the dagger to be his own. Whatever was in that cauldron would not be to his benefit, given the wording of the spell. Ignoring the goings-on of the human and the cauldron, he instead focused on his magic. While his next spell was usually used defensively, he had been studying and perfecting an alternative, just such an occasion. When the human placed some kind of bundle into the cauldron, Heriter unleashed his magic. A concentrated blast wave that fire and force around him, blasting him free of the tombstone he had been tied to, burning away his bindings, and more importantly, melting the cauldron and whatever had been placed within. There was a terrible scream from the ruins of the cauldron and a disembodied spirit rushed into the night's sky. Harry vaguely recognized the spirit that had been found inhabiting his scar before it was sealed away from the blood elves. Though how a spirit could be in multiple places like that he did not know. The unknown human rolled around on the ground, squealing in pain from the burns that covered most of his body. Harry scowled down at it for a moment before granting it peace with one last fireball. There was a tug on his magic and a pillar of flame erupted around him. Just as he felt the magic of the goblet preparing to send him home, he made one last statement. Freed Hogwarts elves, to me. It's time for us all to go home. Author's notes. Harry Potter raised as a blood elf fire mage from the World of Warcraft universe. He was found as a toddler by those in the palace and instead of killing the human as they could have, decided to use him and see what they could teach him. When he started exhibiting accidental magic at a younger age than was usual for their world, they felt themselves vindicated on their decision to keep him. That was when he training as a mage started. He showed an affinity for fire and politics, eventually leading him to his adoption by Lorthamar, the Lord Regent of the Blood Elves. That's the last of the mage builds for the Warcraft universe. I'm tempted to do versions of all the other classes at some point. Imagine Death Knight HP or Paladin HP. Let me know what you thought of the story and what other versions of Harry Potter you would like to see. The Disciple. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a figure clad in an all-encompassing black robe, with a shadowy hood. It was only the lack of a silver death mask that kept the figure from looking like a Death Eater. Albus looked at the figure in surprise. His was definitely not what he had been expecting from the goblet. That shadowy hood panned across the great hall for a moment before the figure reached up to it back, revealing a young man. Bright green eyes gazed at the room from beneath a bald head. A jagged scar was etched above each eyebrow in the shape of a lightning bolt. A room full of magical disciples. How fascinating. Dumbledore's eyes locked onto the scar on the young man's head. While having a second scar was strange, he would recognize those eyes anywhere. Harry. The young man turned his gaze from the students to the headmaster. His gaze swept up and down before he cocked his head to the side. Excuse me, but do I know you? I don't recognize your robes. Who are you a disciple of? Albus chuckled, reaching up to stroke his beard. I am a student of learning. Harry, my boy, even at my age. As for if you know me, it is more that I knew you, once upon a time. It has been some years since I last saw you. Harry seemed to consider that statement for a moment, his arms sliding into the opposite sleeves. Indeed, that must have been before I was found by the society. Those green eyes narrowed for a moment before he continued. And what exactly was your relationship to me? You obviously know me well enough to recognize me on sight. That leaves many more questions to be answered, old man. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he mirrored young Harry's motions, sliding his hands into his sleeves. That this let him grasp his wand out of sight was only a bonus. Harry, my boy, I'm sure that you have so many questions. P.S. We could move these questions to my office. You still have not identified yourself. I do not feel comfortable going with someone who won't even do me the courtesy of telling me their name. The headmaster nodded. Of course. Quite right, quite right. How forgetful of me. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry offered the headmaster a bow. Greetings, headmaster. I am Harry Potter of the society. I take it then that this is a school, of which you are the headmaster. Excited chattering broke out among the students on hearing Harry's name. Even some of the foreign students rejoining in on the discussions going around the tables. Albus offered Harry his most grandfatherly smile. Indeed, I am. This is the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is it now? A wide smile spread across Harry's lips even as his gaze left the headmaster to sweep back over the assembled students from 3 different schools. Albus mentally frowned when he didn't see the light of recognition in the boy's eyes. Where exactly had he been all these years that he hadn't even heard of Hogwarts? What had those muggles done to him? Now Harry, my boy, I really must insist that we move this to my office. This is far too public of a location for us to be discussing your life. Those green eyes shifted back to the headmaster, and for a moment, Albus could have sworn there was anger in their depths. He must have imagined it though, as that smile only grew wider. Of course, Headmaster. You are correct. One's past is a sacred thing and should only be shared with those you trust or those in true authority. Shall we go? With a quick glance at the staff table, Albus gathered up the heads of house and swept Harry from the room, leaving behind a room full of chattering discussion. Harry sat with his arms in the opposite sleeves, watching the headmaster recline in his own throne-like chair with a similar pose. Arrayed on each side of the old man were the other people who had followed them into the room. So far they hadn't been introduced, and he had the feeling that it was a ploy by the man to keep Harry in ignorance. While the genial old man effect was strong with this one, there was something lurking beneath that tickled Harry's senses. A sense of falseness that made Harry want to leave the room. However, the absolute treasure trove that was this school could not be ignored. He could endure many things to get himself a hold of the magic that he could see just spread around him. Everything he had seen, from the way things worked in his brief glance of the Great Hall, to the moving portraits in the headmaster's office, and all the things in between, only proved to convince Harry that there was a wealth to be harvested here, if only he was patient. The fact that he was to compete in some kind of competition with other students was of no consequence. His whole life had been one competition or another for as long as he could remember. This would be no different. Harry, my dear boy, I'm not sure what to think of your tale. It seems so fantastical, a world with so little magic that it takes years of study for even the most basic of spells. Harry nodded. Quite understandable, Headmaster. It is hard for me to accept that you have such an abundance of magic here. I can think of many times in my life when more magic would have been truly beneficial. That I could have grown up here, in this world, should I not have been found by the society. One of the other people in the room scoffed. You expect us to believe that you have no knowledge of magic, Potter. How droll. Turning to the one who had spoken, he frowned. The man was taller than those around him, with a head of greasy hair. The man would have fit in well among some of the old disciples. They seemed to enjoy that look. Harry preferred the simplicity of his own presentation. I don't believe I said I had no knowledge of magic. Only that there is more magic here than where I was raised. I don't know why that is. But I look forward to learning more while I am here. With this being a school, I hope to be able to enroll during my time in the tournament. He turned a smile on the headmaster. That is, if Hogwarts will have me. You did mention that you knew me as a child. The tall, skinny, older female nodded. Harry, we knew you when you were just a wee babe. More importantly, we knew your pair placed you with the Dursleys to begin with, though I was against that. She turned a frown on the headmaster. The headmaster simply returned that grandfatherly smile that Harry found so false. Your parents were dear students of ours, which was why they left you in our care. Though I do confess, I still do not understand how you went from the Dursleys to your society. Harry nodded. That is something that I would dearly like to discover as well, Headmaster. Hopefully during my time at this school, we can look into my past and figure out what happened all those years ago and how I went from being placed with my loving relatives to being found by the society. There was a rustle of robes from the greasy one, but before the man could say anything, Dumbledore continued. Indeed, Harry, indeed. However, for now, let us get you situated into lodgings. I'm sure that Minerva would love to house you with her lions. Harry's gaze whipped from the headmaster to the woman pursing her lips. Lions. I'm guessing that's a label of sort, and not an attempt to have me sleeping with animals. Minerva grimaced. Harry, lions is what my students are called. The headmaster should have explained this earlier, but the school is separated into 4 houses. The woman then proceeded to explain about the various factions in the school. Harry hid a smile as he nodded in understanding. Interhouse rivalries, in addition to multiple schools all in one area. So many opportunities to be had. His gaze turned to the greasy man for a moment. Oh, definitely. A lot of opportunities. So you're Harry Potter. Harry paused in his walk with Professor McGonagall. Turning around, he spotted a skinny boy with long blonde hair and a pair of larger boys flanking him. I am. And you are. I am Draco Malfoy, heir to House Malfoy. The young man gave Harry a clear once-over before slowly extending his hand. As you are new to Hogwarts, I wanted to welcome you, as well as offer my guidance. You will find that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you know who to associate with and who to avoid." Ignoring the way the professor bristled beside him, Harry merely nodded his head. "I thank you for the offer, Mr. Malfoy. However, as you have said, I am new to Hogwarts. I would prefer some time for my own observations before involving myself in any local politics." He glanced down at the hand before nodding again. "However, I appreciate the offer and wish no ill feelings between us." He reached out and took the young man's hand in a firm shake. The Malfoy heir nodded his head. "Understandable. In case you weren't aware, you come from a long line of wizarding families, on your father's side. And while he may have polluted your bloodline with Muggle blood, the line itself is still to be respected. Come to me when you are ready to learn more about your heritage." A wide smile graced Harry's lips as he nodded again. "Indeed. Thank you for sharing that bit of information. I know nothing about my family. Having been raised by the Society, they don't typically involve themselves with the outside world, and I consider myself fairly sheltered. We will talk later. For now though," he motioned to the professor to proceed. When they were a sufficient distance away that he didn't have to worry about Malfoy overhearing, he turned to the professor. "I take it there was something about that interaction that displeased you, Professor." McGonagall pursed her lips before nodding. That pure blood nonsense about your mother's blood polluting your line. Disgraceful." "Oh, so he was intentionally insulting. Fascinating." Harry trailed off for a moment as he followed the clearly fuming professor. "I intend to learn as much as I can while I am here, Professor. That includes learning all about magical blood." Harry's first few days in Hogwarts was spent learning about the school, the tournament, and the wizarding world in general. Several students from the show from across the houses were assigned to teach him, and he enjoyed spending time with them. The students ran the gamut from Muggleborn to high society pureblood. Even more fascinating was the realization that this wasn't his world. Supposedly it was his world of origins, but the one in which he had grown up in, been raised by the Society in, had no correlation in this world. At first he had thought it had to do with how secretive the Society was. Over time though, he found the discrepancies between the two worlds to be too extensive to ignore. Yet that presented even more possibilities. Were there other members of a society here? Their purpose would certainly transcend worlds. This bore looking into, while most of the students assigned to interact with Harry were accommodating, even if some were more standoffish than others, there were those in the general student body, even from some of the other schools, that were less delightful to interact with. Mr. Malfoy especially seemed determined to impose himself upon Harry, even resorting to physical intimidation once his original offer had been completely rebuffed. Fortunately, Harry had some methods of dealing with everything on his own. Malfoy walked up to Daphne Greengrass as she was escorting the Potter heir through the castle. "Greengrass, have you seen Crabbe and Goyle? They weren't waiting for me this morning, and no one has seen them all day." The statuesque Slytherin turned from his charge to regard him with cold eyes. One day his father would finish those negotiations and he would be able to show the uppity girl where her place truly was. Beneath him or kneeling at his feet. "I don't keep track of your retainers, Malfoy. Now unless you have some official business with me or my charge, I am afraid we must be about our way." Barely keeping from grinding his teeth, Malfoy turned away. If only he could learn to get his robes to flourish like his godfather. The bushy-haired Gryffindor was full of information and energy. Harry rather thought she would look quite attractive if they could get rid of that hair. Her clear intelligence and thirst for knowledge would have done her well in the Society. The moaning charm is one of the most useful in a wizard's arsenal. It is also more diverse than people think, with a lot of the charms targeting based on the intent of the caster. The distance at which it can be cast is another factor that can be modified with both power and intent. Harry smiled at the young lady as he let himself become absorbed in the lesson. This spell was such a delight, and he could think of many ways in which it would make his life easier, both here and once he returned to the Society. "The first task is a dragon. You are quite certain?" Harry sighed as Cedric, the champion for Hogwarts, nodded. Reaching up to run his hands over his bald pate, he sighed again. After a moment he was able to change his sigh to a smile. Thank you, Cedric, for letting me know. You may have just saved my life. You're welcome, Harry. I just thought it was fair that you knew since someone else told me. The young man trailed off before adding, do you need help finding information about dragons? Harry shook his head. The library here is quite extensive. Ms. Granger and Ms. Greengrass have both educated me on its uses as well as how to navigate through its extensive depths. I assure you, I shall be fine. Now that I know what to study. Cedric offered a sheepish smile. Okay, Harry. Good luck then. Harry's smile was much wider than before. Thank you, Cedric, for this wonderful gift. Albus, you must do something. My snakes have been taken and Potter is behind it. The headmaster signed. Now Severus, there is no evidence that Harry has done anything of the sort. Why? I don't know why your students have chosen this time to abandon the school. You cannot possibly blame young Harry without some proof. Scowling, the potions master turned with a whirl towards the door. Mark my words, Albus. That boy is behind this and I intend to find out how. You know, Professor, I was planning on letting you live, at least until the first task for all Yornism. Your disappearance would have been hard to explain. However, you just couldn't leave well enough alone. Harry considered the man who was bound and secured to the stone table in the room on the 7th floor. The house elves had told him about this room when he was searching for a safe place for his work. He had been ecstatic. It was perfect, undiscoverable unless you knew the secret, and best of all, it provided everything he needed. Especially the ceremonial knife. The gagged man on the table continued to struggle, though to no avail. Really, Professor, it's your fault. You could have had a front row seat to everything. Instead, you get to be part of the ritual itself. Leaning down, he tapped the man on the chest with the point of his dagger. Just think though, you'll be part of the greatest ritual your world has ever seen. Or ever will see, given the circumstances. Harry chuckled to himself before nodded. Let's begin, shall we? Don't worry, you can scream all you want. No one else will hear you. Harry exited the tent to find himself in a stone-strewn arena. On the other side of the arena lurked the dragon, more magnificent than he could have possibly imagined. The amount of magic energy in the creature, combined with the energy used to control it, as well as protect the audience, was a buzz against his skin. With a smile, he reached out with his magic and called his satchel to him. It took a few minutes. Since he'd left it somewhere it wouldn't be disturbed. Couldn't risk others stopping this ritual. From the magically enlarged satchel he drew several pouches filled with liquid, then proceeded to draw an intricate ritual diagram. It wasn't one native to this world, so he wasn't worried about someone figuring out what he was trying to do. The scent of blood seemed to send the dragon into a frenzy. Though fortunately Harry was far enough away from the beast that it couldn't reach him, though the heat of its breath was more than enough to cause him to sweat. Ignoring the sounds of a confused and agitated audience, Harry drew his ritual knife and began the final preparations, chanting in a language never before heard on this world. The magic in the air seemed to still before rushing into the ritual diagram. Raising his hand, he drew the knife across his palm liberally, allowing his lifeblood to finish the ritual. I offer this blood, freely given. I offer this blood, forcefully taken. I offer this life, one of magic and bound with the bones of the world. Accept this offering and come forth. Tentacles of blood and shadow burst forth from the diagram, esting for the dragon who tried to burn them away. The tentacles shuddered and died before multiplying and attacking the dragon from multiple directions. They latched onto the beast, wrapping around its muzzle, its wings, its legs. Soon the creature was being dragged across the arena floor into the arena. There was gasps from the audience when the dragon seemed to be ripped apart, blood and viscera sucked into the diagram. Then the magic of the arena shuddered and was sucked away as well. A voice from nowhere and everywhere filled the air, more felt than heard. Your sacrifice is accepted. I come. From the diagram something arose. Something unexplainable, unacceptable, unnatural, unfathomable. That something regarded Harry with all its eyes before nodding and turning away. Before the cosmic horror could move, Harry spoke up. Please leave those of marked alive. The thing turned back to consider him for a moment before offering a minute nod. Then it turned its many toothy maws on the audience. Spells and screams of terror filled the air. Author's note: Harry is a sort of disciple of Cthulhu. I admit that I know nothing of Lovecraftian lore and was making something like this up off the top of my head. However, I've wanted to do a Dark Harry for a while now, and this was what I came up with. Could I have added more detail? Sure, but I like leaving more of it up to your imaginations. Unless you want to see more. Could do a part 2 to this at some point. Please let me know what you think in the reviews, as well as any ideas you might have for other versions of Harry to summon. And if you like, check out my original work on Royal Road. Just look for Sargon Dorsai there as well. The ninja. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a figure dressed neck to toe in cloth of black that was tight at the wrist and ankles, but otherwise loose. Their lower face was hidden in the same cloth, with Annette. Her band of cloth and a metal plate tied across his forehead. Green eyes widened for a moment before the person appeared to throw something at the ground. Smoke erupted, nearly filling the great hall. By the time the teachers could get their wands out to clear the air, there was no sign of the visitor. The chatter in the room grew more excited as speculation ran rampant. Albus Dumbledore looked at the empty spot where there had once been a pillar of flames and a young man. A young man who he had only briefly seen but had seemed strangely familiar. It was as if two people had been mixed into one. Could that have been? He trailed off as he saw Severus stalking over, robes billowing behind him. Albus, why do I feel that you know something about this intruder? The headmaster looked into the eyes of his potions master, easily pushing aside the mental probe. His own efforts were equally rebuffed. I'm not sure what to say, Severus. I am not familiar with the young man that just appeared in. I certainly don't know where he might have gone. Severus sneered before turning in a whirl of his robes to stalk away. Albus watched him go with a gentle smile before turning to organize the rest of the faculty. There was an intruder to track down after all. Luna Lovegood paused beside a shadowed alcove on her way back to Ravenclaw Tower from the Great Hall. You cannot hide forever, you know. Especially not with as many Raxperts as you've got. But I think you've got some time still. They never really have been able to find any of the things hiding in the castle. Not in all the years I've been here. Turning to the alcove, she offered a small smile. I hope we get to see each other soon. Have a good night. With that said, she turned and skipped away. A black-clad young man seemed to step out of the shadows. Green eyes following the willowy blonde for a moment before crinkling in an eye smile. Stepping back, he disappeared. Hermione Granger sighed as she left the library for the evening. While she had plenty of time before curfew, she was also not in any hurry to return to the dorms. Her years at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had only served to reinforce her reluctance to interact with her peers. Not that any of them actually acted like peers. They were no different from the other kids from primary. They taunted and bullied her before of her looks, her drive to learn, and her desire to fit in. Magic was supposed to have changed all that. Before she could travel down the well-worn path of self-pity, she felt something cool and sharp settle against her neck, even as a strong, calloused hand covered her mouth. The voice of the one she could only assume was holding her hostage sounded behind her. One scream and it will be the last that you make. Nod slowly if you understand. Her hands clenched in her robes and she cursed herself for not getting that wrist holster over the summer break. With the number of times she'd been cursed in the corridors on, would think she'd have learned her lesson. Instead, she slowly nodded. The hand over her mouth was removed. Good to see you can follow instructions. Let's go somewhere and have a little discussion, you and I. Answer my questions and you'll remain unharmed. Lie to me. The voice trailed off and Hermione had to fight to not let her mind run wild with speculation. She'd read about hostage situations like this, of course. Not that she'd ever expected to be in one, but those far-off fantasies had joined others inspired by her insatiable reading. Kaylee than she would have expected, she found herself in an abandoned classroom. She barely suppressed a shudder as the door closed, sealing her in with her captor. Where do you keep your weapons? I'm sure we would both rather I didn't have to search you for them. A blush blossomed on her cheeks as her mind raced ahead of her, though she was quick to stammer out that her wand was in her right pocket. She felt a hand brush past her waist and delve into her pocket. Removing an assortment of books, writing materials, then finally her wand. There was a slight grunt of amusement behind her and she once again felt her cheeks heat. So what if she liked to keep so many things on her person? She'd done the expansion charm on her pockets herself. A wand, huh, an interesting choice of weapon. There was a pause before he continued. I'm going to release you to sit at one of the desks. Then we can have a nice chat, face to face. The blade was removed from her neck. Hermione resisted the urge to reach up and check for blood. Instead, she moved to the closest desk, turning to slide into the chair and get her first look at her abductor. As she'd expected, it appeared to be the young man who had briefly appeared in a pillar of flames in the Great Hall when the champions. How had he managed to stay undetected for an entire week? There were so many questions and she had to resist the urge to raise her hand to ask. Those green eyes seemed to crinkle in amusement at her. The young man stood against the door of the classroom, dagger in one hand and her wand in the other. Now that we're all comfortable, why don't we start some obvious questions? While I've been able to gather some information, I'd like some clarifications. First off, where are we? I've heard people call it the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and I've watched some displays of what you people have been calling magic. It's different from the skills of learned but there are some similarities as well. Hermione nodded slowly. Hogwarts is the premier school for learning magic in all of Europe. There are 7 years of learning here, where witches and wizards have been taught their craft for 1,000 years. She bit her bottom lip for a moment before adding, there is so much to say about Hogwarts, but I think you might want to move on to your other questions. That same eye smile seemed to tug at her senses for a moment before he nodded. She couldn't tell if he was smiling beneath that mask, but she imagined that he was. You have a very good point. A very good point. He tapped the dagger against his cheek before continuing. How about this then? What is the Tri-Wizard Tournament and how am I involved? Shaking her head, Hermione frowned. I'm not 100% sure on how you're involved, but if I may. Once he nodded, she motioned to her wand. Could you give it a quick wave? The young man narrowed those green eyes at her for a moment before they returned to their carefree look. However, she felt her own eyes grow wide when he waved the wand and a few sparks shot out. Well, isn't that something? Hermione resisted bouncing in her chair but she couldn't help blurting, you're a wizard. The newly labeled wizard merely nodded. So it would seem. Might explain some things. Considering how some of my skills work, he trailed off with a shake of his head. Okay, it looks like you and I have a lot more to talk about than I thought. NWH, we might not have come together in the most hospitable of circumstances, I would like to try and make friends. So how about it? The dagger disappeared and he seemed to be offering her the wand. Lo, oaking from the wand to the young man then back again, she decided to trust her heart for once instead of her mind. Reaching out, she took her wand, then replaced it back into her pocket. Offering a smile, she stuck out her hand. Hello there, my name is Hermione Granger. The young man clasped her around the forearm. And I'm Harry Potter. Hermione gasped. Are you really? Her eyes darted up to where his forehead was covered up. Before she could speak, she felt the grip on her arm tighten. You seem to recognize that name. She quickly nodded. If you are who I think you are, you'll have a lightning bolt-shaped scar above your eye. Those eyes seemed to narrow before he slowly nodded. People have been speculating on your whereabouts for years. Just where have you been? Releasing the grip on her arm, the newly identified Harry Potter sighed before reaching up to remove the cloth covering his forehead. The scar stood out beneath the wild nest that was his hair. It seems like things have become even more complicated. Those eyes crinkled into a smile again. And it looks like we've got a lot more to talk about, Hermione Granger. Excuse me, Professor, could we talk for a moment? Minerva looked up from desk to see one of her favorite students looking in from the door. She hadn't even heard it opening. A quick tempest spell told her the time. Miss Granger, it is far past curfew. This is most irregular. I trust that this is so important that it couldn't wait till morning. The girl fidgeted for a moment and Minerva was half tempted to relent. The poor thing had had a hard time in Hogwarts and she'd been mostly powerless to help. Perhaps with the other schools here she would make more friends, though there hadn't been much evidence of that, considering that she spent nearly all her free time in the library. When Hermione further entered the office, the professor leaned back in her chair to fully regard the girl. Yes, Professor. I don't think this is something that can keep until morning. Hermione closed the door behind her and hurried to take a seat. For a brief moment she just looked down at her hands in her lap before hurriedly blurting out, "I've found Harry Potter." For just a moment, the Transfiguration professor allowed herself a feeling of hope. Then reality came crashing down on her. Lips pursed into a grimace, she glared at her former favorite student. "I do not appreciate gossip in my office, Miss Granger." "I know, Professor, and I don't engage in gossip." The girl had a fierce look in her eye as she continued, "And this is too important to try and take on my own. So I ask, as my head of house, that you trust me and give me the chance to explain." Minerva suppressed the urge to sigh. When it was put that way, she really had no choice but to at least listen to the girl. She waved vaguely to continue. "Thank you, Professor. Do you remember the young man who appeared in the Pillar of Flames at the selection ceremony? Well, he found me outside the library tonight and took me hostage. It's fine. I'm okay. He didn't hurt me, but he did have questions and together we've learned a lot. He told me that his name is Harry Potter and he even showed me the scar." Hermione appeared to grow excited. "Oh, Professor, you wouldn't believe some of the things he had to tell me. It's all so fantastical, which I realize may seem strange, as we live in a castle practicing magic, but still," she blushed before continuing. "He wants to meet you. He says he'll take my word that you wouldn't try to capture or torture him." Minerva frowned, one hand raised as if to defend herself. "Well, I never. To think that someone would think that I would torture someone." Granger quickly raised her hands. "I don't think he meant you, specifically, Professor. Just a generalized condition." She paused, worrying her lower lip before asking, "So will you meet with him?" The frown softened into a gentle smile. "I would be delighted to meet Mr. Potter." A sect. Ion of the wall near the door shimmered to reveal the young man in question. "Then it's a delight to meet you, Professor. I'm Harry Potter. So you really think I'll need to compete in this tournament?" Harry leaned back in his chair, arms folded across his chest. His forehead protector was currently pushed up, making his spiky hair stand up even more than usual. He mentally chuckled at the realization that he resembled his mentor even more right now. The professor seemed to regard him over her glass. "Potter, from the discussions the staff and judges have had while we looked for you, it seems me out that the Goblet formed a magical contract that would cost you your magic if you failed to compete. The other schools were unhappy to learn this and protested most vigorously. So that agreement was made without their consent. Sounds like some of the work I encountered back home." Harry reached up to tap his cloth-covered cheek. "Still, this won't be my first tournament. What can you tell me about it though? Are they expecting a good showing or do they just want me to kill my opponents as fast as possible?" McGonagall gasped. "Mr. Potter, this is not some blood sport. This is meant to be a friendly competition." Harry leaned forward. "Then why did Hermione tell me that the tournament was cancelled because too many people had been killed? Seems like a blood sport to me." The Transfiguration teacher pursed her lips as if she'd bitten a lemon. "Be that as it may, you will not be competing against the other champions directly. Rather you will all be in the same type of events and will be scored on your performances." Harry leaned back. "Well now, that is something different." His eyes crinkled into a smile. "Now I think the thing that we need to discuss is, how do we go about revealing who I am and what do we say about where I've been? It doesn't sound like your people are ready for the concept of another world." "Indeed, Mr. Potter, indeed." She looked over at Hermione and her expression softened. "I'm sure Miss Granger would be happy to help you get settled in. I'll see about assigning you some guest quarters." Harry grinned beneath his mask. "That does sound delightful." Albus Dumbledore looked down the staff table at his Transfiguration professor. She appeared as though a cat who had gotten into the cream and for the life of him he couldn't imagine why. There had been no reports from the portraits, prefects, or ghosts. Nothing that could have given her such a look. "Minerva, my dear, is there something you would like to share?" "Nothing I care to share at the table, Albus. Though perhaps we can meet in your office after the meal." The headmaster steepled his fingers together over his belly. Slowly, he nodded. "This should prove interesting. Maybe she knew something about the intruder that had evaded them for over a week. Except why wouldn't she want to share with the group? Looking around the great hall, he examined the students and faculty from the other schools. Was it their presence that held her tongue? Oh well, he would find out soon enough. Albus Dumbledore sat back in his chair, considering the woman sitting across his desk from him. Are you telling me that Harry Potter was the young man summoned by the goblet and that he's been running around unescorted and unknown since then? And that you've known about it for a couple of days now? Oh Minerva, I'm so disappointed in you. Quote, Minerva bristled. Don't you take that tone with me, Albus Dumbledore. As deputy headmistress of this school, I did my duty to determine that Harry is not a threat to the students. Additionally, I took the time to learn about the boy's circumstances, as well as gotten to know him as a person. His life is like nothing we have ever known, and to have brought I am to your attention before I had that information would have been a gross dereliction of my duties. It wasn't often that that stern gaze was directed his way. He wasn't fond of the feeling. Oh Minerva, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. The important thing is to make sure that Harry is comfortable and understands that he's safe now that he's been brought back to us. Why did that seem to cause his transfiguration professor to bristle even more? Albus, I don't think you understand just how significant all of this is. Harry was in another world and some powerful force was used to drag him back to ours. Both of those events require great magics, ones that we don't understand. There is no way for the goblet to have summoned Harry on its own. Not to mention whatever it was that dragged a baby off a muggle doorstep and whisked him off to whatever world he ended up on. Her stern demeanor finally broke. Oh Albus, he's been trained as a soldier, a killer, since he was a little boy. His eyes and determination might be all lily, I don't see his carefree father in him at all. Why did all of this have to happen to him? And what new tragedy will he have to endure in this tournament? The headmaster looked at Minerva over the top of his glasses. We will do all we can to take care of young Harry. We'll show him the love and care he would have had he not been abducted. When can I meet him? Are you sure I can't convince you to be sorted into a house, Harry? Harry shook his head. I'm quite happy with the tutor I've found. While it might still leave me at a disadvantage against the other competitors. Given that they've had more time to study magic and are slightly older, I do believe my other training will help make up for the difference. Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to consider Harry for a moment before sighing. Of course, my boy. I meant no disrespect to Miss Granger. She is indeed a credit to her house and one of the best students in her year. I just feel that you would benefit from interacting more with your peers. Once again, Harry shook his head. I don't believe that would be best, Headmaster. While I don't understand the forces that led to my being here, I do plan on returning home. He held up a hand to prevent interruption. Yes, I understand that this is my world of origin. However, I am quite comfortable in the world I grew up in, not to mention having responsibilities to my people and nation. You may not approve of my choices in life, but they are my choices and I will honor my vows. I do hope you will reconsider, Harry. There is you need to learn about your responsibilities here. Ones that are valuable to the wizarding world. Then perhaps we can discuss those responsibilities and how I can discharge them during my time here. Given the way you've explained the tournament to me, there seems to be a great deal of downtime between events. Between learning with Hermione and my own training, I don't believe that all of my time will be taken away. His eyes crinkled into a smile. In fact, I figure I'll have plenty of time. So let's figure out how to make the best use of that time, shall we? Harry, what is that orange book you're always reading? Hermione looked up at her friend, who for some reason was lounging on the wall, looking for all the world as if he was just relaxing on his back, rather than somehow clinging to the side of the wall. Harry offered her his crinkled eye smile and whipped the book out of his pocket, which now had much the same enchantment as her own. It's something my mentor gave me. One of his favorite books. Actually, he looked from it to her before making the book disappear. I'm not sure it's exactly your thing. Hermione frowned and crossed her arms beneath her breasts. Oh really? And why would you say that? You know how much I love reading. I'm sure it's nothing I haven't read before. That eye smile seemed to brighten somehow, though Hermione still wasn't sure. How someone who never removed their mask could be so expressive. Oh ho, this is something you've read before. Well, that changes the way I think of you, Miss Granger. And leaves so many more questions. She wasn't sure why his gaze caused her to blush, but she suddenly couldn't meet his gaze. Suddenly, something seemed to click in her mind. Wait a second, you're reading smut. Tut tut, Hermione. This isn't smut. This is specially crafted adult literature of the highest quality. One of the most critically acclaimed books of my world. Hermione was sure her cheeks couldn't have grown any hotter. That's still not something appropriate for you to have out in public. Which is why it has a generic orange cover. He chuckled. Only those who know will know. Though now that you know, he trailed off for a moment before adding. We could add this topic to our discuss wrong. Her cheeks could get hotter. Harry, I think not. Let's just get back to magic. We were talking about transfiguration, and how it relates to your elemental manipulation on a more advanced scale. She dutifully ignored the continued chuckles from her friend. Hermione frowned at her friend. I still can't believe you haven't met any of the other champions. Or much of the student body, for that matter. Harry chuckled at her. And how much of the student body and the fellow champions have you met, Hermione? I get all the interaction I need from you and Luna. The rest of my time is devoted to training. I want to master as many of these techniques to take back home with me as I can. Her frown deepened at the thought of losing her best friend. Just that fact, that she had a best friend, was something new and frightening, and she firmly ignored the many other factors that went into that statement. The point the competition is to foster relations between the three schools. Closing the book in his hands, Harry looked at her. And just how much relations is there between the schools? Other than a couple of the Bobaton girls and Crumb. How many of the visiting students do you interact with? What about your fellow students? I know you've noticed how your school isn't exactly warm and inviting to others. Save for certain ones which shall remain unnamed, especially since you won't let me do anything about them. Hermione huffed. You can't just kill any student that offends you. Wrong. I most certainly can kill any student here. Blushing, she shook her head. I meant you mustn't. It's wrong to kill people just because they annoy you. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm a little more discreet than that, thank you very much. Though if they try to curse you behind your back again, I'm stabbing them. I warned them already and now I'm warning you. Fine. She'd never admit it, but it was nice that he was so protective of her. Harry, it's dragons. The first task is going to be dragons. Hermione came skidding to a halt at their table in the library, panting and hunched over. Studio U. Sly ignored the shushing she was receiving from Madame Pants, though her cheeks heated at the thought of breaking such an important rule as keeping quiet in the library. However, this was too important to have been left to decorum. Harry looked at his friend, his eyes narrowing for a moment before he pulled out a chair and guided her into it. Breathe, Hermione, calmly now. Once you've got yourself settled, we'll discuss this. It took a moment, but she eventually got her breathing under control, then was able to relay the information she had learned from Luna, of all people, about the dragons in the forest. You know what this means, don't you? When she gave him a terrified look, he just smiled at her. Now we know what to study. Time to learn about dragons. Fleur was getting her furs. Glimpse at the reported fourth champion. Very few people had encountered the young man since his appearance at the choosing ceremony. As she'd already been chosen and out of the room, she hadn't had a chance to meet him. Neither of the other champions had met him either, though Victor had apparently caught glimpses of the young man in the library, which was a strange thought, considering how much of a physical creature the Durmstrand student seemed to be. Turning her thoughts back to the enigmatic young man, she considered his strange attire. Clad nearly head to toe in black cloth, he was no thing like any other wizard she had ever encountered. He also apparently never took over the cloth covering his lower face, nor the band covering his forehead. While she was watching him, he turned to cast her an eye smile before going back to watching everyone in the room. She wasn't sure how she felt about being so summarily dismissed like that. Not that she wanted the attention, but she had WN used to having a certain effect on young men, and it was interesting to find someone who appeared to be so unaffected by it. When they picked their dragons and the young man got the Hungarian horntail, she felt sick. Until she saw his eyes. There was an excitement in those emerald orbs. Suddenly, she wished she could witness his time in the arena. Harry stepped into the arena with a lazy swagger. He ignored the excited chatter of the crowd, the announcer, and everything else, save for the dragon that crouched at the other side of the rock-strewn arena. There was nothing like it back home. The only monsters there all looked human, having been long ago hunted to extinction. For a moment he contemplated going for the new wand strapped to the inside of his forearm, but he had a much more interesting plan. Time to see how much his own skills compared to a dragon. Working his way through some quick hand signs, he belched a fireball at the beast. He had to dive out of the way of the return fire though. Note to self: fire versus dragon bad. Another set of hand signs sent a collection of rock bullets rocking at the dragon, which only seemed to piss the thing off more. Dancing around the arena, Harry kept on the move, sending waves of projectiles at the beast. Water, mud, air, ice. Not all of them were powerful, as his elemental affinity was still something they hadn't figured out. The RTH-based attacks seemed to work the best though. Blunt trauma it is. Ducking behind one of the larger boulders in the arena, he ran through a longer series of signs before slamming his hand into the ground. A long stone dragon dragged itself out of the ground, flying through the ground to slam into the horntail, knocking the thing on its back before capturing it in its coils. Snarls and fire filled the air, though Harry ignored it all as he stole nearer to the nest and stole the golden egg. He was almost to the entrance of the tent when he paused, turned to the audience, and held the egg aloft. At that moment both dragons had stopped fighting, one turning back into rubble, the other laying on its back in a daze. The audience erupted into cheers as they all finally noticed Harry. "I'm sorry, could you run that by me again?" Hermione sighed. "The professors say that there is going to be a Yule Ball and that the champions are required to attend. They're also required to bring a date. Hay would have told you directly but you seem to be avoiding them." She frowned at him. Harry tapped his cloth-covered cheek with a finger, the other arm folded over his chest. A ball you say? And I'm needing a date. Do you know if I'll be required to dance?" "I would imagine so." Stepping back, Harry made a flourish with his hands before dropped down to one knee and presenting her with a rose. "Hermione Granger, would you do me the honor and privilege of being my date to the Yule Ball?" Blushing, Hermione reached out to take the rose. Silent conjuration or sleight of hand, it didn't matter. It still smelled delightful. "Yes, Harry, I'll go with you to the dance." Jumping to his feet, he offered her an eye smile. "Great, only one more thing. Do you know someone who can teach me to dance?" "Mr. Potter, thank you for joining these lessons. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to get to know your peers here at Hogwarts. Your parents were friends with many of their friends. Professor, I thank you for the lessons. But I don't plan on interacting with the students beyond what needs to be done to learn to dance. I would have preferred private lessons with you, but understand that your time is precious and must needs be focused on your own students." Minerva HMPHED before nodding. "Be that as it may, I do hope you plan on taking advantage of this opportunity." "Of course, Professor." Hermione descended the steps of the dorm with a gentle smile on her lips. This was not what she had expected for her first date. Somehow she was companion to a champion, the boy who lived, and a traveler from another world. It all seemed so surreal. She spotted Neville standing next to a young man she didn't recognize. He was dressed in a muggle tuxedo, one that seemed to emphasize his lithe physique. Long raven hair was pulled, secured with a silver and periwinkle band. Emerald eyes smiled at her. "Harry, is that you? You aren't wearing a mask." "I mean, I knew you weren't going to. Because it wouldn't match the dress code, but even so, I still expected you to be wearing the same clothes I've seen you in every day. How did you do that with your hair? I thought it couldn't be tamed." The vision of Harry before her stepped closer, taking her hand with a smile. "Breathe, Hermione, breathe." Taking a moment to regain her composure, she offered him a smile and complimented her outfit, which was so different from the wizards around her. "This is what formal wear looks like back home, so I thought to wear it here. Several of the house elves were able to help me with it. As for the hair, it's a technique that lets me lengthen it. I found some cosmetic charms that let me smooth it out as well." "Well, I think you love dashing." Harry offered her his arm and the two proceeded to the Yule Ball. Dumbledore, I want you to know that if Hermione comes to harm because of this event, I'm going to hold you responsible. If she loses her life, so do you. Harry, my boy, I assure you, she is in no true danger. However, you need to make sure that you get her before the hour is up. We will be having words about this when I return. When the cannon sounded, Harry vanished from view. No one could tell if he even entered the water, only that he disappeared from the docks. For several minutes there was nothing to see. Several of the audience members fidgeted in the stands. There wasn't any type of broadcast, nor even announcements. Someone obviously missed the ball when it came to keeping the audience entertained on this one. Suddenly, several merfolk came flying out of the lake, followed by a veritable cloud of Grindylows. They were chased by what appeared to be a long, flowing dragon made of water that snapped at the creatures, sending body parts flying. Another dragon erupted from the waters, carrying Harry and several other people. You really shouldn't let the girl get to you like that. It's not healthy for her. Harry looked down from his book to the lithe little blonde beneath him, offering her an eye smile. She's the one who made the offer. If she hadn't made it a challenge, she wouldn't be so exhausted right now. Yes, Harry, that's true. But now the people here aren't in the type of shape that you are. You must have noticed that by now. Sighing, Harry put away his book and flipped down to land beside the girl. Yeah, I know. But am I to say no to someone so enthusiastic? Luna sighed and patted Harry on the upper arm. It's a terrible burden you've been given, Harry. I'm glad that you're able to gain some pleasure along the way. Speaking of which, she trailed off as she gave him a shy smile. Harry pocketed his book and gave her his entire attention. You still haven't taught me to wall walk. You're leaving after the tournament, aren't you? Harry looked across the table at his nervous friend. One he hadn't expected to make in this world, even though they'd spent most of their free time together. Yes, Hermione, it feels like the end is near. I'm not sure what's going to happen at the final task, but there is a sense of impending fate. Of powers converging to bring about a new reality, a new balance. Hermione looked at him with wide eyes. I'd take you with me if I could, but I don't think you'd like my world. It's a bloody, dangerous place. You don't need to be exposed to that. Reaching across the table, she took hold of his hands. This world was that way when you know who was around. Before you defeated him. Harry shook his head. That wasn't me. A toddler doesn't defeat a monster, no matter what the stories may say. He gave her hands a squeeze. But don't you worry, the monsters that remain, like that little blonde, have been thoroughly defanged. And if he gives you trouble again, just introduce him to 1,000 years of pain. That blush on her cheeks was really fetching. This is way too easy. Harry walked through the maze, which almost seemed to guide him deeper in. The hedges mauve-ed around him, and only a few times had he been forced to fight the creatures that had been seeded throughout. All too soon he arrived at the center of the maze, where he spotted the Champion's Cup. He circled the thing for a bit. This has to be a trap. He tossed a throwing knife at the thing, though there was no response. He spent several minutes using all the magical knowledge he had gained in this world, along with some tricks he'd learned back home dealing with mysterious artifacts, to examine the cup, but he couldn't find any sign of the trap he knew was waiting for him. Eventually he sensed one of the other champions nearing. Deciding he didn't need to deal with other people alongside whatever else was going to be unleashed, he reached out and took hold of the cup. When Harry arrived on the champion's podium, it was several minutes after the maze had disappeared. The audience had been growing restless, while the judges and officials were growing more nervous. That Harry didn't arrive alone was even more cause for alarm. The fat man on the podium was missing his hands. He had also been bound in chains and knocked unconscious. Harry was carrying some sort of cloth-wrapped bundle. Walking over to Dumbledore, he handed the bundle over. Try to keep better hold of your monsters. Turning away from the headmaster, he was suddenly having to dodge a flurry of attacks from an insane defense professor. The man was screaming how everything was ruined while sending a blistering array of spells at Harry. Several slammed into the young man before he vanished in a puff of smoke, his body replaced by a shattered log. Moody spasmed, his magical eye rolling backwards to latch into the boy who had appeared behind him faster than he could react. The daggers slammed into his kidneys didn't help either. His entire body locking up. Moments later he was convulsing and his appearance changed. Dumbledore looked from the former body of one of his closest friends to the body of one of his former students. Was that Peter and Barty? How could that be? The bundle in his arms was even more of a mystery, though it solved several others that he'd had over the years. Such as Tom's ultimate fate. Harry, what is the meaning of all this? Harry crossed his arms over his chest. It's like I said, you need to keep better hold of your monsters. Suddenly a voice sounded in the air. Kamui. Harry suddenly vanished into a swirling vortex. Author's note. A Naruto-inspired ninja Harry Potter. I hope you enjoyed it. I wonder if people can figure out who his mentor was, though it shouldn't be too hard. I thought about showcasing his ninja abilities more, but I was having more fun with the earlier interactions. I realized this short could have gone a number of different ways as well. Lots of room to play with Ninja Harry. The Elder. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a tall gentleman dressed in what appeared to be a Victorian-era outfit. A long black coat over a ruffled white shirt. Long black trousers ending in polished buckled black boots that reflected the lights of the Great Hall. Finishin'. The outfit was a black top hat settled atop long dark hair that cascaded down to the middle of his back. Peering out from beneath the brim of the hat were a pair of emerald eyes that seemed to serve. Why the room before settling on the headmaster? Albus, my boy, why have you summoned me? The headmaster blinked before rallying. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, young man. To the best of my knowledge we have never met. He offered the apparent young man a twinkling smile. The young man in question released a sigh, leaning on a cane that Albus was sure hadn't been there a moment before. He cane was headed by a sphere of some sort, while the shaft appeared to be some sort of black wood. Those green eyes regarded the headmaster for a moment before closing. I see. It would appear that they're cool things. Either you are not the man I thought you were, or this is not the world I thought it was. Dumbledore fought back a sigh as he considered the young man once again. That is quite the statement, my boy. Though perhaps we could address some other issues, such as how you came to be here and who you are. The young man straightened, tucking his cane beneath one arm. You are indeed correct, dear boy. I have been remiss in my behavior. Reaching up, he removed his top hat, revealing a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, then sweeping it into a bow. I am Lord Harrison Potter. A pleasure to make your acquaintance once again, Albus. Albus blinked, ignoring the sudden clamor of the students in the Great Hall discussing what they had just heard. Harry, his gaze flicked up to the scar before returning to those green eyes, ones he remembered from a decade and a half ago looking up at him from a basket. My dear boy, where have you been all these years? And why do you appear so much older than you should? You should only be a teenager. The young man in question seemed to sigh. It appears that you still don't listen, Albus. That was a behavior I thought you had broken in your 50s. It would seem that there are some differences between our worlds. Not the least of which being that my local analog appears to be missing. Interesting. He glanced around the Great Hall then sighed. Though perhaps we should move this discussion to another place so as to not disturb the students any further. Professor Snape sneered from his position at the faculty table. Arrogant, just like his father. Harrison Potter turned from the headmaster to regard the potion's master. Oh, considering that my father has been dead for over 600 years, I fail to see how you could know anything about him. Professor Snape. The chatter in the room grew. Severus's sneer deepened. It would seem you're delusional as well as arrogant. No doubt you're here for some nefarious reason. That's all you can expect from a Potter. Turning away from Snape, Harrison regarded the headmaster from beneath the brim of his top hat, which had been returned to its place atop his head. Albus, while I realize we haven't had the chance to build the rapport of working together over the decades that I have had with your analog on my world, I would hope that my familiarity with my Versio, N of you would allow me to interact with you in a more familiar manner. Again, I ask that we move this conversation to another room. Ignoring his potion's master with some difficulty, the headmaster nodded. Of course, dear boy, of course. Let's join the other champions, perhaps. However, something suddenly caught at his attention. Though do excuse an old man. Did you say that you've known me for decades? How can that be? Harry Potter should only be in his mid-teens. Harrison sighed. I'm not sure who you think me to be, Albus, but I'm no teenager. I am in fact, a friend of your associate, Nicholas Flamel. We worked on the Philosopher's Stone together, more years ago than I care to remember. The scoff from Severus was ignored as Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Are you an alchemist then? Another sigh escaped from the impossible Potter. No, Albus. My longevity is from a quite different circumstance. Again, I ask that we take this conversation elsewhere. Something to hide, Potter. Turning to regard the potion's master. Harrison merely nodded. But of course, do we not all have things to hide? Lips curling into a sneer of his own, he tapped the inside of his right forearm. How dare you? Severus made to draw his wand, only to stop as the glowing point of the cane was suddenly an inch from his nose. He hadn't even seen the man move. I would suggest that you calm down, Snape. Lest you escalate things beyond your abilities. Dumbledore palmed his own wand, though he was careful to keep it from the sight of not only the two potential combatants, but that of the students as well. Now, there is no need for violence. I'm sure Harry has a perfectly reasonable explanation for his statements, one I'm sure he can share with us all here, if only to reduce the tensions we all are feeling. Another sigh escaped from the long-haired Potter. I have tried repeatedly to move this conversation elsewhere. So be it. What comes next is on your head, dear boy. Removing his cane from its position threatening Snape, he settled it upon the floor, then rested both hands on the stone. Allow me to formally introduce myself again. I am Harrison Potter, former Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. Before turning it over to my only living relatives, I am also currently Lord of the Potter Coven, head of all vampires in the British Isles. Pandemonium erupted in the Great Hall. Most of the students scrambled to put as much distance between themselves and the self-identified vampire as they could, rushing towards the back of the Great Hall. Several of the older students from the Gryffindor table, as well as many of the Hufflepuffs, however, had drawn their wands and pointed them shakily at the vampire. Nearly the entire contingent of students from Durmstrang closed ranks, pulling back to one side of the hall, though they were careful to keep their wands aimed down while keeping an eye on the vampire. The Beauxbaton students were similarly arrayed in a defensive formation. Many of the Hogwarts students found themselves hiding behind the foreign students. Only a few had their wands out. The reaction at the faculty table was similarly diverse. Each of the H.E.ads of house had their wands drawn and leveled at the vampire. Hagrid was looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness that was normally absent from the jovial half-giant. Others, such as the divination professor, merely peered at the newcomer in confusion. With wand now held at the ready, Dumbledore considered the man calmly leaning on his cane after dropping that particular bombshell. Was he deluded, or was he an actual elder vampire, somehow within the walls of Hogwarts? I can sense your thoughts, dear boy. And while I'll admit this is the first time you've allowed me within her walls, for a reason you still haven't shared, I will firmly state that I wish her no harm. It has been a request of mine for many years to be allowed access to your library, one which you promised M.E. those same years ago but have yet to deliver. I do hope that we can put this little issue behind us and interact like civilized beings. Those emerald eyes seemed to twinkle at the headmaster in muck the way he usually did with his students. Albus found he didn't enjoy being on the receiving side of that look. Potter, explain yourself. With a sigh, the self-identified vampire turned to the potions professor. Severus Snape, in the years that you have been in service to my Dumbledore, only twice has he allowed us to meet. Both times you were an insufferable prat, simply due to the fact that James Potter is a distant member of my family and I bear a likeness to him. The first time your behavior was excused and corrected by your master. The second time your behavior was corrected by me, after which you were no longer allowed to meet with me. Leaning further on the cane, the vampire focused those green orbs, and for just a moment, Severus felt a moment's hesitation. There was a feeling of being the focus of a predator. Very much like being in the presence of the Dark Lord. That only served to reinforce his dislike for all things Potter, and the words to a spell touched his lips. Those words tumbled to the floor, much like his wand, as he drew his suddenly bleeding hand back, cradling it against his chest. At least one of his fingers had been broken and the back of his hand nearly crushed. And he hadn't even seen the thing move. I warned you. There will not be a second warning. I do hope that is the end to our violence here. The vampire turned back to the headmaster, whose wand had never wavered. Fortunately, there were no other attempts at a spell. Perhaps, dear boy, we can move this conversation, as I suggested earlier. It would appear that both dents are a bit on edge. There was a hint of a smile on the vampire's lips. Dumbledore considered the man, no, creature, before him for a moment before sighing and returning his wand to its holster. Given the speed shown by the vampire, only the elder wand would have helped, and it was currently sitting in a drawer at his desk. Do you give your oath that you intend no harm to those in Hogwarts? Harrison nodded. I've my oath to cause no harm to those who do not attempt harm upon myself. There was a flash of white light, and the headmaster could feel the weight of the oath settle into the room. With another sigh, he nodded and gestured towards the doors of the great hall. Another glance gathered up the heads of house, save Severus, who he waved back. Pausing a moment to speak with several of the prefects to help get the students settled. He then led the group, himself first, then Potter, then the house heads, out into his office. Harrison Potter, elder vampire, coven leader, leaned back in his chair. Hands resting on the head of the cane resting between his legs. So, this goblet of fire of yours somehow summoned me across the void and is now supposedly going to compel me to compete in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. A contest that in my world was discontinued due to the unfortunate percentage of casualties. I gather the same is true in this world from the grimace on Minerva's lips. Shaking his head, he continued. Should I fail to compete, the goblet will relieve me of my magic as consequence for breaking the contract. My dear boy, that is quite the story you have to tell. No less dramatic than my own, I suppose, given my origins and how I have finally gained access to Hogwarts. Amusement danced in those emerald eyes as he considered the headmaster from beneath the brim of his hat. However, I believe we are operating under a misconception. The goblet will not be able to compel me to compete, nor do I have any inclination towards doing so. Rather, I shall take the time to avail myself of your library, which my own Dumbledore should have long ago given me access to. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and regarded the young-looking man before him. As before, he was struck by how familiar those eyes were. Not to mention that scar. Was it possible that young Harry had been brainwashed, tricked into believing a preposterous story about being a vampire? Where had he been all SA years, and how was he able to appear older? There had to be more to the story, and being a vampire sucked from another world was impossible, even for magic. My dear boy, I do believe you should take the threat of the goblet seriously. It has drained many a wizard over the centuries. Then I need not worry, as I am a vampire and not a wizard. Professor Sprout blurted out, but how can that be? Hogwarts. Wards should have kept you out. A chuckle escaped the vampire. Ah, the vaunted wards of Hogwarts. A millennia of power and intent. Yes, they would normally keep someone like me out. However, you specifically summoned me. Via the goblet. That would mean that I never had to cross the wards. Of course, my dear boy Albus could have let me in at any time, just as he lets in the various minions of your latest Dark Lord. There are always exceptions with any ward scheme. Additionally, once within the wards, Hogwarts has never maintained anything that would affect me. At least not the one in my world. But still, a vampire, in Hogwarts. Headmaster, what are we going to do? Pomona Sprout, I have already given my oath. You have witnessed it. Magic has witnessed it. Hogwarts herself has witnessed it. Your students shall be saved from any imagined depredations from myself. I cannot say the same for the knowledge stored in your library. A soft chuckle tumbled from the vampire. MCG. Onagal scowled at the young-looking man who thought himself to be a vampire, and very well may be. Be that as it may, I would like to see assurances, Mr. Potter. I do believe that for the safety of everyone here, you should give over your wand. She was not prepared for the chuckle that was the Potter response, her scowl deepening. Has Hogwarts' quality of education really fallen so far that they don't cover vampires? Or is your information just taken from unreliable sources? Really, Albus, thinking I still use a wand? Harrison gazed from the Gryffindor head to the headmaster. Though this D.O.'s neatly segue into why I have no fear of your goblet, my dear boy. That reason being that I do not use traditional wizarding magic. No vampire does. Not can my magic be taken away as it can from a wizard. It is an intrinsic part of my being and cannot be separated from me. Albus kept the scowl from his face. The goblet is an ancient artifact of incredible power and unknown capabilities. I would not take it so lightly, my boy. The vampire rolled his eyes. Very well then, if it will assure you of things, let us go inspect the goblet. With that, he suddenly rose and stepped from the room. Faster than any other present could react. The headmaster stared at the empty chair for a moment before rushing from his office, followed closely by the other professors. There was a vampire loose in Hogwarts. He had no reason any longer to doubt the boy, having spent the entire interview process feeling out the young man's aura, one that felt older than his own, along with that dark taint that he hadn't felt in many years. Since his time with Gellert on the continent, the group hurried to the Great Hall, where students were once again scrambling to put themselves far from the vampire who was standing inspecting the goblet. Mr. Potter, please do not rush about like that. We need to finish our conversation. The vampire shook his head, though he didn't turn away from the goblet. I fear that conversation was doomed to go in circles until we can deal with your obsession about this here ancient artifact. He reached up and tapped the side of the wooden construct, eliciting a sound more like metal on metal than the thunk of wood on wood that was expected. Those emerald eyes seemed to blaze for a moment. There is indeed a web of magic within the goblet that compels the chosen champions to compete. Lest they lose their magic, he trailed off at the startled gasps from among the students. Chuckling, he turned to consider the headmaster for a moment. I see you didn't warn anyone as to that little aspect. Still with the secrets, my dear boy. Tisk tisk. Turning back to the goblet, he poked it again with his cane, this time resting the tip against the side of the construct. However, that web might not be as tight as you might think. Those eyes ignited with a glow that seemed to encompass the goblet as well, a brilliant green that shimmered and pulsed even as it flickered like flames. Lines of fire crossed over the goblet before expanding into a sphere. Several feet across, just shy of the vampire's hand on his cane. It's a nice bit of spellwork. I haven't seen its like in centuries. And while this type of spellwork does predate even myself, that doesn't make it unknown. In fact, I bet that with enough time, even you could get past these protections. However, what's most important right now is, he trailed off as there was the sound of breaking glass and the lines of fire seemed to shatter before scattering into motes of light that swiftly faded away. A wave of pressure rushed away from the goblet, ruffling hair and tugging at clothes. There we go, no more compulsion to compete, even if it wouldn't have affected me. What have you done? Albus rushed past the vampire to inspect the goblet, as did many of the other professors, including those from the other schools. With a whistle and a wave, the vampire stepped away from the sudden rush and lazily strode from the room. Are you really a vampire? Harrison looked up from the book he was reading to see a young lady with bushy brown hair and intense eyes staring at him, her arms crossed over her chest. He raised an eyebrow at her. Are you really a little girl? The scowl and slight blush on her face was a proper reward. Oh really? That. Grinning, he nodded. Of course it isn't. It's a question. I just thought we were asking pointless questions that we already knew the answer to. With that said, he turned his apparent attention back to the book. There were some here that he had heard of but had never been able to get his hands on. With a huff, the girl sat in a chair across the table from him, those arms still crossed. Glancing up from his book, he suppressed a sigh before slowly setting the book on the tabletop. Careful to keep his place. Is there something I can help you with, young lady? I do hope you have something more interesting to ask besides questions you already have the answer to. The girl opened her mouth for a moment then closed it. He could see the various thoughts behind her eyes before she finally seemed to settle on one. How are you related to the boy who lived? Are you really his ancestor? Frowning, Harrison shook his head. I'm afraid you're still operating under a misconception. I'm sure Albus doesn't want this getting out, but as I'm under no obligations to him, I have no reason to keep the information to myself. You see, I'm not really from your world. Yon Goblet somehow was able to summon me from my world, and from a lovely dinner I might add. While it's possible that your boy who lived had an analog in my world, There is no possible relation between myself and anyone here, Potter or otherwise. A sigh escaped the girl this time and her arms unfolded, hands coming to rest in her lap. Oh, I had hoped. She trailed off for a moment. Just as Harrison was about to return to his reading, she finally continued. The boy who lived. Harry Potter is the savior of the wizarding world. He ended the tyranny of the Dark Lord and then disappeared. It would have been nice if we could have had him back with us to give him the rewards he deserved. Not to mention finding out how he had banished such a dangerous wizard. In spite of himself, Harrison found his interest piqued. After carefully marking his place in the book with a piece of ribbon, he closed it and settled it on the table. What followed was a mostly one-sided discussion about the so-called boy who lived and vanished, as well as the history of the Dark Lord Voldemort. He found himself fascinated by the history of the wizard who had nearly brought Wizarding Britain to its knees. Nothing like that had happened in his world, mostly due to the Potter family's control of the wizarding world. Backed up by the might of the Potter Coven, which, for all their dark nature, was a light organization, worked to keep people like this Voldemort in careful check. Terrorists and dark wizards were dealt with swiftly and finally. There had been arguments from people like Dumbledore, who didn't like the Potter final solutions, but in the end had been unable to oppose the entrenched power block represented by hundreds of years of Potter influence. As their conversation about the Dark Lord neared its end, Harrison leaned back in his chair, carefully regarding the young lady across from him. That's quite the tale, my dear girl. It seems that this version of the wizarding world lacks any type of strong central power. At least ones that are willing to do anything about the ills that befall the everyday wizard. This Voldemort of yours would never had risen to power in my world. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together, gazing over his steepled fingers. What would you like to do about it? Not what you think the wizarding world should do, but you, personally. The look of surprise lasted only a moment before those intelligent brown eyes narrowed. Well, I have a few ideas. Mr. Potter, I was hoping you could explain why there are a pair of vampires waiting just outside the ward line. Harrison looked up from where he was sprawled in a comfortable chair, a large tome in his hands. The book snapped shut and he stood, smiling at the headmaster. Ah, Albus, my dear boy. It would appear that the representatives for the local covens have arrived. I'll head out to the ward line to talk to them. Do not worry, they shan't try to cross. Our business should conclude swiftly as well. Dumbledore strode after the elder vampire. He had been able to confirm that information, at least, by querying the castle wards. They identified Harrison Potter as a vampire of some strength, but lacking in hostile intent. That was surprising, as it was generally the consensus that most vampires lacked control of their thirst. Especially given how long Harrison had been in the castle since his summoning. It had already been a couple of weeks. As they strode down the main hallway towards the castle gates, he asked, "How is it that you were able to contact these vampires? I don't imagine you were able to flow them, as you wouldn't know any of the flow addresses in this world. Nor would any of my students know any such creatures. Tisk. Really, my dear boy, you underestimate me. I sent an owl to the goblins. I do thank you for the use of your owlery. I haven't been able to order one of my own yet, as I would prefer to pick one out in person, but the castle owls are more than capable of assisting me in that regard." That information had Dumbledore pausing for a moment before he hastened after the vampire. "Ah, well then, you are welcome. I would, however, prefer if you would keep me informed if you were trying to have guests at the castle." "I'm sure you would, dear boy. However, I will ask that you remain here at the castle. The vampires of this land do not trust you. Do not worry, your wards will keep them out." The headmaster watched the vampire Potter stride away. Things had not gone well since he had been summoned. This was not the outcome he had hoped for. Potter was supposed to be a young man, easily molded be the one to save the wizarding world. A worthwhile sacrifice for the greater good. Instead he was a confident, powerful vampire who had no respect for his elders. Or anyone. Perhaps Nicholas had something to say about this. Potter had mentioned the alchemist on multiple occasions. Without the elixir of life, Nick had only a limited amount of time left. However, there was still some little vitality left in the old wizard. It was time that he spent that energy for the betterment of the wizarding world. I'm sorry, my dear boy, but could you repeat that? The headmaster suppressed the urge to frown, instead reaching up to stroke his beard. I was hoping that you would consider participating in the challenges, not as a competitor, but as an example of what it is possible to achieve. Given your skill and experience, it wouldn't really be a fair competition even if you had been compelled to compete. Rather, I would like you to showcase some of the magic that is possible for our audience. There will be representatives from most of the European countries in attendance, and it will be a great chance for you to introduce yourself to the world. Harrison slowly closed the book in his hands. Though he kept a finger marking his page, cocking his head to the side slightly, he regarded the younger man, those green eyes flashing for a moment. And what will you offer me in return for my performance? Albus blinked. I beg your pardon. The vampire Potter sighed and shook his head. Surely you don't expect me to perform for an audience for free, do you? I expect sufficient compensation for my efforts. I believe we can come up with a suitable fee. My contact with the goblins can give you a figure. Tapping a finger to the book in his hands, he suddenly smiled. Alternatively, you could allow me access to some of the books I hear you have hidden in your office. Ones that you didn't trust even to your forbidden section. The headmaster's hand tightened on his beard before he could control himself. I beg your pardon. By all means, beg away. Something you seem to forget is that you have essentially kidnapped me. I should slay you where you stand for your part in this. However, my affection for your analog, as well as my not knowing who else was involved in this plot, has stayed my library has defrayed some of my ire, but even this wealth is running short. Harrison gently set the book on the table, waving that hand through the air. Unfortunately for you, my ability to go without sleep, coupled with a learned ability to read and process information quickly, is allowing me to swiftly deplete your library of unknown tomes. I should have brought this up earlier, but I am nearing the end of my time in here and must soon search out the other perpetrator of the spells that brought me here. So unless you can provide me with some other incentive, either to perform for your wizards, as well as to prevent my search for the cause of my suffering, things shall be growing very complicated very quickly. Dumbledore had to resist the urge to once again reach for the Elder Wand. A battle in the library would be disastrous, even should he prevail, for numerous reasons. After many a soul-searching moment, he finally gave in. Voldemort is still alive. Ah, this matters to me. Why? Albus couldn't keep the shock out of his eyes and his mouth threatened to drop open. Gathering his senses, he did allow a frown to show. I share perhaps the most critical information in years, and you ask why it matters. Voldemort is the most terrible Dark Lord in decades. His return will spell disaster for the wizarding world. And again, why does this matter to me? This is not my world. We do not allow Dark Lords to rise to power. This Voldemort is a being of your own creation, that your world will need to deal with, just as you should have dealt with the underlying conditions that created him. Oh yes, I'm aware of the way your wizarding world is running things. Between my time spent in the library as well as conversations with staff and student alike, I have been dismayed by the differences between our worlds. You should have done more after confronting Gellert and Your failure to do so in this world speaks ill of you and your government. What happened with Gellert was a tragedy, and I hope to never face something like that again. What would you have had me do? What your analog did, which was actually guide the wizarding world. You speak of equality between wizards and the non-magical, yet you don't even treat your new bloods with equality. You do not in them in your traditions and then question them when they cannot understand what they do not understand. You allow the pureblood faction to rule over things, perpetuating the cycle. This is not how my world works, and it is no wonder that you continue to produce local Dark Lords. Gellert was only allowed to rise to power in my world because he was on the continent, out from the Coven's reach and influence, alongside your own. Emerald green eyes narrowed at the headmaster. The fact that you know your Dark Lord is still around and have apparently done nothing about it tells me far too much about you, my dear boy. Things I do not find flattering at all. Albus waved a hand and conjured a chair, sinking into it with a sigh. Things aren't quite as cut and dry as you try to make it, Mr. Potter. My influence is not as great here as it seems to be in your own world. Harrison waved away the comment. That's not true. You merely choose to wield your influence differently here. But again, that is neither here nor there. It only shows that you still do not know me. Not surprising, as you haven't taken the time to get to know me. However, perhaps now you will take the time to figure out how to properly approach me. If you wish to gain my assistance in any of these matters, from your tournament to your Dark Lord. Reaching for his book, he slowly opened it and found his previous place. Return when you have an offer. Recognizing the dismissal and restraining the urge to scowl, Dumbledore slowly rose from his chair, banishing it with a thought and leaving the library. It was time to reevaluation things, for sure. Though perhaps not in a way that the vampire would desire. Especially after Nicholas arrived. Albus, how many vampires have you interacted with before this? The headmaster blinked at the alchemist. None that I can recall, actually. Then allow me to educate you on something about the nature of vampires. They all bargain. Their unlives are filled with bargains. If you do not offer them value for something, then they will be forced to take. However, true vampires, as it would appear this Harrison Potter is, are bound by their bargains. They will honor them with a fervor you cannot truly understand. Quote, leaning back in his chair in his office, Dumbledore stroked his beard as he considered his oldest friend. Is it truly as simple as that? We can bind him in a promise to help. Nicholas Flamel leaned back in his own chair. As with all things, simple does not necessarily mean easy. Vampires, especially the elders, are a canny lot. They have many centuries of experience. I do hope, Albus, that you are not trying to cheat this vampire. That would go poorly. Dumbledore was quick to wave away the suggestion. I had hoped to enlist your services in this endeavor. The alchemist nodded with a sigh. I had hoped you would ask. Not only is your brand of diplomacy useless in this matter, my own experiences with the vampires of the continent should hold me in good stead. Very well, I shall head to the library to confront your vampire. Do excuse me, dear boy. Albus watched from the judge's table as the vampire elder, Harrison Potter, strode from the champion's tent onto the arena grounds. Nicholas hadn't fully explained the deal he had made with Get Potter to participate in the event, but he knew it had cost the alchemist dearly. It had also cost him a few of the tomes he kept hidden in his office, ones that he had gotten from Gellert those many years ago, not to mention tweaking the wards to allow Potter to travel through them. The other champions had been avoiding the vampire. Their time in the champion's tent was the first they had spent together since the selection ceremony. Albus wished he had been able to observe their interactions. Shaking away those thoughts, he instead concentrated on Harrison. While he wasn't personally acquainted with any vampires, he had made a study of their abilities during the war, as Gellert had recruited at least one team of vampires. Their physical abilities were definitely great, though they wouldn't be as useful against a creature as formidable as a dragon. Especially a nesting dragon defending her nest. The Hungarian horntail was also a particularly nasty breed. Harrison Potter strode to the middle of the arena floor, standing amidst the rocks strewn about, making no effort to find shelter. Instead, he concentrated those green eyes on the reptilian monstrosity before him. He carried no wand, only the cane with which he had arrived. Tapping that cane against the stone floor caused a resounding boom, one that could be felt in the chest. Even the dragon recoiled slightly before roaring defiance. Pillars of stone rose around the vampire before shifting shape, growing slimmer and more pointed. They then began to rotate fast enough that a whine could be heard. The dragon grew more alarmed as she shifted lower to hover over her eggs. I have no desire to kill you, great dragon. I merely require something from your nest. Something that does not belong. The dragon cocked its head to the side, regarding the vampire for a moment, before that draconian gaze shifted to her nest. Gaze switching between the vampire, her nest, and the floating, spinning stones, she hissed before bobbing her head. With a nudge, the golden egg was rolled away from the nest. A stone hand arose from the arena floor, grasped the egg, and carried it to Harrison. The stones in the air ground themselves to dust. Lifting the golden egg overhead, Harrison smiled at the mixed cheers and boos. Seems not ever. Yon was happy with how easily he solved the challenge. They really should have expected something like that though. He was a centuries-old vampire. Back at the judge's table, Dumbledore sighed. That was quite the display of power. He was sure those spinning stone drills will least severely injure the dragon, even it didn't prove fatal outright. That type of damage would have been able to bypass the creature's natural magical resistance, since it wasn't a spell directly cast at the dragon. Yet another sign that he needed to recruit Potter to help save the wizards from themselves. No, I will not be attending your ball. Anyone I would ask is either too young, being a student, or one of the staff. Unless you would be. Allow me to invite someone from outside. Who did you have in mind? Introducing Harrison Potter and his companion, Gwenog Jones of the Holyhead Harpies. No. What do you mean no? I mean, no, I will not be going into a lake in the middle of winter to retrieve something I don't even know what it is. You have offered me nothing that will convince me to get into those waters. I have more than enough to keep me busy as is. But, the thing you will miss most is down there. Somehow I doubt that, as I have the tomes secure upon myself. Tomes? I'm talking about Miss Jones. The elder vampire scoffed. The fact that you took a celebrity hostage for a competition, I'm guessing most likely against her will, does not bode well for you. You certainly did not have my agreement to involve a hostage. Therefore, her safety and retrieval is your responsibility. Now if you'll excuse me, my dear boy, I have more important things to do than explain what's wrong with your tournament. Barty Crouch Jr. looked up as the door to his office opened, revealing one vampiric Potter. There was no need to keep the scowl off his face, as his assumed identity had fought plenty of vampires in his time and had no love for the creatures. His master might have wanted to make use of their abilities during the war, but had never had the chance to recruit them before the other Potter had banished him, however that happened. What do you want, Potter? I have lessons to prepare for. I was hoping that we could have a discussion about why your magical signature was part of the matrix that convinced the goblet to summon me to this world. Also, I wouldn't go for that wand if I were you. I'd much rather you be in one piece for this conversation, and dragging it from your corpse would be troublesome. Folding his arms across his chest, Barty debated on going for his wand regardless. However, that would not serve his master, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would be able to make this work regardless. The vampires had almost served his lord before. There was no reason to think that this one would be any different. No matter that he was a Potter. Vampires were still slaves to their needs. Fine, take a seat and we'll discuss things. Albus, my dear boy, I think there is something here you should deal with. Quote, the headmaster looked up from his paperwork, wondering how the vampire had managed to get past the gargoyle and into the room without his being informed by either the wards, the portraits, or his own various magics. Banishing that thought for later, he decided to follow the Potter ancestor, only to blink in surprise as they arrived at the door to the defense against the dark arts professor. I'm ensured that only you and I may enter. I thought it best that way. Both curious and dismayed at what might have happened to his friend, Dumbledore quickly made his way into the office, only to stop as a different familiar face was revealed. Barty. The unconscious man slumped in the chair behind the desk failed to respond, though the vampire Albus had song. How forgotten was behind him replied instead. That was the name I got out of him eventually. Seems you've had a disguised Death Eater in your school for months, only charged with teaching your NTS how to protect themselves from people like him. Not only that, but you've had him over the security for this tournament you tried to rope me into. Additionally, he was partially responsible for my summons. Alongside your own modest efforts, I might add. Dumbledore had his wand in hand and a spell on his lips even as he spun away from the unconscious man to face the vampire. He was therefore surprised when he found Potter with his arms folded rather than preparing an attack. And what do you plan to do with this information, Mr. Potter? Those emerald eyes regarded for him for a moment before narrowing slightly. For the moment, nothing. I've already learned from Crouch that your summoning me was not the intended result. That you were trying to summon my local analog, which you have somehow misplaced. He also confessed to having no idea how to send me home. That, my dear boy, will be your mission and your penance. It is also your last chance. Magic seemed to blaze from that steely gaze as he continued. Our conversations have been disappointing, Albus. Even Nicholas has been disappointed in the way you have wielded your influence and power. Not to mention allowing your Dark Lord to run amok. Your tasks now shall be to find me a way home whilst I deal with your problems as they should have been. That being said, I shall be out of the castle for a couple of weeks. You have until I return before we settle things, one way or another." For a moment, Dumbledore considered just ending things there. The Elder Wand in his hand certainly agreed with the idea. However, there was something about the look in Potter's eyes that stayed his hand. "Very well, I shall see what I can do to find a way to send you home. No doubt with the assistance of the goblet." He waved his wand at the unconscious Barty. "What do you plan to do with him?" "He's coming with me. We're going to be working closely to clean up your mess and hopefully deal with your Dark Lord issue for good." Albus wasn't sure how he felt about that. The crowd erupted into cheers as Cedric Diggory appeared on the platform, the champion's cup clutched in his hands. Behind him, the hedge maze faded into the ground, revealing the ruffled forms of the other two champions. They slowly made their way out of the former maze even as the officials congratulated the Hogwarts champion on his performance. Suddenly a number of figures arrived on the platform amidst a burst of black smoke. The smoke cleared to reveal the figures clad all in black, complete with cloaks that nearly enveloped their forms. Only the lack of the typical silver skull mask kept the crowd from scattering fright. The Aurors on duty nonetheless had their wands in hand and leveled on the invaders. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand in hand and closed ranks with the other professors and headmasters as they arrayed themselves against what he could sense were numerous vampires, alongside other non-humans. Those on the platform were encouraged to leave, the tournament officials. Diggory and his father, all making a swift exit, though the clearly exhausted Cedric had his wand clenched tightly as he took a place alongside the professors, ignoring his father's efforts to get him to move into protection. Another stream of black smoke streaked across the sky to land at the center of the platform. From it emerged Harrison Potter, clad similar to the others. Though his outfit was edged in silver, the headmaster could feel power emanating from the cloak. The vampire elder rested his hands on the cane that suddenly appeared in his hands, the draconian head gleaming with a light that had to be the effect of some unknown spell. "Citizens of the wizarding world, a decade and a half ago you were plagued by one of the most feared Dark Lords of all time. Only the timely intervention of my ancestor, Harry Potter, prevented the fall of wizarding Britain. What was not known at the time though, was that Voldemort was not truly defeated that night of All Hallows' Eve. Rather, he was turned into some sort of wraith and fled to regrow his power. Reaching into his cloak, he withdrew a burlap sack, which he then appended. Out tumbled something about the size of a human baby. Though a twisted mockery of one, it had wrinkled red and scaly skin, with a snake-like nose and wide, unseeing red eyes. Your Dark Lord was looking to bring himself back to life, with the assistance of some of Hisve allowed to run free. Fortunately for you all, I have dealt with the servants. Their master, on the other hand, somehow managed to turn himself once again into a wraith, meaning that he's still out there, waiting to return." Potter offered the assembled wizards a wide smile before sweeping into a bow. "Congratulations, wizards and witches of the British Isles. You have found yourselves a new savior. Another Potter too. Deal with the mess you have left behind." Straightening from his bow, he allowed that smile to broaden, a grin with far too many teeth. "I do hope you'll enjoy the show, as I'll be here for a while. And to think, you all have Headmaster Dumbledore to thank for why you now have a vampire elder taking over your country. And there were a few ways I could have gone with this. At first I thought about the usual of having him competing in all the challenges, but then I realized he really wouldn't stand for that. There was no reason for him to participate, especially if he was able to break the hold the goblet might have had on him. Unfortunately for him, that also broke his best way home. Then it occurred to me that he was already ruling his Britain from the shadows, between the power of his coven and his Potter family, which was decidedly less dead than canon version. So Hermione was able to convince him to do something. Don't think this was what she planned though. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think and what other worlds or versions of Harry Potter you'd like to see get dragged across the multiverse into the Tri-Wizard Tournament." The Magician. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing what appeared to be a young man dressed in a Muggle tuxedo, complete with top hat and dress cape. He even had a domino mask covering the upper half of his face. The outfit seemed to have seen better days, with rips and tears appearing all around it. More alarming, however, was that he immediately slumped to the floor, blood starting to pool around his body. Dumbledore had his wand in hand and was about to cast diagnostic spells at the boy when he was nearly shoved aside by Poppy, her own wand already at work. While he wasn't as skilled as the nurse with those particular spells, he had learned to recognize many of the results over the years. There were internal injuries, puncture wounds, as well as several broken bones. It was almost as if he had been tortured. "Headmaster, we need to get him to the infirmary right away. There is a great danger of him bleeding out from his injuries." While he allowed the nurse to organize transport of her new charge, Albus finally became aware of the chatter that was filling the Great Hall. It wasn't often that they saw something like this, at least not at Hogwarts or Beauxbatons. Durmstrand might be more used to seeing victims like that, but it would still be unsettling to see things so abruptly. With a slight application of magic, he turned a single clap of his hands into the sound of a cannon, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "I'm sure you have many questions. I'm afraid that we do not currently have any answers for you. Not the identity of the young man, what may have brought him here, nor what happened to him. We shall be attempting to gain those answers, once we have treated the young man in question. However, these mysteries were not what we were here for. The Goblet of Fire has chosen. The 3 schools have their champions and those champions even now awaiting the news on what they shall be facing in the tournament. Please give your champions the support they need over the coming year. As for the young man, when we have more information, I am sure we shall inform the schools about them. For now, we shall get you back to your dorms and other housing." The headmaster had his suspicions on just who the young man was. If things had gone the way he suspected, the Goblet should have summoned the missing boy who lived. There was no reason for him to have arrived in the state he was in though. Either someone had done something else to he Goblet other than the spells young Crouch had placed there, or something else was at work. It was time for him to check in on young Harry and get to the bottom of things. Harry jerked awake in a panic, his eyes flying open as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He was on a small bed in an unfamiliar room of cold stone, with no sign of his companions. After only a brief moment of his being awake, a woman bustled into the room. Adorned in a white and maroon outfit almost like an old-timey nurse. With quick steps she arrived at the side of his bed and had some sort of stick in her hand, waving it around. Sensing no hostile intent from the woman was the only thing staying his hand. "I see you've rejoined us, young man. You had us quite worried when you arrived with all those injuries. Fortunately we were able to get you to the infirmary in time to take care of your injuries." Those words sparked another wave of panic in the young man in question and his hands flew around in a self-inspection. He wasn't wearing his disguise anymore and was instead in some sort of generic robe. Even his mask was missing. Turning his attention back to the matron, he asked, "What about my companions? Where's Venus?" The woman frowned. "There was no one with you when you arrived. And Venus is where it has always been, in the night sky." Harry frowned and tried to swing his legs over the side of the bed, marveling that he felt free of pain. The battle had not been going well even when he'd joined the Senshi. He was fairly certain he'd taken out Jadeite out of the battle, but there was no telling what had happened after he'd been whisked away to wherever this was. There was no time to waste on figuring out his surroundings. With a seemingly good bill of health, it was time to return to the fight. Waving his hand across his body, he transfigured the robe into a copy of his usual tuxedo, conjuring a matching top hat. This would have to suffice with a mundane version of his mask until he old craft another with the identity-obscuring properties of the original. Hopefully these strangers didn't have any information on who he was behind the mask. He deliberately didn't carry identification just for cases like this. Ignoring the wide-eyed, open-mouthed matron, Harry raised one hand into the air. Teleport. The familiar tug on his magic had him closing his eyes to avoid the kaleidoscope of lights from the journey. However, the sensation of being squeezed through the fabric of the world failed to manifest. That had never happened. He had always been able to teleport to Venus ever since they unlocked his powers. Opening his eyes with a frown, He took a moment to look inside, trying to get a sense for his magic. Had the injuries been healed in a way that interfered with his powers? A more terrifying thought had him clutching his chest. Had something happened to Venus that he wasn't able to teleport to her anymore? After another frantic teleport failed to generate the usual result, he sank onto the bed. The matron bustled about him, her stick twitching and producing some kind of visual effect. No doubt more diagnostics. He ignored her to instead focus on a different part of his magic. One that was related to the teleport but instead at a deeper level. His connection to his adopted sister, Minako. A sense of calm came over him and he relaxed as that connection burned brightly in his heart. She was still there, still safe, for whatever value that might have. He just wasn't able to teleport to her. Could be a number of reasons. Looks like he would have to find her the old-fashioned way. Turning that focus to the other occupant of the room, he asked, "Excuse me ma'am, but who are you and where am I? How did I get here?" He paused before offering her a smile, the mask and top hat fading away. "Also, thank you for taking care of my wounds. That couldn't have been easy." The matron huffed before nodding. "Well then, I'm Healer Pomfrey and you're in the infirmary at Hogwagot here. It looked like you were involved in some sort of summoning. I don't know the details but I expect the headmaster to be arriving soon to discuss that with you." Her stick twitched again before disappearing into a pocket. "In the meantime, perhaps you can explain how you transfigured your clothes without a wand. And perhaps a name." Offering Pomfrey another smile, Harry nodded. "The name is Harry Ano. And as for how I changed my clothes, well, it's magic. Which it seems you have as well. Is that stick of yours a wand? I've never seen or used one before so not sure why I would have needed one to do magic." "Never used a wand. How did you go through school without using a wand? What kind of barbarian school did you attend?" Harry scratched the back of his head. "Just normal primary schooling in London before we moved to Japan. They don't teach magic at school, that I know of. I'm all self-taught, me and my sister." Watching the matron sit down heavily on the bed next to his, Harry suppressed a frown. There was something going on here, above and beyond his strange summoning. He'd never met another person who could do magic, other than the Senshi and their various foes. Yet here was someone who seemed to think there should have been an entire education system for magic. Where had they been hiding this whole time? Before he could continue that line of thought, the door to the infirmary opened and in walked what could only have been a wizard. The man matched the image in Harry's mind any time he read of Gandalf or other wizards, from the hat to the beard to the overly elaborate robes. The spectacles and the twinkle in the eyes only added to the effect. "Ah, my boy, glad to see you in better straits than when you arrived. It would seem that Pomfrey has done her usual exemplary job in patching up the injured. I hope you would indulge me in answering some questions." Harry felt a pressure in the back of his eyes as he nodded to the old man. It wasn't quite a headache but there was definitely something there. Perhaps something left over from his treatment. A quick focus of will sent some power to his head, healing whatever was affecting him. Causing the pressure to lessen then disappear. "I'd be happy to answer your questions, especially if you can help me figure out how to get home. My sister and I were involved in an accident right bef. Or I arrived here and I'm worried about her." Those eyes twinkled again. "Of course, my boy. Of course. We'll do what we can to unite you with your family. Now, I am Headmaster Dumbledore. What is your name?" "Harry Ano." "Ano, you say. Would you perhaps be adopted?" The old man offered a grandfatherly smile before adding, "For, you see, you remind me of a dearly departed family, their only son having gone missing many years ago. His name was Harry Potter." Harry frowned slightly before nodding. "That was my name before I was adopted, according to the records. My dear boy, it is so good to see you alive and well. You've had a great many people worried about you." Another frown graced Harry's lips before he mentally shook aside the burgeoning thoughts. He'd accepted that no one had NTED him for years before the Anos had saved him from that agency. That there had been other people who had known about him but done nothing stirred those feelings he'd long thought buried. "I see. While that is all fascinating, I'd really like to get back to my sister. I'm worried for her safety. We can swap contact information and I can call you to arrange another time to get together and discuss." My past and these absent people who seem to think we're so concerned about me. The twinkle in the old man's eyes seemed to stutter for a moment before growing in brightness. Of course, Harry my boy. Of course, if you know the Flu address of your home, we can contact them right away. Flu, if you can direct me to a phone, I'll call home and have them come get me. I beg your pardon, do you mean to say that you have a Muggle phone in your home? Is it not a magical residence? Muggle, no, it's just a regular phone. Never heard of a Muggle model. Look, let me call my family and make sure. My sister is all right before we do anything else. I'm afraid we do not have a Muggle phone at the school. If you can provide an address, I can have someone apparate nearby and contact your family that way. Harry shook his head before frowning. I think there has been some kind of disconnect here. My family is in Tokyo. I don't know what this apparate is, but it seems like I may just be better off getting a taxi. The headmaster blinked before a slight frown graced his lips. A taxi would not be able to help you, Harry, my boy. For you see, you're in Scotland. Reaching up to seemingly clear out his ear, Harry scowled. Excuse me, I couldn't help but think you just said I'm in Scotland. Since I was just in Tokyo, you can imagine why I might find that distressing. That twinkle returned to the headmaster's gaze. Quite right, we have a mystery to resolve, with multiple parts. However, as worried as I am sure you are for the safety of your sister, there is another urgent matter that we need to address. For you see, you have been chosen as a champion for the Tri-Wizard Cup and are bound to compete. Harry scowled before slapping his thighs. Okay, that's it, we're done here, I'm leaving. I'll figure out how to contact my sister on my own, since you seem incapable of doing that. Turning to the matron, he bowed. Thank you, Healer Pomfrey, for treating my injuries. Standing up from the bed, he waved his hands to convert his tuxedo into a blue shirt and jeans and started heading towards the door. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Harry. You're compelled to compete, lest you lose your magic. Perhaps when you wake up you'll be more ready to talk. Harry turned to confront the headmaster, only to get a brief glimpse of a stick in the old man's hands. Ah, a wand. Should have expected that. Then darkness. Harry woke up much again just as abruptly, though this time it wasn't under his own power. He couldn't move most of his body, only his head and some slight use of his hands and legs. That didn't help him as he was laying down beneath a ceiling that was becoming too familiar. I do trust you'll be able to remain calm this time around, Harry, my boy. We need to talk and I cannot have you running off in ignorance. Tilting his head to bring the headmaster into view, Harry scowled. Old man, you are keeping me from my family, one who was in life-threatening danger. Unless you give me a very good reason why you aren't releasing me, you will soon be experiencing life-threatening danger. The sparkle in Dumbledore's eyes was starting to grow annoying and they'd only interacted for a few minutes. If his sister hadn't been in trouble, perhaps he would have handled things differently. As it was though, this man was standing in his way. Dumbledore shook his head. There are matters that you must take into account before you run off, dear boy. First being the nature of your summons. It appears that someone confounded the Goblet of Fire and used it to summon you. At the same time binding you into a contract to compete in the tournament. A contract that will strip you of your magic unless you comply. Harry ceased his struggling for a moment as he let those words sink in. The only reason his magic was important to him was that it let him protect his sister. Without it, he would be at a serious disadvantage. He would have to rely on the other power, one he wasn't sure would even work. No, he couldn't risk the ability to save his sister. Still, that didn't mean he would just accept that things were the way they were. He may not know what this stick or wand magic was good for. But they seemed to have some interesting tricks. Turning his attention to the old man, he scowled. Release me and we'll talk. One wave of a wand and Harry was free to sit up. He watched as the wand was returned to some hidden pocket in the wizard robes. It's too bad things had turned so hostile. The opportunity to talk to a genuine wizard would have he had to keep an eye on the old man. Not to mention whoever else had been involved in summoning him. Was it some plot by the Dark Kingdom? Their schemes had been convoluted in the past and this could just be some way to get him away from the Senshi to make them more vulnerable. Hopefully Momoru would be able to cover for his absence until he could get things figured out here. All right, Dumbledore, tell me about this goblet and the tournament. Sitting on a bed in a little used section of the castle, Harry pondered the information he had been given by the headmaster. There was too much detail for it to be an elaborate hoax. Not to mention the sheer absurdity of the situation. Summoned to another world to partake in a deadly tournament. Being an analog of a local hero. An entire world of magic hidden from the world. The magic back home hadn't been overt, yet they hadn't really gone out of their way to hide things either. It was more a matter of getting things done. His adopted sister had made a name for herself during their time in London, and that continued when they returned to Tokyo and he joined her escapades, though she hadn't been supportive in the beginning. A slight smile graced his lips at tea. He thought of her original reaction to learning that he was a magical boy to go alongside her magical girl life. The smile faded as he remembered the situation that he'd left her in by being dragged to this world. The Dark Kingdom had been ramping up the violence of their attacks, this last one being the worst of the bunch. He'd almost died. That was not something he had considered possible in all the fights they'd had previously. While he wasn't happy to be away from his family, especially since Dumbledore admitted to having no idea how he had actually been summoned, nor how to send him home. He knew this was an opportunity that he had to take to grow stronger. The wizards of this world had magic that he hadn't even been aware had been possible. Up until now, he had always done everything by instinct or trial and error. Mostly focused around protecting his sister and the other Senshi. If he could learn wand magic to go along with his other abilities, especially things like that stunning spell or a revival spell, then he would be better able to protect his sister. That meant focusing as much education as he could, as well as collecting all the supplies for magic that he could get his hands on. Books, wands, other items and enchantments, whatever the wizarding world had to offer, he was going to take back with him. One thing he was not going to do was stick around for months while that was all going on. It was just after Halloween. He gave himself until the end of the end to find a way back home. He had until then to learn and gather as much as he could. One way or another he was going home with the new year. Cedric looked at the closed door to the classroom, reconsidering his idea of talking to the boy who lived. The sounds of explosions and violence on the other side of the door barely slowed in the few minutes he'd been staring at the door. Hesitantly, he knocked on the door, wondering if the occupant would even hear it over the noise. However, that noise cut off almost immediately, and a moment later the door swung open, revealing a room filled with the debris of a destroyed classroom. Remnants of tables and chairs were scattered in every direction while Harry stood on one side of the room. Wand in hand and looking slightly winded, the boy who lived seemed to consider Cedric for a moment before waving his wand around the room with a muttered spell. The furniture pieces flew through the air, reconstituting themselves. Had he really just done a reparo on the entire room at once? Is there something I can help you with? Cedric broke himself out of his contemplations to regard the lost Potter scion. Shaking his head, Cedric said, "Actually, it's something I wanted to help you with. I know you haven't spent much time with us champions, and that you were entered into this tournament against your will, but I thought I'd share some information." He paused to consider Harry for a moment before mentally nodding. "The first task is dragons. We're going to face dragons." A dark look crossed over Harry's face for a moment before he gave a resolute nod. "Dragons. You have dragons here and we're going to face them." "Of course we are. I don't suppose dragons are small lizards easily handled in this world." At Cedric's headshake, Harry sighed. "Of course not. Thank you. I suppose it's time to spend some time in the library doing research." "How can I repay you for that information?" Cedric shook his head. "No need. I was given the information on the sly by my dad and thought it only fair that you should know, since you don't have anyone here helping you." Mentally suppressing a wince, he continued, "So if you need any help, let me know. The Potters supported my family in the past and I feel I should do my part to support the last one of their name. Even if you aren't the Harry Potter." And boy did that feel weird to say. Harry smiled and nodded. "I appreciate it. While I don't know anything about my family, it might be nice to learn about them, or at least their past. Perhaps we'll meet in the library to study dragons and family." Cedric smiled and nodded in return. "I hope so too. The boy who wasn't the boy who lived wasn't so bad after all." 3 weeks of learning magic and they wanted him to fight a dragon. Harry scowled down at the book and tried to keep quiet. The librarian was not a pleasant individual and he had no desire to interact with her again if he could help it. She made it seem like she was doing him a favor by even allowing him in the library and had been extremely reluctant to grant him any assistance. Cially when he asked for books on dragons. Forcing aside those thoughts, he instead focused on the reading, glancing between a couple of books and their articles on dragons. Between the spell resistance, fire breathing and overall bad attitudes, they were not a pleasant experience for a dedicated team, let alone a single student in the equivalent of high school. Still, there did seem to be other mechanics involved. Since they were being limited to just having their wand, they wouldn't be expected to actually fight the dragon one-on-one. Cedric had hinted that they would be retrieving something from the dragon. Not an easy task either, but it did give more options. Harry turned from the books on dragons to another section of magic that had caught his attention. In addition to the combat spells he was practicing, this discipline should prove extremely helpful when he returned home. Time to learn about transfiguration. The roaring crowds and the announcer were loud through the walls of the tent as Harry awaited his turn to face a dragon. As the final competitor of the night, he had to listen as 3 other people faced a dragon, hearing their tactics, blunders, and surprising successes. It wouldn't be long before Cedric finished, so Harry went over his plans and tactics for the fight. He didn't care about winning as part of the tournament. Instead, he wanted to see how his newly learned abilities worked in a combat setting. A dragon was orders of magnitudes more tough than any Yoma he had faced before, and if he could make his tactics work under these conditions, he would be better prepared to help his sister and her fellow Senshi in the future. Finally, it was his turn. Stepping out of the tent, he glanced around at the arena, taking in the rock-strewn area and the nasty-looking dragon hunched over a nest at the other side. While there was plenty of cover, more importantly there was plenty of raw material for his plans. First though, he summoned a number of snakes and ordered them to scatter around the arena. Then he transfigured a number of the larger boulders into golems based on the various Yoma he'd encountered in the past. Their vaguely female forms lumbered towards the hissing dragon. As his constructs were blasted with dragon breath, Harry made his way around the edges of the arena, occasionally transfiguring more golems in a variety of shapes and sizes, attempting to swarm the dragon with numbers. Not that his constructs were having much luck, their magic wilting under the furious draconic assault, leaving them piles of inert stone scattered around the nest. Some of the quicker, smaller ones managed to get close enough to be smashed by tail and claw. Harry winced at the cries of the snakes, able to at least understand them. It was only the fact that they were conjured creatures and not flesh and blood that allowed him to justify their slaughter. He would have to make sure to be extra nice to Gloria when he got home. Maybe get her a nice rabbit or something. Banishing those thoughts as he rounded the last large boulder between him and the dragon, he focused on his strategy, conjuring a veritable carpet of snakes, both stone and flesh, and sending them slithering towards the nest. The dragon's hisses grew sharper and more panicked as the number of attackers magnified. For a moment Harry could have sworn he understood some of the hisses from the dragon, but pushed aside the thoughts to instead focus on the ground beneath the dragon itself. Huge hands heaved from the ground, reaching for the dragon's snout. A blast of fire nailed the hands for just a moment before they clamped around her muzzle, allowing the rest of his minions to pile onto the dragon. Meanwhile, several of his earlier snakes snuck out of the nest, golden egg clutched in their coils, narrowly avoiding being smashed by the frantically trashing dragon. Harry only had a moment to revel in his victory before the dragon broke free with a roar that pierced the air, along with the shrapnel from his smashed constructs. Sprinting away from the dragon and putting as many boulders between himself and the fire that was quickly filling the arena, he tried to endure walls of stone behind him as he moved. That he remained unbarbecued bore testament to his success even as he rushed to scoop the egg from his snakes and dive into the tent. Harry frowned as Ryan got up from the table where he sat down in the main hall for breakfast the day after the first task. Ever on the way to the room, people had seemed to avoid him, but this was even more blatant. It was like people were afraid of him. There were even people from the red and gold table actively scowling at him. Whatever. These people didn't matter to him. which was why he hadn't gone out of his way to socialize with any of them. Despite attempts by others to get to know him, just based on his name. Ignoring the rest of the room, he focused on his breakfast and going over the fight with the dragon. What had worked, what hadn't, how the magic had felt. He examined it like it had been one of the fights alongside the Senshi. A small smile graced his lips as he thought of all the golems he could summon. It would be nice not being outnumbered for once, though controlling all of those constructs had been a mental chore. While he was focused on his food and thoughts, he wasn't so unobservant of his surrounds that he missed the French champion taking a seat besides him. Bonjour, Ari. Hello, Fleur. I heard you had a great performance against the dragon. A shame the announcer had to ruin things for you. Harry hadn't had much interactions with the Bobaton student, but they had always been cordial. Thank you, Ari. Your performance was amazing. So many simultaneous transfigurations, as well as the summons. Though avenue to ask. How long have you been a parselmouth? A what? I'm not familiar with the term. It means one who speaks parseltongue. The language of snakes. Ah, is that what is? I thought it was just part of my magic. I've been able to talk to them for nearly my entire life, as far as I can tell. My sister thinks it's neat and even got me a pet anaconda named Gloria. Your sister is a witch. Harry tapped his lips for a moment before answering. Not in the way that you think. Most magic works differently back home. There are no schools for magic, at least not that we know of. The French student nodded, a slight frown on her lips. Then you do not know the stigma that accompanies the ability to speak to snakes here in Europe. It is said that all parselmouths are dark wizards. A terribly inaccurate statement, yet one that persists, especially with the British. You see, their last two Dark Lords were both parselmouths. A sigh escaped Harry before he could stop it. Of course, that explains why everyone is avoiding me, though it doesn't explain why you are not. Fleur offered Harry a small smile. I know what it's like to be disliked in distribution. Usted for something that is beyond your control. I don't know what you know of Vila, but we are not looked upon well in many regards due to our allure. Harry listened as Fleur gave a brief overview of the allure and her treatment. Both at Bobaton and here at Hogwarts. He could understand her willingness to at least give him a chance to explain things and thanked her for taking the time to talk to him. He extracted a promise from her to talk again about her heritage as well as the wizarding world in general in the future. He did find his eyes tracking her figure as she walked away, and thou. He might be affected by her allure just a little. Or maybe it was the fact that she was a very attractive woman around his age and one who wasn't only interested in him for his name. Definitely something to think about. It seemed the English were the only ones who wanted to make an issue of Harry being a parselmouth. Students from both other schools were more than happy to talk to him about magic. Especially in regards to how he handled himself against the dragon. Victor even made it a point to meet with him to go over their strategies and spells. The Bulgarian had never really tried transfiguration and wanted to know more. While Harry hadn't heard about half the spells the Durmstrand student had talked about. Harry also met up with Fleur a couple more times, their discussions of I see in the differences between their worlds one of the happiest times he'd spent in this world. Had he not been so focused on trying to improve and find a way back home, he would have loved spending time with the woman who was just as smart as she was attractive. Knowing he'd be leaving her behind didn't help either. When he was informed about the Yule Ball, he went straight to the French champion to ask her to accompany him. As he knew her best of the other students, as well as trusting that she wouldn't see more into it than he was allowing. He had a great time at the ball, even though he wasn't the best dancer. Fleur was a delightful date, and seeing the way magic was used to decorate the Great Hall was almost as fascinating. There were even a few other students who took the chance to ask him to dance. All in all, a fantastic way to start what would hopefully be his last week in this world. In the quiet of the early morning hours, well before anyone else in the castle had awakened, Harry stood before the Goblet of Fire, a number of diagnostic spells surrounding the magical construct. Most of the information the spells was giving him made no sense, but the important parts came through, based on his readings. The most important part being a link, however tenuous, to the magic of his home. It was that link that would let him return home. A little early for the day, aren't you, Potter? In spite of himself, Harry startled. He hadn't expected anyone else to be up this early, let alone for it to be Professor Moody, one of the few Hogwarts staff that had gone out of their way to spend time with Harry. The man was a fount of knowledge when it came to combat spells and tactics, and they had many conversations on the types of Yoma that Harry had encountered. "It's New Year's Eve, Professor. I felt like getting an early start today would do me some good before going into the new year." The fake eye whirled in the professor's head before focusing on Harry. The perpetual scowl seemed to deepen. "And what about yonder goblet? It part of your New Year's plans?" Turning back to the goblet, H smiled a ghost across his lips. "It has everything to do with those plans, Professor. It's my way home." It was only a twitch between his shoulders that let Harry dodge the spell sent at him by the professor, letting him drop and duck around the table holding the goblet. His wand snapped into his hands from his wrist holster even as he spun and conjured a shield just in time to intercept another blast. "Can't have you going home yet, Potter. You've got a job to do." Transfiguring some of the tables into golems, Harry sent them after the professor even as he sent blasting hexes of his own at the man. None of his spells reached the professor as each was either parried, dodged, or shielded. Even the golems barely gave the man pause as they were ruthlessly smashed. "You couldn't just follow the script, could you, Potter? Couldn't wait a few measly months for everything to come to a head? Just had to ruin all my plans." Harry felt some things clicking into place as he traded spellfire with the professor. It was not a confrontation he was winning, already sporting a brew. Eyes on one shoulder from a bludgeoning spell, while none of his own blasts were catching the man. "So it was you who summoned me." "Why?" "Because I needed you, Potter. Somehow you vanquished him as a baby and I need your blood to bring him back." So it wasn't just dark generals who liked to talk about their plans during a fight. Good to know. Now if only Moody had fought like a dark general instead of a combat veteran, things might not have been going too badly for Harry. The next few frantic minutes were Harry trying his best not to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of magic the professor was throwing at him. In a final desperate move he latched onto the magic of the goblet, trying to follow the tenuous thread back home. He threw all the magic he could conjure at the goblet, only for a lasting curse to smash through his shield and send him flying across the room. Laying in a crumpled heap, Harry could only watch as Professor Moody stumped over. He had no idea where his wand had flow, and what other magic he could summon felt twisted and unwieldy. Something was happening with his magic in a way he couldn't understand. Not that he could really focus through the pain. "It may be a bit early, but you're going to help me resurrect my master, Potter. Even if I have to keep you in a trunk like Moody." A flash of light blinded Harry and drew a shout of anguish from the professor. And Harry was able to blink the sparkles from his vision. He had to blink for a different reason as tears flooded him. Standing in an array around the goblet were all of the Senshi, variously posed, Sailor Moon holding one hand above her head while the other pointed at Moody. "Evil doers who kidnap innocent people will face justice. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you." The following rage of magic quickly overwhelmed the professor, who had stood there for a moment in wide-eyed, open-mouthed astonishment. To be fair, if he'd been seeing the Senshi in their outfits for the first time, especially after spending all the time around robed witches, he'd have stared too. Struggling into a seated position, Harry watched the brutal beatdown with a slight smile, though most of his attention was affixed to the Senshi in orange. That she was safe after the attack that originally brought him here was the best sight he could think of. Just before his eye drifted closed, he heard Sailor Moon shout out, "Moon healing." Escalation. Awakening with his head in the lap of a pretty girl was a nice touch, though it would have been better had it been one of the other Senshi, or Fleur, or rather anyone other than his sister. He would never live this down. Still, he had never felt safer, which was strange since he'd always felt it was his job to keep her safe. Looking up into her smiling face, he smiled back. "Hey kid, hey yourself." Decided to give the damsel in distress angle a try. A low chuckle escaped him as Harry sat up. After the number of times Usagi pulled it on Mamoru, I thought it might be my time. Though I hadn't expected getting kidnapped by wizards from another world. That's a bit further afield than the usual dark general. Minako chuckled and reached over to bonk him with her knuckles. "Baka, you had us worried, especially with disappearing during the fight like that. It took Amy weeks to figure out what happened. Our parents have been frantic, she trailed. Often wrapped her arms around him in a hug that had his ribs creaking. We've been so worried. Returning the hug, Harry whispered into her hair, I've missed you too, sis. All of you. I've been trying to get back, but it took until today to finally make headway. If the professor hadn't stopped me, I had hoped to make it home on my own. He manfully suppressed a sniffle. Amy made her way over, kneeling next to him. The Mercury computer in her lap. Whatever you did boosted your signal and allowed us to finally sailor teleport to you. It took our combined powers to get here. Even Setsuna was worried. Harry glanced at the older Senshi with raised eyebrows. She just returned his regard with a level look. Silently chuckling, he turned back to Amy. Can we get home? Sailor Moon bounced over and posed. You bet. Now that we know how to get here, getting home is even easier. I can feel the magic waiting for us. Waving her wand in a circle around the group, she shouted out, Sailor Teleport. When the doors to the Great Hall were finally forced open through whatever magic Moody had used to keep them locked, the only things left were a series of destroyed tables and benches, and uncons. Sia's former teacher who looked nothing like the real Moody, and an ominously burning goblet of fire. Author's note. Merry Christmas everyone. Thank you to everyone who reviewed and liked this story. I really enjoy writing it. Even if real life doesn't leave me much time to write nowadays. I took what little free time I had this holiday season and focused on finishing a chapter for everyone to enjoy. I'll admit that everything I know about Sailor Moon comes from reading fanfiction crossovers, not even actual Sailor Moon fanfiction, so if I butcher any lore, hopefully it didn't detract from the enjoyment of the story. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know what you think. As for the background, Harry was abandoned by the Dursleys and put into an orphanage. The Dursleys adopted Harry during their time in London, thinking that an older brother figure might be good for their daughter. Harry learned about his sister's vigilante work and decided he needed to protect her. He had known about his own magic, but it was mostly focused on avoiding bullies. He trained on how to transform like she did and on ways to protect her, mostly through shields and other things. Then when they moved back to Okya, he learned about Tuxedo Mask and tailored his disguise along that line to better fit in with the group. He still focused on shielding since he didn't know any offensive spells at the time, though. He was trying to learn to replicate his sister's love blast. He almost had it before being summoned. I hope you enjoy. Let me know what you thought of the story, as well as what you'd like to see in the future. The bad end. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a rather nondescript young man, dressed in what appeared to be a black Muggle suit. Though not a style with which Dumbledore was familiar. Then again, he admitted, if only to himself, that his knowledge of the Muggle fashion world had grown as he had Ely left the magical world since the way things had ended up with Gellert. Mentally shaking away those thoughts, he instead focused on the new arrival, taking note of the green eyes that seemed to glow from beneath the brim of a top hat. Excuse me, young man. I am Headmaster Dumbledore. It would appear that you were involved in some. He trailed off as the young man in question held up a hand, then seemed to take a deep breath. Raw magic. How exciting. Harry Potter as the sheer density of magic in the air settled around him. It was as if a Nexus event was ongoing, yet the Magicals would never leave something of this portent unguarded. Not to mention that if he had been summoned into an event like this, there were normally numerous magical restrictions being placed upon him. Restrictions that this time were conspicuously absent. Allowing his focus to shift to the nearby magical, he tried to rein in his smile, knowing that most humans couldn't open their mouths that wide. No, that he usually tried to hide as a human, but even a few extra seconds could make a huge difference. He was already starting to draw in some of the ambient magic and felt his powers swell. I do beg your pardon for interrupting. It isn't often I find myself summoned in such a manner. Doffing his cap, he bowed deeply with a sweep of his arm. Straightening, he smartly replaced his cap, tapping T. He topped to get it to settle just above his eyes that glowed in the shadow of the brim. That was one effect he wasn't able nor willing to reduce. I am known as Harry Potter. A pleasure to meet you, Headmaster Dumbledore. The old human seemed to twitch at the mention of his name. Intriguing. My dear boy, did you say you were Harry Potter? Harry shook his head. Afraid not, dear headmaster. Though my name does seem similar. It would appear that there are subtle differences. I take it you know of someone by that name. The human shook his head, looking down at his beard with what appeared to be a sad frown. I had hoped. Alas, the child of some dear friends has been missing these many years, and I had hoped that you might be him. However, you do appear correct. You appear far too old to my lost student. Harry nodded. I have definitely never been your student. I surmise that this is your school then. And it appears that you teach magic here, would that be correct? He felt his smile widen again at the nod from the headmaster. Most excellent. It has been far too long since I'd had a proper feast. And you've even provided this delightful goblet for me. Reaching past the headmaster, Harry lifted the goblet of fire from its place on display and lifted it to his lips, the enchanted flames sucked into his mouth. He just barely suppressed a moan at the amount of power available just on the surface level of the cup. Something else about the cup caught his attention. There was a magical connection between it and himself, as well as numerous other magicals. Reaching through that connection, he gave it a tug and watched the headmaster and several other people at the head table stagger. Slightly, with a grin that nearly split his face apart, he pulled hard, draining the magic from everyone connected to the cup. Not to mention all the other magic that had been stored in the cup over the centuries. The headmaster collapsed with a gasp, soon followed by the heads of Durmstrand and Beauxbaton, as well as the various officials. Harry reveled in the sense of power that suffused him, more than he'd been able to gather in one moment in his entire life. His eyes blazed with light, so much that they actually threw shadows around him. What have you done? Harry turned to regard the wizard who held a wand pointed at him. The man had slick hair and smelled of a variety of magical plants, as well as a flame inhibitor. Must be the resident potions master. There were other wizards with their wands out, but they looked less sure of themselves. Except for the little half-breed. That one practically vibrated with the need to be in action. What have I done? Harry turned that smile on the potions master. Why, the same thing I'm going to do to each and every one of you. He trailed off as he slowly crouched into a sprinter's stance. Drained him of magic. Dashing across the short distance between him and the wizard, he twisted slightly to dodge a spell, then grabbed the wizard by the face. A quick tug dragged the magic from the wizard, who would have collapsed had the grip on his face not kept him upright. Harry then used the body to block several spells that would have no doubt done nasty things to him. Tossing the body aside, he dashed between the other wizards, latching onto the largest one there first before sliding around his body to grab onto the fat female. All the while dodging spellfire. It was a delicious symphony of magic and suffering. Soon he was able to drain the magic straight from the spells as they neared him, the nearly intoxicating power of the stolen magic growing beyond anything he had partaken of before. Demands were sent his way to stop. Oh, and the screaming. So much screaming from the students scrambling to escape. Couldn't have that, now could we? With a leap he left the head table, with only the diminutive wizard and one other still active, the half-breed having been smart enough to put distance between them. Then he was among the scrambling students. Having gained enough power, he was able to drain them without touching them, and they collapsed in lots. By the time he reached the grand doors to the Great Hall, only a few students and teachers were left standing, including the diminutive one who had tried so hard to stop Harry's rampage. The amount of magic thrumming through the energy vampire was more than he'd ever dreamed possible. His world had nothing like these wizards, nor places of magic as concentrated as the building he was in. Countless memories rushed in, granting names to the faces arrayed against him. Flitwick and McGonagall, fitting that it should be you two as the last to stand against me. You always were the staunchest defenders of your houses, though you weren't very effective if you ask me. So many embers of your own houses causing harm and misery to each other. And neither of you doing anything to stop it. Watching the hands tighten on their wands, Harry grinned, tongue lolling out to lick his lips. Do you think your spells will work any better now than before? Well then, let's get this done. He crouched down to prepare to dart forward again, only for the table next to him to reach out and try and grab him. Smashing out with a fist, he crushed the attacking furniture, then had to reach out and drain the magic from a series of spells from Flitwick. More creatures dragged themselves from the tables and even the stone floor. Hari's grin widened as he slipped between blows and spells, all while siphoning off the magic. He could have ended things. Dashed across the room faster than the two wizards could respond. However, he had never had this much fun before. Never had this much energy before. Not to mention all the memories he was still processing. Flipping over a pair of stone tigers, Hari snatched a wand off the ground. Letting the new magical energy flow through him and into the wand, he blasted the various animals to pieces, then smashed those pieces towards the two wizards. All while reaching out to feed on the magic flowing through the air. The door where the earlier champions had left open to admit the gawking forms of two of the champions. Victor on the other hand tumbled through the door, his wand spitting spells that could only be classified as dark. Hari drank in the new magic, spinning it into a fire whip that finally ended the witch's assault on him with a slash through her neck. Flitwick he left for last, letting the half-breed educate Hari on how more spells worked in conjunction with each other. The combinations and chains were truly inspiring, and more importantly, none of them were in the memories stolen from all those other witches and wizards. Hari only wished that he could have gotten the memories of the first wizard he had drained. Unfortunately, that first drain hadn't been comprehensive or powerful enough to bring with it memories. From the memories of the others, Headmaster Dumbledore had been the most powerful of the wizards at Hogwarts. If not the entire wizarding world. After a time spent draining spells and learning magic, Hari finally felt he had gleaned all that he could. With a wave of his stolen wand, he buried Flitwick in the stone room. Slowly walking over, he remaining people in the room, then squatted next to former dueling champion. I want to thank you, Professor, for a stimulating lesson. Know that what you have taught me will allow me to go on and conquer your world. After that, I will master the magic that brought me here and go on to consume my world as well. Then on, until all of existence is mine to do with as I please. Hari reached out and gave the professor a pat on the head. As a thank you, I shall leave you alive. I imagine it will not take you long to free yourself. Follow if you wish, but know that should you confront me again, I will take your life. Standing up, he offered a face-splitting smile. After all, someone must witness my ascension. When I leave this world and its few survivors, you shall be the one to tell the others who I was. More importantly, tell them I shall return. Prepare for me, as best you can. Once I have consumed enough worlds, I shall return to see what you have made of yourselves. Quote, turning away, he waved over his shoulder. Do take care, Professor. Hari goes on to accomplish what no other Dark Lord had ever managed before, conquering the British wizarding world. He wages a brief war among the Muggles before realizing that their long-range weaponry makes them particularly dangerous to him, especially when they decided it was worth to start bombing anywhere he had been sighted. Returning to the hidden world of wizards, he purposely exposes what was left of the English wizards and some of the other European nations that took exception to their representatives, i.e. the Bulgarians and French, and uses the chaos to spark a war between the Muggles and Magicals. A war the Magicals swiftly lose after being bombed out of existence. Meanwhile, Hari learns of other enclaves and hidden wizarding worlds and goes on to terrorize the international community of wizards until finally finding a way home, leaving far fewer Magicals, all in hiding from an angry Muggle society. Author's notes. And so we have what happens when they summon a version of Harry Potter that is unlike anything they have experienced before and has nothing but bad intentions for everyone. Let's see what happens when they call in yet another version of Harry. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a hunched-over figure with a nest of messy dark hair, dressed in ratty clothes that had seen better days. Eyes of emerald green looked around furtively from beneath tangled bangs. Sunken cheeks and cracked lips bore witness to long suffering. Not to mention the way those clothes hung loosely, as if the person beneath was merely skin and bones. Hands little better than claws reached up to scratch at their chest. Headmaster Dumbledore bit back a gasp. Oh Harry, what have they done to you? The ever-present hunger gnawed at his soul, and not even the remnants of magic death he whispered through him could keep the monster within at bay any longer. How long had it been since he'd last seen another person? Another true soul who hadn't given into the hunger or been feasted up. On to the point that they couldn't even reanimate. There were no more animals in his world. No more people. Nothing but the shambling figures that hadn't quite succumbed to the demands of infinite hunger and despair. Gazing around at the world he found himself in, Harry latched upon the brightest source of light. Stumbling over, he wrapped his arms around the tall figure. Harry hungry, then bit down. Blood sprayed into the air, splashing over them both, even as he tried to feed as much as he could. The flesh was filling, the blood sweeter than anything he had experienced, before or after his transformation. And the magic, oh the sweet magic flooding his body, restoring the vitality that had been sucked away over the decades since his last meal. Suddenly he was sent flying as a spell caught him in the head, flipping him down the hall to crash into a table amidst screams and scrambling bodies. None of that mattered though, as he could feel the vitality flowing through him, mending his wounds, repairing desiccated flesh, restoring his movements. Pulling himself from the wreckage, he looked across the room at the collection of people arrayed against him. One knelt next to the one he had bitten, trying to staunch the bleeding. It wasn't going to work though. Wounds like those resisted magic and other forms of healing. It was part of the curse that bound itself to his soul. One that would spread soon. He could already see it latching onto the man's soul. Turning to a nearby body, he tried to take a step only to get blasted again, this time slamming against the wall. Only the unholy vitality of his condition kept him from crumbling to the floor, and he staggered in place for a moment. Something twitched in his senses and he lurched to the side, allowing the spell to impact the wall and giving him the brief moment to leap at a nearby body, sinking his teeth into their arm. The room filled with screams and spells, many impacting him, flinging him and his meal across the room again. He refused to let go, greedily chomping down on the flesh until he managed to tear off the limb as they rolled across the floor and through yet another table. This time he was able to latch onto another body before he passed through, snagging a bite of their leg they immediately tore free. Crouching in the wreckage, he grabbed a piece of the table and hurled it into the path of a spell heading his way. The overwhelming need to feed no longer clouded his mind, and he was finally able to think for the first time in far longer than he cared to contemplate. Glancing over at his first victim, he noticed the man's eyes finally turned the same shade of green as his own before he lurched up and bit down on the wrist of the woman waving a stick above him. The woman's screams drew attention away from Harry, and he used that moment to grab another victim, this time intending to finish sating his hunger for both flesh and magic. Their screams went ignored in the general mayhem, at least until his first victim started shambling around as well. That level of chaos could no longer be ignored, and more spells crossed the room, this time from every direction, though there were just as many people streaming from the room. Some with bites of their own. No matter, they would join him soon enough. The hunger would spread until all were like him. Maybe this time it wouldn't take hundreds of years to find a way to another world. With a smile on his face, he waded into the melee and the growing ranks of the damned. Author's notes. Just a short look at Zombie Harry, though not the traditional mindless zombie style. This one is more akin to something like I Am Legend or the zombies from Pride, Prejudice and Zombies, where the zombies can still think, they just have a craving for flesh, and in a turned wizard's case, magic as well. They prefer to go after magicals, and would ignore muggles in favor of the magicals. Anyway, just a couple of short bad endings to get me back into writing. My job sucked the vitality from me and leaves me with no energy when I get home. Hopefully this will lead me to being more active in writing. I've got plenty of other ideas for different versions of HP, so hopefully it won't take me months to get the next version out there. As always, thank you to everyone who reads and reviews these little glimpses in possibilities. The Iron Mage, a pillar of flames, burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing some kind of knight, only in shiny silver and green instead of the gray iron of the castle knights. Lines of light seemed to stream around the suit, including several brighter circles, one on the chest, and one in the palm of each hand. The helmet visor glowed a bright emerald green as it turned to regard the headmaster. Dumbledore stretched out a hand, barely restraining himself from grasping the knight's armored upper arm. Harry. The knight's visage seemed to focus on the headmaster. A slightly distant the chamber. far louder than should have been possible through the metal. The voice was distinctly male and carried a maturity that was at odds with how old Harry should have been. "How do you know that name, Gandalf? More importantly, who are you and where am I?" Withdrawing the hand to stroke his beard, Albus offered his best grandfatherly smile, eyes twinkling as he gazed at the knight over his half-moon glasses. "My dear boy, I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you now find yourself. It would appear that the goblet has summoned you here." He waved towards the goblet which even now remained alight. Turning that glowing visage towards the goblet, the knight tilted his head for a moment. "Karen, can you get me a readin' on the goblet while I deal with Merlin here?" Before Albus could wonder who the knight was talking to, that glowing gaze returned to him. "All right, Dumbles, seems magic has brought me here, wherever this school of yours happens to be. Wherever it is doesn't seem to have access to satellite internet, that or you've got it blocked, which wouldn't surprise me, considering how paranoid most magic users tend to be. Why don't you give me more of the particulars before we continue?" The headmaster wished that the helmet didn't prevent him from seeing the eyes of the boy. Things would have been much easier if he could have gleaned the thoughts of the person he was sure was the missing boy who lived. Continuing to smile, he nodded. "Of course, my boy, of course. If you want, we can move this conversation to my office. No need to cause a scene before all these young students." Tilting his head slightly, the knight motioned the headmaster to continue. Albus glanced up at the head table and the eyes of his deputy and potion master, motioning them both to follow, then turned back to the knight. "Before we go, would you mind removing your helmet and telling me your name? Unless you'd like me to continue calling you, my boy." For a moment the knight seemed to pause, the glow from the visor intensifying before fading away entirely. With a faint click, the visor lifted away, revealing the face of a young man in his early to mid-20s with close-cropped facial hair and a mop of unruly hair that tried to immediately escape the confines of the rest of the helmet. The eyes though, they were exactly like the eyes of a young woman who had graced these halls nearly 2 decades ago and died tragically young, along with her young husband. Eyes the shade of the killing curse. Eyes he had last seen over 13 years before in the face of a baby he had left on a doorstep. The young man smirked. "I'm Harry Stark, and you've got a story to tell, Gandalf. Let's get to it." Dumbledore nearly stumbled. "Excuse me, did you say Harry Stark? Forgive me, but you look exactly like a young man who has been missing for many years, by the name of Harry Potter." Harry chuckled. "Wow, haven't heard that name in years. Used to be Potter. Pops let me change it after I was adopted. Best thing that's ever happened to me." The headmaster mentally reeled at another blow. There were no magical families by the name of Stark in all the Isles, and certainly none of note on the continent. Did that mean Harry had been taken in by Muggles? Shaking away those thoughts and knowing that answers could be readily obtained, he gazed into those emerald eyes. A sudden blast of sound slammed into Dumbledore's ears and he recoiled in pain, eyes squeezed shut. He didn't even realize his wand was in his hand until he was waving a healing spell towards his head. "Not sure what things are like around her, but I don't take kindly to someone trying to invade my mind. Do it again and the response will be more than just a warning shot." Albus shook off the effects and waved off the concerned looks from both Minerva and Severus. "Forgive an old man, I was just trying to learn more about you. It was only a surface scan, nothing more." He ignored the tightening of his deputy's lips, knowing he would be hearing about it later. For now, he needed to assuage the worries of the young man before him. Harry frowned before nodding. "Warning has been given. Don't do it again and we'll get along a lot better. You still owe me an explanation and all the kids you've got in the room seem far too keen on this conversation. Let's mosey over to that office of yours." Dumbledore nodded once before turning to lead the group from the Great Hall. Harry glanced around the room before following the headmaster through the doors and down the hallway. His visor clicked shut. "All right, Karen, what have we found out so far?" "Nothing good, Harry. Based on the scan, the temporal signature is slightly off. Maya Ning were a lot further from Kansas than just another country. Additionally, there are multiple layers of spells on the goblet that are making it difficult to parse through. I definitely found the matrix for the summoning spell. However, Those other spells are confusing my analysis enough that it will take quite some time before I am able to work out a counter. I'm afraid we're stuck here for the meantime. Great. Seems like this world doesn't have the same level of tech as back home either. No satellites for us to log into. Sorry, Harry, no StarkNet or other global satellite network that I am able to access from here. Maybe if we head into a city we can get a better idea and I can get a timeline of events. I'll keep that in mind. Once we get our answers from Mr. Wizard, we'll head out and find a place to stay. As they came to a stop in front of a stone gargoyle, Harry was amused to find out the password was the name of a candy. That was much better than 8 characters, a number and a symbol. Maybe he could convince the old man to change the login requirements when he got back. A few moments later everyone was in a richly appointed office, filled with all manner of books and magical paraphernalia. Harry had Karen scanning it all even as he looked around. He didn't recognize any of the titles on the shelves that he could see, but that didn't mean much. Magic was a diverse and ever-growing field. Considering he had never even heard of Hogwarts back home, that meant that most if not all of this would be new to him. Headmaster Dumbledore settled behind his desk and waved towards a chair. The other 2 people had already seated themselves. The helmet visor slid away to reveal Harry's face. No thanks, I'll stand. Arrogant. Just like his father. Exactly. I learned from the best. Tony Stark is one of the smartest and most powerful men in the world. And who might you be? Greasy. The man had already been scowling and it only deepened at Harry's comments. Claw. I'm a muggle as your father must be a new low for a Potter. Harry rolled his eyes. And all that grease seems to have filled your ears as well. I'm a Stark, like my father before me. He waited a moment. Really? Never seen Star Wars. Just how sheltered from reality are you people? The headmaster cleared his throat and Harry caught the man giving Greasy a look over those half-moon glasses. They really did make the whole look. Between the bright purple gown and that crazy hat, everything just said eccentric wizard. Please forgive Professor Snape. He and your father were rivals of sort when they attended Hogwarts. My father is Tony Stark. I would have you remember that. Apologies, my boy, I meant your birth father. Those eyes were twinkling something fierce. Was a feature of the glasses or some type of magical effect? I'm not your boy. The name is Harry. You can either call me that or the Iron Mage as I'm known to the general public. Dumbledore blinked at that statement. Do you mean to tell me that the Muggle public knows about you? Harry frowned. Not sure who these Muggles are, but when I'm in the armor I go by the name the Iron Mage, alongside Pops, who is Iron Man. Helps keep the work and home life separate. When we're out busting terrorists or interstellar monsters, it's always in armor. Giving his chest a clanging slap, he grinned. This suit is Magitech, enhancing my abilities. Auto-targeting many of the abilities I would normally have to focus to use, as well as coming with many built-in defenses. Striking a pose, he added, it's also quite stylish. The headmaster leaned forwards. Are you meaning to tell me that you have somehow enchanted your armor and then wear it, in public? What about the statute of secrecy? Harry could hear the capitals on the phrase. Not sure what your statute is about, Dumbles, but regardless, this isn't enchanted armor. It's fully integrated Magitech. That means it's a blend of magic and technology, the latest line from Stark Industries. Ever since we figured out that the arc reactor was actually channeling ambient magic, we were able to use it to power all sorts of tech. Then it was just figuring out how my Abby Liddy's worked and coding that into the tech. Seriously, we've had Magitech for years now. Just how far behind things are you folks? Dumbledore slumped back into his chair. I'm afraid you've just given me much to think about, my boy. Sorry, I mean Harry. You see, things aren't quite the same in the wizarding world. Quite frankly, I'm not sure how the IWC hasn't found and silenced you and your Mr. Stark if you've gone around freely showing magic to the Muggles. That's easy. I'm not exactly from around here. Looks like you summoned me from a parallel world. I beg your pardon. When I scanned your goblet back there, it showed a different, temporal signature than my own. Meaning I'm not from this world. Whatever is powering that goblet had enough power to pull me through space, and from what I'm seeing, I'm guessing a bit of time as well. What year is it exactly? It should be 2015. Lies. Severus, please. I'm sure Mr. Stark has reasons for believing as he does. Turning away from the greasy one, the headmaster regarded Harry over those glasses. It is the year 1994, and your story seems all the more extraordinary. I do believe we should have Madame Pomfrey examine you, and see if she can corroborate your story. She is the school Medowitch. Harry shook his head. No can do, Gandalf. It's against company policy to have anyone else examine the suitor myself. Also, not my job to convince you of my story. Frankly, I don't care if you believe me or not. While you may have summoned me here, you aren't in charge of me or what I can do. Now, while I appreciate story time as much as the next lad, I'll be taking my leave now. Sit down, you arrogant boy, while your betters decide what to do with you. Greasy had a stick in his hand, the whine of a repulsor charging led the air as Harry pointed one palm at the man. I'd suggest you put that thing down before you get hurt. The greasy one opened his mouth and began moving the stick around. Half a heartbeat later he was slammed against the far bookcase, then slumped to the ground unconscious. That palm was then swung to cover the headmaster. All right, Mr. Wizard, that was your last warning. I'll be leaving now, and I hope we never see each other again. Harry started making his way out of the office. I'm afraid you'll be doing more than that, Harry, as the goblet will compel you to return. Harry stopped in the doorway, visor sliding shut. So you're trying to tell me that the goblet will magically compel me to compete in a tournament for children, all based on a contract I've never seen, agreed to, nor signed, because it chose me. You have to see why I'm skeptical. Dumbledore sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Offering his best grandfatherly gaze, he said, the Goblet of Fire is ancient magic, and one that is little understood. One thing that is known though, is that it forms a magically binding contract with whoever it chooses as champions for the tournament. That visored gaze seemed to consider the headmaster before shaking. Sounds more like the way a curse works to me, rather than a contract I couldn't have signed. Based on my experience with cursed objects, the best way to get rid of the curse is to destroy the container. So what's to stop me from blasting that thing to bits? Albus ignored the gasp from Minerva to lean forward and frown at the boy. No, young man. He needed to remember that this gentleman had no idea who Albus Dumbledore. There would be no awe based on reputation and no respect for the traditions of the wizarding world. The Goblet of Fire is a priceless artifact. It is centuries old and under the purview of the goblins. You do not want to anger the goblin nation. You'd be surprised who I'd be willing to anger to find a way back home. You've effectively kidnapped me. I consider you, that goblet, and if what you're saying is true, the goblin nation, to all be hostiles. I'll give you 2 minutes to convince me otherwise before I'm returning to that room. Either way, the goblet will be mine, to either destroy or study. For a moment, the headmaster considered going for his wand. However, that glowing palm had been pointed towards him. For a while now, and with how fast it had knocked out Severus, Albus wouldn't stand a chance. Placing his hands on his desk, he turned them palm up. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Harry. I mean you no harm and want only the best for you during your time in the tournament. As an apology for being a party, however unknowingly, to your summoning, allow me to provide you with room and board during your time in the tournament. The armored figure was motionless for a moment before slowly nodding. I'll take you up on that room and board, as it seems I'm broke here. He paused before a short laugh could be heard. Broke. Been a long time since I've been poor. Pops would be laughing right now. That glowing palm slowly lowered. I'm still taking that goblet for study. If you want anyone else to help, I'll welcome the support. But it'll be my project and I won't accept any interference. Minerva HMPHED from her spot on the chair, frown directed at the displaced Potter. Are you truly so arrogant as to think you know better than those who have studied the goblet for centuries? You've said you thought you weren't native to this world and think you can study the magic of a mysterious artifact. I've already been studying it. My systems have scanned and catalogued the various magics wrapped up in the goblet ever since the moment I arrived. There are numerous layers on the thing, but I'm confident that given time I'll be able to unravel everything and reverse the spell used to summon me. Dumbledore frowned. And how did you manage to scan the goblet? I saw no wand and heard no spells. One word, Dumbles. Magitech. I'm sorry, Harry, but without access to StarkNet, I don't have the processing capacity to analyze the various matrices layered onto the goblet any faster. It's going to take me weeks if not longer. Unless we can find a powerful network to piggyback onto. Given the evidence presented by Mr. Dumbledore, that doesn't seem likely. Harry sighed and leaned back. On the chair in the foyer of the suite of rooms that had been provided for him. His helmet was laying on the table next to him. So we're stuck here unless Pops figures out what happened to us first. Another thing we have no timeline for. Don't suppose that gate spell of Strange's could be reconfigured to work across dimensions. Even if it could, you never learned it in the first place. Not to mention Doctor Strange and the sorcerers not allowing Mr. Stark to have access to a sling ring, so that feature was never integrated into the armor. Well, that's something we'll have to look into when we get back. Whenever that happens to be. And don't think I'm upset with you, Karen. I know this isn't your fault. We will definitely look into getting you an upgrade when we get back. More onboard computing power. Your combat power is still the best. Thank you, Harry. Setting aside his conversation with his armor, Harry turned his attention back to his surroundings. For a castle, the room was surprisingly comfortable. The stone walls were tastefully decorated, though the moving and talking portraits was a new experience. Not too strange, as used to all kinds of things that could think and talk on their own. Even the furniture was comfortable, if old-fashioned. Now that he had some time to think and settle in, he went over his options. He had no money, no resources other than his AR. More in the clothes he'd had on underneath. Dumbledore had offered room and board, so at least those necessities were taken care of. That did leave him completely reliant on the headmaster though, and Harry was not a fan of owing anyone. What could he do to be more independent? You can't be tromping around the library in that thing. Go change before you come in here. Harry turned a visorless smile on the guardian of knowledge. I assure, Madam Pants, that I am allowed to tromp around in my armor, as you say, because it is also my wand. Since I am allowed to carry my wand anywhere in the castle, as per your own rules, I can also wear my armor anywhere I go. The librarian crinkled her face like she'd just eaten a bucket of lemons before huffing and turning away to the pile of books on her desk. Smirking and resisting the urge to stroke his goatee like some two-bit villain, Harry returned to his tromping. This had become a daily routine between the two. Maybe she thought that if she told him no enough times it would stick. Never worked at home, so he most definitely wasn't going to let her get away with it here. Besides, he needed the armor to scan the other books while he focused on the ones that were most pertinent to whatever it was he was studying. Thus far he had been able to find a number of spells that he could incorporate into the armor. They were simple enough cantrips, but they were proving incredibly useful. Not to mention how the more spell matrices he had access to, the better Karen was able to study and dismantle other spells. Setting himself up at a table in the corner, he placed his helm down and set up a book in front of the visor, slowly turning the pages without looking while he read another volume. This time he was looking at some of the more useful combat spells while the armor soaked up household charms. The information on Bombarda and Reducto was especially useful as they were essentially more powerful versions of his current repulsors. About an hour into his studies, one of the other students joined him, a bushy-haired Gryffindor who had an almost encyclopedic understanding of the contents of the library and was happy to discuss the theory behind many of the spells. Even ones she hadn't studied yet, not that there were many spells that fell into that category. She must have memorized many of the assigned texts, even though for the years ahead of her. For the next couple of hours they studied and discussed various spells that might be useful in the tournament. Harry would have had to find some way to hire the girl had they been back home. Pops would have loved to have her in the Magitech department, even with just the basic understanding that he'd been able to share with her about the principles behind the tech she had been able to extrapolate a lot of the workings and theories behind his own armor, not to mention found ways to incorporate a lot of what they'd discussed together. Maybe he would try to convince her to return with him. With her family, of course, he was no kidnapper, when he finally had the goblet spellwork figured out. That or vow to come back for her when she was older. Or would she have a local analog? How would that affect things? He shook that thought off as he saw more students move to join them, this time from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Harry stood to the side in the champion tent, waiting for his turn to face a dragon. An actual dragon. He wasn't sure if he was more excited or terrified. The armor had never been meant for facing something capable of the temperatures that the dragon was reportedly able to put out. At least he'd been able to keep the armor. The argument about it being his wand, or more specifically, focus, applied to the tournament just as much as it did to his wandering around the school. Looking down at the model dragon on his palm, he marveled at the simplistic spell matrix that was written into the wooden construct. These wizards were so cavalier with their magic and never took the time to fully understand the theories and math behind their spells. They just used what worked because someone else had done it before. There was very little innovation in spellcrafting over the years, with very few true researchers. It was a shame. Hopefully when he returned home he would be able to seek out the local versions of the wizards, since he had been able to confirm that he hadn't been displaced and really was a homegrown wizard back home. Putting those thoughts aside, he focused on the condition of the Bobaton's champion as she entered the tent with her clothes slightly smoldering. That must have been quite the achievement, getting set on fire without completely combusting. Something about a natural affinity with fire magic, most likely. At least ACC. According to what little information he'd been able to find in the school library. While it had been incredibly biased, it had also been skimpy on information other than conjecture. Taking a deep breath, he put on his visor and stepped out of the tent and into the arena. Scanning the crowd around the arena, he found the judges and saluted. Might as well play it up for the crowd. Karen, let's set the mood, shall we? Music blasted from the speakers as he ignited his repulsors and took off, flying a circle around the edge of the arena before focusing on the dragon. The creature was a lot bigger than he'd expected, but not as big as he'd feared, especially compared to some of the dragons he'd seen in the movies back home. Something like Smaug would have been terrible. A blast of flames came perilously close to hitting him. Even moving at speed, the beastie was no slouch at combat, it seemed. Those slit green eyes held an alien intelligence that seemed singularly focused on protecting her NES. And with a malevolence that was almost palpable. It reminded him of some of the fellows Pops had tangled with back home. Alright, time to try out some of those new spells he'd integrated into the armor. Backing away from the dragon, he hovered in place and pointed one of his gauntlets at a collection of larger boulders, shouting, "Avengers!" The boulders shuddered before pulling themselves into a rough semblance of a humanoid figure. 6 stone soldiers, modeled after the original crew, complete with shield, hammer, and bow, settled themselves into place. Assemble. The stone Avengers piled onto the dragon, who met them with tooth and claw and rage. Harry darted in towards the nest in that brief moment of distraction, his armor having already marked his target and applied the sticking arm to his palm, so all he had to do was touch it in passing to snag the egg. Meanwhile the Avengers were performing about as well as the first encounter with Thanos. That is to say, poorly. Fortunately, they only had to last a few moments. Harry touched down at the entrance to the tent, egg held high, as his armor blasted out a victory fanfare. Pops would be proud. You're kidding, right? You want me to take a child to a ball back home? That would get me in serious trouble, and I doubt it's any different here. The headmaster seemed to blink at that statement. The student would merely be your escort, as is tradition for the Yule Ball. I assure you, no one expects you to do anything inappropriate with your date. Harry shook his head. Appearances are important, Dumbles. I work hard to maintain mine, and I refuse to do anything that would jeopardize that. If you really need me to have an escort for the ball, I'll take one of the professors. Charity or Septima. At least they're closer to my age. Suddenly, he smirked. Or maybe I'll take both. I can't believe you brought both. Harry chuckled. Well, I do have a certain reputation to live up to. Or down to, depending on who you ask. He frowned. Though that was back home. I'll have to remember to take pictures of this to show Pops later. Heelgy's done the same. Or did before he got married. Long story. Saluting his young friend with his glass, he made his way back to the dance floor. I'm sorry, Harry. This version isn't equipped to handle an underwater environment. Mr. Stark was working on several new versions, including one for work in space. Well, that doesn't do us any good here. Harry sighed. Never know what you have till it's gone and all that. I'm never taking Pop's workshops for granted again. Reaching up to stroke his goatee, he sighed again. Okay, how about we work out something that will seal at least the helmet and gauntlets? Let's try. The same rules apply, Baggy. My armor is my wand. I am allowed my wand. The portly gentleman scowled and shook his head. Harry, lad, you aren't even wearing all of your armor. You look ridiculous. How do you think the audience is going to think of you looking like that? Harry chuckled, the sound slightly muffled without the amplifiers from the armor. Not my fault if they can't recognize the brilliance of my outfit. Though the full armor would definitely be more impressive. Fortunately, I only need these pieces to win. He ignored the frowns and scowls from the other competitors. They weren't his true competition in any case. It was this world's magic that he was what he truly wanted to beat. That damned goblet. They'd already been here too long. Granted, he wasn't all that impressive looking compared to the full suit. The gauntlets and the helmet were secured over a regular set of t-shirt and jeans. Fortunately, one of the students had been willing to order him a set of clothes in exchange for some information on technology from back home. Hopefully they would be able to turn that information into working prototypes at some point. Look, sportsman, nothing I'm doing is against the rules, so let's just get this all started so I can finish. Harry ignored the looks from the judges' table as well. While he'd been happy to score highly on the first task, it really didn't matter to him if he won. Oh sure, the ego boost would be nice, but it didn't get him home. That was what truly mattered. Maybe if they'd offered him some research assistance. Wait a second. Karen, remind me to see if we can't find some other students to help with this. While Hermione and Luna are great, more minds are always welcome. Of course, Harry, never again was he going underwater. He was never going to be able to look at a scuba trip the same way. Between the merfolk, Grindylows, and rescuing hostages, not to mention having his jury-rigged helmet almost fail near the end, that was too much for him to deal with. Remotes only from now on. At least, he was able to help the other hostage when the Bobaton champion had been unable to rescue her. That had earned him some gratitude from the French national. Gratitude that he was turning into information and resources. Hopefully he would be able to use the materials provided by the Delacour family to enhance his armor and make some spare pieces, as well as getting access to some of the compute. Our power that was available in this world, simple as it may have been. Who knew that someone from the seemingly backwater wizarding world would have connections with the regular government? Now he just needed to start his brain trust and get to further analyzing the spells. Maybe they would be able to finish before the final task. Look, I am here against my will. I've basically been kidnapped and put into this tournament on pain of death. You all know that. We've talked about this. I have no interest in winning the thing and would rather see you all succeed together. The original purpose of his competition was to promote friendship and cooperation between the three schools, wasn't it? At least, that's what it says on paper. The three champions looked at each other for a moment before the one from Hogwarts, Cedric, slowly nodded. We get that, Harry. It's just, this hasn't really been much of a competition. Your armor gives you an unfair advantage. No, don't bother excusing yourself. I've heard the arguments and I even agree with why you've been allowed to use it. That doesn't change the fact that it has made this tournament easier for you, even in the second task. Fleur offered Harry another grateful smile, which he returned before motioning Cedric to continue. Taking a breath, Cedric nodded again. So, that all said, we'd really like to compete in the final task. It's a maze, so unless you can just blast your way through the magically reinforced hedges, there isn't a way for you to blast past us. Harry reached up to stroke his goatee. You do remember that my armor flies, right? The champion from Durmstrand grimaced. On second thought, let us work together. The day of the final task dawned. Harry scowled at his helmet. How have we still not finished analyzing the matrices? We have finished analyzing them. We can replicate any of the spells that were placed on the goblet. What we have been unable to do is find a way to power the spells necessary to reverse the effects. From my scans I have found that the goblet is a repository of magical energy and has apparently been collecting that magic since the first time it was put into use. According to some of the spells woven into the artifact, any magic drained from a champion has been siphoned completely into the goblet, along with small amounts from every participant and official link to the event. What that magical energy was originally to be used for isn't present in the spellwork itself. Most likely it was meant as a battery for some other purpose. However, it does show that your suit is insufficient for our purposes. If we had a proper way to tap into the lines of energy beneath Hogwarts, or another major intersection of ley lines, we would have a way. With what we have on hand, we cannot power the reverse summons. So we're stuck here until we can store enough energy or create a spell to suck the energy out of the goblet. Unless we can find an energy-efficient spell that allows travel through space-time. I'm afraid so. Harry blasted the last hedge before what Karen was telling him was the center of the maze. There had been some interesting encounters along the way, including an honest-to-goodness Sphinx of all things. Had there been the time, he would have loved talking to the majestic being and learning more about it. Stepping through the opening, he spotted the Zard cup waiting at the center on a pedestal. The other champions all filed through. Behind him, arraying themselves in a way to cover should something unfortunate jump out, like those Acromantula or the blast-ended Scroot. Harry, I'm detecting multiple layers of spells on the cup. Hold up guys, it looks like there are more spells on the cup than we were expecting. They said it would send WHOEV. Reached the cup back to the winner's circle, but why would you need multiple spells to do it? Especially over such a short distance. Apparition easily covers that, so I imagine a spell on the cup to be something similar and not needing all these extra layers. Fleur glanced at the cup before turning to Harry. It's a portkey. They're used for long-distance travel and can be applied to any inanimate object. Wait, you're telling me that there is a teleportation spell that can be applied to anything? How long does it take to imbue the object with the power for that kind of magic? The French champion shook her head. It takes very little power. Only specialized knowledge. For a moment Harry couldn't speak. All this time there was a spell that he could have used and it was right under his nose. There had been no mention of a portkey in any of the books in the library that he'd read, and no one had mentioned the spell to him. Was it just something that was so common that people didn't think about it? Karen, already on it, Harry. I've found the matrix for the spell and am working on a way to tweak it to incorporate with the spells we learned from the goblet to open a way home. It should only take a few hours to finish the work, given all THNS. However, I have found that there are 2 of these portkey spells on the cup. Okay, that's ominous. Looks like the cup is a double portkey. Who knows where it's gonna send us? Think it's a final part of the task? Victor shook his head. Nay, there has been something wrong with this whole task. I know someone tried to imperious me earlier. Had one of you not stopped me, bad things would have happened. Cedric chimed in. Well, I'm just glad we agreed to do this together. I think we can take the cup together and face whatever challenge together. All right everyone, on 3. Harry felt a pull on his navel and then something even more unpleasant before he found himself somewhere new. Only the automated systems on the armor kept him upright, though the other champions seemed to have fared well. Perhaps they were used to this type of transportation. Suddenly the HUD on the armor warned him about someone pointing a wand his way. Even as a voice from the shadows whispered, "Killed the spares." Harry's palm snapped to the side and sent a banisher into the shadows even as everyone else ducked a nasty-looking green spell. The cry of pain that was quickly cut off let him know he'd connected, and he made his way over to his attacker. Just as he was reaching what looked to be a fallen man, Harry heard the crack of an apparition and saw one of the Hogwarts professors appear. Moody looked around for a moment, the magical eye whirling around before focusing on Harry. "What's going on here, Potter? One of you should have been on the podium. Instead, all 4 champions are in a cemetery." Behind his visor, Harry frowned. If they weren't where they were supposed to be, how had Moody found them? Raising his palm towards the professor, he asked. More importantly, what are you doing here? The other champions looked at each other before arraying themselves to either side, their wands pointed at the only other conscious person in sight. Professor Moody raised his free hand palm out, the other held loosely on his staff. "Peace. I put a tracking charm on the cup as part of my duties maintaining security. Constant vigilance. When it showed the cup had moved, I tracked it here. Wherever here is. Karen, is there a tracking charm on the cup?" "Negative, Harry. You see, Moody, that doesn't track. There aren't any tracking charms on the cup. Just an extra portkey spell. And only someone who knew where that portkey was set would be able to follow us here. So that makes you the one responsible. Damn it, Potter. Just couldn't make this easy, could you? The professor lifted his staff only to catch a number of spells to the chest and go down in a crumbling heap. Nice work, everyone. Let's gaff these two and then figure out where we are and how to get back. As they went about searching the area and securing their prisoners, they also found a cauldron filled with some sort of concoction tea. Had no one recognized nor wanted to get anywhere near. Even more startling was the misshapen baby-like thing. It claimed to be Lord Voldemort. A quick stunning spell and more restraints and they had a third prisoner. Karen's analysis of the cup showed that they could use it to return to the tournament grounds, which they did together. Once the excitement of their disappearance and reappearance together was over with, they explained to Dumbledore and a newly arrived head of magical law enforcement, one Madame Bones, and the prisoners were turned over. Several hours later, Harry was sitting in Dumbledore's office, going over what had happened and what would happen with Babymort. Learning about the Horcruxes had been disturbing. Learning that the headmaster had suspected that Voldemort had been around the entire was even more disturbing. Sadly, it fit with the personality profile that Harry and Karen had put together on the man. Well, both men, really. Dumbledore was just winding down after explaining about a prophecy. So you can see why you need to stay around, don't you, Harry? Only you can defeat the Dark Lord. Seems like anyone could defeat the Dark Baby right now. No need for a chosen one. Harry, it's ready. Harry grinned and lowered his visor. Besides, it looks like it's time for me to go home. His armor glowed for a moment before vanishing, leaving the headmaster alone in his office. Author's note. Finally had some time to work on writing. Unfortunately it was because I lost my job. However, writing has given me a bit of good feelings during this dark time. I am also working on some personal writing projects that I hope I'll be able to eventually publish. If you'd like to check out my original works, look for me on Royal Road. Thank you for reading and I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Let me know what you think and what other worlds you would like to see. The One with Skulls Part 1. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing it was a young man, looking to be maybe a 6th or 7th year. He had the wild hair and glasses of a young James Potter when the lad had last attended Hogwarts. Had Dumbledore not known better, he would have supposed the young man was the Potter in question. He even had the Gryffindor robes on. However, there were a few differences that made themselves immediately apparent. First, the presence of a lightning bolt-shaped scar over one eye, a scar that had been written and talked about over the years and attributed to the boy who lived and vanished. The other was the adornments on those robes, as well as the staff the young man leaned against. Upon each shoulder of the robe were what appeared to be a human skull. Runes of some kind that the Headmaster couldn't make out from his position were etched upon the entirety of the skulls, glowing with a slight green light, one reflected in the eye sockets. The staff was just as disconcerting. Onyo. Their skull with similar runes adorned the top of the staff, seemingly looking out over the assembled students. Albus could have sworn it was scanning the rune, though that was unlikely, as it was merely a staff. Even that macabre detail paled before the rest of the staff. It looked to be made from a human spine, though elongated and woven into a wooden staff, various gems and pieces of etched metal scattered throughout. Had the headmaster not known they had all been hunted down, he would have thought the young man to be one of the dreaded necromancers of years past. Shaking away that frightening memory, he instead focused on the familiar. Harry Potter. The young man smiled almost as widely as the skulls. Well now, that is a name I haven't heard in quite some time. There was once a time I was known by that name. Now I go by another, one I have a student to thank, as well as yourself, headmaster. Dumbledore reached up to stroke his beard. That Harry Potter had been summoned was good. However, it would appear that this was not the Harry Potter he had hoped to bring to the castle. That the boy claimed to know of the headmaster, not to mention some form of familiarity with him, spoke of something otherworld. Oh, do tell, dear boy. The smile grew a little crooked before the young man turned away to sweep his own gaze over the students assembled in the great hall. Those green eyes settled on the Slytherin table, seemingly to focus on young Mr. Malfoy. Ah, it would seem he is still very much alive in this world. I had wondered if I would get the pleasure of seeing him again. The young man turned away from his perusal to regard the headmaster. You see, it was Mr. Malfoy who gave me my new name and title. For years, he got away with teasing me, attacking me in the corridors, and calling me names. One that he was particularly fond of was Harry Potter. Releasing his staff with one hand, the young man reached up to caress the skull adorning the staff. At some point I'd to just accept the name and make it my own. So I've become Harry Potter, once Harry Potter. Even had the family name changed. Though I supposed it's more properly Harry Black Rotter, but that is yet another story, dear Professor. I fear we hairns than who I am. Such as why am I here? Arrogant. Just like his father. Dumbledore suppressed a sigh as Severus injected himself into the conversation. He was about to turn and admonish the man when Harry Potter, Rotter, did it for him. Ah yes, the enabler. It shouldn't surprise me that you're still sticking your pointed nose where it doesn't belong. Your opinion on my dead dad is noted and discarded. I care not what you think. The headmaster switched his admonition to the young man. Now Harry, my boy, you can't be speaking to a professor like that. He deserves respect. The young man shook his head. What he deserves is what I gave him after I dealt with the ferret. Which might happen again, since this clearly isn't my reality and quite frankly, I doubt you've brought me here for a purpose I shall enjoy. Albus tried to catch Harry's eyes, yet the young man refused to meet his gaze. Mentally sighing, he waved towards the doors to the great hall. We have much to discuss, my boy. Let's retire to my office. Harry seemed to look around the great hall, that same smile still adorning his face. Looks like you've got something else going on. Given that seems to be the Goblet of Five sitting there, not to mention the students from the other schools, I'm guessing it's the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Did you summon me as one of your challenges? I can assure you, that would go poorly. Severus stood from the table, his wand in his hand. That was clearly a threat to the headmaster. I shall enjoy this, Potter. Expelliarmus. Why? Dumbledore could have stopped his potions master. Perhaps it would be simpler to deal with Harry after he'd been humbled. However, when the spell seemed to get sucked into one of the skulls on Harry's shoulders, the headmaster found himself hard-pressed to not gape at the sight. That Harry hadn't drawn a wand or made any sort of gesture made it even worse. A soft chuckle began to echo from the boy, only to develop into a full-blown belly laugh. The chatter in the great hall intensified. Albus watched as the expression on Severus's face grew darker and he switched to another spell. Stupefy. Yet again the spell swerved towards one of the skulls, though it was the opposite of the first. Before the man could cast something darker, Albus stepped between the two of them, his focus on Harry. Those are quite the interesting artifacts you've got there, my boy. I don't think I've seen the like. Harry finally stopped laughing, turning a squinty-eyed gaze upon the headmaster. I would expect not, as there hasn't been a proper necromancer in the Black family in centuries. They fell out of favor before you were born. However, their tomes are still in the Black Library, locked to those of the bloodline. After you sacrificed my godfather to your greater good, I became Lord Black. So more properly you should be calling me Lord Black Rotter. In so many ways, I owe you for helping me become the man that I am. He paused to sketch a mocking bow, smile never leaving his lips. By both action and inaction you have shaped my life. I wonder what you might have done to my counterpart here, since I don't see him. The more young Harry spoke, the more Dumbledore wanted him out of the room. As I said before, let's discuss this in my office. There appears to be much we need to discuss. Given our history back home, I refuse to be anywhere with you in private. Therefore if you have anything to say to me, you can do it here before witnesses. I have nothing to hide. After all, this is my world and I have no need to keep secrets from you all. I fully plan on going home as soon as possible, though more than likely someone else will bring me home first. Harry turned to sweep his gaze over the great hall, seemingly lingering on someone from each table, though the headmaster couldn't tell who specifically the young man was focusing on. Nevertheless, I must insist. By all means, insist. I still refuse. Dumbledore never noticed Severus walking up until the man swept past, wand at the ready. "That is quite enough out of you." With a swish of his wand, the man began sending a multitude of spells towards the boy. None of them appeared fatal, and Albus was sure that with just a quick visit to Madame Pomfrey, Harry would be healed and ready to answer any questions put to him. Most likely with a more humble attitude as well. Unfortunately, that did not seem to be the case. Albus watched in disbelief as the young man withstood the onslaught. Many of the spells were seemingly eaten by the skulls, not only on Harry's shoulders, but atop the staff as well. A staff that was constantly on the move, impossibly parrying spells, many of which left scorches and other residue on the walls and floor. Screams overtook some of the chattering as students scrambled to get out of the line of fire. Some of the foreign students had drawn their own wands and erected shields, especially the Durmstrang contingent. They worked together to protect themselves, though they seemed content to watch the duel. The Beauxbaton crew had flocked to the back of the room, though some few did appear to have shielded a group of themselves and a selection of other Hogwarts students as well. Some of those students even looked to be aiming at the combatants, though it did seem that most were directed towards the potions professor. The headmaster frowned when he noticed some bodies had been left behind. What their status was he had no time to discern, as he needed to focus on the duel, especially as Severus's spells were growing darker by the moment. Just as he was deciding to step in and stop the duel, things escalated, with Harry now casting spells from his staff, many just as dark as those sent by Snape. Many times Severus was forced to dodge or even shield. A professor should not have had this much trouble with a fourth yet. Then again, was this Harry really a fourth year? From what he had said earlier, not to mention how he looked, he could be much older. How much older was another thing to be learned, as the spells placed on the goblet did not seem to have done as the headmaster had wished. After a particularly nasty spell sizzled out of the duel, Dumbledore finally stepped in, the Elder Wand in his hands, summoning a powerful golden shield that separated the two. Several spells from both sides impacted against the shield with a resounding set of gongs, though the shield itself didn't even quiver. Turning away from Harry, Albus stared down his potions professor until the man put his wand away. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to regard Harry just in time to see a noxious fog waft past him and envelop Severus, whirling to track the spell and begin to counter whatever magic it was. The headmaster watched in abject horror as the man began to melt, wand suddenly in a shaky hand that tried to counter whatever it was that was rotting the flesh from his bones. Even he Elder Wand failed to retard the damage. Albus turned back to Harry. "Harry, end this spell at once." The boy was leaning on his staff with both hands, a cruel smile on his lips. "End the spell, Albus. Why would I do that? I merely protected myself as the law allowed. Your professor tried to kill me, as is clearly evidenced by the spell damage all around us. More so, we have hundreds of witnesses to the assault who can all attest that the professor attacked me first. You can't obliviate all of them, though I'm sure you want to." Resisting the urge to snap out, not to mention the quiet urgings of the Elder Wand, the headmaster regarded the boy with narrowed eyes. He was broken away from his staring contest by Pomfrey's voice behind him. "Albus, he's dead." Things could have gone incredibly wrong at that point. Albus had only belatedly realized that he'd just turned his back on someone who had just watched murder a man. Fortunately, Harry hadn't seemed inclined to continue combat. He had even moved his hands away from the staff, though the staff had somehow stayed upright without support. Harry had also allowed Phileas to take away the staff and keep the young man under supervision at one point. As stressful Dumbledore would have found the conversation the two had had about spellcraft, charms, and enchanting to have been incredibly fascinating. Instead, he was trying to figure out Harry's place in the scheme of things. Harry was not the hero of the light ready to sacrifice himself for the magical world. The boy was instead an unrepentant murderer. Thinking back over the earlier conversations, Albus realized that the boy had stated that he'd dealt with the potions master before in a manner similar to how he had dealt with the ferret, whoever that turned out to be. Had Harry already been a murderer before the summons? Was this not an isolated instance of self-defense, as had been professed? Getting all of the students moved back to their dorms had been a trial. They were understandably scared and filled with far too many questions. The boy had been right though. There were too many for him to obliviate at once, especially with all of the faculty present. Too many to call them all to his office and obliviate one by one as well. Fortunately, the male wards would keep any news of the altercation from getting out. Even more fortunate was that all of the ministry personnel had already gone to the room of champions right before Harry's summoning. Now they were finally in the headmaster's office, with Albus seated behind his desk. Harry and Phileas were seated across from him, with Madame Pomfrey and Pomona standing in the back of the room. Minerva had wanted to be here, but he had been able to convince her to manage things with the tournament. He'd had to promise to tell her everything he learned about young Harry. He was sure she would be satisfied with a heavily edited version of things. At least Moody had been running security for the tournament and thus wasn't present either. Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore considered the young man over the top of his half-moon glasses. There was no sign of nervousness, nor that of remorse. "Harry, my boy, I must say I'm disappointed in you. You have taken a life, an action most unforgivable." Harry snorted. "Unforgivable? That's why you had a marked Death Eater as a professor. You do know what they had to do in order to gain the mark, don't you? How many more of those marked upstanding citizens did you allow to go free after the last war?" The headmaster frowned. "Those men were all forced to do things against their will. However, their story is not yours. The circumstances are vastly different. You have murdered a man in cold blood, Harry. He had disarmed and was no threat to you." The boy snorted again. "You always were willfully ignorant about your pets. Do you have any clue as to what your precious potions master was doing with those love potions he's always brewing? I caught him trying to use one on Ms. Greengrass. That's why I killed him." Albus sighed. "What Professor Snape chooses to do with his personal time is no concern of mine." "So you did know." "I had wondered. Your counterpart never admitted to that one." Dumbledore ignored the sharp gasps from the two women to focus on his best disappointed frown on Harry. "This isn't about anyone else but you, Harry. You're in a very delicate position here." That annoying snort. "Of course I'm in a delicate position. I've been kidnapped and assaulted, forced to kill in the first moments of my abduction. I've been threatened and coerced, lied to, and have been left mostly bereft of options." Leaning forward, the boy continued. "The person who should have been protecting me, the so-called leader of the light, is foremost among my accusers. Why are we not focusing on who summoned me and why? We know it has to be for nefarious purposes." Phileas spoke up before the headmaster could answer. "Why would it have to be for nefarious purposes? Could it not have been an accident?" That snort was starting to annoy the headmaster. "You do not reach across the boundary between dimensions for anything less than nefarious purposes. There are forces beyond our comprehension that patrol that border, that work to ensure we stay apart. Those forces are now alerted to this world and possibly my own. You don't invoke forces like T casually, and only those with malice in their hearts would take such a risk. The question is why? Did they need me specifically, or were there broader parameters?" Before Phileas could interject again, Albus spoke up. "Again, that is not important. What is important is what to do with you. By all rights I should keep you here until the Aurors can be summoned." "Please do. Perhaps they will be willing to do the investigation you seem so reluctant to engage in. I'll wait right here, in the presence of all these professors, while the DMLE is summoned." The headmaster tried to stare down the boy, holding that gaze for several minutes, ignoring the way some of the staff tried to get his attention, especially Phileas, who would no doubt be the most vocal in trying to get the DMLE involved. The half-breed had always had a good relationship with law enforcement, as his status as a half-goblin had led some wizards to think they could get away with challenging him as a way to commit legal murder. Perhaps it was time to change the subject. "I'm afraid that I cannot allow the DMLE to interfere with the tournament. A tournament which you are now involved in. With your name coming out of the Goblet of Fire, you are now magically bound to compete in the tournament. To do otherwise is to risk losing your magic." For a brief moment the boy looked at him with wide eyes. Albus took that moment to try and read Harry's mind, only to run into sturdy and violent mental shields. It was only his years of experience that kept him from reacting. "A magic contract that I neither signed up for nor could have even been present to agree to. You think it's binding on me? I never realized what a jester you were, headmaster, though I've felt you've been a joke in recent years. Even Phileas looked uncomfortable with that comment. Nevertheless, my boy, I doubt you would be willing to take the risk. Now, Hogwarts will graciously house you during your time here, though I will have to ask you to remain in your quarters unless you are participating in the tournament or a related event. Phileas will escort you. Dumbledore finally took the time to offer Harry a grandfatherly smile. I'm sure that by morn, you'll have calmed down and will see that I only have your best interests at heart. While Phileas looked like he had several questions for the headmaster, Albus brushed them off and motioned for tea. He charms master to see young Harry to his bed. Once the duo was away, he set about making sure that the rest of the staff would fall in line. The Elder Wand truly was a wondrous thing, especially used on those who weren't expecting it and had been conditioned over the years to its use. You realize that he's going to bury the death of a professor, do you not? Phileas turned to regard the young man at his side as the two made their way through the empty hallways. Harry had been nothing but courteous in their conversations, regardless of the way he had dealt with Severus. Having recognized most of the spells that the man had used, he didn't blame Harry for how he reacted once Albus had distracted the potion's master. One did not leave a lethal combatant able to continue the fight. Harry continued, "For what it's worth, I am sorry that things had to happen the way they did. While I don't regret killing the man, I would have preferred to have done it in a different manner." "A different manner, you say? Like perhaps an official duel before witnesses?" Phyllis nodded before chuckling. "From what I could glean from your earlier conversations, this isn't the first time you've had to kill. The way resumed in my world. Professor Snivelus was heavily involved in many of the attacks by the Death Eaters, as one of the aggressors. The headmaster could say it was to maintain his cover, but that doesn't excuse assault, murder, and rape. He allowed his students to join him. I dealt with them as I would any enemy combatants. Some of the other Death Eaters though, the seatable members of society, I had to deal with in duels." Harry offered the professor a crooked smile. "As you can, I'm still standing." Phileas chuckled for a moment before nodding. "I should have thought of that myself. Albus was quick to convince us that those claiming the Imperius were victims and that we had to help them, forgive them for the wrongs they had no choice but to commit. But I've always had my doubts. Especially, well, regardless. This world is not at war. Your counterpart, wherever he may be now, rid us of that monster. Did he, though, was a body ever found? Or has he been biding his time until things were ripe for a return? I recognize this part of the castle, Professor, so I'll see myself into the room. Please have an elf assigned to me so that I can see to my basic needs in this world that I've been kidnapped into. We'll discuss more after Albus gives me more of his, I'm disappointed in you, speeches in the morning. Good night, Professor." The charms masters watched in beamism. And as Harry turned to command the suit of armor guardian his room to allow him in, acting with a familiarity that had Phileas wondering what just happened in that other world and how it would affect things in this one. Turning away after the door closed, Phileas headed to his own quarters to do some serious thinking. After dismissing the elf, Harry settled into the chair by the desk. With a wave of his hand and a pull of his magic, his staff popped into existence in front of him, hovering the same way it had in the Great Hall. Ah, if only Tom had really understood the soul magic he was messing with. There are so many more possibilities to it than just a Horcrux. Isn't that right, little dragon? The grinning skull atop the staff bobbed a moment before Harry's own voice echoed from it. You know, they say talking to yourself is the first sign of insanity. Harry offered the staff his own grin. Ah, but then I've been talking to myself since I was a child, thanks to being on my own in the cupboard all the time. No one else to talk to, other than the spiders. They were nice enough to listen at least. Whereas you keep criticizing. Yes, well, if you can't trust yourself to tell you the truth, who can you trust? A fair point indeed. And now that we've established you're amazing and brilliant and all that other rubbish, which you wouldn't be without Daphne and you. Know it, can we get back to the part where you've been dragged off to another dimension by those with obviously ill intent? Harry stared at his staff, who he'd named Dragon as a tribute to Draco's contributions. Namely the bones and life energy that helped bind everything together. I was going to ask how you determined they had ill intent, but then realized we're dealing with Dumbledore. Unleash. This one is a vast departure from our own. We know everything he does is for the greater good. Well, we had no intention of becoming a sacrifice in our world, and we shall not become one here. However, we both know that even with the Elder Wand, there isn't enough power in one person for a summonings like this. There has to be another party involved, even using the goblet and whatever magics the thing is supposed to be made of. Leaning back in the chair, Harry turned gaze towards the ceiling. I wish Daphne was here so we could pick her brain. And no, before you suggest it, I'm not going to go to the local equivalent. Not only would she have no reason to deal with us, she is not the same person and thus would not give us the same insights. Not to mention she's barely a teenager here. And our being a teenager mattered so much when we dealt with the others. Harry turned to glare at the grinning skull. This is why most people don't talk to themselves. It's far more annoying than it's worth at times. Before the skull could reply, he waved a dismissal. No, you're right, and I just don't like it. Which is why you suggested it rather than myself. Your perspective isn't filtered in the same way as mine. Calling the elf back, he started giving it another set of orders. Daphne Greengrass sat in her bed, her best friend and roommate in the bed across from her. They were discussing the fallout that would come from the death of the head of house. Draco had lost a lot of his power without his godfather around to enforce his will. Besides the changes in the dynamics of house power, there were the ramifications for how Slytherin would stand amongst their peers. No other professor would continue the blatant favoritism to which they had been accustomed. They would most likely lose the House Cup as the point system would stop being so egregiously manipulated. However, the biggest concern would be if the students who had been most repressed by either the former potions master or the Slytherin students who had most taken advantage of their special status would be coming back for revenge. Daphne wasn't worried for herself or her friend, nor for her sister, as none of them had ever engaged in the activities that seemed to amuse all too many of her fellow housemates. Especially Draco and his crew. The bigger question was how it would change the dynamics of things within the house and who would be caught in the crossfire or even just collateral damage. The Weasley twins especially could be brutal when they put their minds to it. All thoughts in those regards were Dara. Led as a Hogwarts elf appeared in the room, presenting Daphne with a letter, proclaiming it to be from the new arrival, Harry Potter. She accepted the letter and dismissed the elf. Glancing at her friend, she could see the curiosity burning within her. With a roll of her eyes, she broke the seal, which she noted was a skull, and read the letter. One eyebrow rose, then the other, as she read and then finished the letter. She then read it again before handing it to her squirming friend. Harry Potter explained the circumstances of his life in another world and claimed to have been friends with her there. He asked for permission to meet and pick her brain on the status of things in this world, sharing with her some personal and intimate details that no one other than Tracy knew as evidence that he knew her. Leaning back in her back, she waited till Tracy finished the letter. Thoughts? Oh, you're totally accepting that invitation. You saw what he did to Snape. He freed us, without even knowing it. Or perhaps with knowing it. Who knows? The point is, he's magically strong, knowledgeable, and seems to have a pre-existing connection to your life, even if only from another world. And doesn't that seem strange? Something straight out of one of those fantasy novels my mother is always reading. Tracy smirked. Imagine that power in our corner during the Slytherin restructuring. Daphne tapped her lips before nodding, heading to her desk to draft her response. The one with skulls Part 2. No matter how many times Harry had seen the evidence, it still surprised him how much Dumbledore was able to run Hogwarts like it was his own little fiefdom. There were no reports of dead professors or injured students. Nothing left the school, and what little had made it through whatever enchantments were placed on the Ollery were somehow ignored. No DMLE investigation had been brought to the school, no matter how many days it had been. Fortunately, that all worked in his favor. With Snape already out of the way and no need to answer awkward questions, Harry was free to enact a plan to not only increase his own power, but would also assist those in this world that were counterparts to allies from his own. While Harry had already finished his Hogwarts education, such as it was, he relished the opportunity to have access to the school library once again. with some of the things he had learned from the Black Library. Gaining access to the restricted section would be trivial. There were several books that had been referenced that he was sure had been sequestered here. Even more W.E. bound to be in the headmaster's office given Dumbledore's need to keep all information to himself. Leaning back on his desk, he considered the latest Corey. She exhibited the same brilliant mind of his own. Not to mention the biting wit of her favored accomplice. Were he a different man, and were it not too likely that his own Daphne would discover it, he would have been tempted to use his knowledge of her for a seduction. As it stood, he would instead put that brilliant mind to work. The restructuring of Slytherin was well underway. Daphne hadn't even needed to nudge things very much, as Malfoy's mouth had already gotten himself into trouble that his two bulky bookends couldn't get him out of. Daphne had used her knowledge to leverage herself additional protections within the dorm itself, as well as brokering several deals that Harry thought would help them both out. It seemed that some of the older Slytherins had access to resources that he hadn't even considered before she brought it up. Turning his head, he considered the staff standing next to the desk. Should he look into building another staff? This World's Ferret hadn't made himself the type of enemy that he had been back home. Same with the minions. Perhaps he should focus on the goblet and how he had been summoned to this world. Whoever had messed with the goblet was definitely an enemy and thus fair game. Sighing, he leaned back. Now he really missed his Daphne. She would have known how to research the spells on the goblet. Suddenly he leaned forwards. Maybe this one knew others in the school who could be used for such a project. Additionally, he should look into the rules and requirements for this tournament he'd been shanghaied into. There were bound to be some perks to the thing in addition to all of the burdens of being a contestant. Mr. Potter, why aren't you in class? Harry looked up from the tome he was studying in the library to see Professor McGonagall standing at the end of the table with a stern expression. Then raised an eyebrow at her. And what class would that be, Professor? I'm a Hogwarts graduate. Have you started offering advanced positions for those looking for their masteries? It was a marvel how much emotion could be put into that stern look without her expression changing. Be that as it may, we cannot have you wandering around unsupervised. Oh, and why would I, an adult and lord of the realm, require supervision? That actually got a change out of the Transfiguration's master. The headmaster was under the impression that you were a 7th year. It appears that neither of you listen well. I just told you I was an alumni. The headmaster never inquired as to my educational status. Additionally, I have no legal status here, due to my kidnapping. How would I have even been enrolled in Hogwarts? Who would be paying for my schooling? Marking his place and closing the tome, Harry turned his full attention to the professor. Was it your intention to assist me in acquiring legal status in this world? McGonagall folded her arms. Your status as an otherworlder has yet to be proven. Until such a thing has been determined, you are being treated as the Harry Potter who has been missing all these years. A smile spread across Harry's face. Well then, that does seem interesting. From what I can tell, Harry Potter should have been in his 4th year. Yet the headmaster claims that I should be a 7th year. You can't have it both ways, Professor. Either you believe me to be a different Harry Potter, meaning you have to take my word for my status, or you believe me to be the missing Potter heir, and thus a 4th year, who should have access to all the assets of the Potter estate. That scowl was truly legendary. If he could weaponize it, mentally shaking away the thought, he concentrated on smiling at the professor. It is the theory of the headmaster that you were lost to time and that the goblet has retrieved you home. That is a fascinating theory and one I would love to explore. Why don't we take the time to travel to Gringotts and see what the goblins believe my status to be? That should let us narrow things down. Thank you, Professor, for offering to take me. Standing up, he took the tome to Madame Pants to return to its home before heading towards the front of the school, the professor following in his wake. Harry sighed as he leaned back in his chair, glaring at the desk. The visit to Gringotts had been a mixed experience. They apparently had ways of knowing that his magic wasn't the magic of the local Potter heir, so he had no access to the monies within those vaults. That meant he was broke and beholden to Hogwarts for his care and safekeeping. However, they were able to confirm his age and adult status, so he wasn't required to attend classes either. So at least he had that going for him. Additionally, He was able to get a hold of the rules for the tournament as well as a solid understanding of what Hogwarts would be doing for him during his time in their care. The tournament rules were rather fascinating. They gave the champions a lot of rights and powers that he was betting the organizers weren't aware of. The more important ones were the care and treatment of the champions and their representatives. With Hogwarts already having agreed to his upkeep in payment for his kidnapping, he was going to be able to request further financial support. So at least he wouldn't be broke. Eventually. Until then, he would have to make do with what he could. Making a copy of the tournament rules, he had an elf take them to Daphne. Along with his letter detailing his plans and ideas. He then turned his attention back to the list of people that she had recommended as having the intelligence to help with researching the goblet. He'd never considered some of these people. They hadn't been in Ravenclaw with him, nor did they stand out during his time at Hogwarts. One name tickled his memories though, a Muggleborn who had been killed his first year. It would seem she had survived in this world and was one of the top witches in her year. Smiling to himself, he set out to write another set of letters. He certainly planned to keep the elves busy. "Ms. Bones, would you have a moment?" Susan turned around to find Harry Potter of all people approaching. Her fellow puffs all slowed to a stop as they considered the newcomer. Not much was known about the person who had shown up in a pillar of fire. He never attended any of the classes. No one even knew where he slept at night, though there had been efforts to learn that information. Not from Hufflepuff, of course. Live and let live and all that. "Mr. Potter, how can I help you?" Harry smiled at her, offering a short bow. He didn't have his staff with him, but he did have the skulls adorning the shoulders of his robes. While macabre, they hadn't seemed dangerous. More protective than anything else. Plus he'd taken care of Snape. She was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for the moment. "Thank you for your time, Ms. Bones. I won't take up too much of it. I was mostly wondering if your family had a house elf that you were allowed to call. It seems that no one has informed the DMLE of what has happened here. The headmaster said he had no plans to inform them himself and I haven't seen any responses. I would have hoped to at least address my legal status with your aunt. If possible." Susan blinked in surprise before her eyes narrowed. "Now that you mention it, it is strange that we haven't seen any response. I mean, someone died." She gave a quick glance among her housemates before nodding. "Thank you for pointing this out to me, Mr. Potter. I'll see that something gets to my aunt, one way or another." "Thank you, and please, call me Harry." Harry sighed. "This would be a lot simpler if we didn't have to troop down here every time we wanted to examine the goblet." He scowled down at his notes for a moment before turning to regard those who had gathered to help him. There was an interesting collection of students around the table. Most of them were 6th and 7th year Ravenclaws, though every house was represented. The most interesting though, had been the younger years who had been invited, such as Hermione Granger, a 4th year Gryffindor, a 3rd year Ravenclaw. Both of the younger years had offered some fascinating insights into the workings of the runework on the goblet, as well as theories about the spells used to trick the thing into summoning him into the tournament. Luna's spells that worked as a TTER dictaquill and that copied their notes were especially useful. Hermione seemed to look around the table before biting her lip and raising her hand. Harry offered her a bland look before responding. "We're not in class, Hermione. You don't need to raise your hand." Waving away her sheepish look, he instead urged her to comment. "There doesn't look to be any way to separate the magical signatures on the goblet. It's absorbed so many over the centuries that they all blend together. I think we should focus on isolating the ability that summoned you and see if we can't either reverse it or turn it into a more permanent connection." Harry offered the girl a grin. Now that is an ambitious suggestion. He sent that grin around the table. All those in favor of shifting focus. This time only Hermione's hand wasn't raised, though hers eventually joined the others, once she got her blush under control. "Ms. Granger, if we get a stable connection between worlds working, I promise a very reward once I have access to my finances again. The same goes to all of you here. Now, let's see what progress we can make before they kick us out again." "I am sorry, could you please repeat that? I don't think I heard you properly." Luna blinked up at Harry before nodding and repeating herself. There are dragons in the Forbidden Forest. 4 of them. Sighing, Harry reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. The other hand tightened on his staff. For a moment he was silent, trying to understand the true gravity of what he had been told. There was no other reason for dragons to be in the forest, especially 4 of them, other than to be involved in the tournament. Given what he had been reading about previous incarnations of the tournament, the champions would end up facing the dragons one way or another. There was no way for him to deal with a dragon without using some of his more exotic abilities. Sure, he could kill the dragon, but that would expose a lot of his secrets to whoever had summoned him. That was the last thing he wanted. Not to mention that slaying a dragon would put a lot of attention on him. Suddenly he perks up, his eyes going to the skull atop his staff. Now there was a thought. Focusing on the diminutive blonde before him, he leaned down and gave her a hug. "Thank you for telling me, Luna. I know just what to do with this info." Gouts of flame erupted over the treetops. Harry watched from a safe distance on one of the school brooms, disillusioned and covered by every secrecy spell that he knew. Drifting a little higher, he was finally able to see the clearing and the 4 cages containing some angry dragons. There were maybe a dozen dragon handlers out there trying to control those beasts. More importantly though, there didn't appear to be any security around the clearing. They must have been relying on secrecy and obscurity to keep things safe, or at least some value of safe at least. With a grin, he made his way into the trees, slowly weaving between branches as he neared the clearing. Coming to a stop beside a particularly gnarled specimen, he drifted down to stand at the base of the tree. After shrinking the broom and placing it in his robes, he called his staff. Then placed the other hand on the trunk. Harry had only cast this spell one time in the past, but he still remembered everything about it. Fortunately, there were plenty of angry spirits roaming the woods, victims of the inhabitants that gave the forest its forbidden moniker. Some of those spirits had been there for centuries and built up quite a bit of hatred for the living. Binding those angry spirits to the tree, he gave it life and direction. Mostly to distract the dragon handlers. Not that he cared if they were killed, but it would make things harder if there was an investigation into what he did this night. Injured dragon handlers would be cared for by their own healers rather than going to the DMLE or other local healers. It took time to enchant addition al trees, but he didn't stop until he had an even half dozen. By the time he was done, he was feeling drained from bending so many spirits to his will. Fortunately, it was mostly a mental exhaustion rather than one affecting his magic. He would need all that remained to cast the spells on the dragons once he got the wranglers properly distracted. A grin every bit as macabre as the skulls adorned his face as he pictured the havoc those spells would wreak on the day of the first task. Before that though, he needed to make sure the goblet was dealt with. Would be a right shame if he lost his magic before he could get rescued or return on his own. Harry stood before a pedestal holding the goblet of fire. The lone ministry guard was outside, unconscious and more importantly, unaware of who had knocked him out. Reaching into a pouch with gloved hands, Harry pulled out Ravenclaw's diadem, complete with resident soul shard. He was fortunate that his staff reminded him of the Horcrux hidden in the castle. It made things simpler. Dropping the diadem into the goblet, he took a step back before removing his gloves and taking hold of his staff. Calling upon the knowledge gained from the Black Library as well as experimenting on Voldy's Horcruxes, he crafted a spell to convince this particular soul fragment that the goblet was the enemy. Unfortunately, souls didn't like being manipulated, and Tommy's were especially stubborn. Fortunately, he had plenty of both time and magic to get this done. By the time he managed to kick the soul shard into gear, Harry was drenched in sweat and only his grip on the staff kept him upright. However, he refused to fall. Not because anyone would see his moment of weakness, but because weakness could become a habit, one he couldn't afford in this world of hidden enemies. At least in his own world he knew who his enemies were and could see them coming. Or go chasing after them as often was the case. Mentally pushing aside his exhaustion, he watched as a dark cloud erupted from the goblet before wrapping around like a snake to squeeze the ancient artifact. Imagine his surprise when another force erupted from the goblet, this one formed of flame and smoke. Harry watched in fascination as the two powers battled for survival. It was only after the skull atop his staff hissed at him to do something that he realized the opportunity being afforded him. While he kept part of his attention on the mystical combat, the rest of his mental energy was engaged in crafting the right magical matrix with prompts from the staff. What seemed like frantic hours but was merely moments later. The fight was winding down, both ethereal snakes appearing lethargic. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a bag, from which he pulled a perfectly spherical piece of bone about the size of a peach. There were numerous runes etched upon its surface. After setting the sphere into the mouth of the skull on his staff, he pointed it at the nearly concluded combat. Surviving snakes seemed to shudder before piercing screams filled the air. One from the Horcrux and a seeming multitude from the Goblet. Those clouds streamed through the air and into the mouth of the skull. Almost as if it was eating the magic. It wasn't that far off, as the magic was being drawn into the sphere of bone. Green light shone in the eye sockets of the skull before it erupted into green flames. A sharp cracking echoed through the room and Harry glanced up to see the goblet split vertically in half before falling off the pedestal, leaving a pristine and uncursed diadem in its wake. Harry had just a moment to grin in triumph and summon the Founder's artifact before he collapsed to the floor. He was just barely able to croak out a request for a Hogwarts elf to help him to his room. Harry groaned awake and rolled onto his side, grateful as he reached with a shaky hand for the nightstand. Thank Merlin for house elves. Once he was feeling a little more steady, he waved a hand to cast the Tempest spell. Seems he'd been out for most of the day. That meant he only had one night before the first task. Fortunately he had managed to finish everything in time, if only just barely. Putting on his glasses, he looked over to where his staff was standing next to the bed with the bone sphere nestled in its jaws. His grin grew as he contemplated that sphere. It was a type of magic he had yet to explore while in his own world, and the thought of what he would be able to unleash in conjunction with what he'd already imbued the dragons with had him nearly giddy with excitement. Even better was the thought that all of this experimentation was in a place that was safe to unleash. There would be few repercussions for him to deal with once he was back in his own world. Better yet, much of what he was doing here should be able to be brought back with him, considering he had retained possession of his staff and custom robes. For a moment he felt a slight twinge of regret that so many of his new friends might get caught in the crossfire. Not enough to stop his plans, but perhaps he would make an effort to ensure that they were taken care of first. Did that mean he needed to warn them about the dragons, or could he somehow turn things to his favor in all the commotion? Sighing, Harry decided he didn't have nearly enough information and set to writing yet another letter. Sometimes it felt like he'd lost half his brain behind when he was summoned to this world. He was going to have to do something amazing for his Daphne when they finally saw each other again. Daphne made her way through the stands with her sister and Tracy. Along the way she collected the other members of the research group they had formed with Harry. Even Hermione. Together they all headed to a section of the stands that the letter had indicated. While she hadn't been told exactly what was going to happen, she had been informed that things could be dangerous. That was even more apparent when he had explained that the task would include dragons. Dragons at Hogwarts. Pushing aside that terrifying thought, she focused on guiding the group to their spot, ensuring that they had a good view of the action and a clear path to the exits. She also took the time to convince the group to brush up on their shield charms and other protective spells, though only a few of the higher years were practiced with the spells. While she knew of the spells in theory, she hadn't really had the chance to put them to use. In addition to the protective spells, she also had people organize some privacy spells for their group. Since the spells were meant to cover a much larger area than she was used to, they needed to work together. They managed to get everything done in time and more importantly, without drawing any attention from the professors or the ministry forces. Harry had been quite insistent that they do nothing to draw attention to themselves before everything started. He wanted no chance that they might be linked to what happened. After settling into her seat, she turned her thoughts to the actual task. The champions would be fighting dragons in some capacity. Harry would be facing dragons. She very deliberately did not allow herself to dwell on how dangerous that would be. She knew he had a plan, something spectacular as well as dangerous in its own right. While she would have liked to know more in advance so she could properly prepare for it, there was something to be said about the excitement of the unknown. With an internal frown she squashed that last thought. She did not need tea. Oh, get herself emotionally entangled with the man already linked to an alternate version of herself. Now if only she could properly convince herself of that. Harry stood to one side in the champions' tent and watched the other champions select their dragons and tried to keep himself calm. He still wasn't fully recovered from the most powerful and elaborate bit of magic he had ever cast. The only thing keeping him from freaking out at the prospect of facing a dragon was knowing he wasn't going to be facing a dragon if everything went according to plan. However, he was preparing for the worst as well. It was possible that he missed some factor in his spell, some variable that could lead to a lot more than the planned bloodshed. Shaking away the thought, he instead focused on the immediate. Drawing the final model dragon, he looked at the small Hungarian horntail in his hand. A small smile came to his lips as he watched the little incarnation of fire and destruction rampage on his palm. Perhaps there was a backup plan should he need it as well. Turning out the rest of whatever the ministry officials had to say, he instead worked to catch Crumb's attention. Leaning close, he whispered, "Things are not as they seem. The dragon has a task beyond the one for the tournament." The Durmstrang champion narrowed his eyes at Harry before offering a curt nod. A moment later the young man was through the flaps of the tent and into the arena. Harry nodded to himself and allowed himself to be herded away from the entrance of the tent, so that he couldn't interfere or get unfair information, according to the official. Suppressing a chuckle, he retreated to his corner of the tent, where his staff awaited him. That had been an interesting confrontation earlier at the weighing of the wands. Ollivander was able to determine that the staff was indeed a wand, although not one he had ever encountered. Harry considered himself fortunate that the wand maker hadn't the time to fully examine the staff and some of the more esoteric components of it, such as the presence of a Horcrux. No one else was allowed access to the staff either, lest they be accused of tampering and subject to the retribution of the goblet. Whispering softly to himself and the staff, Harry gathered his magic and concentration, reaching out to the dragon that crouched in the arena. Daphne watched the dragon in morbid fascination as it seemed to ignore the Durmstrang champion. Its attention turned towards the judge's table. Even when Crumb started casting at the dragon, the beast merely shrugged off the spells and started lumbering away from the nest. The chain only delayed the dragon for a moment before it snapped. Fire lashed towards the table only to billow up against an invisible shield. Glancing through the wall of flames, Daphne could see the headmaster with his wand out, most likely the one who cast the shield, while the other judges seemed to be scampering around in terror, except for Madame Maxime, who looked as calm as Dumbledore, her wand weaving something to no doubt deal with the dragon. A sudden roar had Daphne's gaze snap in another direction as one of the other dragons crawled over the edge of the far side of the stands. This one looked to be focused on a group of ministry officials, a tongue of flame licking out, only to be rebuffed by a group of Aurors. Suddenly the stands shook, and Daphne knew it was time to focus on survival. Each of the students in the research group seemed to be under more emotional control than the vast majority of the screaming crowd. Not that Daphne blamed everyone else. Not only did they have no clue something like this would happen, not that Daphne had expected rampaging dragons, but most had come for the excitement of the tournament. That excitement had been turned to terror even as the Aurors and other ministry officials tried to gain some kind of control. By the time the other two dragons had made their way into the fight, ignoring the draw gone handlers casting spells at them from atop their brooms, the research group had already effected a slow-moving retreat, gathering those around them when they could. Several of the group called out the status of the dragons, noting that the first one to attack the judges was down, most likely dead, if the giant metal spear sticking out of its chest was any indication. Just as the group was escaping the stands and heading towards the school they were confronted, Ehau appeared before them. He looked to be smiling at the chaos, the eyes of the skull adorning his staff glowing with a green light that was reflected in his own eyes. "Everyone, please continue to the school and do not stop for anything. I fear that the events this night will forever change the way things are in your world. Before that happens, I wanted to thank each of you for everything you have done. You will find a series of small gifts waiting for you when you reach your dorms. While I have enjoyed our time together, I truly cannot wait any longer to go home. There are those who need me and are waiting for me." Harry offered them a deep bow before turning with a swirl of his cape. When did he get a cape? And launch. ing himself in a sort of glide back towards the arena. Daphne watched him float off towards an arena packed with rampaging dragons, torn between wanting to help the friend she'd only known for a month. Ultimately, she knew she wouldn't be able to do anything about the dragons and turned to continue back towards the dorms. Perhaps when Harry finished with everything he would be able to explain things. By the time Harry returned to the arena, only one of the dragons was still up and fighting. The Hungarian horntail that he would have had to face looked to have managed to pin down Karkaroff. At least it looked like it could be the Durmstrang headmaster. It was kind of hard to tell without a head, but the outfit looked the same. Harry watched as the remaining Aurors and headmasters were able to drive the dragon back from its prize and then pin it in place with a multitude of stunning and blasting hexes. Well now, couldn't have them just stunning the beast. Slamming the butt of his staff against the rocky ground, Harry summoned a spike of stone beneath the dragon, that then darted up and pierced the mighty chest of the beast. There was a strangled cry from the dragon, and for just a moment he regretted what he had done. These were majestic creatures and deserved better than to have been slain in this manner. Fortunately he had plans already in place. Everything had worked out the way he had planned. All that exhaustion had been worth it. Reaching out with his magic, he grabbed hold of the souls of the marked Death Eaters that he had forced the dragons to target. Using the power of those dearly depart, he then latched onto the cores of the dead dragons, wrapping the multitude of souls together into a bound creature and forcing them back to shambling unlife. Each of the 4D Ragon bodies shuddered for a moment before pulling themselves back into a standing position, their eyes glowing the same green as his staff. Even more than before, the dragons shrugged off all attacks being used against them. Even the solid projectiles that had previously slain them. The stone pillar in the horntail's chest snapped apart before crumbling away. Harry, what is the meaning of this? Turning away from where the dragons were lumbering towards him, Harry faced the gathered survivors, a smile on his lips. I'm just gathering my forces, Albus. I'd decided that since you weren't making any efforts to return me to my home, I would find a way to force you to do so. 4 undead dragons seemed like a lot of force, don't you think? The 4 dragons circled protectively around Harry. Huff. They did take the time to flame towards the dragon handlers on their brooms, driving them back. Trying to take down one dragon was one thing. 4 dragons quick another indeed. Especially since they had been augmented and changed by whatever force had reawakened them. The headmaster sighed, though he never lowered his wand. Dark magic, Harry, I'm so disappointed in you, my boy. Beside the headmaster, some man was screaming at the security and DMLE forces to arrest Harry. Everyone was ignoring that man. Harry merely smirked back at the professor. Kidnapping and oath-breaking, Albus. I'm so disappointed in you. He waited a moment, savoring the barely concealed look of consternation on Dumbledore's face. Now that I have your attention, here is my demand. Send me home or I reduce Wizarding London to ash. You have 1 week to figure it out. Ignoring the shouted demand, Harry swung onto his horntail. The group then lumbered out of the arena after clearing the way with several gouts of flame. As he was leaving, he could hear a lot of that shouting being directed at the headmaster. Author's note. Here is part 2. I hope you enjoy it. I haven't decided if I'm going to have Harry demolish the British wizard world, or if Dumbledore will give in. Let me know which way you think we should go with things, or do we just leave it open-ended like this so that it could have gone either way? Anyway, thank you for your continued support. HWFWM Part 1. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing a young M. And in stylized leathers in greens and browns, in a pattern that seemed to resemble brush, or perhaps a hunter, if the headmaster was any judge. Leather boots completed the outfit. Intense emerald eyes gazed out from beneath a head of hair that resembled a bird's nest. However, Albus had only a moment to contemplate how familiar those 2 features looked before the young man had leapt away, putting himself against the wall of the great hall and pulling out what looked to be a dagger of some sort. There was a moment where Dumbledore could have sworn he had felt some kind of spell reaching out towards him before the young man backed away, but then there was nothing. Before he could say anything, the young man spoke. There was a feeling of that same magic reaching out, though the words were at least understandable. Who are you people and how did I get here? Where are my teammates? The headmaster tried to placate the young man. My dear boy, I assure you we mean no harm. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you now find yourself. As to the circumstances of your arrival or the status of your teammates, I'm afraid I do not have any information for you. The young man seemed to consider the headmaster for a moment before slowly nodding, the dagger lowering but not disappearing. Can't say I've heard of you, and I'm familiar with most of the magical academies. You don't appear to be training any adventurers, so I'm assuming you're a purely theoretical school then. Albus reached up to run his hand down his long beard, before offering the young man a twinkling, grandfatherly smile. My dear boy, there haven't been adventurers in these lands in many a year. Also, I assure you, our magic is more than just theoretical. The headmaster withdrew his wand. Though when he noticed the intense attention the young man was paying to it, he was careful to be deliberate in his movements. He hadn't forgotten how fast the new arrival had moved, nor that he carried a blade. Expecto Patronum. A bright white ethereal phoenix burst into life, circling the room before coming to rest between the two. Ha, a fellow summoner, That's quite the powerful aura on that one too. Never heard of a Patronum familiar, but then again, there are thousands out there. The dagger disappeared and the young man nodded to himself. Seems like you at least know some things of use here. He strode from the wall, hand extended. The name's Harry Potter, bronze rank adventurer out of Vites. The headmaster's smile broadened. Did you say Harry Potter? Oh my boy, we have missed you these many years. Ignoring the hand, he went in for a hug. However, his arms enfolded only on air as the newly revealed Potter heir seemed to nearly apparate away. It was only the lack of the telltale crack and his knowledge that the wards were in perfect working order that had him questioning what truly happened. I don't know how things are here, but I don't hug strangers. Good way to get a knife in the back. The dagger from early seemed to roll through Harry's fingers before vanishing again. Also, I'm not your boy. I'm not sure who you think I am. But I've never met you and I'm kind of friendly terms with you. So I'd really like it if you kept your hands to yourself if you're not going for a handshake. A form seemed to slink out of Harry's shadow, coalescing into a large hound. What could have been a grim, if the beast were to stand 6 feet at the shoulders? Its fur was a hazy mass of shadows that flicked and flickered like the candles of the Great Hall. Harry reached up to pat the beast on one massive shoulder. This here is Padfoot. He'll be happy to hug you if you'd like. A spell flashed past the headmaster to impact on the beast, which snarled and leapt forwards. The Patronus jumped to put itself between Albus and the huge Grim, only for the creature to soar past him. There was a strangled cry from behind Dumbledore and he whirled around to see his potions master pinned to the floor with a snarling, drooling maw inches from the man's face, one hand likewise pinned beneath a massive paw. While Severus was struggling beneath the creature, Albus thought to turn around and confront the young man responsible for everything. A gasp from the crowd of students was the only warning he had before he felt the point of a blade digging into his ribs. Another hand reached around and wrapped around his hand and wand, and he couldn't quite keep himself from goggling at the sheer telemetry of someone trying to restrain him. The voice hissing in his ear was the only thing to break him from his shock at being manhandled. All right, Mr. Wizard, we're all going to just calm down. While I was attacked, I'm not going to hold that against you. Since the person responsible has been subdued. However, if you continue with whatever ability you have on that wand of yours, I'm afraid our negotiations will have broken down and all have to prove the point in a more decided way. The headmaster caught the motion of several of the other professors out of the corner of his eye, yet he gave them a quick shake of his head. This was a volatile situation as it was already, and while he had faith in Phileas's ability as a duelist, the others were not as proficient in a fight. Though Minerva was a deft hand with a wand as well. Sighing, Albus relaxed his grip on his wand, one that had been with him since he had defeated Grindelwald and one that he had hoped to keep until his dying day. There was a hollowness that bloomed within him as the wand was pulled from his grip. He'd had 2 of the 3 Hallows in his possession and a good theory on where the third might have been, and now he would have to start over again. Perhaps once things calmed down he would be able to convince Harry to return the wand. Mr. Potter, I assure you that I have no ill will towards you. While the actions of my potions master are unfortunate, he was only trying to protect me from what has proven to be a dangerous and wild creature. There was a sigh behind him before Dumbledore felt himself pushed away. After coming to a stumbling halt, He turned to see another familiar wand flying through the air to the Potter air. A silent summoning charm. Just where had Harry been and what had he been doing? The sound of Severus's muttered curses heralded the return of the Grim to standing at the boy's shoulder, those dark eyes never leaving the prone form. Right now, Albus, the only dangerous and wild creature you need to worry about is me. Padfoot is completely under control and will only move to defend me or himself from attack. Now, why don't you take your man in hand and get him to calm down before he gets himself in more trouble? I'll give you the time. Harry turned his gaze towards Professor Flitwick with a nod. And while I understand you're wanting to defend your headmaster, sir, I'd appreciate it if you could keep your hands where I can see them. Phileas kept his hands raised, a small smile on his lips. Quite right, Mr. Potter. I think we've had enough defending people at this point. A bit more conversation seems more in order. After giving Severus a stern injunction to maintain decorum and handing the man over to Pomfrey to get looked over, Albus composed himself before turning back to the new owner of the Death Stick. Now, Mr. Potter, while I agree with the need for conversation, I do not believe a crowded dining hall is the appropriate venue. Perhaps we can move to my office. There was a curl to Harry's lips that could have been generously called a smile before the boy shook his head. I'd rather have this conversation before witnesses. After all, I'm still the victim of a kidnapping by forces unknown. The general background whispering from the gathered students of 3 different schools grew in volume. The headmaster looked around and sighed. You do indeed have a point, my boy. Forgive an old man for forgetting in the midst of all the excitement. A thumping of wood on stone heralded the arrival of another wand, though it seemed like Alistair knew enough to keep that wand put away. How do we even know the boy is who he says he is? His magical eye seemed to focus on Harry for a moment before resuming its normal surveillance of the room. With one hand on the hound, Harry reached into his vest and pulled out a leather wallet before tossing it to Albus. The defense professor snatched it out of the air before it could reach the headmaster. And what is this, boy? Surely you recognize an adventurer's badge. Surely it hasn't been all that long since you retired from the field. Or are you just a survivor of a monster attack? I can't see any other reason for you to look the way you do. Alistair shook his head. The only kind of monsters I dealt with were the human kind. Took down more Death Eaters during the war than any other Auror, and don't you forget it. Flipping open the wallet, he saw a medallion made of bronze, etched with a crossed sword and rod. Beneath the medallion were a pair of bronze stars. Never seen a badge like this before. Not from any organization I've heard of. Harry took a step forward and reached out a hand while keeping the other in plain view. Moody flipped the badge closed before handing it over. That makes it official then. Everyone on the place, Ain't knows what an adventurer's badge means, so this isn't my planet. Wonder just how far afield I've been summoned. Potter shook his head before continuing. No matter. We'll figure that out later. For now, any ideas on how I got here? I'm not seeing a gloating bad guy in the room. I'm guessing some sort of remote or delayed summoning. Albus waved a hand towards the goblet of fire. A name came out of the goblet, followed by a pillar of flames appearing. When the pillar faded away, there you were. I can only hazard a guess as to the 2 events being connected. With a bit of his own wandless magic, the headmaster summoned the piece of paper that had been neglected on the floor. After a quick glance, he moved to hand it to Harry. It would appear that your name is there. It does not appear to be a signature, so I'm equally curious on how it was used to select you for the tournament. I beg your pardon, but did you say tournament? I was summoned for some kind of game. Alistair scowled. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, last held over 200 years ago, started again by our illustrious Ministry of Magic. And you, Potter, seem to have been called to compete. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled students, Mood quickly summarized the concept of the tournament, the 3 schools, and the chosen champions. Meanwhile, the dagger had disappeared and Harry had leaned up against the Grim, arms folded across his chest. The chatter in the room seemed to ebb and flow with each new point the defense teacher made. Harry nodded slowly. So the most important part is that this Goblet H has somehow bound me to compete in the tournament and threatens to take my magic if I fail to follow through. That's a bunch of garbage if I've ever heard it. You can't take magic from someone. It's bound to their soul. You can only suppress magic. The headmaster jumped in. I'm afraid, dear boy, that the history of the goblet taking a person's magic as a consequence of their actions is well documented. Then the rules of magic here are different than the ones back home. I'm betting you don't have essences here. He trailed off with a wave of his hand. We can talk magical theory later. Right now, it would appear that I'm at least partially in your care. I'd like to discuss those details, as well as what we can do to discover why I'm here and who caused it. That conversation, however, is one we can have in private. Turning to the crowd, he flashed them a smile. I would still like some witnesses though, so how about some of these students? He pointed to 3 students seemingly at random. Albus considered the 3 students in question. What were the chances that Harry would pick one from each school? With a nod, he went about gathering up the students and some of the professors, most notably Alistair, Phileas, and Minerva, and guiding them all to his office. No one seemed to notice the rats scurrying into the shadows. You spin an interesting tale, headmaster. While I can see some parallels between what you tell me about your world's Harry Potter, my own story is quite different. For one, I'm 18 years old, 4 years older than your missing child. Additionally, I had company of a family friend when I was originally brought to the other world, so while I'll admit it would have been nice to have been called back to the world of my birth, it is clear that this is not that one. And no, before you ask, I will not be sharing information on the family friend, as it is clear that this is not my world and I am not, as you put it, your boy. The headmaster leaned back in his chair, the grandfatherly twinkle missing as he eyed the young man from over the top of his half-moon glasses. While that may be true and while we may have established that you might not be boy we have all missed these many years, you are still Harry Potter. The wizarding world would greatly benefit if you would find it in yourself to at least give the people the symbol they have been looking for. These are dark times, my boy, we could all use a little light in the darkness. Harry scoffed. Doesn't seem like you're doing too badly. The castle appears well provisioned. I saw no signs of poverty or suffering. No signs of war. You don't even need adventurers to keep you safe from monsters, so either you have another way to protect yourselves, or monsters aren't the type of issue here as they are back home. Albus sighed. Not all is as it seems. There are things in the world that the public has no idea about. Dumbledore ignored the way that the 2 heads of house looked at him as he continued. Please, I ask you to consider doing what you can for the people while you are here. Considering that you are bound to compete in the tournament, you will be here till at least the end of it. The Potter heir narrowed his eyes. I believe we will have to agree to disagree on the matter of how much I may be bound by the goblet. I'm willing to put that matter aside considering the larger implications of my kidnapping. There was a pause before Harry smiled broadly. I'll tell you what, I'll agree to be your poster boy, if you discover who it was that kidnapped me. The headmaster took a moment to stroke his beard. Very well, then. A silent banishing spell lashed out at the defense professor, who had only a moment to widen his eyes at the apparent betrayal before crashing into the wall. A wand skittering across the floor. Dumbledore had his spare wand in hand before stepping around his desk, several other spells wrapping around the wildly thrashing man. I'm afraid your time and usefulness is up. Barty my boy. Writhing on the ground, the newly identified Barty scowled up at the headmaster, both eyes locked on the man. Albus, what are you doing? Have you finally lost what little marbles you had left? Returning his wand back up his sleeve, Albus leaned down and picked up the discarded wand from his apparent friend. I do what I must for the greater good, my boy. While you were truly a great teacher, it is of greater use for the wizarding world to have its savior back, especially given what you know of your former master. Barty's remaining eye went wide, and his tongue flicked out to lick his lips. Got it all figure out, do ya? You have no idea of what my master has planned. He'll be back and stronger than ever. You don't have your precious savior this time around either. He squirmed around, until he could scowl at Harry. This one ain't it and it doesn't matter what you do to trick the public. The master will deal with him when he returns. Ignoring the way the rest of the professors and students were staring at him, Albus tossed a silent stunner at the bound man, then turned and made his way back to his desk. He did note that the student from Durmstrang, as well as Miss Bones, had had their wands out, though they had them pointed at the ground rather than anyone. The way the room stayed silent was just a testament to how stunned everyone was otherwise proving to be. Even their displaced visitor. While I'm sure you all have many questions, I will tell you this. The man you all thought of as Alistair Moody is in fact Bartimus Crouch Jr. I know not how he managed to escape Azkaban, only that he has been impersonating Moody since the day he entered Hogwarts. I have been keeping an eye on him since I learned of it and have only left off revealing him due to his outstanding performance as a teacher for the Defense Against the Dark Arts. As you've heard him state, the Dark Lord is returning. We needed all the students to have as much training as they could get. But Albus, the children, you've let them be in danger this whole time. Albus looked over at Minerva, offering her that grandfatherly smile before shaking his head. Quote, I was monitoring everything he did and at no time was he ever a danger to the students. The way her face scrunched up told him what she thought of his assurances. However, there was nothing she could do about things as they were, and she wasn't about to turn on him now, especially with the chance of Tom returning. Turning his attention back to the young man who lived, Albus nodded. So, now that we have satisfied our side of things, let's go over what you need to do to give light and hope to the world in preparation for the coming darkness. Harry leaned back in the armchair in the foyer of the suit of runes that had been given over to him. Everything he had learned about the wizarding world left him thankful that he'd ended up where he had. These wizards were crazy if they thought that hiding their magic was going to work. It was only a matter of time until they were discovered, especially if they kept having their Dark Lords running amok. Even worse, they needed a child to save them rather than doing it themselves. Grunting in annoyance, he turned to the shadows. What do you think of things, Wormtail? A group of rats peered out of the darkness before coalescing into a rat CED humanoid roughly 3 feet in height. The humans here can barely even call themselves magical. Not an essence user in the bunch. For the most part, I'd put their power levels below even iron rank. Though I don't know the extent of their abilities. My eyes have noticed a myriad of skills being displayed. The headmaster does appear to be telling the truth though, in that this appears to be a SC. Cool for teaching their version of magic. The Potter heir nodded. I didn't think he was lying to me, but it's good to get things confirmed. Did you get me some of their skill books? Wormtail chittered and shook his head. I just said they aren't essence users here. They don't have skill books. You'll have to learn the old-fashioned way. The rat summons waved forth a group of rats that deposited a collection of books and scrolls at Harry's feet. I've more eyes searching the castle. I've found a library and am combing through it for things we might be able to learn, though I've no knowledge to compare things to. Harry shook his head. Don't worry about the library until we can get a guide or a better understanding of this world's magic. Perhaps I'll be able to extra skills that I've always had access to beyond my essence abilities. Picking up one of the books at random, Harry began thumbing through it. What are your opinions on this tournament I've found myself bound to? Wormtail L sat on his haunches and scratched an ear. The entire castle is filled with rumors and information about this tournament. Other than the identity of your 3 opponents, I have uncovered nothing of certainty. It will take time to sort rumor from fact. Did your meeting produce better information? Harry shook his head again. Though I have been promised a copy of the tournament rules sometime soon. They considered it too late in the day to get one made. There is supposed to be an announcement of my presence and participation tomorrow though. I'll be presented to the school and officially brought into the tournament then. Supposedly I'll get the copy of the rules at that time. Another chitter escaped the rat summons, though this one sounded more angry than usual. I do not trust the humans here. At least they treat their elves well. Harry perked up. They've got elves here. That means we could learn more about them. Maybe we'll be able to bring some back for Pops. The rat shrugged. Perhaps. I shall talk to them more to discover what I can. Meanwhile, I hope you keep Padfoot and Moony close. A pair of growls sounded from the shadows. Harry smiled fondly at the 2 hulking shapes that stepped into the light. One was the massive Grim from earlier. The other was even larger, hunched over until its claws nearly dragged along the ground. The werewolf had grown truly massive when they advanced to bronze. Just how big would they both get when he eventually reached silver? As the two furry beasts made their way over, he reached up to affectionately rub their muzzles. Thank you both for watching over me. I'd call Prongs out too, but he hates being indoors. Maybe I'll let him run the grounds when we get a chance to explore tomorrow. Until then, I think it's time for bed. He too summons slipped back into the shadows and a smiling Harry Potter headed for his bedroom. While he may not have intended to be here, he was going to make the best of his time here. Friends and family for Pops. Learning new magic. Maybe even finding a good way to train to advance his essence abilities. If only the rest of his team had been summoned with him. Harry offered the 3 other people in the room a smile. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I understand things are a little confusing considering the way that the headmaster decided to announce my being here, so let me clear some things up before we continue. First, yes, I am Harry Potter, but I am not the one you're thinking of. He held his hand up before they could say anything. Are any of you familiar with parallel world theory? Multidimensional travel? Okay, forget that. Long story short is that I'm another version of the Harry Potter that should be here. I grew up in a completely different world from this one. ND was summoned by a Death Eater for nefarious purposes. I also have no interest in the tournament, other than a means to train my abilities. Looking around the room, he saw the skeptical look on the girl's face. A supporting one from one young man, and an unreadable expression from the other. Okay, how about we start with this? Hi, I'm Harry Potter. It's nice to meet you. The supportive young man chuckled and extended his hand. Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts champion. Harry accepted the handshake and turned to the other young man, who merely nodded. Victor Crumb, Durmstrang champion. After returning the nod, the displaced adventurer turned to the young woman. She gave him a deeper look before extending her hand. Fleur Delacour, Beauxbaton champion. As Harry took her hand, he felt a sort of resonance from within her. Not to be impertinent, but are you something extra other than human? Your aura doesn't feel the same as everyone else in the castle. Fleur's eyes narrowed and she jerked back her hand. Do you have something against that? Harry offered her a smile. Quite the contrary. Where I'm from there are a number of different races. I was mostly raised by one. I'm just not familiar with the ones in this world. Delacour continued to peer at Harry for a moment before slowly nodding. I am Avila. If you wish to learn more, we will talk another time. Do not believe any of the rubbish you read in the English books. They know nothing. Smile growing wider, Harry nodded. Excellent. I look forward to learning more about you. About all of you. Supposedly this tournament as organized as a way to foster closer relations between your schools. As I'm not part of any of them, I can serve as a neutral party as well. Plus, I would love to learn more about the magic of this world. I can do a few things that are different from the magic of my world, so I'm guessing it's related to my being a human analog of your Harry Potter. Cedric smiled. Does that mean you've got a different type of magic from ours? He drew his wand and gave it a wave, said some words and made some flowers appear, which he then offered to Fleur, who coolly nodded her thanks. Harry returned the smile. The wands of my world are usually just offensive weapons, capable of shooting out different spells or just pure magical bolts. My magic is based on my essences. Well, that's a conversation for another time. Instead, I'll share a bit of it here. He waved towards a corner of the classroom. A massive deer seemed to step from the wall, standing taller than any of the people in the room with a rack that extended many feet in both directions. The stag leveled a gaze at the occupants. Its fur shimmered with a faint blue haze that had a palpable aura, like a storm on the horizon. This is Prongs, a magical summons. He was my summons and has been with me since my early teens. Not that he was nearly this big in the beginning. Harry walked over and wrapped his arms around the muzzle of the tag as it leaned down and pressed its forehead against him. The other 3 looked between the stag and each other for a moment before joining Harry, a myriad of questions on their lips. Twigs snap. Beneath his feet as Harry deliberately made his way through the forest. A Hollywood wand twirled through his fingers as he occasionally fired off spells that he had learned from his new associates. Nothing too powerful as yet as he was still learning the magic of this world, but he felt that he was progressing steadily. The feel of control he got from the wand made the spells he had been using seem easier to control. Especially the summoning and banishing ones. The magic of changing one thing into another, transfiguration he had been told, remained to only work on an instinctive level with not nearly as much control as he would like. He would need to know more about the theory behind the abilities before he could actively direct them. For now he was focusing on spells. A small rat scurr IED up his back and perched on his shoulder. The creatures grow closer. Harry. We are definitely in the right area. Harry grinned. Excellent. We'll give prongs something to play with while you bring more this way. Let's hope they live up to the hype. The rat bobbed its head before hopping off his shoulder and darting away. Harry smiled fondly before coming to a stop, drawing his dagger into his offhand. Crouching slightly, he narrowed his eyes even as he searched through the branches. Finally he felt the auras of the spiders skittering against his senses. Turning suddenly, he sent a word. Less banisher into the spider that had jumped at him from behind, smashing it deeper into the forest with an audible crunch. Another spider leapt free only to get gored by prongs who emerged from the shadows of a tree. His massive rack shredding the creature, even as his hooves caught another and sent it flying. Spinning to put his back to prongs, Harry waved at the broken body on Prongs's horns, wrapping it in shadows that poured away to form a shadow clone of the body. The shadow spider twitched before leaping onto one of its fellows edwing the trees. Harry ignored the sounds of crunching exoskeletons from behind him as he moved in to support his shadow construct with his dagger, slashing through legs to limit its movements. A moment later his shadow construct bit down on the back of Spider's head and the creature collapsed at Harry's feet. The forest seemed to erupt with the sounds of screams and chitters. Countless eyes gleamed in the darkness before a veritable flood of spiders emerged from between the trees. Suddenly a chain of lightning flashed past Harry, arcing between numerous spiders, filling the air with screams of pain rather than rage, the spiders spasming before collapsing. Many of them sank into the shadows, only for those shadows to rise up and spring upon their former allies, silent in the face of screams. Two larger spiders pushed their ways through the branches. Where the others had been roughly the size of a large dog, these ones were easily 6 feet tall the way they crouched, mandibles clacking. Before they could move further, two shadows landed on them, resolving into the forms of Padfoot and Mooney, the grim and werewolf smashing their prey to the ground before ripping into them with tooth and claw. As more spiders launched themselves into the melee, the ground of the forest seemed to shiver before a wave of rats swarmed over the new arrivals. Dozens of rats clung to each creature, biting and clawing and gnawing. It was into that swirling mass that Harry dove into, his wand and dagger flashing, banishing, summoning, levitating, earth, wind, and fire. Nearly every spell that he had been taught in the New World spat from his wand. All too soon the survivors of the brawl went skittering away into the darkness, though it was a spare few who made it. Harry's shadow clones danced along the visible perimeter and his summons lumbered their way over to his side. All three of the larger ones were covered in gore and fortunately few injuries. While those injuries would heal with just the application of mana, it was still hard to see his faithful friends hurt in any way. The rats coalescing into Wormtail's larger form completely unharmed caused a small smile to cross his face. Looks like we learned a lot in this fight. We got to push ourselves. See how we compared to one of the monsters of this world, and got some new friends out of it. Harry waved to his shadowy spiders, who abandoned the perimeter to circle around him with waving limbs. Chuckling, he leaned over to pat several of them on the head, their mandibles clacking together in what could be taken as a happy sound. I just wish I could keep you around. However, you're a bit of a mana drain, so he trailed off and reached out to draw back his mana. The shadows pulled away from the corpses they had used as a template, adding to the pile of chitin scattered around. And on that note, it's time for the best part of being an adventurer. Loot. Harry looked around at the gathered champions. They've been meeting regularly since their first time together and were friendly. Even if they weren't friends yet. Well, Cedric was a friend at least. It was easy to like the Hogwarts champion. The young man was a genuinely good person who went out of his way to help others. The other two were a bit more standoffish, yet still seemed to be making an effort to get to know their fellow competitors. So, I told you that I've been going into the Forbidden Forest on the Galore for exercise and to harvest the monsters and some of the other things I run into out there. However, last night I ran into something new. There are dragons in the forest. 4 of them. Under the circumstances I'm betting they're for the tournament. There was a gasp from Cedric though the other 2 each frowned. Fleur spoke up first. My headmistress already told me about the dragons. Victor gave a quick nod as well. Cedric seemed to look at the other 2 before sighing. Am I the only one just learning about this? He shook his head. Never mind, doesn't matter. What matters is that they're putting us up against dragons. I suppose you 2 have already been working on plans since you were informed. Upon seeing their nods, he turned to Harry. Looks like it's just us that need to plan. Want to join me in the library? Harry grinned and nodded. Never expected to fight against a dragon at my level, but could be fun. Let's see what dragons are like in your world. You've got dragons where you're from. Oh yes. They're more intelligent and powerful than your average monsters, and most don't even consider them monsters. Harry continued to expound about dragons as they made their way to the library. Harry looked at the miniature dragon on his palm. The black model crouched and looking like it was just as ready to fight as the one that was waiting for him. From what he'd read, it was the most ferocious of the 4 dragons. For a moment he pictured the fight and what could have been. The amount of challenge he could have gotten from such a creature would have easily helped him push through to the next threshold in his abilities. Alas, it was not meant to be, as he wasn't supposed to actually kill the beast, just secure a golden egg from it. If they weren't really supposed to defeat the thing, why even have it in the battle? Sighing, he focused on the miniature, watching as it sank into a shadow on his palm. It had some interesting enchantments on it that he was hoping to take apart and learn from. This world's magic was fascinating. They did things with wands that would take a ritual back home. He was slowly working his way through the materials to understand how things worked here. His wand magic was coming along as well, and not just the ones that were combat related. That wand slipped into his hand before spinning through his fingers, then vanished back up his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Harry banished thoughts of the future away to focus on the now. The combat with a dragon and how to best utilize his abilities, both essence and wizarding, to accomplish his goals. A small smile blossomed. Perhaps he would give the fine people a show. Finally it was his time in the arena. Striding from the tent, he found himself in a rock-strewn field of paths and valleys. On the other side of the arena crouched a much larger version of the miniature from earlier. He vaguely remembered seeing the dragon when he was in the Forbidden Forest, but it was something else seeing it free of its cage. Standing just outside the tent, he gazed across the field into the reptilian eyes, seeing the malevolent intelligence. This was a creature of spite and malice, and Denly Harry wasn't as conflicted about what he was planning to do. Raising his wand, he bathed an area nearby in shadows. Come to me, marauders. First to tear itself free was the grim, Padfoot Street. Standing taller than Harry himself, even on all fours. The fur seemed to shift like the shadows themselves. Padding over to stand at his side, the familiar looked at the audience and offered a wolfish grin before turning a snarl at the distant dragon. A multitude of smaller shadows popped out, skittering rats that circled around Harry and prongs before pulling themselves together into the 3-foot-tall rat man called Wormtail. Beady eyes intense on the beast before it. One clawed hand reached over to tug on Harry's robes for a moment before pulling free with a dagger of his own. Long, furry arms emerged from the shadows, bracing themselves against the still darkness before pulling the rest of the body free. The lanky body grew taller and taller, towering over both Harry and Padfoot. Claws, teeth gleamed in the torchlight, and golden eyes scanned the audience that gasped at its emergence even more than some did at the dragon. Finally, one last massive figure rose from the shadows. In contrast to the dark bodies of the other 3, this one a shimmering blue in the form of a huge stag. Lighting seemed to surge between the extensive rack of horns adorning its head and one broad hoof stamped on the stone. The sharp cracking sound echoing through the arena. Across the arena the dragon roared, the number of challengers grow. The werewolf and Grim howled in response before lumbering forward in a shadowy blur. Prongs charged past them both, preceded by a bolt of lightning that slammed into the side of the dragon and nearly sending it tumbling with a scream. Meanwhile, the floor of the arena was a carpet of rats that dodged through the valleys and paths towards the nest. Harry charged right behind his familiars, wand in one hand and dagger in the other, though there was a faint haze around the dagger. Similar to that of the shield spell, stunners and banishers erupted from the wand, shooting past his companions to add more damage to the dragon, though not nearly as much as the first lightning blast. Dodging around a boulder to temporarily break line of sight with the dragon, he allowed a moment for his friend to engage the dragon, both Padfoot and Mooney leaping onto the dragon, who managed to immediately dislodge the Grim and send it flying with a swipe of its wings. Prongs slamming into its side was a little harder to ignore. Harry pointed his wand towards another particularly massive boulder, levitating it into the air. With the magic of home, he wrapped the boulder in shadows, charging it with his mana and then his magic before ducking past his cover Raka, sending the boulder crashing towards the dragon. The dragon's scream ripped through the air. However, a more dangerous sound pierced through, that of a chain breaking. Pulling itself loose, the drag flapped its wings and took to the air, bathing all three familiars in flames before they could retreat, their cries rising to the air before abruptly cutting off as their bodies erupted into shadows. Barely repressing his own screams, Harry forced as much magic as he could into his wand as he launched cutters at the dragon's wings. He managed several large lacerations that forced the dragon to land. Though it seemed to only make the beast mad, Harry was fine with that. It was no longer a game. Shadows seemed to envelop him before Harry disappeared from sight. A brief moment later he reappeared beneath the dragon, cutting spells and banishers already spitting from his wand into the soft underbelly of the dragon. His dagger flashed out, wreathed in shadows as he slashed through the back of one leg, then vanished, only to repeat the process on the other leg. Before the dragon could respond, Harry dropped into the shadows to disappear. When he reappeared again it was on the other side of the arena, out of the reach of the suddenly hamstrung dragon. Without its wings or legs, it was forced to crouch, spraying fire haphazardly. Harry levitated several more boulders, wrapping them in shadows before sending them hurling at the dragon. They slammed into its side with a sickening crunch, only to be summoned and levitated again and again. The audience grew silent as they watched Harry bludgeon a dragon to death. By the time the dragon collapsed and stopped moving, Harry was panting with both fury and exhaustion. However, he wasn't done yet. Stepping towards the corpse, he summoned his essence ability to form shadow clones, yet wrapped his intent with his wizarding magic. Shadows reached up to wrap around the body of the dragon, pulling it down until it disappeared. With a grim nod, Harry sat down heavily on the stony floor. Suddenly he smiled as a pile of rats scurried out, carrying the golden egg. Raising the thing in one hand, he only hoped that the egg was worth the CE of the reagents he was going to have to use to resummon his familiars. He only had enough in storage for one summoning each. Staggering to his feet, he thought about what would be needed for the tool as he made his way back to the champion's tent. I retrieved the egg and disposed of the dragon defending it. The body has been rendered down in such a way that it is impossible for me to return the corpse to you. However, per the terms of the tournament, what happens to my foes is up to me. That includes what to do with the body. Just because that particular clause has not been used by other champions does not mean anything to me. Harry glared across the tent at the ministry officials who were blustering and ranting about the dead dragon. Sure, he knew that the body had parts that could be harvested, just like back home. He didn't care though. He had better uses for the body than some alchemy or wand materials. Glancing to the other side of the tent, he did take note of the dead and angry visages of the dragon handlers. At least them he could understand. They seemed to genuinely care about the dragons, unlike the ministry personnel, who only seemed to care about the financial losses. Eventually he just shrugged at the officials. If you want to complain to someone, complain to the tournament organizers, who agreed to include the dragons in the tournament, knowing what could happen. I'm perfectly within my rights to do what I have done. Now, if you don't have anything new to say, I'm leaving. The rather portly man in the green hat seemed to grow even more incensed. Now look here, boy. Harry whirled around and pointed his dagger at the man. Call me boy again and you'll be my next training dummy. Another thing your tournament grants me is immunity when I'm doing training. That means that if I choose to use you to prepare for the tasks, I can do whatever I want to you. Before you bluster, Find out what you're actually allowed to do and more importantly, what I'm allowed to do. My patience with this entire affair has officially been worn out. For a moment the portly man could only gape in astonishment before stammering and backing away, though he meant to be trying to order the men around him to do something. One lady in a monocle stepped over and whispered in his ears. Harry ignored that to walk out of the tent before stepping into a shadow and disappearing, heading to the castle. He had some rituals to perform. The tall house elf nodded eagerly. We be knowing just the place. The come and go room would be what you need. Come, I shall show you the way. Harry looked around at the ritual inscribed on the floor and the piles of essences, spirit coins, and quintessences put in place with an experienced eye. He'd had to do this ritual a number of times over the years but never all three at once. Wormtail had also never been fully wiped out. Settling down to finish the ritual, he called out the summoning aria to call his friends back to life, one after another. Was that really a wise thing to do, Harry? Harry sighed as he leaned against the wall of the classroom where he had gathered with the other champions. Looking over at Cedric, he merely shrugged. Perhaps not. However, it certainly needed to be said. I'm still stuck here in another world, away from my family and friends and all the things I grew up knowing. The magic is different here. The people are different here. Even the culture is different here. You don't even interact with the rest of the world. Just hiding away. Shaking his head, the misplaced Potter pushed off from the wall. People seem to keep forgetting that I was kidnapped and dragged to this world against my will, then threatened with having my soul mutilated. Well, I'm not like you people. I'm not content to just wait and see what happens. Dumbledore may have caught the person who brought me here, but we still haven't dealt with the reason I was brought here, your Dark Lord. Not to mention supposedly being lauded as your chosen one. I've seen nothing on that end from the headmaster and especially not from your media. Cedric looked at the other champions for a moment before turning back to Harry. What do you mean dealing with the Dark Lord? You did that as a child, or at least your counterpart did. Harry looked at Cedric for a moment before turning his gaze on the other two champions. Seeing a lack of recognition there, he scowled. I knew something was up. You mean to tell me that the headmaster has said nothing about Voldemort coming back? Ignoring the way the three winced, he settled for a bit of cursing. Not much. He still had his professionalism to vent some little bit of his frustration with the situation. Once he had control of himself, he explained what had happened in Dumbledore's office after his summoning, from the revelation of the Death Eater to his deal to be the poster child of the light. Once everyone got over their initial fear of the situation, they all settled in to discuss the full ramifications of the tournament and what their officials knew and weren't telling them. After a few minutes of talking, Harry felt that he was finally finding a place here. There was no telling how long it would take to find a way home, even if he could. Dimensional theory had never been something that interested him. Maybe, just maybe he could make something of his time here besides just studying magic. If only he'd some essence stones in storage. Director Bones, I have to thank you again for accepting my invitation. Harry offered the woman at his side a grateful smile. He had been introduced to the woman by her daughter, who he had randomly asked to join him in the headmaster's office when he had first been summoned. The woman had been instrumental in helping him understand the tournament and his place in this strange world. She was the one who had pointed out the clause that allowed him immunity during his training. Taking a moment to consider his companion, the displaced Potter had to admit that the older woman cut an impressive figure. While her dress could be considered conservative, it managed to look quite nice on a woman with her attributes. Not that he had any ideas on what might happen tonight, at least that he would admit out loud. They were strictly associates, maybe friends. He was closer in age to her niece after all. Banishing those thoughts, he instead focused on making sure he was presentable. The loot from his forays into the Forbidden Forest had been profitable. Besides being able to sell the venom, all the Romantula silk had proven even more useful. The stuff was remarkably comfortable and able to hold enchantments from both this world and his own. What little alchemy and enchanting he remembered from his world, that is. Not to mention the scarcity of resources from his world. What he really needed was a way to figure out local analogs of the materials from his world. The suit he was wearing nearly wiped out the last of his stores. especially after the rituals to resummon his familiars. At least the suit was something that would stay with him forever, looked good, and carried potent magic, even if it was only iron rank. Noticing Professor McGonagall trying to get his attention, he turned his smile to her and followed her instructions to enter the ballroom. Time to show everyone he was just a bloodthirsty machine of destruction. Harry scowled as Amelia walked away from the docks. It seemed that Susan was missing. Looking at the other two champions, he could tell that they were all worried about something as well. Making his way over to Fleur, he leaned in and asked her who was missing for her. After giving a start, she said she couldn't find her sister. Cedric mentioned his girlfriend, Cho, and Victor said that Hermione was also absent. Looks like each of us has had a person taken away from us rather than an object like we originally thought. I think we need to seriously consider working together. I know this is technically a competition, but there are people's lives at stake this time, more than just our own. My abilities, along with Fleur's, are weakened in the water. I do, want anything to happen to our people. Seeing the considering looks on each champion's face, he added, I just want everyone to come out safe. Being an adventurer means putting yourself between the people in danger. That's what I signed up for back home. That's part of who I am. It's why I'm willing to fight Voldemort and why I agreed to go along with Dumbledore's original plans. That seemed to close the deal and everyone nodded. When the cannon fired to signal the start of the task, they all jumped in together. Cedric cast a bubble head charm on himself and Victor, while Fleur did the same for herself and Harry. Harry then summoned a Lumos with his wand, lighting the way for the others. Harry wished he could call out his familiars. However, none of them were suited for being underwater. He felt uncomfortable without them watching his back. They'd been with him for almost as long as he'd had his essence abilities. Along with Pops, they were the only family he knew, more so even T. Han, the adventurers who had raised him after Pops found someone to help him. Pushing thoughts of home and family into the back of his mind, he focused on the Lumos spell, holding the wand behind him as he swam so as not to blind either himself or his companions. Following Victor, they all headed to what had been described as a merfolk village. Idly wondering how they compared to the merfolk back him, he kept watch on the surroundings. The water distorting the familiar shadows until they seemed strange and otherworldly. It wasn't long before the group spotted the underwater village. Lee had one encounter along the way with some Grindylows, but they had easily been scared off by a volley of banishing spells. Harry took note of the way the spells seemed to work differently through T. He water, but at least they'd been effective. As they neared the village, he started to spot the merfolk. They were different enough from the ones back home, but not in an unpleasant way. The denizens of the village kept their distance from the group. Harry wondered if that was because of the rules they'd been asked to follow for the tournament, or the fact that the four champions were working Togoth. And were a more formidable force than the merfolk expected. Once they reached the center of the village, they were able to find their missing friends and family. All four were tied to a large statue and appeared to be unconscious. Hopefully it was some type of magical stasis. They didn't appear to be in any type of distress at least. A glint of something near them caught Harry's eye though, and he swam closer. It was a small cube that he immediately recognized. An essence stone. More specifically, the magic essence stone. Magic was the first essence stone that he'd picked when he went to choose his own abilities. Why was there one here? How was there one here? He snatched it up and stuffed it into a pocket before joining everyone in freeing the hostages. If magic was evolving in this world, that changed everything. Author's note. He Who Fights with Monsters is one of my favorite book series of all time. It was my introduction to the lit RPG genre and the best example I've ever seen of it. There is more that can go on with Harry the Adventurer and what he's got going on after being summoned by the Goblet. I just had to break things up as this was already longer than I intended. For those who are wondering, Harry's essences are Magic, Beast, and Shadow, forming the Marauder convergence. His is the first known instance of that particular convergence as well. Mostly influenced by the stories from Pops, one of the house elves who rescued him from the Dursleys' doorstep and then whisked away as a combination of Lily's sacrifice and elvish magic. Who else has read HWFWM? HWFWM Part 2. HWFWM Part 2. Author's note. While you don't necessarily have to read the first part, I would suggest it. However, this chapter should contain enough information to be read on its own. Now, on with the continuation. Harry leaned back in his chair as he considered the magical cube set on the table. It was definitely an essence cube, one that he recognized no less. It was one of the first essences he had ever been shown and the first among his own essences. From it he had gained the ability Bag of Trick, which gave him a dimensional storage place and let him equip directly from it. Why was one here though? This world was not supposed to have the magic of palimpsestus, at least not from what he had seen. While his dimensional theory wasn't the strongest, he did know that worlds usually only had one magic system. That meant that Wand Ma, he was calling it, was the primary magic of this world. Could magic be evolving? Could the method that was used to bring Harry to this world have been enough to bring the magic of his home along with it? Not to mention the strange place for finding a magic essence. He would have expected something like water or a related essence. This was something. G was going to have to be investigated, and by more than just having Wormtail look for signs of things. Sighing, he reached out and took the cube in hand before moving it into his storage space. 1's sense cube wasn't enough to make a change in things, and he would hate to give someone only one ability without being able to give them a full 3 in their confluence ability. Pushing that thought aside, he instead focused on the results of the second task. The 3 champions had proven thankful for the help with their hostages, even though Harry hadn't been able to contribute as much as he would have liked. That led to them all agreeing to get together that evening to talk about the final task, as well as the other revelations he had given them regarding Dumbledore and their agreement. That agreement might have been broken when Harry had threatened the Ministry after the first task. There was still the matter of the existence of Voldemort to deal with. If only Harry had been able to question that Death Eater who had been partially responsible for summoning him. Barty Crouch Jr. had information that could have been used to discover the current location of the disembodied Dark Lord. Which of the other followers of Voldemort were being used to facilitate his return? All the ones who had previously claimed the Imperious defense were being monitored, at least according to Amelia. Though she admitted she wasn't able to keep as close an eye on them as she would like, due to budgetary limitations. That wasn't something he was able to help with either, as other than Wormtail, one of Harry's abilities really lent themselves to espionage. Harry would have preferred to go out and challenge those worthies, but several things stopped him. For one, he didn't have any evidence other than the rantings of an escaped convict, one that Dumbledore hadn't allowed anyone else access to. 2. He didn't have the backing of a local branch of the Adventurers Guild like he would back home. Finally, he wasn't quite confident in his abilities against the various Death Eaters that he might encounter. While Harry was confident in his ability to fight any monster he might encounter in his world. Based on the research he had done regarding the tournament, facing off against human opponents was another matter entirely. First and foremost, they knew spells that Harry hadn't even heard of yet. The limited amount of studying and practice that he had been able to accomplish thus far wasn't enough to prepare him for hardened killers. While confident he would be able to kill any of them from ambush, that wouldn't get him the answers he needed. It was still tempting though. Secondly, he had no way of knowing which ones were actually involved and which had truly tried to turn their vase around, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice the good with the bad. No amount of the greater good, as Dumbledore had pointed out, was worth that. Sighing again, Harry felt he was sighing far too much. It was dealing with this world without the support he was used to. Without his family, both found and made. Without Pops or his team. Perhaps it was time for another chat with Amelia. Go over there. Options again and try to find a way to discover what the Dark Lord was going after and who could help accomplish those goals. Maybe include the other champions, since they were being affected by everything as well. Thank you all again for meeting with me. Harry looked at the gathered champions, offering them a reassuring smile, then waved a hand at his companion. For those of you who don't know, this is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We've been discussing some of the things that have been going on with the tournament, from my summoning and the reasons behind it, to the stuff that you've seen in the news with my being the chosen one. Glancing around, he waited until he got nods from each one before continuing. With Voldemort's impending return, Wave. All been practicing for more than just the tournament. However, I've asked Amelia if we can get some direct combat training from the Aurors. Just recently Moody has been deemed recovered enough that he's going to be offering his services. That offer is extended to any of you who want to join. Getting quick agreement from the 3 champions, Harry then beckoned to one of the corners of the room. The shadows melted away to reveal the grizzled form of the retired Auror, magical eye spinning. "All right Moody, it's your show." Harry limped slightly as he made his way to his room, a smirking Amelia at his side. The crazy old Auror really knew his stuff. For a man with a fake leg he could really move, and his selection of spells was both inspired and devious. It was only his silver rank const, a tuition that allowed him to keep going long after the other 3 champions had been exhausted. However, Harry was new to his silver rank, having been lucky enough to blitz through iron and bronze thanks to the monster surge. He didn't have enough time in rank to truly take advantage of the superhuman abilities that were granted to him. Sighing as the last of the pain faded away and he could walk normally again, Harry straightened up and turned a grin to his companion. Her smirk slid away to a slight scowl before she barked a laugh. "I wouldn't have believed you about the way your magic worked had I not seen it myself. The shadow abilities I could wave away as a different way of doing wand magic, though your ability to do so without a wand beggars belief. The way you move and your enderrank. Though, that is so beyond a typical wizard. Something someone would normally have to do a number of questionable rituals to achieve." Amelia narrowed her eyes at Harry, who merely smiled back. "I've already explained my rituals to you. I've even shown you one. They're nothing like the ones I've heard Voldemort to have done to himself." As they reached his suite, he held open the door and motioned one of the chairs before settling himself into another. "One of the things the magic of my world does is improve all physical attributes. I'm faster, stronger, and can track more things than anyone old expect, and I'll only continue to improve as I practice those abilities. I'm new to my rank though, so I haven't been able to fully explore those capabilities. Back home I would have had other silver rankers to work with, all under the guidance of gold rankers. Those abilities will be truly superhuman if I can master them. The only way to do that is to push myself. Thankfully Moody seems to be able to do that. We're going to need a bigger room to truly push it though. The ritual room the elves showed me would be better. We'll meet there next time." Harry looked around in awe as the come-and-go room revealed itself. Where before had been a ritual room for resummoning his familiars, there was instead one of the massive training rooms from the Remor family school. There was even a book shelf filled with titles that he recognized. His eyes narrowed as he considered those books. He'd never had the chance to read them, so the room couldn't have recreated them from his memory. Where had those copies come from? Making his way over, he selected one title that was supposed to help with the mental aspect of things, teaching someone of silver rank to properly use their perception abilities to split their attention. He felt his eyebrows rise as he found the proper book. How had the room been able to recreate the book? Could it create skillbooks too? So many questions. They would have to wait till later though. He turned away from the bookshelf to smile at the champions and Moody. "Welcome to the Remor family school. Now we can train like real adventurers." A series of training IEs manifested on OND began attacking the champions. Harry looked at Amelia from across the table, nodded to himself, then reached into his dimensional pocket and pulled free the magic essence. Setting the cube on the table, he waved towards it. "That there is a magical essence, one of the essential types of magic from my world. It's actually the same type that I was given as my first essence, setting me on the path to who I am today." He trailed off for a moment before shaking his head. "I found it during the second task, in the merfolk village. This magic is not native to your world. I have only a vague idea of how it got to be here, and all of my theories have to do with my summoning, something which we still haven't properly explained. Other than the goblet having been affected by Barty Crouch Jr., who Dumbledore is still blocking from letting me interrogate him." Shaking his head again, he then waved away Amelia's attempt to make excuses. "I know your hands are tied, between Dumbledore and the minister. I don't blame the DMLE for any of this. Considering that I've already been threatened by the ministry, I've lost all trust in your government." Reaching out, he gave Amelia's hand a pat. Certain members of that government excused, of course. With a wry chuckle, he leaned back. The reason I bring this up is because of things that need to be brought up in regards to the magic of my world. Essences aren't the only things that can manifest in the open. We could start to see monsters manifesting in the world. Leaning forward, he stared into Amelia's eyes. What we why need to figure out is how widespread the phenomenon of this magic has become. Have other essences, quintessences, or the gods forbid, monsters, appeared anywhere else? Can we get ahead of things and prepare for their arrival? Seeing the look of alarm on Amelia's face, he shook his head. There shouldn't be anything too dangerous at first. Most places don't have a high enough level of magic to manifest anything more dangerous than a lesser monster, like a tyrannical pheasant or potent hamster. A determined lady with a broom would be able to defend themselves, let alone someone with a wand. It's in the more heavily magical areas, like Hogwarts and the surrounding areas, that we'll really have to worry. Reaching out and taking back the cube, he returned it to his storage space. If we can find 2 more essences, I can teach you the type of magic I do, or at least something similar, depending on the types of essences. When combined with the wand magic you already know, you'll be a powerful force when it comes time to face Voldemort. Harry kept a smile to himself when he saw the lack of reaction from Amelia. All these conversations had really paid off in allowing her to dispel some of the fear that had built up from the war. In the meantime, I invite you and some hand-picked Aurors to join the other champions and I in training. We're already using one of your ex-Aurors, said WH. Why not get some more in there and make sure that we give the Dark Lord a warm welcome? Harry pulled his dagger from the still twitching body of the spider. A thoughtful expression on his Forbidden Forest had been growing more dangerous with the introduction of monsters. While most of the monsters were just normal rank, there had been a scattered few iron rankers among the mix. Unfortunately, iron rank monsters weren't enough to push his skills and he was running out of spiders. For a moment Harry thought about hunting down the boss spider, Aragog, then shook his head. He'd promised the Hogwarts groundskeeper, Hagrid, that he would leave the big spider alone as long as the spider agreed to the same stipulations. They had agreed that the smaller children were allowed to hunt the adventurer to their heart's content though. Not only were they a decent fight in a pack but the loot was fantastic. Or it would be if he wasn't running out of them. Sighing, he turned to regard the shadows. He scurried from between the trees and came to a stop at his feet, looking up at him. You've got a visitor, Harry, one we weren't expecting but an interesting one nonetheless. Harry raised an eyebrow. At the rat before motioning him to return. The rat scampered off only to return a moment later leading a scruffy-looking man in a rumpled suit and a rather unfortunate mustache. Something about the man tickled a memory. Something about a toy broom. Harry felt his eyes grow wide as he stared at the man. Uncle Mooney. Harry leaned back in the chair in his suite, a smile on his lips as he looked at the man meeting his. Was something almost otherworldly about the encounter, but he couldn't have been happier. Mooney the familiar looked just as curious about Mooney the human. The two hadn't said a word to each other. Not that the shadowy werewolf was the most expressive of companions at the best of times. After a few more minutes of the two sniffing around each other, one settled onto his haunches behind the chair, chin resting on the high back, while the other turned to regard Harry with an amused glint in their hazel eyes. You look very much like your father, especially with you smiling like that. It's the same smile he had when a prank went just right. The last marauder offered Harry a gentle smile. It's good to see that smile once again, even if you aren't the Harry I had hoped you to be. Harry chuckled softly. Things are never as we hoped, though sometimes they may even be better. I grew up with Pops telling me stories of the marauders, the 4 people who terrorized the school and were closer than family. Especially considering the circumstances of their families. He waved off Lupin's comment before continuing. No, I don't know all the details of those circumstances, as I don't think Pops was fully aware of them himself, and frankly, those bits of information aren't the most important thing. I'd rather hear about the 4 friends and what they were like from someone who was there. He trailed off as he looked into the distance. When I found out about the Sirius and Peter, I despaired of ever meeting the last of my family. Turning back to Remus, he smiled. I thought you were lost as well. I'm truly glad to see I was wrong. Remus shook his head with a fond smile. I couldn't stay away, not any longer. Dumbledore originally told me to keep my distance for your sake. To my regret I believed him to be right. That is, until I heard about what you had faced in the first task and then what the Ministry wanted to try. At that point I knew that I had to see you. To see what had become of the son of my best friend, even if he was from some parallel dimension. Harry leaned forward, resisting the urge to complain about Dumbledore. There were more important things to deal with. Then tell me all about the Marauders. Harry turned away from his training with Remus as a rat emerged from the shadows. Fortunately the living marauder noticed the rat as well and stopped his attack. Wands and blades were put away as the two settled into a meditative on the floor. The rat joined them in a comfortable position between the two. Harry, we've found someone you both need to see. We're still not completely sure if we're right, but if we are. The rat shook its little head before rubbing its snout with its claws. We think we've found the lost marauder. Both humans in the room stared at the rat, and it was only through his training as an adventurer that kept Harry from gasping. Turning to look at the other man, he frowned. I thought Peter had been killed by Sirius. Blown up in the same attack that killed a bunch of regular humans. Remus returned the frown before nodding. That's what we were led to believe. However, he trailed off for a moment before shaking his head. If that really is Peter, then that means Sirius didn't kill him. And if Sirius didn't kill him, what else didn't he do? Does that mean my best friend has been rotting in on for years because we were all tricked? Harry reached over and picked up the rat, placing it on his shoulder. We'll find out the answer as soon as we can. However, there is so many if Peter really was the one who betrayed my parents. That means he's a Death Eater. Possibly even a marked one. And if he is, that means I've finally got a way to track down where Voldemort is hiding. Harry looked down at the rat trapped in a small stone cage on the floor of the come-and-go room, one just big enough to accommodate a grown man. A swarm of shadowy rats surrounded the cage, their black eyes intent on the prisoner. Pacing in another part of the room was a pair of werewolves, one of which was in human form while the other mirrored the smaller in motion. Prongs stood on the far side of the room, antlers glowing with barely restrained energy. Only Padfoot appeared to be relaxed, tongue hanging out where he was standing just over Harry's shoulder. However, a glance out of the corner of his eyes told the adventurer that even the Grim was intent and focused. With wand drawn, he took a moment to signal Remus, who shot the rat with the Animagus reversal spell. The rat shifted into a rotund Huma, and in clothes that had clearly seen better days. Harry couldn't quite make out the details from between the bars, ones close enough that a rat wouldn't be able to scurry free, let alone the fat man now nearly pressed against those bars. However, while Harry might not have been able to identify the man, Lupin seemed to have had no troubles, at least it seemed that way from the growl rumbling in his throat. One taken up by his larger name Sake. Those growls must have reached some primitive place in the former rat's brain because his eyes snapped open and he looked around. Wildly, though he couldn't move much. What? Where am I? How did I get here? Harry settled back, wrapping himself in shadows, resisting the urge to go for his dagger, or let loose with some of the spells that Remus had been teaching him. They had agreed that the Marauder would handle the encounter, with Harry as the backup. That had been a tough ask, but he knew it made sense. Remus stepped closer to the cage, with Moony looming over his shoulder. Hello Peter. So good to see you again, safe and alive. Peter seemed to blink in the lights of the room, peering through the bars. Remus, my old friend, it's so good to see you. Can you get me out of here? Get you out of there? I would love to do that, but you're going to need to answer some questions for me first. Like how you're still alive and what happened to our friends. For a moment it looked like Peter wasn't going to say anything. Harry was tempted to step in. Suddenly the rat Animagus started sniveling. You don't know how bad it was. There was no resisting the Dark Lord. When they came for me, oh Remus, it hurt so bad. I couldn't stop them. They would have killed me. What should I have done? Remus snarled and took another step closer towards the cage. Then you should have died. They would have died to save you. They did die to protect Harry. To protect all of us. But they didn't protect Harry. He died too that night. That's why no one has seen him. Died and took the Dark Lord with him. That's why I've been hiding. That's why I had to trick Sirius, trick everyone. No one would have accepted my word, not with Harry dead. Another snarl ripped from the Free Marauder. Why didn't you come to us when they found you? We could have protected you from them. For once there appeared to be some fight in those beady eyes. You couldn't have protected me from what was already done. You have no idea what goes into the oath they force you to take. To get the Dark Mark. It's more than just murdering some muggle. You can't fake it. You have to enjoy it. His lips curled back from slightly sharpened teeth. And I did. I enjoyed what I did to that girl. It's not like anyone in the wizarding world would have given me the time of day. I was just the add-on. Pathetic Peter of the Marauders. Remus recoiled like he was slapped. Moony behind him snarled and leaned down, resting one massive paw on the top of the cage. Peter only now seemed to become aware of the hulking werewolf standing over him because he gave an eep of fright and tried to push himself away from the bars, to no avail. The sound of the eep seemed to snap Lupin out of the temporary funk. Just how long were you a Death Eater? How far back did your betrayal go? After their wedding, I just couldn't take it. She had been perfect, beautiful, smart, kind. She treated me nicer than I ever thought I deserved. And then he took her away from me. Severus had it right. James never deserved her. I just wish I could have convinced the Dark Lord to give her to me instead of Snape, but Snape was more persuasive. Especially after telling our Lord about the prophecy. Harry couldn't hide in the shadows any longer with that revelation. So Severus was involved after all. We figured but didn't have proof. Thank you, Peter, for giving us what we needed. The displaced Potter heir's lips curled into a grin at the look of sheer panic and terror that grew on the betrayer's face. Oh yes, Peter, I survived that night. I've been training in secret, waiting for my revenge, and you, my dear Judas, will be making up for what you did that night. You and that lovely tattoo of yours. Then once we're done, we'll turn you over to the DMLE and free Sirius. Then, once I've dealt with Voldemort, I'll convince the Ministry to let me make a clean sweep and have them give you over to me to face justice. Quote, shadows wrapped around Harry, tendrils writhing around him. Only his eyes remained visible, glowing nearly the same shade of the killing curse. And Peter, I will take my time educating you on just how badly you fucked up. There was a squeak and Peter's eyes rolled back into his head as he passed out, slumped in the cage. Harry looked over at Remus, who was looking back with wide eyes. Though Moony behind him was grinning toothily. Too much. Severus paused as he stepped into his potions lab. There was nothing out of order that he could see, yet he felt as if the Dark Lord himself had returned and was standing over him. It was a feeling he did not miss from his time serving among the Death Eaters. A time that he cursed as it took away from him the only thing he'd ever truly loved. Sighing, Snape reached up to pinch the bridge of his nose. He should have expected this, especially after the way he had antagonized the boy before, realized just how much power had been held back. Seeing the demonstration against the dragon and the defiance against both the Ministry and Dumbledore left him with a fine understanding of just what his protections were worth. Come out, Potter. You can at least face me when you take your revenge. The voice from the shadows was just as cold and cruel as the one that haunted his past. Oh Snivellus, if I'd just wanted revenge. You would already be suffering. I wouldn't give you the chance or privilege of being ready for it. Harry Potter emerged, dragging the shadows with him. Rather, I've come across the information that is no doubt the reason you're working for Dumbledore. And instead of revenge, I'm going to offer you a shot at redemption and restitution. Severus looked at the shadow-clad incarnation of one of his greatest tormentors. While the features may have been those that belonged to James Potter and thus forever a mirror into the past, the eyes were every bit that of Lily in her fury. The kind of eyes she had when defending him against the Marauders. And why, pray tell, would you make such an offer? Because I want your Dark Lord dead more than I want revenge for what you caused my parents. Because your betrayal wasn't nearly as bad as Peter's. And because I need your help to bait the trap. The Hogwarts potions master regarded the spawn of his hated nemesis with a level look. He didn't dare try legilimency against those killing curse eyes, but he still considered himself a student of psychology. After all, he'd managed to fool both of the greatest wizards of the modern era. From what he could tell, there was no deceit in those eyes, Just a cold resolve to do what needed to be done. The extremely dangerous young man, knowing that his life was spared for the moment and that continuance would be bound on what role he played in whatever plans Potter had for him. The piece of magic that Potter and Lupin had been able to put together for tracking the magic behind the dark mark was truly masterful. Severus had never thought the magic of the mark could be used that way. He knew it was tied to the Dark Lord, in that it allowed them to feel his summons and for him to use to punish them, should he choose. However, he had never made a study of the mark, other than what he needed to do to earn it. Some of the magic that he had learned that had been woven into it was worrisome. Or would be, had Potter not been planning on stopping the Dark Lord for good. Rather than dwelling on the future, Snape turned his attention to the present, namely his presence in the town of Little Hangleton, where the link to the dark mark had directed him. Holding up the small compass-like device, he took a moment to orient himself, then headed off. It was not long before he felt himself cross a set of wards. Muggle repelling and notice-me-nots. Revealed to him was a dilapidated manor. Striding up the steps, he pushed open the doors, his wand out and scanning the building. Only a single human aura was revealed, with something that was nearly human. More readily apparent was the stench of blood and potions, some of which Snape recognized. With a frown he headed towards the room with the single signature. "You are not who I expected to see when I sought out the master." Snape cocked his head as he considered the man in the room. Slumped in his chair, Quirrell simply nodded. "And you were the last one I expected to seek out our master as well. When I had learned what had happened to Barty, I feared he had been betrayed by the only other Death Eater in the castle. Imagine my surprise to learn that Dumbledore had known all along." Pushing himself upright, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher shook his head before waving towards the bundle on the bed. "Our master isn't quite in the best of states. I had originally planned on letting him possess me as a means of securing him a body, but with no ready way to transfer that possession, it would have limited time we had to craft or find a new body. Instead, we agreed upon the method you see here. A homunculus. It allows me to communicate with him, though he is a mere shadow of his former powers." Snap. He looked to the bundle of rags that currently hid a manufactured body. Barely the size of a child, it would be just sufficient to allow the Dark Lord to possess the body, but without a magic core of its own. Would be extremely limited in what it could do. For a moment, Severus contemplated destroying the construct along with killing Quirrell. However, without the knowledge of how Voldemort survived the original destruction of his body, it would not suffice to truly banish the Dark Lord, only postpone the meeting to another time and place of which he would have no influence. "You have been faithful to our master for half a decade. That is a long time to care for a homunculus. I shall provide you with the recipe to a potion that will help strengthen the body until such time as we can fully resurrect him. I assume you have a plan for such an event." A voice rattled from the rags. "Attend me, Severus." Raising an eyebrow at Quirrell, Snape then turned to regard the form of their master. "Yes, my lord." A grotesque face peeked out of the wrappings. "The Potter boy, can you bring him to me? Barty was supposed to supply us with the boy so that we may use his blood for the ritual. Blood of the enemy, forcefully taken." The voice wheezed for a moment before continuing. "Get me the boy and I shall return stronger than before." Snape sketched a boy to the ragged figure. "It shall be done." Turning with a swirl of his robes, he headed for the door, barely glancing at Quirrell before apparating back to the edge of the wards at Hogwarts. Harry looked at the other champions and their defiant posture. Glancing over at the last marauder showed no signs of support there. One would think the only adult in the room would want to protect the children from the realities of combat. With a sigh he returned his attention to the three students of magic. "You realize that this will not be a friendly encounter. We'll be going for the kill on Voldemort and any allies he calls in." That revelati on only seemed to make the others more determined. Shaking his head, he had to remind himself that he had become an adventurer at a much younger age and been thrust into life and death struggles from the beginning. Sure, he had a ton of supervision and support during those struggles, but was the situation that different here? They would have all the adults, not to mention Harry himself and his familiars. "Very well, I'll contact Amelia and have you all added to the assault plan. Just remember, I'll be going in first and that I'll have to be captured for everything to work out. You all show up with the rest of the group." Harry watched with some fascination as the Dark Lord emerged from the cauldron. Somehow the man managed to remain dry even though he'd been soaked in whatever vile concoction had been used to resurrect him. Then again, on closer inspection it looked like the cauldron was empty. The entirety of the potion must have been used to create the body. Testing the bonds that held him to the tombstone, he suppressed a smile. Severus had certainly done a good job of making the ropes look secure, but he could feel the give in them. It helped that Wormtail already had a group of rats working on the restraints. While he could have easily burst them with strength, it would be better if they just parted and fell away. The risen Voldemort turned to the other man in the graveyard. "Robe me, Quirinus." The man scampered to fulfill the order, draping an elaborate robe across the Dark Lord's shoulders. Once the clothing was properly settled, the man turned to face Harry. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived, you shall be the herald that announces my return. When the masses see your broken body in the atrium of the ministry, they will once again remember the fear and know their proper place at my feet." Harry watched as Snape fades back into the shadows and out of the direct line of fire. The last of the bonds were loosened and Harry felt his dagger drop into his hands, out of sight. All the while the Dark Lord was describing what he was going to do to the wizarding world, before using the dark mark on Quirinus's arm to summon his other minions. Soon the graveyard was filled with masked and robed figures. When the Dark Lord offered to duel to show his superiority, Harry knew it was time. Signaling for the reinforcements was as simple as crushing a small glass sphere that was handed to him by a rat. Once that was accomplished, he pulled his arms free, dagger in one hand, wand easily summoned to the other, even as the shadows wrapped around him. A group of rats swarmed out of the darkness, scurrying over many of the robed figures and sending them into writhing acrobatics as they tried to free themselves of their furry visitors. Meanwhile, another pair of rats snatched the wand that was being presented to the Dark Lord, leaving Voldemort unarmed when Harry crashed into him, dagger darting out and stabbing hilt deep into his chest. The sharp crack of apparati echoed through the graveyard as a multitude of Aurors, hit wizards, and tri-wizard champions arrived, wands in hands. Some few looked around in seeming shock, those who hadn't joined Harry and Moody in their training sessions. The rest instead went in with blasting and cutting curses, slamming into the masked figures. They were joined by the rest of the Marauders, both living and familiar. Prawn GS smashed into the group from the side before lightning flashed from his antlers and through several of the gathered Death Eaters. Mooney and Mooney were in amidst the rest, literally dismembering many of their targets. Padfoot had his jaws around the throat of another, to mask those teeth from sinking in. Harry only paid peripheral attention to the fighting around him, just enough to make sure it wasn't going to affect him. Instead he focused on stabbing the man in front of him as many times as he could, which, given his silver rank physical abilities, was a great number of times. He made SPECIAL focus on the tendons of the arms so that it would be more difficult for the Dark Lord to hold a wand, should something incredible happen. For a moment the adventurer felt the body grow insubstantial beneath him. Having been warned about the ability, Harry focused his aura on surrounding Voldemort, suppressing the powers for just a fraction of a moment, long enough to break whatever ability was trying to let the Dark Lord escape. Given the amount of blood and stabbings, Harry was understandably surprised when he was sent flying by a wandless, silent banisher. Flipping in midair, he was able to right himself and land facing an enraged Voldemort who rose into the air trailing blood and viscera. Even as he watched, Harry could see some of the more shallow wounds starting to close. "Enough. I am Lord Voldemort. You are all beneath me. That's because you're flying. You're not the only one who can do that though." Voldemort had only a moment to look up before he was smashed to the ground by a shadow dragon. One massive claw pinned the Dark Lord to the ground before the dragon opened its jaw and unleashing a torrent of shadow fire. It was only a matter of a few seconds before the body was incinerated and some form of shade erupted into the air. That shade appeared to be melting though even as the dragon continued to bathe it in fire. Harry watched with mouth agape as his shadow dragon proceeded to completely annihilate what should have been an immortal spirit. The scream as the spirit burned away seared into his soul, and it was only his experience as an adventurer, and having his soul tested, that allowed him to endure the sound without falling to his knees, though he did have to brace himself against those knees. The rest of the humans, those who had been left standing, collapsed for a moment. Though some managed to brace themselves rather than end up in a crumpled mass. Heaving himself upright, Harry made his way over to the dragon. The beast roared triumphantly into the air before eyeing its summoner. There was a malevolent intelligence in those eyes, and even though the adventurer knew he was in command, he still respected the creature that he had brought to quasi-life. He was still in awe at what had happened and reached out to give the dragon a pat on the snout. For a brief moment the dragon did not respond, before a deep rumble vibrated the air. And the creature leaned into Harry's touch, nearly pushing him back. With a chuckle and a mental command, he sent the dragon back into the shadows from which he summoned it, a smile on his lips. Moving over to the recovering humans, Harry found Amelia, offering her a hand up. Looks like Voldemort's been killed for good this time. I saw his very soul annihilated. The head of the DMLE nodded, her eyes wide even as she looked around at the carnage. A couple of her Aurors appeared to be injured, but there were surprisingly no deaths among her men. The same could not be said for the various masked individuals, especially those that had been attacked by the marauders. She looked at Harry before shaking her head. Had I not been here I wouldn't have believed this had happened. During the war we were getting hammered left and right. Harry frowned before nodding. From what I read, a lot of that had to do with the rules you were operating under. Dumbledore tied your hands pretty effectively by limiting your response to non-lethals. As you could see, when you put a man down for good with a bludgeoning or cutting curse, they don't get the chance to be revived by their fellows. And speaking of Dumbledore, I trust you'll help me put pressure on him to help me return home. Amelia merely nodded again. Of course, though I'll admit that I'd miss you if you went home. There was something in her eyes that Harry found himself admiring. Then maybe you'll have to work to convince me to stay. I bet we'll have time. Author's note. Here is part 2 of the He Who Fights with Monsters version of Harry Potter. I hope you enjoyed the trip. It's officially the longest version we've had the pleasure of visiting. If you like any of the version of Harry that have been featured here and would like to see one or more of them turned into a complete story, let me know in the reviews. Any chapter version that gets over 20 requests will at least get the beginnings of their own story. Also, if you would like to help support me and say thank you, please consider becoming a patron. Also, check out my original work at Royal Road. I would love the feedback. Anyway, let me know what you thought of the chapter and what other versions of Harry you would like to see in the future. The light side. A pillar of flames burst to life, whirling in heatless blue. It only lasted a few moments before fading away, revealing someone in brown robes in a seated position, their head bowed and covered by the hood of their robes. From the general shape of the robes and size, Dumbledore surmised the person to be a young man. Possibly someone fresh from school or maybe a bit older than that. It was hard to tell given the enveloping nature of the robes. Stepping away from the goblet and towards the newly revealed individual, the headmaster cleared his throat. I beg your pardon, but would you mind revealing yourself? The seated person rose smoothly without any apparent struggle. Reaching up showed them to have tanned hands that took hold of the hood and folded it back, revealing a younger face with a nest of dark hair, save for a single long braid that dangled down one side of their face. Beneath that tangled mess was a set of emerald green eyes that seemed to regard Albus with an intense curiosity. For a moment the two merely stared at each other before Albus felt a light touch against his mind. Almost like a tentative legilimency probe, though the flavor of the magic was different than he was used to. Not quite the spell he made extensive use of, but close enough for a modicum of concern. The young man spoke in a soft voice, in a language that the headmaster could not immediately identify. That was a bit more concerning considering that he was familiar with all of the languages spoken by the ICW. Even if he wasn't fluent in most of them beyond the major European players. Albus withdrew his wand, noticing that those green eyes were immediately locked upon it. Offering his most grandfatherly smile, Dumbledore made sure to be more showy and elaborate than was necessary for the spell. Feeling it settle between them, he gave a sharp nod before returning his wand to his robes. I do beg your pardon, but I felt a translation charm would avail us much more than trying to spend the time trying to find a common language. Seeing that same grandfatherly smile on the young man's face was a bit disconcerting. Though his voice remained as soft as before. I've not felt the Force used in that manner before, but there are a lot of things in the Force that I am yet aware of. I do thank you for the use of the charm. Did you say? That's much more convenient than finding us a translator droid, although, he trailed off as those strangely familiar eyes scanned around the Great Hall. It does not appear that you have the same level of technology to which I am accustomed. Is your world a part of the Republic? Dumbledore suppressed a frown. Though he could understand the words readily enough, he still wasn't familiar with the feel of them. It definitely wasn't one of the European languages, that's for sure, not any Asiatic one he might have heard before. While I am familiar with many notable republics, I cannot say that we are part of one. We live quite apart from others here. The young man shook his head. Press space then. Fascinating. Looking around again at the Great Hall, he seemed to take in everything with a headmaster was unused to seeing in the young. Do forgive me, where are my manners? I'm Harry Potter, Jedi apprentice. He extended his hand, reaching forward and gripping the hand. It took half a moment before what was said penetrated. Excuse me, did you say you were Harry Potter? The newly named Potter nodded with a smile. I did. It seems you're familiar with the name. Though I'm curious as to how, considering I've never been to this planet before. Albus shook his head then offered the young man a smile. Harry, my boy, it is so good to see you again. Gazing into the eyes of Lily in miniature, he sent his own legilimency probe into the boy. Harry raised his free hand and seemed to swat aside the probe. I would ask that you not do that again. I do apologize for my earlier attempt as well. I did not know you were a type of primitive Force user. It had been my intention to try and learn your language, though that obviously didn't work. The headmaster shook his head. It is magic, my dear boy. Not this Force that you call it. He released Harry's hand to wave towards the Grand Hall, suddenly aware again of the many people watching their interaction. Perhaps this is not the best place for our introduction. Let's retire to my office and I'll explain more. Then you can explain where you have been all this time. There is a lot of turmoil in your school, Headmaster Dumbledore. Both students and staff are filled with confusion on what has happened before them. It seems to be in conjunction with anticipation as well. My identity, or supposed identity, would also appear to be a factor. Harry leaned back in the comfortable chair to regard the man behind the desk, while allowing his senses to drift over the other two people in the room, a man and woman. Both human. Both had an intensity about them, focused on him, though they differed in their underlying emotions. The woman had an undercurrent of hope and loss, while the other seemed both frustrated and hostile. Keeping his focus on the headmaster, he continued. It would seem that I have been summoned through some means to your planet and that you have some sort of recognition of me. As I do not recall having met you or visited your planet, I can only surmise that it is from my past that we will find the connection. Leaning back and gazing from over some anachronistic glasses, Dumbledore nodded, smiling gently in a manner that reminded Harry of some of the masters from the Academy. Indeed, my boy, it is my belief that you are the Harry Potter who went missing some many years ago. Disappeared from the care of his relatives. No one is quite sure how long ago he went missing, as the family has been quite uncommunicative, no doubt due to their trauma of losing a precious member of their family. Harry could sense the emotions behind the words, and while there was no malice, there was a hint of untruth. Where that untruth was contained was not something that he could discern from just this brief interaction, and he was unwilling to delve deeper into the mind of someone who was themselves adept in the Jedi mind arts, whatever they may call it on their planet. From your description, I cannot fault the possible connection. My own past is shrouded in mystery, having been discovered at a young age all alone on a mostly deserted planet, save for a TTER written in a language that was not in the database. Once it was translated though, it gave me my name, that of Harry Potter. Since then I have been raised by the Jedi Order and trained in the use of the Force, what you call magic. That you have a school for your Force users, forgive me, magic users, says many good things about your people. That you then live apart from the other people on your world says other things. Harry shook his head. However, it is not my place to judge your ways, only to understand my place in them. The why and the how of my arrival. I was meditating at the Jedi Temple of Coruscant before I found myself here. The ability to transport someone across interstellar distances is not a technology or Force technique known among my people. I would very much like to learn that technique. Not only to return home, but to better the lives of all those in the Republic. Dumbledore regarded Harry from over his glasses. But my dear boy, you are home. This is where you belong. Your parents wanted you to attend Hogwarts, to become an upstanding wizard in your own right. That's what they gave their lives for. Harry cocked his head to the side. While truthful, there was more to that statement that demanded inquiry. What do you mean they gave their lives for? What happened to my birth parents? The woman behind him immediately launched into the story of Voldemort, of the war, and of the sacrifice that left him as the boy who lived, an icon to their society. The surly man beside her seemed to resist the urge to comment at times, even as an overwhelming sense of guilt welled up within him. Especially when talking about his parents. Something to look into at another time perhaps. Reaching up, Harry ran his finger over where the scar on his forehead used to reside before cosmetic surgery was able to fix it. There had been a report of some kind of force possession within the scar, and he wondered if it had been a remnant of whatever force ability had been used to protect him from the terrorist Voldemort. Turning his attention back to the headmaster, he leaned forward. While I am possibly the Harry Potter of your world, I do not in any way consider this world to be my own. I have grown up in the Jedi Order and am quite content with that life. He held up a hand to forestall the arguments he could feel building. That is not to say that I reject my heritage, such as it is. I would like to learn about my parents, what they were like. Their lives among your kind. Also, while I am in your establishment, I will comport myself in a manner that is respectable. I will learn your ways of the Force, even as we study this goblet that brought me here. I may not be the scholar that some of the masters are, but I do enjoy learning. There was a spike of attention from the man behind him, but no comment. The headmaster, on the other hand, had something to say. There is one other matter involving your summoning. You have been contracted to participate in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. A tournament? What kind, and how would I have been enrolled when I just got here? Headmaster Dumbledore then proceeded to lay out the workings of the tournament and what Harry's role within it would be. He would somehow be a fourth champion in a tournament designed to foster cooperation between the three schools. Since the only one he could be associated with was Hogwarts, that would give them an unfair advantage. While I do not believe I can be bound to something with which I have never interacted, I admit to not knowing enough about your use of the Force artifacts to contest your beliefs. However, I want it made known that I will be participating as a member of the Jedi Academy. I will not allow whatever circumstances brought me here to interfere with the cooperation between the schools. For a moment it felt as if the headmaster was going to balk at the request before the man sighed and nodded. Very well, I shall make the announcement first thing in the morning. For now though, I believe we have done enough talking tonight and that you have much to think on. I'll have one of the house elves bring you a change of clothing to one of the guest rooms. Professor McGonagall will show you the way. The room that Harry found himself in was much more lavish than what he was used to, though it did still remind him of the academy, though made of stone rather than metal. There was a feeling of age to the building that had it alive with the power of the Force. It almost spoke to him, whispering of secrets, of incredible things done with the Force. He felt a smile grow as he gave the stone wall a fond pat. Perhaps his time here would not be as much of a chore as he originally supposed. A sudden presence in the room had Harry turning around to find a small creature. It was short, with long ears and nose, dressed in some sort of small sack. With a start he realized it looked like Master Yoda. Was this a relative, opening himself to the Force? He reached out and felt the connection between the small person and the surrounding Force. What a wonderful and nearly overwhelming feeling. The connection was rich and deep. Kneeling down before the being, he reached out a hand to take one of its own. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Harry Potter, Jedi apprentice. The being cocked its head to the side for a moment, those large eyes wide before it nodded and took his hand. Master Potter, you do this old elf an honor. I be the head elf, Beak. If you be needing anything, you just ask for Beak and I'll be here. Harry smiled and nodded, giving the tiny hand another small shake before standing and stepping back. Thank you for your support. I hope we have time later to talk about this place and about your people. I think you may be Ted to someone I know and care for greatly. The old elf smiled and nodded. I be looking forward to it. Harry listened to the charms master as he explained to the first years some of the concepts they had been working on. He knew that the review lesson was for his benefit and he nodded at the diminutive man. It was a lot like working with some of the masters back home and helped him relax in a room that seemed to buzz and hum in the background of his head. It was like being around some of the younglings when they were all training, each one reaching out to the Force, only less controlled. He feeling from the young wizards and witches, as he was asked to call them, was like having tendrils of the Force whirling around the room, wildly though without enough power and intent behind them to accomplish anything. It wasn't until Master Flitwick guided them in direct Force manipulation that those tendrils snapped into sharp focus and allowed these young people to accomplish things it would take younglings many more years of training. Some of the charms were even beyond those taught in the early years of training. Physical manipulation like lifting or moving an object was basic with the Force. However, things like creating fire or unlocking simple locks were not things that were taught at the academy. When Harry concentrated on what was going on, he could almost feel what they were doing. Perhaps when he got his hands on one of the foci he would be able to replicate their way of doing things. For now, all he could do was try and duplicate the effects using his understanding of the Force. Moving closer to some of the students, he engaged them in a lively discussion about precise wand movements, pronunciations, and intent. While these students were too old to have begun training at the academy, he understood that they had different standards on this world. They were all still younger than him. His suspected age, as they didn't know his true date of birth, would put him with the 7th years. Though just barely. However, there was no way he was ready to attend classes with those his own age, as he lacked even the fundamentals to understand what they were working on. First year suited him just fine to begin with. Harry couldn't resist his eyes going wide and jaw-dropping as he witnessed Mistress McGonagall transform from being a cat. There was nothing like it in the Force that he knew of, and he couldn't even make sense of the feelings he had gotten. There was almost a delight in the Force, and he wasn't used to assigning emotions to the Force. He shouldn't be able to assign emotions to the Force. For the rest of the lesson, he watched in fascination as one thing was changed to another in a plethora of manners. Some intentionally, most not. The basic matchstick to needle was one thing. But changing inanimate to animate and vice versa was what truly showed the capabilities of this version of the Force. He needed to learn that, if only to bring those techniques back to the academy. Hanging back after class to talk to the deputy headmistress got him a list of books and the directions to the library for some extra reading to help him understand what as capable with this magical version of the Force. Flying was the best thing ever. While at the academy, Harry had made it a point to study the various sloops and speeders that were available to the younglings growing up. He felt very comfortable as a pilot and was one of the few that could challenge Skywalker in a race. Not that he'd ever won, but he had certainly made the racing prodigy work for his wins. This though, feeling the wind rushing through his hair and tugging at his braid, with only a broom between his legs, was a true rush. It was also the first type of magic that he had been able to master, as it didn't require the use of a foci, with the broom itself providing the primary impetus. Flashing through one of a trio of rings set into the stadium, he managed to catch the stern visage of Madame Hooch, who had given him his first lessons before allowing him the opportunity to see what he could do. Harry wasn't sure how long ago that had been, though he was certain it was probably hours. Not once had the woman tried to stop him, and he was determined to take as much time in the air as he could. Corkscrewing through another ring, he idly wondered if he would be able to bring some brooms back with him and if other Force users would be able to make use of them. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. Harry kneeled in the center of his room at Hogwarts, eyes closed, as he recited the mantra, centering himself in the Force. There had been so many things shown to him in a short time, ways of using the Force that had never been taught at the academy, most of which he knew had never even been theorized by the masters. At least not to his knowledge. While most of the things he had been learning were easily of the light side of the Force, what he had been shown today was definitely of the dark side. Pain, mind control, and death. Though classified as unforgivable, They were still known by Wizarding Society and had even been used liberally during their previous war when faced against the Dark Lord Voldemort. This was one of those times when ignorance might have been better, yet he knew he needed to know of these things. There were likely still people out there who thought nothing of using the dark side, of embracing their hatred and chaos. The feelings coming from the potion's master at times seemed dark, yet the man had a good handle on himself, rarely giving into public displays of those emotions, at least not around Harry. Perhaps he needed to talk more about what he was feeling. Reaching out with the Force, he called to Beacon when the aged elf arrived, spoke to him of his concerns. With a nod, the learned one suggested that Harry meet with a youngling that was said to have a unique perspective of the world. "Hello, Harry Potter. Hello, Luna Lovegood." Harry looked at the young lady and offered her a smile. The feel of her presence in the Force was one of lightness and serenity. There was a peace about her, an acceptance of the world as it was, and yet there was also a yearning to discover and explore, to learn more about the world. Walking with the young lady around the edge of the lake, he took a moment to bask in her presence before asking his questions. About the dark magic, about the unforgivables, about magic in general. There is a darkness that exists in all things, Harry Potter. Nothing is purely of the light or dark. It is how we seek out those things that bring you closer to the light that affects how we interact with the world. Her breath was airy and light even as she danced along the lakeshore. Each of us has a path that we follow, but we are not bound to that path. We can wander and explore and learn. I search for those things unseen and unknown. Reaching up, she tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, pausing a moment to caress TB-led some sort of vegetable. I see things that others cannot because I accept that they are there. That others cannot see them does not make them less real to me. Harry nodded slowly as he listened, hands clasped behind him, steps even and measured as he had been taught at the academy. How do you tolerate the presence of darkness? Luna offered him a smile. The darkness is always there. Usually the light drowns it out. But that does not make it go away. Knowing of the darkness does not mean you accept it, just that you accept its existence. Skipping ahead of him, she turned around and walked backwards, her silver eyes bright and wide as she looked at him. You have a special place in the story of the world, Harry Potter. Not just that of the wizarding world. Else, why would you have been brought here? Surely not just for this tournament. There is more to be known, and while dwelling upon the darkness will not help you understand it, knowing it is there and that you are ready to face it will be important. Stopping in front of him, she reached out and pressed one hand against his chest. Magic, the Force, it is all one. Everything is connected. A moment later she cocked her head to the side, as if listening to something. But come along, Harry Potter. There is something that the Nargles want us to see in the forest. With a bemused smile, Harry followed along behind the Child of Light. Resting in his room that night, kneeling in meditation, Harry considered the revelations that Luna had brought to him. Her way of viewing the Force was not one he had personally seen before, but he vaguely remembered hearing about those who perceived the Force in different manners. With the way the wizarding world challenged his original understanding of the Force, perhaps this too was to be part of his growth. However, it was not philosophy that truly had his attention this night, it was the presence of the dragons in the forest. 4 dragons, one for each champion. The creatures were majestic and terrifying in their power. He could feel the Force raging within them, unlike most creatures that seem to live in harmony with the Force. Dragons had some command of it, bending it to serve their needs. He had never felt anything like it before. Before returning to his room he had stopped by the library where he ran into Victor Krum, the champion for Durmstrang. Harry had shared his observations about the dragons, and Victor had in turn shared the books he had been reading about dragons. Victor said he would share the information with the Bobaton's champion, while Harry would find Edric and relay the information to him as well. That way each champion would be prepared for the upcoming event, whatever role the dragons would take. Hopefully they would not need to fight the dragons. There was an intelligence in those creatures that would not be an enjoyable test. Nothing at the academy would have prepared him for such an encounter. Still, he would continue to meditate upon and seek guidance through the Force. Harry opened his eyes as he felt the moment of triumph radiating from Cedric. The Hogwarts champion had successfully completed the first task, meaning that only Harry remained. Standing from where he had been kneeling in the middle of the tent, he headed to the doorway, waiting for his chance. He had studied and prepared for this moment, and he would trust in the Force to guide him through. Stepping into the arena at the signal, he immediately focused on the dragon on the other side of the rocky field. Crouched over its nest, the Hungarian horntail seemed to glare at him. There were a multitude of emotions rolling through that alien mind, but the one that stood out the most was rage. Rage at the world for forcing her to be here, rage at those putting her eggs at risk. And rage at being restrained by the chain around her leg. Stopping just out of breath range, Harry reached out with the Force, trying to calm the dragon. There was a moment of recognition before the rage returned. With a snarl, the dragon lunged forward, snapping jaws that came nowhere close. Hissing, she settled back over her nest. Harry cocked his head to the side as he looked at the dragon. He had almost understood that hiss. Was it possible? Concentrating on the feelings coming from the dragon, he kept that tenuous connection as he hissed back, "I mean you no harm." The action from the dragon was a slow blink before she shifted around, her entire attention focused on him. Tendrils of the Force seemed to lift and wrap around their connection. "You speak." "I do, though. Your language is not generally known in the greater universe. I have met no other like myself who can speak this language other than the creatures of many worlds." Those great eyes seemed to coincide. Him and he could feel the rage dim somewhat, though it never retreated. "Why are you here, speaker? Why have I been dragged from my home and brought to this land?" Harry waved up towards the judges' stands. "These people have brought you here as part of a contest. There is a face egg among those in your nest. I am to retrieve it." The dragon turned from Harry to the judges to her nest, eyes narrowing as she took notice of the golden egg nestled among her own. Turning back to him, she hissed, "If you get this egg, will I be returned to my home?" The young Jedi apprentice nodded. "Yes, though, regardless if I get the egg or not, you will still be returned home. This is the only reason you are here. The egg, it is important to the two legs. Only as part of the tournament." Reaching into the nest, the dragon took hold of the egg and settled it on a rock slightly away from her nest. Before Harry could move, a stream of fire smashed into the egg, melting it to slag. Her snarl filled the air before she hissed back at him. "I will not be made a spectacle for anyone. Leave me, speaker." Harry looked from the dragon to the slag that was once an egg. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the rock that held the melted remains. Bowing to the dragon, he turned and carried the rock back to the tent. Before he entered the tent, he set the rock on the ground and drew his wand for the first time in the tournament. This particular spell was not one he was able to do with just his connection to the Force. He needed the foci. Reparo. The golden mass quivered before slowly flowing back together. Harry continued to focus his connection to the Force through the foci, letting the energy surrounding him flow through the foci until the egg was fully reconstituted. Taking hold of the newly restored golden egg, he held it aloft to the suddenly silent crowd. Just as they burst into cheers, he stepped through the doors of the tent. Harry sighed as he looked at the golden egg sitting on the table. While he had been able to put the egg back together, whatever Force ability that had been attached to it had not been repaired, leaving him with no knowledge of the second task. Tapping the egg with one finger, he finally pushed it away before turning and heading out of his room. There was something tugging at his senses, an inkling in the Force that wanted him to go outside. Walking along the grounds of Hogwarts, he took the time to greet those he met, from all three schools. While some of the students had taken the time to get to know him, most still saw him as some mythical figure, given his status as the boy who lived. It was strange being held in such regard by people, a feeling that he felt he didn't deserve. Whatever had happened to him as a child hadn't been of his doing, that he was sure of. That no one seemed to acknowledge the sacrifices that his parents had made did not sit well with the displaced Jedi apprentice. At least some of the students from the other schools took the time to get to know him. Especially those from the other two schools. The students of Durmstrang were happy to discuss combat, their hand-to-hand abilities giving him a chance to practice the techniques of the academy while also learning new styles. Those of Bobaddon's were more comfortable with charms and transfigurations, both forms of the faux intrigue and fascinate Harry as there were no counterparts in his teachings from the academy. Following the promptings of the Force, he made his way to the lakeshore, where he encountered some of the Durmstrang students frolicking in the admittedly frigid waters. Chuckling to himself, he shucked his robe, still the only one he had, along with his shirt and pants. Clad only in his breeches, he joined the other youths in the waters, shivering slightly before he got used to it. The others quickly welcomed him into their play, teaching him about their impromptu game. Time passed quickly, though in the middle of everything Harry noticed Victor emerging from the deeper waters. Making his excuses, he took leave of the group, grabbing up his discarded clothing and using the force to help him ignore the chill air, made his way over to Crumb. Victor stopped by a pile of clothing at the lakeside, clad similarly to Harry. The two nodded at one another before taking the time to dress. Once they were back in their usual attire, the two started to walk along the shore back towards where the Durmstrang ship was anchored. After a couple of moments of silence, the young Quidditch star looked over at Harry. "So you have figured out the clue as well. Is that why you are here at the lake?" Harry shook his head. "My egg does not contain the clue. The dragon destroyed whatever magic was contained within and my reparo was not sufficient to restore it. I have an egg that lays quiet and dormant upon my desk." Crumb frowned. "Then why are you here?" Harry shrugged. "Something told me I needed to be here at the lake. I trust in the Force to guide me at times." The Durmstrang champion simply nodded. "Magic is amazing at times." He seemed to regard the Jedi apprentice for another moment before nodding. "You warned me of the dragons. I will warn you of the second task. Something will be taken and put on the bottom of the lake. We will have to retrieve it within an hour." Turning from Victor to consider the lake, Harry shuddered. While playing in the shallows was fun, it was still chilly, and by the time the second task occurred, the temperature would be even colder. An hour of that would be enough to stall even the hardiest of soul. Turning back, he nodded. "Thank you, Victor. Should we gather the group together to talk strategies again?" Victor frowned. "Why? For dragons I understand. They are incredibly dangerous and not to be taken lightly. But this is a tournament. We fight to win, yes." Harry offered the young man a smile. "Yes, but it is also supposed to foster cooperation, is it not? We did well working together to prepare for the first task. No one got hurt because of it. We should continue to pool our efforts." The Quidditch champion gave a quick nod. You speak sense. My headmaster does not like my talking to you or the other champions. He wishes me to win, but after dragons, I have enough glory and gold. Let us talk to the other champions and hear what they have to say, then I will decide." The young Jedi apprentice offered another smile. "Excellent." Harry sighed and set aside the ruins of yet another potential lightsaber. There was nothing he could do with the components that he had available to him. He had no means of gaining access to the technology he needed. Not only did the wizarding world forsake technology in favor of their unique expression of the Force, they actually seemed to shun technology in general. There was no move to integrate or learn from the other members of their world. Other than Beak and the other house elves, Harry had no access to the outside world. He wasn't allowed to leave Hogwarts ground, and even if he did, he wasn't familiar enough with the world to avoid standing out. Something that had been pointed out was illegal in the wizarding world. Their isolation was a fixed expression of their beliefs. Leaning back in the chair, he reached up to rub the bridge of his nose before taking a calming breath and allowing the Force to flow through him, carrying away his frustration and anxiety. Perhaps he was coming at this from the wrong angle. Instead of using the methods he had been taught at the academy, he should instead look to embrace the local version of the Force and see if he couldn't turn those techniques into a way to manifest the symbol of the Jedi. Calling for Beak, he sat down to talk about where he could find a workshop and if there was anyone he could talk to about artificing. Not for the first time, Harry considered the ramification of magic and what he could bring back to the Republic. The come-and-go room was something that was beyond any technology he had ever seen, and the implications of what could be done were he to build something like this into one of the Jedi training ships would be massive. Especially the massive portion of it. The bigger on the inside thing would allow the ships to hold truly monumental amounts of supplies, allowing them to go longer between ports and to focus on training. Not to mention what it could do for the hospital ships or trade. While he wasn't inclined towards being a counselor, he understood the role they would play and how much better off they would be being better supplied. Not to mention, eye on the other things he had learned while studying artificing with the older students. None of the three schools focused on such things, but they each had their own practices and books, especially Hogwarts. There was so much knowledge hidden away in the library that hadn't been touched in years, if not centuries. The combined group of students from all three schools explored those possibilities, the room providing them the tools and sometimes tomes for their studies. Harry felt he was close on finding a way to combine the functions of a lightsaber and wand, allowing him to use his weapons as a foci. He wasn't quite confident enough to take apart his own wand, but the practice wands that the room provided, not to mention the lost wands that had been recovered by the house elves, went a long way towards that understanding. Turning to look around the room, Harry smiled at seeing the animated way in which the other students interacted. They were truly following the spirit of Cooperit. That was one of the stated goals of the tournament. Even the three champions were scattered among the groups that were working together, with students from all three freely intermingling. Catching the eye of the Bobaton champion, he offered her a smile before making his way over. Fleur always had an interesting perspective on their projects. She had admitted to wanting to be an enchanter AF. Graduating in this had let her indulge that desire. The way she made him feel inside was something he was still getting used to. Normally when he felt this way he could go to one of the masters and ask for an explanation, but none of the teachers here had the same perspective. Perhaps talking with Beak again would help. Harry looked at the deputy headmistress in confusion. A ball. Professor McGonagall nodded. I'm sure you've heard of them, Potter. Even back where you were I'm sure they had dances. The displaced Jedi apprentice nodded slowly. Well, yes they did, but usually for senators and the like. The Jedi weren't invited to those types of events unless they were to be security. The pinched look on the Transfiguration mistress reminded him of one of the mistresses that handled the library back at the academy. She never seemed to like people in there, even though it was supposed to be open to all to learn. As one of the champions, you will be expected to open the dancing. As such you will require a partner to attend with you. Now, do you have anyone in mind? Harry shook his head, even as a couple of faces flashed past his mind. Would you be able to assign me an escort? Assign you? The professor reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose. Mr. Potter, this is not something that can be assigned to you. It is a rather personal decision and one that should be made from the heart, rather than clinically arranged. Mistress McGonagall, I do believe that I've spoken to you before of I follow. Upon seeing her nod he continued. One of the things we're taught is to avoid attachments, as they can lead to the dark side of the Force. Additionally, it is my intention to return to the Republic, so any that became attached to me would be left behind. Those feelings of loss are ones that I wish to avoid and am in fact counseled to avoid. Oh Harry, attachment is not something to be feared. The greatest heights that a witch or wizard can achieve have always been with those they loved surrounding them. Even Hogwarts was founded by 4 powerful witches and wizards working together with their families. Yes, it can and will hurt when you leave them behind, but you'll also be taking with you the memories and emotions of the good times shared together. Reaching over, she rested a hand on his upper arm. I know that you enjoy your time shared with the study groups you've put together. Those types of memories can never lead you down a dark path. Embrace those feelings. Live while you are young. Giving his arm a gentle pat, she turned away. Just find a date, Potter. And if you need to learn how to dance, come to me and I will teach you that as well. Ms. Delacour, a moment of your time if you would. Fleur looked up as Harry Potter walked over to her table. While she couldn't sense his emotions in the way that he had explained his own abilities work, she could easily see the nervousness in the usually calm young man. Given the recent announcements, she couldn't help but offer him a small smile. Of course, Ari, watching as he took visible hold of himself only served to deepen her amusement. While her charm never seemed to work on him, perhaps her other, more natural charms had finally managed to penetrate that straight-laced exterior of his. I have been informed that the champions for the tournament are required to have a partner, both for the ball itself and for the involved dances. A person I respect spoke to me about the value of attachments and I find that I would like to be attached to you. Such an interesting shade he became, and again Fleur watched as he took hold of himself. This time her smile was much wider and she silently urged him on. flaring her allure to see if that could help him. That smile grew deeper at seeing not a single reaction in his eyes other than determination. What I mean to say is, Ms. Delacour, would you do me the deep honor of accompanying me to the Yule Ball? Harry bowed from the waist, though his eyes never left hers. Reaching out, she gave his cheek a gentle caress. Yes, Ari, I will accompany you. The way his face lit up at her acceptance brought a little color to her cheeks. She was looking forward to the ball. Harry settled into his chair in his room, a bemused expression on his face. The Yule Ball was both more and less than what he was expecting. He had a lot of fun. More than he could recall ever having had in the academy. There was a free spirit among the participants at the ball. Most were near to his age and many those he had interacted with in his study groups. The entirety of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents, some he had never had a chance to meet before. Fleur made sure to introduce him to everyone she knew, and he was thankful for her help. It had been a little overwhelming at times, when he reached out to feel the flow of the force. All those emotions, amplified by the surrounding magic, and concentrated on excitement and, much to his embarrassment, arousal. It had been a heady mix, one that threatened to overwhelm him. Fortunately, his date for the evening had understood what he was experiencing, though how he wasn't sure until they'd taken a walk outside. Fleur had talked about her nature as a Vila, about the allure in dealing with people losing their minds around her. How she enjoyed just being with him without having to worry about his motives. They spent some more time just talking to each other, learning about their pasts. She would talk about being the only Vila in school and how much she missed her family, who had always been supportive of her. Harry talked about the academy, of growing up only knowing the way of the Jedi. How he had friends and a found family, even if that wasn't how he had originally thought of them. He'd never known he needed or wanted a family, as the Jedi were all he had ever known or seemed to want. There were no close friendships because those types of attachments were discouraged. It wasn't until he had been summoned to Hogwarts that he had learned what friendship was like, having discovered those close relationships with the members of the study group, with the strange, wonderful conversations with Luna. Even the closeness he felt with the faculty and their willingness to teach him and tell him about his lost family. Most recently, the conversation with the deputy headam. I stress about attachments and how those attachments weren't going to drive him to the dark side. That it was okay to feel those emotions, as long as he didn't let them control him. During that conversation, Harry had found Fleur's hands in his, their fingers twined together. They had slid closer on the bench until their sides touched and they were leaning together. Finally, to end the night, she had kissed him. A somewhat lingering touch of the lips that promised more without demanding more. The date had ended there, and that led to now, with him sitting in his room wondering just what his oath to the Jedi meant in this situation. Would he still want to leave this world behind and return to the Republic as he originally planned? Would the pain of losing those relationships, the friends and mentors that had been found her, be enough to drive him to the dark side? All that without deepening the newly budding relationship with Fleur. Looking closely at his emotions, he had to admit that, while painful, he did not see himself giving up. He would be able to learn from these experiences and take that knowledge and apply them to those at the academy. He would talk to the masters about relationship and attachment. More importantly, he would not let it affect who he was in the moment. He would explore things with Fleur, if that was what she wanted. At the same time, he would talk to the Transfiguration Mistress about the nature of relationships, emotions, the dark side, and the Jedi Creed as he knew it. He would find those answers. A few more kisses along the way wouldn't go amiss as well. Standing on the docks in some borrowed swimwear, Harry was calm and somewhat excited. The training with the other champions had left him feeling as prepared as he could be. Together they had put together plans that played to their strengths, though Fleur had been the most worried, given her fire-inclined nature being dampened by being underwater. Given the cooperative nature of the tournament, it had been agreed that Harry and Cedric would rally around the young woman. All three would be using the bubblehead charm, unlike Victor, who had elected to use a form of self-transfiguration. It would allow the Durmstrang champion the advantage in the event, but all meant that he would be encountering any obstacles first. That would allow the other three to support him from behind. The And they would all gather their chosen objects, whatever that may be, and return together. Sensing unease from Fleur, Harry turned to the Beauxbatons champion with a frown. "What's wrong?" After looking around in anxiety some more, Fleur turned to Harry. "My sister wasn't with my parents to greet me before the task. They said she wasn't there when they went to wake her." Harry's frown deepened as a dark thought intruded. Quickly, he motioned to the other two champions. "Are either of you missing people?" Cedric returned the frown before nodding. "Yeah, Cho wasn't there to greet me this morning either." Victor scowled. "Duh, same with Hermione." Turning to the gathered audience, Harry reached out his senses, trying to find those people who had become familiar to him over the months. Each person from the study groups was present in the stands, as were all of the faculty. However, one person, one who had assured him would be there supporting him. "Luna's missing too. I have a bad feeling about this. I think instead of it being something we would miss, it's someone. They've taken someone important to us and hid them on the bottom of the lake." For a moment, Harry felt something dark stir inside of him. Something primal that sought to destroy that which threatened those close to him. Just before that feeling could get a hold, he felt a light touch on his cheek. Turning into the touch, he saw Fleur looking at him with concern. "Do not let them get to you, Ari. Do not let your concern for your friend and for ours take hold of you. Be angry with what happened. Be concerned for them, as you should. But let those emotions flow over and through you, until you are stronger for them, rather than controlled by them." Harry reached up to cover the hand on his cheek, the frown on his lips slowly fading away until he gave her a resolute nod. "You're right, Fleur. Emotions exist, for we are not human without them. However, they do not control me. Passion, yet serenity." Leaning over, he pressed his forehead to hers before stepping back and dropping his hand to his sides and regarding the other two champions. "This just makes our working together even more important. We know that regular magic is harder to work with underwater, whereas my force abilities are unhampered. I will take point with Victor and together we will find those important to us. Victor, would we be able to tether ourselves to your transfigured form? I'll concentrate on making us all lighter and searching for our friends if you can guide us to the center of the lake in the merfolk village there." While the champions were discussing their strategies, the judges were assembling and Ludo Bagman waddled over to give his speech. They ignored the man, other than to confirm what they had learned, that they are important people had been placed on the bottom of the lake. They grew even more certain of their plan at hearing the jovial nature of the man. Their people had been taken for entertainment. It was nay thing for themselves to be put into danger, as that is what they had signed up for other than Harry. But to put someone close to them in danger was beyond what they were willing to tolerate for the sake of the tournament. After giving the man the cold shoulder and moving into position, they waited for the sound of the cannon, then each cast their spells and jumped into the water. Once in the water, Harry focused on making them each lighter before pointing towards the middle of the lake. Reaching out with the force, he wrapped a tether around the half-shark form of Victor and the powerful young man took off in the indicated direction, easily carrying the other three. They cut through the water quickly, with Harry searching for the minds of their friends, or at least Luna, who was the most familiar to him. Though he had at least a passing familiarity with Hermione, having met the girl many times in the Hogwarts library. All too soon they arrived at the outskirts of the merfolk village. Having only encountered one group of Grindylows which were easily dispersed by a burst of the force. The merfolk were likewise pushed away even as Harry released the tether, keeping them all together, allowing each to offer their protections and spells as the group made their way deeper into the village. As they neared the center of the village, Harry could see 4 figures tied to a statue, all appearing deep asleep. 2 blondes and 2 brunettes. The 4 champions quickly made their way to the captives, giving them a once-over before Cedric made a motion indicating that all 4 were okay. Harry placed Luna on his back before wrapping her arms around his neck to hold her in place. Glancing at the other 3, he noticed they had secured each of their special persons and nodded in satisfaction. Motioning them to him, used a tendril of the force to bind them all together, then reached out with his wand to summon the docks. There was a moment where the lake seemed to pulse for a moment before the group of 8 people suddenly shot through the waters, significantly faster than they descended. A mere matter of moments later had the group breaking the surface and skimming rapidly towards the docks, which seemed to be swaying ominously. Before the docks could break apart, Harry released his magical hold on them, allowing the group to glide the rest of the way before flying out of the waters to land on the docks. He was extremely grateful that they had practiced just such a maneuver so that he didn't have to think about getting everyone out. Instead he could focus on Luna and getting her warm. After casting a drying and warming charm, he was distracted by the arrival of Madame Pomfrey, the health professional, or Medowitch as she was called. Even as Pomfrey was working to check over each of the former hostages, the group of judges arrived, shooting out a plethora of questions at the champions. Upon seeing that Luna was being taken care of, Harry whirled on the judges. His worry and anger from early rushing up for a moment before he was able to let those emotions wash through him as he'd been encouraged by Fleur. Whose idea was it to use hostages? His eyes seemed to glow as they glared at the judges. Dumbledore spoke up before a blustering Ludo could make a sound. The matter of the tasks was decided before the tournament even began. It was a collaborative effort, rather than the result of any one person. Harry frowned. So you're all responsible. The Durmstrang headmaster scowled. Be quiet, boy. You have no right to question us. Turning to face the man, Harry's frown deepened. He could sense all manner of emotions from the older man, most notable of which was fear and anger. That fear wasn't directed at the group though, but at something further afield. Something that Harry couldn't identify but which felt familiar somehow. More importantly though, Igor Karkaroff felt himself better than the other people around him and was not shy about showing his disdain towards the other schools. Harry would not tolerate it. I have every right to challenge those who would do harm to others, Headmaster Karkaroff. Especially without the consent of those involved. I can already sense the guilt from Headmistress Maxime and even some from Headmaster Dumbledore. You are the only one absent of guilt and only because your other emotions overshadow your senses. Before the big man could bluster in return, Harry cut him off. You put my friend in danger. You put another friend's sister in danger. And you put 2 more people in danger, all for a tournament. For entertainment. Defense of others is one of the most important tenets of the Jedi Order. We are the defenders of peace and justice. What you did today came very close to crossing a line. Without waiting for a reply, he whirled around to go check on his friends. Potter. A moment of your time. Harry turned to regard the grizzled features of Alistair Moody, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The man was considered something of a legend among the other students for his actions during the war against Lord Voldemort, and because of that, Harry had given the man a lot of slack. But there had always been something off about him. The emotions never quite matched the way the man behaved, yet he was always professional. Mentally shaking away those thoughts, he paused as the man stumped over. Professor Moody, what can I do for you? The former Auror looked around for a moment, licked his lips, then turned his attention back to Harry, save for the fake eye which continued to whirl around. Heard what you said to the judges. Can't say I blame you. I don't agree with using hostages. Makes cowards of the lot. That's not what I'm here for though. You've been avoiding me. Harry nodded slightly. It is not that I have been avoiding you, Professor. It is that I have a great number of commitments that take up my time. I know that you have wanted to get together and that you have offered to train me in the fighting techniques of the wizard, that my time is better spent with those study groups that I have already put together. We do spend time on the more combat-oriented techniques as well. Especially among the upper years. The professor scoffed. Kids these days don't know anything about combat. They didn't live through a war. Harry shook his head. And I don't anticipate having to deal with a war either. The galaxy is generally at peace back home, and here, your Dark Lord was defeated. You have no real conflict in the wizarding world. Moody licked his lips before scowling. Was he now? They ever find the body? No one knows what happened that night, when you defeated the Dark Lord. Turning to stump away, he had one more thing to say over his shoulder. You, ask Albus what he thinks of the Dark Lord. Don't let him skitter away from you either. He knows more than he's letting on. The displaced Jedi watched the man thump away, a frown on his lips. For Mon, he had felt that the headmaster was holding something back. Not only in the efforts to study the Goblet of Fire, which were non-existent except for what Harry himself had been able to accomplish, Oot in regards to the reasons for his summoning. There was a sense that something else was going on behind those half-moon glasses. Unfortunately, the headmaster was basically avoiding Harry outside of the needs of the tournament and being one of the judges. None of the requests to meet had been granted and only a single tome on artifacts had been relayed to Harry. Outside of the tournament, they had only met one time and only briefly. With no attempt by Dumbledore to communicate with Harry before the man hurried on his way to whatever piece of business had him occupied. Perhaps there was more to Professor Moody's observations than Harry had previously thought. Looking back over his time at Hogwarts, he had to admit that a number of things didn't match up. He had just allowed himself to become so occupied with the study groups, talking with Beak, and learning this world's force techniques. A flick of the wrist brought his wand to hand. Holly and Unicorn Hair. Mr. Ollivander had been most interested in the wand selection, as it was one of the fastest that he had ever done. Harry had simply reached out with the force, allowing it to guide his actions, and summoned a single box. It was the only known time where the wand chosen was the first one selected. The feel of magic, of using the force through the wand, was completely different than just using the force on its own, or even wandless magic. What few spells he had managed of that thus far. Even better though, was when he was able to weave the two together, allowing the force to flow through and guide him, while using the wand to cast the spells. The results were always more powerful, more accurate, more precise to the vision of what he wanted to accomplish. Replacing the wand back into the wrist holster, Harry turned to walk back towards the classroom set aside for tonight's study group, a slight smile growing on his lips. Fleur had promised to show him some of the artificing techniques she was studying and to talk to him about their observations about the Goblet of Fire. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I don't think we're going to understand enough about the goblet before it has to be returned to the Goblin Nation. Considering that people have been trying to study it for centuries, that really shouldn't surprise us." Harry sighed and leaned back in the chair in the classroom where the artifact group was gathered. Looking around at the collection of students from all three schools, he slowly nodded. "I had hoped we could figure out how I had been summoned and a way home. Preferably a way back and forth, but that really was asking too much. While all things are possible with the Force and magic, not all of it happens on our timetable." Straightening in his chair, he gave another nod, this one more resolute. "It looks like I'll be stuck with all of you for at least the foreseeable future." Excited chattering filled the room for the moment before Harry held up his hand. "I want to thank you all for what you have done over these past months. For all the help you have given me. For welcoming me to this world. I realize that you still have no evidence confirming where I have been for nearly the past 2 decades. Other than my abilities with the Force, but in spite of all of that you have all helped and encouraged me, making me feel accepted in what to me was a strange new world. I hope that you all see. Continue to support me as I seek to make my way in this world. Mr. Potter, you present us with a unique problem. You see, while you are indeed Harry Potter, you are not the Harry Potter. Harry Blinn." Kedden looked across the desk at the goblin. "What do you mean by that?" The goblin clasped his claws together and looked at Harry from over them. "Every witch and wizard who has been presented to T.H.E. Bank has had their magical signature recorded. We do not have everyone, as not everyone has used the bank, but those who do, who have vaults with us, are recorded. The magical signature for Harry Potter is on file. And while yours is close, there is a slight variance." Leaning back, the goblin continued. "The blood tests that we use show you to be Harry Potter. Yet your magical signature does not match. This has never happened in our history, Mr. Potter. It is either both matching or neither. So now we have to come up with a solution for your unique situation." Harry could sense no duplicity within the goblin, so he just nodded. "I suppose that makes sense, given my story. There had been some hope that I was the Harry Potter of this world, somehow sent to the Republic, only to be summoned by the Goblet of Fire. That it has somehow summoned me to a different place than my birth, yet so closely related." He trailed off for a moment before shaking his head. "While I am familiar with the concept of interdimensional existence, that is only the concept. How would it apply here? That is something we must figure out, Mr. Potter. However, as it stands, we cannot recognize you as the true Potter heir. Then I suppose I shall have to start things off on my own then, though I have nothing of my own with which to start. The goblin leaned forward with a tooth-bearing smile. Then perhaps, given what we know of your abilities, we can work something out together to get you started. So, haven't you given up on going? Harry looked across the table at Fleur, raising an eyebrow at her. She regarded him with her own raised blonde brow. Shaking his head, he reached over and took her hand in his. I haven't given up on going home, just given up on doing so within the original time frame I had given myself. There is no way to do so within the year, at least not without finding a way to keep the goblet, and I don't have any influence to accomplish that. Instead, I have accepted and I will be here for many years, and thus, I am making a life for myself. Thinking back on his last talk with the deputy headmistress, Harry mentally nodded to himself. A life for myself that I would like to have you a part of. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, offering her a smile as he saw her eyes grow slightly wider. I don't have much. In fact, all I have to my name is the robe I'm wearing. But I've contracted with the goblins to teach them the Force. While only one has been found to be Force-sensitive and is significantly older than would normally be accepted, and with me not being a master myself, it is still the start of something. And they are paying me significantly as well. Fleur's fingers tightened around his own for a moment before relaxing. Do you realize what you are offering to the goblins? They are forbidden from practicing magic. Harry's green eyes brightened for a moment before he nodded. But the Force isn't magic, even though magic is part of the Force. There is no law against it, and I'll have an oath from them not to use the Force against wizards unless they are in danger. For a moment it seemed that Fleur was trying to reach into his soul with the way she studied his eyes. He felt quirming emotions that she managed to stir within him, that made him feel both excited and anxious at the same time. That made him want to know more about her and grow the attachment that had formed. One that he was no longer afraid would lead him to the dark side. You are a strange man, Harry Potter. She leaned across the table, her lips curling into a slight smile. But I like that about you. Then she kissed him, long and hard. When they finally broke apart to breath. And now, my young Jedi, I will teach you something more about what it means to have me in your life. A light, airy voice broke through the delightful fog around Harry. I am happy for you, Harry Potter. I think she will make you very happy. Harry turned a smile on his second favorite blonde in this world. Thank you, Luna. I should have expected you would know as soon as you saw me. Luna offered him a smile. The Nargles are dancing around you, and only one person does that to your Nargles. Leaning down, he gave her a hug. I hope you will stay a part of my life, even when I no longer am required to stay at Hogwarts. Tilting her head to the side slightly, she regarded him for a moment before nodding. If you want me to join your harem, you will need to do it properly and ask my father. Harry felt his eyes go crossed for a moment before they widened. Wah! Luna turned and skipped away. Luna, get back here. The final task arrived, and as Harry had feared, he was no closer to finding a way home than the day he arrived. Looking over the hedges surrounding the maze, he thought about all that he had accomplished in the months that he had been here. He had learned a new way of using the Force, the magic of this world, or at least the beginnings of it. Enough, that he was confident he could continue to learn after leaving Hogwarts. He had even found those that could learn the ways of the Jedi, though he did not consider himself a proper teacher. None of High's wizarding friends had the capability though. Perhaps in another generation. More importantly though, he had the beginnings of a life built here. The contract with the goblins gave him an income, and they had already located him an apartment near Diagon Alley so he could easily commute to Gringotts after he left Hogwarts. Looking across at the other champions, he smiled as he saw Fleur waiting patiently for the task to begin. She caught him looking and returned his smile, before growing somber and prepared once again. Shaking away the thoughts of the future, he instead focused on the present. The final task of the tournament and the last barrier to his freedom from the goblet's possible hold on him. Just last night, the 4 champions had gathered together and discussed the final event. This one would be a fair competition. One where they each tried their hardest to reach the center of the maze and grab the Tri-Wizard Cup and win the competition. They agreed not to mess with each other and just challenge the maze itself. No hard feelings to whoever won. Ignoring the speech, Harry waited, until finally the sound of the cannon rang through the air. With a burst of force speed, he flashed past the other champions, for once showcasing all the abilities that he had held back over the months. Allowing the force to guide him, he sped through the maze, eyes practically closed. Force P. Rejection took out most obstacles in his path. He never once drew his wand, instead relying on just the force to guide him. The hedges blurred around him as he swiftly reached the center of the maze. There, on a pedestal in the middle of a clearing, waited the cup. However, just as he was nearing the cup, a premonition from the force warned him against touching it. Trusting in his feelings, he stood there studying the cup with the force, before drawing his wand and using the newfound skills in artificing to get a better read on the object. It didn't take him long to determine that the cup had an additional location added to the portkey magic already present. He couldn't identify the locations, as he wasn't yet adept enough with his examinations, but he did know that it was only supposed to take the first person to touch it back to the winner's circle. With a sigh, he settled in to wait for the other champions, assuming a meditative pose and drawing comfort and guidance from the force. The first to arrive was Cedric, who easily listened to Harry's explanation that something might be wrong with the cup. The Hogwarts champion felt relaxed and understanding to the young Jedi's senses. The young man sat himself next to Harry. A few minutes later saw the arrival of Fleur, who looked the worst for wear. Before Harry could say anything, she called out, "Victor attacked me." There was something wrong with him though, as he did not perform at his best. "I managed to stun him, but not before he got in some clear hits." She waved to where her attire was torn and bloodied, though the wounds themselves seemed to have been treated. Rising smoothly to his feet, Harry went over to his significant other and placed a hand on her cheek, opening himself more fully to her emotions. There was worry there, anger, but more importantly, determination. Pressing his forehead to hers, he took a moment to just revel in the feel of her near, before backing up and explaining what he had found about the cup. She nodded as he finished, agreeing with his decisions. Suddenly, he felt a spike of intense anger from behind him and turned, wand at ready, as behind him the two other champions flanked him. Harry's other hand rose up as well, reaching out with the force to hold the man still who had stumped into the clearing. "You need to take the cup, Potter. It's clear you're the winner here. Professor Moody, you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be outside, securing the maze from interference." The defense professor scowled before shaking his head. "No, I need to be here assuring you take the cup and doing what needs to be done. Now be a good lad and finish the task." Harry shook his head. "The cup has been messed with and will take whoever touches it somewhere other than the podium. I was merely waiting for the other champions to arrive before sending up sparks." Just as Harry was raising his wand to do just that, he had to dodge a stunner from the former Auror. The other two champions split apart and returned fire, though the professor seemed to easily block and dodge their attacks as well. "Damn it, Potter, you're making this harder on yourself. Take the cup." Emotions rolling through Moody were growing vile as the conflict continued. Reaching out with the force even as he shot a stunner, Harry pulled on the peg leg, throwing the man off balance enough at a trio of stunners were able to slam into him. Looking down at the stunned professor, Harry frowned, then finally raised his wand and shot out the sparks to alert those watching that he needed help. A moment later and several wizards and witches arrived on brooms, many expressing their surprise at finding the professor knocked out in the clearing. After explaining things to the new arrivals, especially about the cup, Harry joined his fellow champions as they waited for the judges to arrive. When Albus arrived, he looked from the unconscious form of his friend to the trio of champions standing slightly away from the cup. Shaking his head, he enervated his longtime friend, after having bound him in conjured ropes. Moody scowled before licking his lips and turning around to face Harry Potter. "Potter, take the cup before it's too late." "Too late for what, Alistair?" Albus looked down at his friend. The magical eye whirled around to lock onto the headmaster, though the man's attention was still on Harry. "Fine, then I'll do it myself." A wandless banisher sent the cup crashing towards Harry, only for the young man to banish it right back at the bound man. Both Alistair and the cup vanished. Author's note: And with this, we add Star Wars to the dimensions we've dragged Harry from. I can officially label this fix a Star Wars crossover. They really need to be able to add more and one-overs for the multi-crosses. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to read the story. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to leave this one open-ended unless we get enough votes to continue it. For those who voted on previous stories, thank you. Only 6 total votes were cast though, so none of the previous stories are getting their own yet. Maybe eventually. Back to this story, get a Jedi apprentice Harry Potter. Magic is just an aspect of the Force, one that most Jedi cannot tap into, at least that's what Harry believes. He does know he's stuck in this world for the foreseeable future. He's going to make the most of it if he can, taking a new approach to the Force without anyone else to guide him. No encounter with Voldemort, at least not yet. We may revisit this story if there is enough interest in it. But the important part was showing how Harry interacted with the tournament itself. What do you think? What other versions of Harry would you like to see? Just so you know, I do read every review, even if I don't reply to all of them. Thank you again for taking the time to read my story. If you enjoyed it, please take the time to read my original work, posted on Royal Road and Scribblehub under the same username, Sargon Dorsai. Updated author's note. I've added a couple of polls to my profile, for voting on what stories should be extended and which ones should get an origin story. These will initially be patron exclusives for April but will be posted free a month later. Let me know what you think in either the poll or reviews. Thank you again.